The time-traveling Su Yuan possessed a mythical level talent, yet a single test caused the indestructible soul crystal stone to shatter on the spot. In the classroom of Class 31 at Tianyang High School, Ms. Tang Zihan, dressed in a black pencil skirt and stockings, was conducting the talent assessment. When she gently called out the name Su Yuan, a young man seated by the window in the back row immediately stood up and walked briskly toward the podium. Despite the alluring figure of the beautiful teacher in her fitted blouse, this young man, who had traveled through time for 18 years, had no time to admire it. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the small, palm-sized black soul crystal stone on the podium. This test would determine whether he could escape his life at the bottom of society. As a former office worker from Earth who had transmigrated into this world, Su Yuan was acutely aware of the harshness of this beast-taming realm. Here, only those who awakened a beast-taming talent could rise to the top of the pyramid, while ordinary people were condemned to struggle at the bottom. What made his situation even more tragic was that Su Yuan's parents, both elite beast tamers in the city defense forces, had sacrificed their lives in a battle to protect the city. Now, he could only survive on the meager compensation provided for their deaths. Noticing Su Yuan's nervous expression, Tang Zihan gently reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Just place your hand on the soul crystal stone and focus your mind." Unexpectedly, the moment Su Yuan placed his hand on the stone, a surge of warm energy shot up his arm and directly into his mind. Immediately, an astonishing message appeared before his eyes. Heaven's Eye of Enlightenment awakened. This was a mythical level talent that could see through illusions and discern the evolutionary paths of beasts. What was even more shocking was that through this mysterious vision, Su Yuan could see the words Dual Fire and Earth Talent, Greta, floating above Tang Zihan's head. Just as he was reeling from the revelation, the soul crystal stone emitted a crisp cracking sound and split cleanly in two. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. Some marveled at the shattered soul crystal, while others speculated about Su Yuan's talent level. The entire room was abuzz with excitement. Tang Zihan, however, had noticed the faint orange glow that flickered just before the soul crystal shattered, a sign that Su Yuan had at least awakened an upgrade talent. "Su Yuan, this isn't your fault. The soul crystal broke, you'll just get another one from the office. But your beast taming talent reaching grade Athos is incredible. What a wonderful surprise for your teacher," Tang Zihan exclaimed enthusiastically, seemingly unconcerned about the broken crystal. After Tang Zihan left the classroom, the students' chatter grew even louder. Yet only Su Yuan knew that this was just the beginning. An Scrade beast taming talent was a rarity. Oh, 9 genius. Since Tang Zihan had started teaching at Tianyang High School years ago, not a single Scrade talent had emerged in all of Tianyang City. Such a prodigy was far too rare to encounter easily. A few minutes later, Tang Zihan returned to the classroom with a soul crystal stone. During the half-hour testing period, all 56 students from Class 1 of Grade 12 completed their talent assessments one after another. The results were astonishing. Besides Su Yuan, the school beauty, Shi Qianying, also awakened an A-rank Beastmaster talent. The rest of the students all reached at least rank, which was expected for the top class of the most prestigious high school in Tianyang City. As the class was about to end, Tang Zihan beamed as she looked around the room. "Congratulations, everyone, for passing the Beastmaster Talent Test. This afternoon, the school will take you to Tianyang City's Beastmaster Nurturing Center to select your first free contracted beast. Don't be late." Class dismissed. With that, she left the room, taking the soul crystal stone with her. "Su Yuan, congratulations on obtaining an A-rank Beastmaster talent," a crisp voice called out. Shi Qianying stood by Su Yuan's desk, her light blue dress accentuating her jade-like complexion. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned slightly forward. "Thank you, and congratulations to you too," Su Yuan replied without much emotion, briefly glancing at her before focusing his attention back on the thick Beastmaster encyclopedia in front of him. Shi Qianying gazed at Su Yuan, who seemed completely absorbed in his book, and sighed inwardly. "This bookworm, do I really have no charm in his eyes?" The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated Su Yuan's side profile, outlining his delicate features. Shi Qianying found herself momentarily mesmerized. Shi Qianying, is there something on my face?" Su Yuan asked, noticing her gaze and breaking the silence. "What? No, nothing," Shi Qianying stammered, snapping out of her daze. She quickly waved her hands, then hurried back to her seat. Grabbing a book, she pretended to read, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. As Su Yuan watched her retreating figure, his thoughts drifted to his own talent. Shi Qianying's rank talent, coupled with her family's resources, guarantees her a bright future. But what exactly is this mythical grade Eye of Revelation that I awakened? The highest talent level recorded in the books is SS rank. Could my talent surpass even that? In another corner of the classroom, Li Ming observed the interaction between the two and clenched his fists. What's so great about an A-rank talent? Without resources, even the highest talent can't compare to my brank abilities backed by wealth and connections. In the afternoon, students from each class boarded buses headed to the Beastmaster Nurturing Center under their homeroom teacher's supervision. Tang Zihan instructed the class monitor, Wang Hao, to take attendance. Teacher, our class has 56 students, but only 54 are present, Wang Hao reported. The count is fine. We can depart, Tang Zihan replied to the driver. But teacher, we're missing 2 students. Shi Qianying and Li Ming's families have already prepared their first contracted beasts for them, Tang Zihan explained. Hearing this, Wang Hao and the other students couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. As members of Tianyang City's most prominent families, Shi Qianying and Li Ming's contracted beasts were undoubtedly high-quality creatures worth millions of federal coins, far superior to the standard beasts provided for free by the Nurturing Center. For most newcomers, their first contract beast can only be chosen from the free beasts provided by the Beast Cultivation Center in Tianyang City. Half an hour later, Su Yuan followed Tang Zihan and the others to the Beast Cultivation Center. After verifying Tang Zihan's identification, the staff led the group into the facility. The Beast Cultivation Center provides free beasts for everyone, but there are still quite a few high-quality ones among them, Tang Zihan explained as they walked. Whether you can choose a good quality beast depends on your luck. You have 10 minutes to make your selection. Once you've decided, staff members will assist you in forming a contract. Once the contract is successful, you'll officially become a Beastmaster. Your strength will grow alongside your beast, and you'll also be able to cultivate special combat techniques unique to Beastmasters. As soon as she finished speaking, the group eagerly dispersed, each person searching for the beast that suited them best. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave, Tang Zihan called out to him, Su Yuan, come with me. Although slightly puzzled, Su Yuan quickly guessed the reason and followed Tang Zihan without hesitation. They arrived on the 3rd floor of the cultivation center. Tang Zihan pointed to a large hall ahead and said, Su Yuan, because of your exceptional talent, the principal has submitted a special talent development application to the city. The beast you are to choose is in there. Su Yuan followed her gesture and looked ahead. The sight before him took his breath away. The expansive 3rd-floor hall was lined with hundreds of neatly arranged stone pedestals, each about a meter tall. Atop each pedestal sat a crystal box containing a beast egg adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. Around the area, security personnel stood vigilant, ensuring tight protection. The arrangement here was in stark contrast to the 1st-floor hall, where beast eggs were casually placed on the ground. It was evident that these meticulously protected beast eggs were of extraordinary value, their worth reflecting their superior quality. After completing a series of formalities, Su Yuan stepped into the 3rd-floor beast nurturing hall alone. He approached the nearest stone pillar, his gaze settling on a beast egg encased in a transparent crystal box. Suddenly, a string of information appeared above the beast egg. Snowbird. Species, avian ice. Quality, rare 3-star. Level, common tier 1. Status, unhatched. Innate skill, frostfall. Evolution paths. Option 1. Evolve into Ice Spirit Bird excellent 3-star. Option 2. Double evolution into Ice Phoenix Bird perfect 7-star. Option 3. Triple evolution into Ice Phoenix epic 5-star. The heavenly inside eye truly is remarkable, Su Yuan thought with delight, though he kept his expression neutral. He could see detailed information and evolutionary paths for each beast egg, making it effortless to select the most optimal beast. He meticulously examined every beast egg in the hall. Fire Python, Serpentine Fire, rare 3-star, innate skill, Blazing Flames. Black Griffin, Griffin Wind, rare 3-star, innate skill, Silver Wing Blade. After about 10 minutes, Su Yuan had thoroughly surveyed all the beast eggs in the hall. The quality of the eggs here was indeed exceptional. All of them were of rare grade, with the best among them reaching rare 9-star, teetering on the edge of the excellent grade. Beast quality rankings from lowest to highest are common, excellent, rare, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each grade is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. On the market, even an excellent grade beast can fetch prices exceeding 100,000 federal credits, while rare grade beasts start at $1 million. A rare 9-star beast could sell for tens of millions. Su Yuan estimated that the total value of the 100-plus beast eggs here approached a staggering 1 billion federal credits. Among all the beast eggs, the rare 9-star mutated water cannon turtle stood out the most. Through the heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan could see that its final evolutionary form far surpassed the others. Without hesitation, he selected the pale blue beast egg. With the assistance of the staff, Su Yuan quickly completed the registration process and, under the guidance of a middle-aged beast tamer, performed the bonding ritual. All it required was a drop of his blood on the beast contract, which then automatically merged with the beast egg. A faint mental impact followed, which Su Yuan easily resisted. At the same time, a surge of powerful energy flowed into his body, invigorating him. The beast egg began to crack, and a blue water cannon turtle, about the size of a soccer ball, emerged. Its shell was tough and gleaming, and its black, gem-like eyes sparkled with joy. It immediately crawled to Su Yuan and affectionately nuzzled his arm. The middle-aged beast tamer activated a scanning device to analyze the water cannon turtle. When the results appeared, he exclaimed in astonishment, "A rare 9-star water cannon turtle." His outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby, their faces filled with shock and awe. Exclamations of amazement echoed all around. In the third-floor hall of the breeding center, an extraordinary Blastoise was captivating everyone's attention. Blastoises are usually only rare 5-star quality, aren't they? This one's actually a rare 9-star. Someone in the crowd remarked in awe. Judging by this, it's likely a mutated Blastoise, another voice analyzed. This guy's luck is off the charts. His first beast companion turns out to be such a gem. But not everyone was so optimistic. Don't get too excited yet. Mutated beasts often require entirely new evolution research, which might not always be a good thing, someone cautioned. The middle-aged Beastmaster who had assisted Su Yuan in forming the contract finally snapped out of his own amazement, a pleased smile spreading across his face. "You've got some incredible luck, young man. Among all the beast eggs on the third floor, this is the highest quality one." "Thank you, sir." Su Yuan responded with an expression of pure delight, then cradled the Blastoise and left the hall. As he stepped outside, he spotted Tang Zihan waiting for him. "Ms. Tang." Tang Zihan had already noticed him and quickly approached, her bright eyes fixed on the Blastoise in his arms. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a Blastoise, isn't it?" After Su Yuan confirmed it, her smile grew even brighter. Blastoises are already considered rare quality beasts, typically at least 5-star. Based on known evolution paths, it could potentially evolve into the perfect quality Tsunami Turtle. Combined with your grade A Beastmaster talent, your future prospects are boundless. Such a start placed Su Yuan far ahead of most people right from the beginning, even rivaling the prodigies from prominent families. The strength of a Beastmaster's first bonded beast is crucial to their growth. The stronger the beast, the greater the energy feedback to the Beastmaster, allowing them to form more contracts and create a positive cycle of growth. During the contract process earlier, Su Yuan had already felt the energy feedback from the Blastoise. However, since this Blastoise was still juvenile, the feedback was relatively weak. If it had been an adult Blastoise, the energy feedback could have instantly amplified Su Yuan's power dozens, or even hundreds of times. Of course, successfully contracting a powerful beast ultimately depends on the Beastmaster's own strength. Even with assistance from a strong mentor, an unqualified Beastmaster would fail to complete the contract, and any forced attempt would result in severe backlash. "Not bad." Su Yuan responded to Tang Zihan's amazement with a faint smile. Evolving a perfect quality Tsunami Turtle is undeniably challenging. For now, I'm already quite satisfied with upgrading the Water Arrow Turtle to an excellent quality Aqua King Turtle. Beast cultivation has always been a costly endeavor, especially when it comes to evolution materials, each of which is worth a fortune. Take Su Yuan's current Water Arrow Turtle as an example. Evolving it into an excellent quality Aqua King Turtle alone would require nearly 10 million in material costs. Even if he gave it his all, it would be nearly impossible for Su Yuan to gather even a tenth of the required resources at this stage. Adding to the complexity, Su Yuan's contracted creature is a mutated Water Arrow Turtle, making the existing evolution formula for the Tsunami Turtle no longer applicable. However, with the help of his Apocalypse Divine Eye, Su Yuan had already discerned all the potential evolution paths for this mutated Water Arrow Turtle. "Don't worry, Su Yuan." Tang Zihan, looking at the student with an A-level beast taming talent, spoke with a firm tone. "The school won't hesitate to invest in you. While we can't guarantee evolving it into a Tsunami Turtle, supporting the evolution into an Aqua King Turtle should be manageable. I'll apply for an evolution subsidy for you right away. The first evolution will cost around 8.5 million, and the school will strive to have everything ready before the college entrance exams." Seeing Su Yuan's calm attitude toward his contracted Water Arrow Turtle, Tang Zihan's admiration deepened. As his homeroom teacher, she was well aware that, given Su Yuan's family background, independently achieving beast evolution would be nearly impossible. However, with his rare A-level talent, Tianyang High School would undoubtedly allocate significant resources to nurture him. After all, the future contributions of an A-level beast tamer would bring immeasurable rewards to the school. "Thank you, teacher." Su Yuan's eyes lit up. With the school's support, the first evolution of his Water Arrow Turtle would no longer be an insurmountable challenge. As the top beast taming high school in Tianyang City, Tianyang High was well-funded, and its principal was a Lord-level beast tamer, second only to the city's mayor. For the school, this evolution investment was hardly a burden. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yuan spoke up. "Teacher Tang, if the school is going to sponsor evolution materials, could I request cash support instead, so I can purchase them myself?" This request caught Tang Zihan off guard. Resources for evolving from rare to excellent quality are extremely valuable. Sometimes, even with money, they're hard to acquire without specific connections. Are you sure you want to handle the procurement yourself? Yes, I'm sure. All right then, I'll report your request. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. The school board will likely approve it. Thank you, teacher. All right, since the contract process is complete, let's head downstairs. I'm sure the other students have already chosen their beasts. As they talked, the two made their way downstairs. Meanwhile, detailed information about the water arrow turtle appeared in Su Yuan's mind. Species, turtle water type. Quality, rare, 9 stars. Level, ordinary, tier 1. Status, excited. Talent skill, water gun. Evolution count, 0. Available evolution paths, 3. The first path was evolving into an excellent quality, 3-star water escape turtle. The second path required 2 evolutions to become a perfect quality, 5-star tsunami turtle. The third path involved 5 evolutions, ultimately transforming into the mythical level black tortoise god turtle. The first stage alone required rare materials like Xian Ingrass and crystal stones. A divine beast, the black tortoise. Su Yuan murmured to himself as he gazed at the water arrow turtle after returning home from school. If I can evolve this mutated water arrow turtle to the level of a divine beast, it would truly be a game changer. I just hope the school provides direct financial support. Otherwise, I'll have to figure out how to convert the Aqua King Turtle's evolution materials into cash to buy what I need for the Xian Shui Turtle. The next morning, as soon as Su Yuan arrived at school, Tang Zihan called him into her office. Su Yuan, your application has been approved. Here's 10 million yuan from the school board, and you have full discretion over how to use it. In the office, Tang Zihan handed a golden card to Su Yuan. The card gleamed faintly under the sunlight. Su Yuan accepted the card, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just yesterday at the breeding center, Tang Zihan had mentioned that evolving a standard Blastoise into a Water King Turtle would cost roughly 8.5 million yuan in materials. This 10 million yuan allocation was 1.5 million more than he had anticipated. This amount was personally decided by the principal, Tang Zihan explained with a smile. Just take it. As long as you can improve your strength quickly and bring glory to our school during the college entrance exams, this money is nothing. Understood, I will. Su Yuan nodded firmly and carefully put the golden card away. After school, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he went directly to the Tianyang City Trading Center with the substantial funds in hand. His first priority was to purchase the materials necessary for his Blastoise's initial evolution. This time, the goal was to evolve it into an extraordinary quality blackwater turtle. These materials weren't particularly rare and cost him around 7 million yuan in total, which was significantly cheaper than the materials needed for evolving into a Water King Turtle. Once he had completed his purchases, Su Yuan immediately returned home. He meticulously laid out all the materials in front of his Blastoise and guided it step by step through the process of absorbing the materials according to the evolution plan. Half an hour later, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the Blastoise's body. It was none other than the legendary Beast Evolution Light. It worked! Su Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he watched his Blastoise bathed in the radiant glow. Within the light of evolution, the Blastoise's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Its previously soccer-sized form rapidly expanded, growing to the size of a millstone in mere moments, and it was still growing. Its blue skin developed a faint layer of azure scales, and its once smooth shell sprouted sharp, crocodile-like spikes. Even its previously endearing, chubby face took on a fiercer and more imposing look. The entire evolution process lasted about a minute. When the light finally faded, what stood before Su Yuan was an enormous creature measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters tall. Thankfully, the living room in the house left to him by his parents was spacious enough, otherwise this newly evolved blackwater turtle might have smashed through the ceiling. The evolution of the Blastoise left Su Yuan utterly stunned. Before his eyes, the once ordinary Blastoise began to swell in size, transforming in mere moments into a massive creature over 4 meters long. Xian Shui Turtle. A system notification promptly appeared. Not only had it acquired 2 new skills, Tide Strike and Camouflage, but its quality had also been upgraded directly to an extraordinary 9-star level. Su Yuan nervously glanced at the ceiling, fearing that the enormous creature might punch through the roof. Only when the Xian Shui Turtle stopped evolving did he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately began examining its detailed attributes. Xian Shui Turtle. Contract type, Spiritual Beast. Category, Turtle Water type. Quality, Extraordinary 9-star. Level, Common Tier 3. Status, Excited. Innate skills, Water Gun, Tide Strike, Camouflage. Evolution count, 1. Evolution paths, 3. Materials required for next evolution. Water element essence, obsidian crystal, bone washing herb. This is far superior to the Water King Turtle that ordinary Blastoises evolve into, Su Yuan thought excitedly. With the talent of the Celestial Inside Eye, I could build an entire army of divine beasts. But his excitement was quickly replaced by worry. Oh no, I still don't have a Beast Tamer bracelet. How am I supposed to take such a giant creature out with me? Just then, the Xuanwu Turtle let out 2 low growls. Under Su Yuan's astonished gaze, it began to shrink rapidly, returning to the size of a soccer ball in an instant. This ability, far surpassing that of an average Tier 3 beast, was clearly a benefit of its newly acquired camouflage skill. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Xian, Su Yuan said with a grin as he bent down to pick up the shrunken version of the Xuanwu Turtle. I hope one day you'll become as powerful as the mythical Xuanwu. Staying in this small form will definitely catch enemies off guard. Xiao Xian blinked its large, dark eyes, a mischievous glint in its gaze, as if it fully understood its master's intentions. Over the next month, Su Yuan carried the disguised Xiao Xian with him as he went about his daily school life. He also invested 3 million yuan in high-grade beast food and water element beast cores to aid its training. With such premium resources, Xiao Xian's strength skyrocketed, advancing from common Tier 3 to common Tier 7 in no time. Meanwhile, Su Yuan himself mastered the Soul Arrow skill taught at school, a technique that allowed him to condense spiritual energy into arrows to attack enemies. It was during this time that the school announced its first field trial. 500 students who had contracted beasts gathered on the school field, each equipped with a crystal beast tamer bracelet and a red signal flare gun. Principal Wang Gang stood on the stage, addressing the students. Students, it's been a month since you became beast tamers, and I trust your beasts have made significant progress. However, a true beast tamer grows through real combat. Today, we will head to the outskirts of the Misty Forest for a trial. To ensure your safety, in addition to the teachers setting up a perimeter, we've enlisted the help of powerful beast tamers from Thunderfire Security Group. They will clear out overly dangerous beasts to prevent you from being overwhelmed. If you encounter danger, fire your signal flare for assistance. Understood? Yes, sir. The students answered in unison. Good. Everyone, board the buses and prepare to depart. With Principal Wang Gang's command, the group boarded the buses in batches, heading toward the Misty Forest on the northern outskirts of Tianyang City. 2.5 hours later, Su Yuan and his group finally arrived at their destination. As they stepped off the vehicle, a wave of wilderness filled the air around them. Stretching endlessly before their eyes was a vast, ancient forest. Towering trees stood densely packed, each one soaring tens of meters high, with trunks so thick it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle them. A thin layer of mist hovered over the treetops, giving the scene an ethereal, almost otherworldly quality. Standing at the edge of the forest, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Having grown up in the concrete jungle of Tianyang City, this was his first time experiencing the sights outside the city. In the distance, a deep, guttural roar echoed through the forest, further exciting the students around him. Wow, did you hear that roar? Someone exclaimed. This misty forest looks just like a scene from a fairyland. Ha, my path to greatness starts here. Another declared with determination. Unlike the ordinary students arriving by bus, Li Ming and his group had already arrived in luxury cars. Beside him stood 2 imposing Beastmasters from the Thunderfire Security Group, along with several elite heirs from Tianyang City's most prestigious families, including Shi Qianying. Su Yuan. Shi Qianying's voice suddenly rang out. She quickly spotted him in the crowd and walked toward him with a hint of shyness on her finely featured face. Her approach immediately drew envious and jealous stares from the surrounding boys. Li Ming, in particular, glanced at Su Yuan's Beastmaster bracelet, and a subtle glimmer of emotion passed through his eyes. I heard you've contracted a Blastoise, and the school is even helping you evolve it into a King Blastoise. That's an extraordinary grade beast. Shi Qianying said cheerfully, her hands clasped behind her back. Since discovering her Beastmaster talent a month ago, she had been undergoing training within her family, and this was her first time seeing Su Yuan in a month. Su Yuan smiled warmly in response. Thank you, but it's still a rare grade beast for now. It hasn't evolved yet. If you're missing any evolution materials, just let me know. My family deals in the Beastmaster business, so it's much easier for us to find rare resources than it is for the school. Shi Qianying offered enthusiastically. There's no need, the evolution materials are almost complete. I'm just waiting on a few rare components that are currently being acquired. Once this practical training is over, my Blastoise should be able to evolve, Su Yuan replied confidently. As Su Yuan and Shi Qianying were engaged in conversation, Li Ming approached them with confident strides. His gaze was fixed on Shi Qianying, and a deliberate smile adorned his face. Qianying, Su Yuan, long time no see. Li Ming greeted them, then wasted no time boasting. Qianying, the thunder cat my grandfather prepared for me has now evolved into a lightning tiger, with a stellar 7-star rating. It's already at Tier 5 of the ordinary rank, capable of challenging higher tier beasts unless they're of extraordinary quality. Holding his head high, he continued with pride. Why don't we team up for the combat training? If we encounter any powerful beasts, I can protect you. Shi Qianying frowned slightly at his words, her tone carrying a clear hint of displeasure. Li Ming, do you think I'm just some fragile ornament in need of protection? And stop calling me Qianying, we're not that close. Li Ming was momentarily flustered. No, that's not what I meant. Listen. Before he could finish, the whistle signaling the start of the combat training suddenly pierced the air. Students all around began heading toward the misty forest. Shi Qianying turned to Su Yuan, her tone softening. Su Yuan, the training has started. I'll head out first. I hope you gain something from it. See you later. With that, she briskly walked off in a direction with no other students, not sparing Li Ming another glance. Su Yuan silently chose a different path, never saying a word to Li Ming from start to finish, as if the latter didn't exist at all. Su Yuan, we'll see about this. Li Ming shouted after Su Yuan's disappearing figure, his face contorted with anger. It wasn't until the two Beast Tamers from the Thunderfire security group beside him reminded him that he realized he was the last one remaining. Li Ming glared fiercely in the direction Su Yuan had gone and muttered a low command to the two Beast Tamers. Keep track of his route. Make sure the boys give him some special attention. With that, he too entered the forest. The two Beast Tamers exchanged a glance. One of them remarked, man, Li Xiao's definitely jealous. Su Yuan's a genius Beast Tamer with a great talent. The teachers at Tianyang High are bound to keep an eye on him. We can apply some pressure, but don't go overboard. His safety must be guaranteed. Got it. They both pulled out their communicators and began relaying instructions. In the dense misty forest, Su Yuan stepped cautiously on the soft, thick carpet of fallen leaves, his eyes scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Even during the brightest hours of the morning, the intertwined branches and the pervasive mist rendered the forest dim and shadowy. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, carrying with it the soft whispers of leaves and a chilling touch of coolness. Xiaoxian, come out, Su Yuan called without hesitation, summoning his companion beast. In this world, only Beastmasters of the Lord tier could open up a beast space within themselves. Others had to rely on beast rings devices similar to pokeballs. While these rings could house any size of beast, they were limited to one per ring and lacked the ability to store other items. With a faint sound, Xiaoxian emerged from the beast ring and landed steadily on the fallen leaves beside Su Yuan. As a mystic water turtle that had reached the 7th tier of the common rank, Xiaoxian's true form was over 6 meters long. However, it currently maintained its disguised state, appearing as a water arrow turtle of 4th tier strength and roughly the size of a millstone, perfectly concealing its actual power. Let's move. With this reliable companion by his side, Su Yuan visibly relaxed a bit. Together, the man and beast cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, their steps inevitably producing the faint rustle of leaves. Being his first outdoor training session, Su Yuan was especially careful, covering only about half a kilometer in half an hour. Suddenly, Xiaoxian darted forward, conjuring a stream of water that shot toward a clearing 5 meters ahead. The impact of the water blast cleared away the piled-up dead branches and leaves, exposing the hidden presence beneath a vicious beast, a nearly 5-meter-long human-faced leaf snake. This creature bore markings on its head, resembling a human face, and its withered yellow body blended seamlessly with the forest floor. If not for Xiaoxian's timely detection, Su Yuan might have fallen victim to a deadly ambush. Through his sensory abilities, he quickly gathered information about the beast. It was of excellent 1-star quality, 3rd-tier common rank, equipped with the abilities of rage and venom injection. It also had 2 potential evolution paths, but had yet to undergo evolution. Although Su Yuan, bolstered by energy feedback from Xiaoxian, had the strength to contend with 5th-tier common beasts, the venom of the human-faced leaf snake could threaten opponents 3 to 4 tiers above its own rank. A single bite could force Su Yuan to abandon his training and seek immediate treatment, even if he managed to defeat the creature. Well done, Xiaoxian. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Keep attacking with water gun, let's finish this quickly. Against a venomous beast like this, maintaining distance and relying on ranged attacks was undoubtedly the safest strategy. Huff, huff. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiaoxian sprang into action. A dense surge of energy rapidly gathered above its head. In the blink of an eye, an even larger and more powerful water jet formed, shooting straight toward the humanoid-faced withered leaf snake, which had already raised a third of its body. The attack came so swiftly and fiercely that the target had no chance to dodge. Bang! As a beast of the 7th ordinary tier with exceptional 9-star high quality, Xiaoxian's water cannon was lethal even without exerting its full strength. The water jet hit the humanoid-faced withered leaf snake's head, 5 meters away, with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it instantly. The snake's headless body collapsed limply to the ground, and a small gray crystal core, about the size of a peanut, fell out. Xiaoxian, looks like our luck's pretty good today. Su Yuan exclaimed with delight as he spotted the gray crystal core right away, a smile lighting up his face. In this world, the strength of ferocious beasts is classified into 9 realms: ordinary, awakened, extraordinary, commander, lord, king, emperor, sovereign, and saint. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Typically, only beasts of the 5th ordinary tier or higher are guaranteed to produce crystal cores. The fact that this humanoid-faced withered leaf snake, merely at the 3rd ordinary tier, managed to yield a crystal core was indeed surprising. Hence Su Yuan's astonishment. Huff, huff. Hearing its master's praise, Xiao nodded happily. A wave of joy transmitted through their bond into Su Yuan's mind. Let's keep it up. All the spoils from the ferocious beasts we take down during this misty forest combat training are ours. Once the training's over, I'll sell the crystal cores we don't need and buy you some premium beast food. Su Yuan said with a grin, bending down to pick up the crystal core and slipping it into his pocket. With that, the pairman and beast continued their journey deeper into the misty forest. Roar! In the dense misty forest, a massive tiger, nearly 3 meters in length, suddenly leaped out from the trees, blocking Su Yuan and Xiaoxian's path. Without hesitation, the enormous beast lunged straight at Su Yuan. Su Yuan's sharp gaze locked onto the black-eyed tiger, and a stream of information instantly appeared before him. Black-eyed tiger, beast terra element, quality, common 8-star, level, common tier 4, skills, hunger, iron claw strike, evolution count, 0, evolution path, 1. At the exact moment the tiger pounced, Xiaoxian launched the first strike. A water pillar, as thick as a barrel, surged forth with a deafening roar, hitting the airborne tiger square in the abdomen, leaving it vulnerable without any foothold. As a Xian Shui turtle of common tier 7, Xiaoxian's water cannon was far more powerful than a typical attack. The massive tiger was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree so thick it would take 3 people to encircle it. The impact knocked the beast to the ground. Howl! The black-eyed tiger let out a pained cry. The blow had caused severe internal injuries, shattering its organs and leaving its abdomen torn and bleeding profusely. It struggled to stand but was too weak to rise. Seeing this, Xiaoxian unleashed another water cannon, finishing it off completely. Only then did Su Yuan approach. He drew a dagger from his waist and carefully dissected the tiger's body. No crystal core in this one. Let's move on. He washed his hands in a nearby puddle and signaled to Xiaoxian. 2 hours later, a loud thud echoed through another part of the forest, followed by a piercing wolf's howl that quickly faded into silence. Xiaoxian, take this water magic wolf's crystal core. It should help replenish the energy you've used up recently. Su Yuan retrieved a small, peanut-sized blue crystal core from the freshly slain water magic wolf and tossed it to Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian leaped up excitedly, catching the core with ease before swallowing it. A surge of concentrated water energy burst forth, instantly restoring the energy it had expended. Satisfied, it walked up to Su Yuan, rubbing its head affectionately against him in gratitude. Su Yuan gently patted Xiaoxian's head, though his gaze remained fixed on the wolf's body, his brows furrowed. In just 2.5 hours of exploring the misty forest, they had already encountered 37 fierce beasts, including this common tier 5 water magic wolf. The encounters were becoming increasingly frequent and average. A beast appeared every 5 minutes. There are way too many beasts in this misty forest, Su Yuan thought to himself. Luckily, Xiaoxian has reached common tier 7 and is a Xian Shui turtle of exceptional 9-star quality, making it incredibly powerful. If it were another student on this trial, they would have been eliminated long ago. Even someone like Li Ming would struggle to handle so many beasts in quick succession. This realization left Su Yuan even more puzzled. Tianyang High School had organized this field combat training to test the students' survival skills in the outer regions of the misty forest for 3 days. If the others were also encountering such a high density of beasts, most of them excluding a few privileged elites like Shi Qianying and Li Ming would already have been forced to withdraw. For newly contracted beast tamers, this level of difficulty seemed far from constructive. Perhaps the school has given me special treatment, Su Yuan thought, a faint smile crossing his lips. After all, I am Tianyang High's most talented beast tamer. The thought that the school had deliberately increased the frequency of encounters with fierce beasts in the misty forest kept circling in Su Yuan's mind. After careful consideration, he gradually realized that he might be undergoing a special test. This realization made his gaze firm as he silently vowed to prove that the resources the school had invested in him were well worth it. Turning to look at Xiaoxian beside him, he sensed that its energy had mostly recovered. Xiaoxian, once you're ready, we'll keep going, Su Yuan said with a smile. Xiaoxian let out a snorting sound and nodded vigorously in response. Man and beast continued their journey deeper into the misty forest. However, Su Yuan was unaware that this ordeal was not orchestrated by the school, but was a deliberate scheme by Li Ming. Thunderfire Security Group, a company owned by Li Ming's family, was secretly monitoring his every move. 100 meters away, perched atop the crown of a towering tree nearly 100 meters tall, a security officer observed the battle through a tablet in his hands. His lips twitched involuntarily as he stared at the corpse of a water demon wolf on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. Taking down 37 fierce beasts in just 2.5 hours was an extraordinary feat. Even the high-quality, peak 5th-tier water demon wolf was slain in just 2 attacks by Su Yuan's beast. The massive water arrow turtle, with its grinding stana-sized body, displayed strength far beyond everyone's expectations, likely having reached the level of an ordinary 7th-tier beast. Following orders from his superiors, the security officer responsible for Su Yuan's safety had been steadily increasing the frequency and strength of the beasts. Yet, to his surprise, Su Yuan handled every opponent with ease. Even the peak 5th-tier water demon wolf failed to pose any challenge to him. As he watched the water arrow turtle, whose size and strength seemed so mismatched, the security officer's mind was filled with doubt. Is this really just an ordinary water arrow turtle? He wondered. Typically, turtles of this size would only have strength around the 3rd or 4th tier, but the performance of this one defied all logic. Its power had far surpassed all of his expectations. As dusk approached, the atmosphere deep within the misty forest grew heavy and oppressive. Tang Zihan, clad in athletic gear, stood atop the broad shoulder of a towering earthquake bear, nearly 10 meters tall. Her sharp gaze was fixed on the horizon. From the distance, 3 awakened-tier gale wolves with imposing auras were racing toward them. 3 awakened-tier gale wolves of excellent quality. There's no way we can let them pass, Tang Zihan declared, turning to the crimson figure beside her. Xiaohong, take them down. Before her words had fully landed, the scarlet flame fox at her side transformed into a streak of fiery red light, leaping toward the oncoming wolves. Despite its smaller size, the aura radiating from the scarlet flame fox completely dominated its awakened-tier opponents. The battle erupted in an instant. The scarlet flame fox appeared before the lead gale wolf in a flash, nimbly evading its snapping jaws. Its claws slashed through the air, igniting sparks as they tore into flesh. As the two figures crossed paths, the acrid scent of burning filled the air. A grotesque wound gaped along the lead wolf's abdomen, stretching from its foreleg to its hind leg, spilling its innards onto the forest floor. Without pausing, the scarlet flame fox turned its attention to the remaining 2 wolves, pouncing on them like a harbinger of death. The entire fight lasted no more than 2 seconds, and all 3 gale wolves lay lifeless. With practiced efficiency, the fox extracted the green crystal cores, each the size of a dragon's eye, from their skulls and respectfully presented them to Tang Zihan. Well done, Tang Zihan praised as she carefully stowed the cores. These 3 awakened-tier beast cores, each worth at least 10,000 Federation credits, totaled over 30 Thusanda substantial haul. Duh, bury these gale wolves' bodies so the scent of blood doesn't attract more beasts, Tang Zihan instructed, patting the earthquake bear beside her. With a low growl, the bear summoned a dense aura of earth elemental energy. The ground churned and shifted, swallowing the 3 carcasses entirely before settling back to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Nightfall descended, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Yet, with the dense canopy and ever-present mist of the forest, moonlight struggled to break through, plunging the area into impenetrable darkness. As the night deepened, the forest's beasts grew increasingly active, forcing the remaining students to heighten their vigilance. Night was the domain of the Biasta universal truth in this world. Even with heightened caution, the oppressive darkness took its toll on the students. Streaks of distress flares periodically lit up the sky, signaling the retreat of more and more participants from the trial. Boom! In the heart of the trial zone, a flare exploded high above, its brilliance cutting through the mist and treetops, illuminating the forest for several kilometers. Standing beneath a towering tree, Su Yuan glanced up at the distant light and mused to himself, another student has been eliminated. It seems the misty forest at night is far too perilous for most students who've only been beast tamers for a month. And this is with the school instructors holding back the more formidable beasts deeper in the forest. Without their intervention, no one would survive tonight. With that thought, he lowered his gaze and returned his focus to the campfire before him, its flickering light casting dancing shadows across his face. Over the crackling campfire hung a large, golden-brown roast, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. It was the hind leg of a ferocious wild boar that Su Yuan had taken down before nightfall. After nearly 2 hours of careful roasting, the rich, savory scent had permeated the surroundings. Sitting beside him, Xiao Xian stared intently at the sizzling meat, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Almost ready, Su Yuan murmured to himself, drawing his trusty knife and deftly slicing off a piece of the roast. He skewered the meat onto a prepared stick, let it cool slightly with a gentle blow, and took a bite. The flavor exploded in his mouth, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. Rich yet not overwhelming. Even without any seasoning, the taste was nothing short of perfection. Xiao, your turn, Su Yuan said, slicing off a generous chunk of meat, skewering it, and waving it in the air to cool it down before handing it to his companion. Xiao eagerly snapped it up, devouring the hefty 2-pound piece in just a few bites. He then turned to Su Yuan with an expectant gaze, his appetite clearly unquenched. Su Yuan chuckled at the sight. I knew you'd have a big appetite. This leg was meant for you anyway. Just as he was about to carve another piece, Xiao suddenly stiffened, rising to his feet with a low, menacing growl. His body tensed, and water elements began to coalesce around him, ready to strike at any potential threat. Su Yuan immediately froze, his entire body on high alert. After enduring dozens of battles earlier that day, he had learned to trust Xiao's instincts, which were never baseless. What truly unsettled him, however, was the intensity of Xiao's reaction, far more heightened than when they had encountered any other beasts. Though Xiao was an ordinary 7th-rank beast, his strength rivaled that of high-quality 9th-rank beasts. For him to exhibit such wariness, the approaching adversary must be extraordinarily powerful. Quickly assessing the situation, Su Yuan's eyes locked onto the dense shrubbery ahead. His right hand discreetly moved toward the signal flare at his waist, ready for whatever was to come. Whoosh! Under the intense gaze of Su Yuan and Xiao, the illuminated bushes ahead suddenly rustled. Out emerged a small black cat, no more than 20 centimeters in length, moving with an air of elegance. Its jet-black fur gleamed faintly under the firelight, and a striking azure marking on its forehead made it all the more distinctive. Its large, clear eyes exuded innocence and charm, making it look utterly adorable. However, Su Yuan did not let its cute appearance lower his guard. Any creature that could make Xiao so cautious was undoubtedly more dangerous than it seemed. His vision immediately displayed the detailed attributes of the small black cat. Shadow Wind Cat. Species: feline dark element, wind element. Quality: exceptional, 9 stars. Level: ordinary, 6th tier. Status: curious, hungry. Skills: wind blade, shadow stealth. Evolution count: 0. Evolution paths: 6 options, including wind shadow tiger, night demon tiger, and ultimately the mythical 9 nether demon tiger. Exceptional, 9 stars. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. To encounter such a rare and formidable beast on the outskirts of the misty forest was beyond his expectations. As he marveled, Xiao had already launched an attack. A powerful jet of water shot straight toward the shadow wind cat, which had been eyeing the roasted meat on the campfire. Though lured by the aroma, the cat reacted swiftly, leaping gracefully to evade the assault. Angered, its eyes glinted with fury as it let out a low growl and charged forward. Intense wind elements gathered around it, forming countless azure wind blades that flew toward Xiao and Su Yuan. Xiao's eyes burned with equal ferocity. In an instant, he shed his disguise, expanding to a colossal sizes even meters long and over 3 meters tall, effortlessly blocking all the wind blades. Though momentarily intimidated by Xiao's transformation, the shadow wind cat showed no fear, instead growing more intrigued. Suddenly, it vanished into the shadows using its shadow stealth skill, reappearing an instant later at Xiao's neck. Its sharp claws raked across the scales, sparking fire and leaving 3 distinct gashes. Fortunately, Xiao's evolved form as the Mystic Water Turtle granted him formidable scale defenses, preventing any real injury. Witnessing this, Su Yuan felt no concern. Instead, his desire to tame the Shadow Wind Cat only grew stronger. Such a beast with immense potential would undoubtedly become a powerful ally if captured. Enraged by the attack, Xiao let out a thunderous roar. Torrents of water elements surged around him, forming a massive vortex that trapped the Shadow Wind Cat within. Wave after wave crashed down relentlessly. The small black cat, like a fragile boat caught in a storm, meowed in panic, struggling to escape. It attempted to use wind blades to break free, but each strike was swallowed by the overwhelming tides. Su Yuan watched the scene unfold, deeply impressed by the sheer power Xiao displayed. This was the first time Su Yuan witnessed Xiao using his tide-striking skill in combat. Waves of water surged under Xiao's control, crashing toward the Gale Shadow Cat like a relentless storm. Despite being overwhelmed and unable to fight back, Su Yuan quickly noticed something unusual. The attacks, which should have been lethal enough to instantly kill an ordinary 7th-tier beast, failed to deal critical damage to the Gale Shadow Cat. The cat's cries were frantic yet surprisingly robust, showing no signs of severe injury. Its defensive capabilities are truly astonishing. It seems that the strength of a 9-star exceptional grade beast far exceeds my expectations. Even though it's a tier below Xiao, it can still hold its ground in this deadlock, Su Yuan thought to himself. In that case, I might as well test the power of my soul arrow. As the Gale Shadow Cat twisted and turned through the air, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and quickly concentrated his mental energy, forming it into an invisible arrow. The cat suddenly sensed danger, an intense feeling of impending doom surging through its mind. It let out a sharp meow and frantically attacked the surrounding waves, desperately trying to escape. But it was too late. Su Yuan's soul arrow had already locked onto its target. With a faint buzz, the Gale Shadow Cat felt a searing pain in its mind before everything went dark, and it collapsed into unconsciousness. The system promptly displayed the cat's updated status. Gale Shadow Cat. Type: Spirit Beast. Classification: Feline Dark Element, Wind Element. Quality: Exceptional 9-star. Level: Ordinary 5th tier. Status: Critically injured, unconscious. Skills: Wind Blade, Shadow Stealth. Evolution count: 0. Available evolution paths: 6. Whoa. I didn't expect my soul arrow to be this powerful. It took it down in a single strike. Su Yuan stared at the updated attributes on the panel, astonished by the strength of his attack. Xian also noticed the unusual state of the Gale Shadow Cat and halted his assault. The cat had crashed heavily to the ground and remained unconscious. Xian, still fuming with anger, was about to step forward to deliver a few more kicks and finish off the enemy for good. Xian, stop! Su Yuan called out urgently, his gaze fixed on the unconscious swift shadow cat. This cat has remarkable potential. Killing it would be such a waste. I want to make it my second contracted beast. Upon hearing his master's command, Xian immediately ceased its actions. Its massive form began to shrink, reverting to its original appearance as a regular Blastoise. Su Yuan quickly approached the unconscious swift shadow cat, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. A beast tamer can contract 1 beast per level, for a total of 9 levels. However, those with grade talent can contract an additional 1, Su Yuan murmured to himself. Although my celestial eye of revelation isn't classified among the known 9 levels, a divine talent like this surely surpasses SS grade. If I can contract this swift shadow cat, it will prove that my talent is far beyond the A grade result from the test. As he released his spiritual energy, a glowing beast contract began to take shape in the air. Su Yuan cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the contract, then guided its power into the swift shadow cat's forehead. Meow! A fierce, defiant roar echoed within Su Yuan's spiritual world. The swift shadow cat resisted the contract with all its might. Its opposition was far stronger than what Su Yuan had experienced when contracting Xiaoxian. However, under the overwhelming force of his spiritual energy, as powerful as a collapsing mountain or a surging tsunami, the cat's resistance crumbled swiftly. The moment the contract was sealed, a surge of immense power flowed into Su Yuan's body. Not only did it enhance his physical abilities, but his spiritual energy also experienced a significant boost. At the same time, however, he noticed that the mental burden had increased, now roughly 3 times heavier than before. Though the burden has grown, it's still manageable for me, Su Yuan thought to himself. Right now, the mental strain only accounts for about 1/5 of my limit. Contracting 1 or 2 more beasts shouldn't be an issue. It seems the soul crystal stone truly failed to measure my real potential. But that's fine. Being labeled an A grade talent is neither too weak nor too conspicuous. Glancing at the severely injured and unconscious swift shadow cat, Su Yuan decided to store it in his beast ring for recovery. The beast ring not only served as a storage space, but also had basic healing functions. Once the combat training session concluded, he would need to purchase some medicine to treat the cat's mental wounds and help his new companion recover as quickly as possible. With a single thought, Su Yuan transferred the swift shadow cat into his beast ring. The moment Su Yuan recalled the Shadow Wind Panther into his Beastmaster's bracelet, Xiaoxian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Su Yuan noticed a flicker of displeasure in Xiaoxian's eyes, clearly unsettled by the addition of a competitor for his attention. Haha, come on, Xiaoxian, let's keep eating, Su Yuan said with a grin, patting Xiaoxian on the head. After slicing off a piece of roasted meat for himself, he tossed the entire roasted leg to Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious meat, and he caught it in his mouth, instantly forgetting his earlier unease as he focused entirely on devouring the treat. While the master and companion enjoyed their leisurely meal, deep within the dense forest, a Beastmaster from the Thunderfire security group was intently staring at the screen in his hands, his face filled with shock. This is no ordinary aqua tortoise. Ordinary ones don't have the ability to alter their size. And this kid, he's just successfully bonded with another beast. That's at least an S-rank Beastmaster talent. This Beastmaster, assigned by Li Ming to protect Su Yuan, had been secretly monitoring him. Moments ago, he had witnessed the battle between Xiaoxian and the Shadow Wind Panther, as well as Su Yuan forming a contract with his second beast. For someone still in the basic tier to bond with a second beast was unheard of. It meant Su Yuan's talent had to be above a rank. In fact, Tianyang City hadn't seen an S-rank Beastmaster talent in nearly a century. Just as the Beastmaster was about to report this monumental discovery, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Before he could react, a swift and decisive chop shattered his skull, leaving him no chance to summon his beast. The one who struck was none other than Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang High School. As a lower-tier Beastmaster, he had been secretly protecting this exceptionally gifted student. Su Yuan truly exceeds all my expectations, Wang Gang mused quietly. In strength talent one day, he'll surpass me and reach the rank of king-tier Beastmaster. But now is not the time for his abilities to be exposed. With a calm gaze fixed on the lifeless body, Wang Gang disappeared back into the shadows. The following morning, a thunderous beast's roar erupted from the depths of the misty forest. The sheer force of its presence swept through the area, causing the towering trees within a radius of several kilometers to tremble violently. Every wild creature in the vicinity cowered in fear under the oppressive aura, lowering themselves to the ground in submission. In the depths of the mist-shrouded forest, a dramatic and breathtaking scene was unfolding in a secluded clearing. Standing tall and imposing was a shadow gale cat, its sleek body stretching nearly 3 meters in length. Though similar in appearance to its kin, it was far more robust, its piercing eyes glowing with a chilling ferocity. Beneath its razor-sharp claws lay the lifeless body of a transcendent shadow panther, a beast even larger than itself. Encircling the clearing were dozens of powerful beasts, each exuding an intimidating presence. Among them were even commander-level creatures, beings that typically reigned supreme in their domains. Yet now, faced with the shadow gale cat that had effortlessly slain the transcendent shadow panther in mere moments, these formidable creatures could do nothing but crouch low to the ground, trembling in fear. I don't care what means you use. If you fail to find my child by the end of today, all of you will die together. Now get out of my sight, the shadow gale cat growled, its voice suddenly taking on the clarity of human speech. Standing atop the shadow panther's corpse, it swept its sharp gaze over the assembled beasts, its voice seething with barely restrained fury. The roar sent shivers through the surrounding beasts, who responded with a cacophony of howls and growls before scattering hastily into the depths of the forest. Spurred on by the commanding presence of the transcendent and commander-level beasts, scores of lesser creatures ranging from ordinary to awakened-level beasts joined the frantic search, triggering a massive, sweeping hunt throughout the forest. Once the clearing was empty and the other beasts had vanished, the shadow gale cat cast a cold, disdainful glance at the shadow panther's corpse beneath its feet. Its voice dripped with icy contempt as it hissed, "You were entrusted to guard my child, yet you dared abandon your duty. Killing you 100 times wouldn't quell my rage." Humph. With that, its claws plunged into the shadow panther's skull, extracting the beast's core crystal in one swift motion before devouring it in a single bite. As the crystal dissolved within, the fury in the shadow gale cat's eyes subsided slightly. In the blink of an eye, its form vanished without a trace, leaving the clearing empty and silent once more. The sinister aura emanating from the gale shadow cat was suffocating, a clear indication that its strength had surpassed the 6th-tier lord level. Yet, fortune seemed to favor the bold this time. The creature's cub had gone missing, presenting an extraordinary opportunity to claim it. As the gale shadow cat vanished into the dense forest, two figures emerged silently from the thick trunk of a distant tree, a young girl and a middle-aged man. Both were cloaked in wide, flowing black robes, though the girl's graceful figure was barely concealed by the fabric. The man exhaled in relief, but the girl's stunning face betrayed a mix of excitement and longing. The sheer power the gale shadow cat had displayed left her in awe. The thought of bonding with such a beast's cub filled her with ambition, securing it could pave the way for her to become a formidable lord-tier beast tamer. "Uncle Ba, we have to move quickly to find that cub. If the mother finds it first, forming a bond will be nearly impossible," the girl said, her bright, determined eyes locking onto the middle-aged man. The man, addressed as Uncle Ba, nodded in agreement. Without delay, the two split up and began their search. Time slipped by, and soon it was the afternoon of the trial's second day. Deep within the trial zone designated for Tianyang High School students, Su Yuan was dominating his surroundings with his companion, Xiao Xian. With just 3 precise water gun attacks, Xiao Xian effortlessly brought down an ironclad rhino, a common 8th-tier beast of excellent 3-star quality, demonstrating its remarkable power growth. As Su Yuan prepared to extract the rhino's crystal core, Xiao Xian suddenly radiated an overwhelming surge of energy. Its aura surged dramatically as it broke through to the 8th tier. Overjoyed, Su Yuan quickly opened Xiao Xian's attribute panel to check its updated stats. The Mystic Water Turtle had now reached an extraordinary 9-star quality at the 8th tier, mastering skills such as Water Gun, Wave Surge, and Camouflage. In the outer regions of the Misty Forest, this level of strength rendered it virtually invincible. Even a battle against a 9th-tier beast would be well within its capabilities. But Su Yuan's elation was short-lived. From the distance came a cacophony of beastly roars, growing louder and more chaotic with each passing moment. Wang Gang, who had been secretly watching over Su Yuan, immediately recognized the danger. This was the onset of a small-scale beast tide. Worse still, the tide included multiple lower-tier beasts. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Wang Gang used his communication device to issue an evacuation order and simultaneously sent a distress signal to Tianyang City for reinforcements. In a flash, he appeared beside Su Yuan with such speed that it left the young man stunned. "Who are you?" Su Yuan demanded, his instincts kicking in as every hair on his body stood on end. His voice was sharp with vigilance, his entire posture braced for confrontation. "Principal, what brings you here?" Su Yuan asked in surprise as he saw Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School, suddenly appear. "We'll talk about that later. You need to leave the misty forest immediately and head to the assembly point outside. This area will soon be overrun by the beast tide. I'll buy you some time." Wang Gang waved his hand, summoning his contracted beast. A colossal serpent, dozens of meters long and covered in black scales the size of millstones, materialized in an instant. Its fierce aura swept across the surroundings, forcing Su Yuan to instinctively take half a step back. Even Xiao Xian trembled slightly under the pressure, its eyes filled with caution. Obsidian Python. Contract type, Serpent Metal Element. Quality, exceptional, 8 stars. Level, Lord, Tier 7. Skills, Iron Wall, Constrict, Blade Scale Slash. Evolution count, 1. A lower tier contracted beast. Su Yuan stared in shock at the massive creature before him. Though he had long heard that Wang Gang was the second most powerful individual in Tianyang City, surpassed only by the mayor, it was only now, standing in the presence of a lower-tier beast, that he truly grasped the immense gap between himself and someone of this caliber. In front of such a being, he felt as insignificant as an ant. "Old friend, let's go." Wang Gang leapt effortlessly onto the serpent's head. "Huh, you finally let me out, old man. I've been bored to death these days. A small beast tide? Perfect for stretching my muscles." The obsidian python spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, its snake eyes gleaming with excitement. The serpent, carrying Wang Gang, tore through the forest like a speeding freight train, leaving destruction in its wake. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. "So this is the power of a lower-tier Beastmaster," Su Yuan murmured to himself, his desire to become a top-tier warrior burning even stronger. However, the distant roars of beasts quickly snapped him back to reality. "Xiao Xian, we need to retreat immediately. The beast tide is beyond anything we can handle. While the principal holds them off, we must regroup with the teachers outside." Xiao Xian immediately understood. Its body expanded to 3 meters in size, signaling for Su Yuan to climb onto its shell. Though Xiao Xian had reached ordinary tier 8, facing a beast tide that could include awakened or extraordinary tier beasts meant retreat was their only sensible option. Meanwhile, Wang Gang had already reached the forefront of the beast tide. He spotted a young girl in a black robe, fleeing in panic atop a Wind Liona commander-tier beast while being pursued by an overwhelming horde of vicious creatures. "Senior, I am Huangfu Yunjiao of the Huangfu family from Tianyun City. Please, help me, and I will reward you generously," the girl shouted desperately upon seeing Wang Gang. It turned out that Huangfu Yunjiao was one of the 2 black-robed individuals who had earlier entered the forest in search of a Shadow Gale cat cub. Their actions had inadvertently provoked the wrath of the cub's lower-tier mother. At this moment, Huangfu Shiba, the other member of their group, was locked in a fierce battle with the Shadow Gale cat, having sent his second strongest beast, a Tier 9 commander Wind Lion, to protect Huangfu Yunjiao. Yet even so, the Wind Lion was severely injured and struggling to hold on. Hearing the name Huangfu family, Wang Gang's expression shifted. As an ally of this influential family, he wasted no time. Summoning his remaining 4 commander-tier beasts, he led his full force into battle against the surging beast tide. Under the lead of the obsidian python, Wang Gang's 5 contracted beasts charged into the beast tide behind Huangfu Yunjiao like sharp blades. Wherever the lord-tier, 7th-ranked obsidian python went, ferocious beasts fell one after another, its overwhelming presence causing the entire beast tide to tremble with fear. The 4 commander-tier beasts followed closely, cutting down ferocious beasts one after another as if they were tigers among sheep. Under the powerful intimidation of the obsidian python, the beasts in the tide instinctively felt fear, their advance slowing involuntarily. This was a fundamental rule of the beast world: weakness naturally feared strength, rendering them unable to fully exert their power. This allowed the obsidian python to slaughter the small-scale beast tide with even greater impunity. "Young lady, I am Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang City's No. 1 High School, and I have some ties with your Huangfu family. What's going on with this beast tide today?" Taking advantage of the temporary halt in the beast tide caused by his contracted beasts, Wang Gang approached Huangfu Yunjiao and asked, "Ah, so it's Uncle Wang. Yunjiao is deeply grateful for your assistance. Huangfu Yunjiao's eyes lit up as she respectfully replied, I've often heard my father mention you. When you said you were the principal of Tianyang number 1 High, I immediately realized you were my father's close friend. Your father is? My father is Huangfu Shiyao. So, you're Huangfu Shiyao's daughter, Wang Gang said, suddenly understanding. I didn't expect that old fellow to have such a talented descendant. At such a young age, you're already stepping into the threshold of the awakening tier. As a lower-tier beast tamer, Wang Gang could easily discern Huangfu Yunjiao's level of strength. If he remembered correctly, Huangfu Shiyao's daughter should be in the same cohort as Su Yuan. To have reached the peak of the ordinary tier in such a short time, even with the full support of the Huangfu family, such talent was truly extraordinary. After listening to Huangfu Yunjiao recount her and Huangfu Shiba's journey into the misty forest in search of a Gale Shadow cat cub, Wang Gang was once again astonished. Another genius with steer beast taming talent. Preparing to contract a second beast, while still in the ordinary tier, indicated her talent was undoubtedly at the steer level. Recalling the black cat Su Yuan had contracted the night before, Wang Gang's expression turned peculiar. He was now completely certain that it was the Gale Shadow cat. The thought of Huangfu Shiyao finding out that not only had his daughter been chased by a beast tide, but her desired beast had also been snatched by Su Yuan made Wang Gang chuckle inwardly. Uncle Wang, can you go help Uncle Ba? He's facing a Lord-tier Gale Shadow cat and a group of Commander-tier beasts alone. I'm worried something might happen to him. Huangfu Yunha's anxious voice pulled Wang Gang back to reality. Don't worry. Your Uncle Ba is strong and can hold his own. He'll first have my Firebird send you out of the misty forest, and then he'll go join him, Wang Gang reassured her. As he spoke, he summoned his Commander-tier Firebird. After expressing her gratitude, Huangfu Yunjiao swiftly leaped onto the Firebird's back and flew toward the gathering point outside the misty forest. At that moment, the heavily injured Wind Lion let out a roar and, without hesitation, charged into the beast tide, determined to return to its master's side and fight alongside him. Old friend, follow it, Wang Gang ordered with a frown. In its current severely injured state, the Wind Lion would be heading to its death if it recklessly charged into the beast tide. If the Wind Lion perished, Huangfu Shiba, who was locked in a life-or-death battle with the Gale Shadow cat, would undoubtedly suffer a backlash, putting him in a perilous situation. The Obsidian Python obeyed, unleashing its overwhelming might as it followed the Wind Lion, slaughtering any ferocious beasts that posed a threat along the way. Meanwhile, Wang Gang and his other 3 Commander-tier beasts joined the battle, using his powerful mental strength to unleash techniques like soul arrows, targeting the Commander-tier beasts within the tide. By eliminating these Commander-tier beasts, even if the tide reached the Tianyang number 1 high school team, the absence of high-ranking leaders would greatly reduce the pressure they faced. An hour later, Su Yuan stood on Xiao Xian's back as the massive creature charged out of the misty forest. Xiao Xian, now elevated to a standard level 8th rank, showcased a speed that left Su Yuan in awe. What would normally take 2 days to traverse had been covered in just 1 hour thanks to Xiao Xian's relentless sprinting. Along the way, they encountered several aggressive standard-tier beasts also fleeing the forest, but Xiao Xian swiftly dealt with each one. As they burst out of the forest, the gathered students of Tianyang First High erupted into excitement. Holy crap! It's Yuan Shun. Since when did his beast get this massive? Quick, take a picture. A genius beast tamer from Tianyang First High, riding a giant turtle out of the misty forest. This has to go viral. Some students noticed their own beasts trembling in fear at the sight of Xiao Xian. Someone quickly clarified, that's not just some giant turtle, it's a rare-tier Blastoise. And judging by its aura, it's at least a 5-star rare quality beast. Just then, the grade director announced sternly, the misty forest is erupting with a beast tide, and it's about to break through. We need to evacuate all 300+ students immediately. The scene quickly descended into chaos as panicked students rushed towards the buses. Only Su Yuan remained calm, knowing that Wang Gang, a lord-tier beast tamer stationed at the rear, was holding off the beast tide for now, ensuring temporary safety. Teachers and security personnel stepped in to restore order. Don't push. Stay in line. This is only a small-scale beast tide, and we will ensure everyone's safety. Just as the evacuation was almost complete, a sharp, piercing bird cry echoed across the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, their tension rising. The grade director's expression grew grave. As a commander-tier beast tamer, he could immediately sense the presence of a commander-level entity. Moments later, a crimson figure emerged from the mist, soaring high above. Su Yuan's system identified it as a contracted flamingo, exceptional 1-star quality, 7th-tier commander level, with skills such as Ember Spark, Flame Dash, and 1,000 Fire Feathers. It's the principal's flamingo, the grade director exclaimed, his tense demeanor easing slightly. However, when his eyes fell on the figure standing atop the flamingo's back, Huangfu Yunzuohe's expression turned puzzled. A graceful figure descended upon the gathering point, riding a flamingo, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her white dress flowing gently in the breeze. All those present unconsciously held their breath. The head of the grade's eyes lit up as his mind began to wander. Why was this stunning young lady riding the principal's flamingo? Could she possibly be the principal's secret daughter? Standing amidst the crowd, Su Yuan, despite his experience spanning 2 lifetimes, had to admit that the beauty of this young woman surpassed anyone he had ever seen. Even Shi Qianying, the school beauty of Tianyang High, paled slightly in comparison. Her appearance seemed to freeze time itself. The students, who had been preparing to board the buses for evacuation, stopped in their tracks. The boys stared at her in awe, momentarily forgetting the impending beast tide that loomed over them with fear. The girls, upon seeing her unparalleled beauty, lowered their heads in self-consciousness, feeling a tinge of inferiority. Just then, a delighted voice broke the silence. Yun Zhaojia, what are you doing here? Shi Qianying, escorted by a beast tamer from the Thunderfire security group, rushed out of the misty forest and ran eagerly toward the young woman. Qianying. Huangfu Yunjiao was momentarily surprised, but then broke into a radiant smile. A smile so bright it seemed to make the very air around her glow. She took Shi Qianying's hand and briefly explained the current situation. Their easy and familiar interaction made it clear that the two shared a close bond. After finishing her explanation, Huangfu Yunjiao turned to address the teachers of Tianyang High. Raising her voice, she said, "Teachers, I am Huangfu Yunjiao of the Huangfu family. Thanks to Principal Wang's rescue, I managed to escape the beast tide. A large number of ferocious beasts are now heading this way from the misty forest. Principal Wang is holding them off at the rear to buy us time. I urge everyone to evacuate this area immediately." The grade director paused slightly when he heard Huangfu Yunjiao's declaration. So, she was a disciple of the prestigious Huangfu family, not the principal's illegitimate daughter as rumors suggested. Shaking his head, he spoke with a calm, measured tone. "We still need to wait here for the remaining students who haven't yet exited the misty forest to regroup. For now, we cannot retreat. Miss Huangfu, perhaps you should leave with the convoy that's evacuating early. The principal has already contacted the Tianyang City Guard to escort everyone to safety. You'll board the bus to Tianyang City and meet up with them soon. Besides, this is just a minor beast wave. With the principal holding the front line, the pressure on us won't be too overwhelming." Huangfu Yunjiao stood firm, her gaze unwavering. "Then I'll stay as well. Even though I'm just an advanced Beastmaster, I can handle anything below awakened level beasts. I can assist the teachers in taking down those standard level beasts." A flicker of admiration flashed in the grade director's eyes. As expected of someone from the Huangfu family so young yet already at the peak of the advanced Beastmaster level. From her words alone, he could tell she had the strength to handle any beast below the awakened level. "Director, I'm staying with Yunjiao too." Shi Qianying immediately chimed in. This request left the grade director in a dilemma. Shi Qianying was the eldest daughter of Tianyang City's most prominent family. Any harm coming to her would be a disaster he couldn't bear. Before he could respond, Su Yuan also stepped forward, expressing his intent to stay and wait for the other students. The grade director's headache worsened. Su Yuan was a prodigy with an entire Beastmaster talent, the pride of Tianyang High School. If anything happened to him, Principal Wang Gang would surely have his head. At that moment, a figure emerged from the misty forest. Riding atop a massive earth bear was teacher Tang Zihan. Standing confidently on the bear's broad shoulders, she assured the director, "Let them stay, director. I'll ensure their safety." Su Yuan's eyes shifted to the earth bear, where he quickly assessed its attributes. Exceptional 7-star quality, level 8 commander deer. Equipped with abilities like Earth's Embrace, Quagmire, and Gravity Suppression. The sheer strength of this beast left him secretly astonished. Who would have thought that the graceful and elegant teacher Tang was a commander-level beastmaster of such remarkable power? Shi Qianying, brimming with excitement, tugged Huangfu Yunjiao over to Su Yuan. "Yunjiao, let me introduce you to a friend. This is my classmate, Su Yuan, a genius beastmaster with a tire talent. Su Yuan, this is Huangfu Yunjiao from the prestigious Huangfu family of Tianyun City. Bestie. Nice to meet you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded slightly at Huangfu Yunjiao, his expression calm. However, his heart was in turmoil under the insight of his celestial eye talent. He could clearly see that Huangfu Yunjiao possessed an S-level Nether Beastmaster talent. This rare ability significantly enhances the growth and combat power of shadow, poison, and undead-type beasts. Huangfu Yunjiao was visibly surprised by Su Yuan's composed demeanor. Normally, boys her age would stare at her with burning admiration, as if captivated by her presence. This was the first time someone had faced her with such calmness. This unique attitude sparked a hint of goodwill in her heart, and she responded with a gentle nod and a smile. What truly caught Huangfu Yunjiao's attention, however, was the creature by Su Yuan's side Xiao Xian. Thanks to the powerful mental acuity granted by her S-level talent, She couldn't fully discern all the details of the beast as Su Yuan could, but she could sense a faint yet overwhelming aura of power emanating from Xiaoxian. As someone who had never met her match among her peers as a Beastmaster, this was the first time she had felt such an oppressive force from another beast of the same level. Su Yuan, is your beast a Blastoise? Why does it look so different from the usual ones? Xuanwu Yunjiao's curiosity also drew Shi Qianying's attention. Shi Qianying carefully examined Xiaoxian and exclaimed in surprise, "You're right. Ordinary Blastoises have smooth shells, but this one has ridges, almost like the back of an alligator snapping turtle. And it even has scales covering its body. Blastoises aren't supposed to have those. The most striking thing is its size. A typical Awakened level Blastoise is around 2 meters tall, but this one is over 3 meters. Faced with the relentless questioning from the two girls, Su Yuan cleared his throat and explained, "Ahem. Well, this Blastoise is indeed a bit special. It's likely a mutated variant. Aside from its appearance being different from the usual Blastoises, its strength is also slightly superior." Seeing that Xiaoxian didn't have time to fully conceal its unique traits, Su Yuan decided to go with the flow and offer an explanation, using the opportunity to subtly prepare them for the upcoming battle. Mutated Blastoise. Both Xuanwu Yunjiao and Shi Qianying exclaimed in unison upon hearing Su Yuan's explanation. The two stared at Su Yuan in shock. From his description, this mutated Blastoise was clearly far superior to its ordinary counterparts. It was well known that the chance of a beast mutating was less than 1 in 100,000, and even then, the results were often unpredictable. Su Yuan not only managed to acquire a mutated Blastoise, but one that had evolved in a direction of immense strength. His luck was truly enviable. Typically, the potential of an ordinary Blastoise ranged between rare 5-star and 7-star levels. However, Su Yuan's mutated Blastoise was likely of an extraordinary caliber. To have one's very first beast reach such a level of excellence, coupled with an rank Beastmaster talent, was enough to make even prestigious families like the Huangfu clan go to great lengths to recruit such a prodigy. While the two were still reeling from the revelation, Li Ming emerged from the misty forest under the protection of two powerful Beastmasters from the Thunderfire security group. His eyes immediately searched for Shi Qianying. Upon spotting her standing with Su Yuan, a surge of jealousy ignited in his chest. Yet before he could dwell on it, his attention was drawn to Xuanwu Yunjiao, who stood beside her. Even in a plain black robe, Xuanwu Yunjiao's breathtaking beauty and unique presence were impossible to ignore. Li Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Quickly composing himself, he adjusted his appearance and strode toward the group. By now, most of the students had already evacuated, and everyone was focused on waiting for the remaining classmates to escape the forest. Anyone emerging from the misty forest naturally drew attention. Shi Qianying noticed Li Ming approaching, his heated gaze flicking back and forth between her and Xuanwu Yunjiao. Her brows furrowed in displeasure. "Qianying, I'm so relieved you made it out safely. When I heard about the beast tied in the forest, I was worried sick," Li Ming said, feigning concern. His eyes then shifted to Xuanwu Yunjiao. "And who might this lovely lady be?" How many times have I told you not to call me Qianying?" Shi Qianying snapped, her voice laced with disdain. Turning to Xuanwu Yunjiao, she added, "Yunjiao, let's go. There's no need to entertain him." With that, she grabbed Xuanwu Yunjiao's arm and briskly walked away, completely ignoring Li Ming. Li Ming stood frozen in place, embarrassment written all over his face. Su Yuan watched the scene unfold, finding it amusing. Just days ago, Li Ming had been reprimanded by Shi Qianying for a similar stunt, and yet here he was repeating the same mistake. Noticing Su Yuan's amused expression, Li Ming turned to glare at him, his anger boiling over. Seeing how close Shi Qianying and Xuanwu Yunjiao seemed to be with Su Yuan, his jealousy morphed into seething resentment. "Su Yuan, I'm warning you, stay away from Qianying and Yunjiao. Both of them are mine." "Idiot," Su Yuan retorted dismissively, tossing the word over his shoulder as he walked away with Xiaoxian by his side. "Damn it, that brat dares to ignore me again and again." Li Ming stood rooted to the spot, his eyes locked on Su Yuan's departing figure. His fists clenched involuntarily, and the fury burning in his chest threatened to consume him entirely. At that moment, two uniformed leaders from the Thunderfire security group approached him swiftly, lowering their voices as they spoke. "Young Master Li, a beast tide has emerged in the misty forest. Headquarters has ordered us to escort you to safety immediately." "When did Su Yuan leave?" Li Ming ignored their suggestion to evacuate and instead asked coldly. The two leaders answered truthfully. Upon learning that Su Yuan had left the forest only a few minutes before him, Li Ming's expression grew even darker. He vividly recalled giving explicit orders before entering the misty forest to sabotage this so-called rank genius, ensuring his early elimination and public humiliation. Clearly, his subordinates had failed to carry out the task. Sensing Li Ming's rising anger, one of the leaders quickly explained, "Young Master Li, It seems Su Yuan is indeed quite capable. More importantly, the operative we assigned to follow him has lost contact with us. Based on our assessment, it's likely that our colleague has already been dealt with by Tianyang High School. I'm afraid their life may be in jeopardy. He hesitated for a moment before continuing in an even lower tone. Our actions might have been exposed. I advise you not to mention this incident again. Tianyang High School hasn't pursued the matter yet, which likely means they don't want to escalate tensions with the Li family. The disappearance of our operative could very well be their warning. These words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Li Ming's head. Although the Li family had a Lord-level Beast Tamer in their ranks, their overall strength was indeed inferior to Tianyang High School. Even if their operative had been killed on the spot, the Li family couldn't afford to act recklessly after all. They were the ones who broke the rules first. I understand, Li Ming said, taking a deep breath and nodding heavily. He had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. However, when the two leaders once again suggested evacuating him, he resolutely refused. If Su Yuan and Shi Qianying had chosen to stay and fight the beast tide, how could he flee alone? Although his beast taming talent was only ranked B, the resources his family had invested in him were no less than those allocated to an A-rank talent. In Li Ming's eyes, his strength was in no way inferior to Su Yuan's. The impending beast tide presented the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities in front of Shi Qianying and the others. Su Yuan, when the beast tide arrives, I'll make sure you see the difference between us with your own eyes. Li Ming muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan's fading silhouette as he clenched his fists once more. The grade director stood at the school gate, his sharp gaze scanning the growing crowd of students. He turned to the teacher in charge of roll call and asked, "Is everyone here?" "Still missing two," the teacher replied. "The Thunderfire security group just sent word theory escorting the last two students and should arrive in 3 minutes at most." The grade director nodded, preparing to order everyone onto the buses when his expression suddenly froze. He wasn't the only one. All eyes turned warily toward the direction of the misty forest. The air trembled as the distant roars of beasts grew louder, rapidly closing in. "Beast tide incoming," the grade director barked decisively. "All awaken level and above security and staff to the outer perimeter. Those below awaken level, fall back with the students." The command spurred the staff and security personnel into action. They quickly summoned their contracted beasts, forming a defensive line. At the forefront stood Tang Zihan, a commanding sovereign-level beast tamer, who positioned herself protectively in front of Su Yuan. Her earthquake bear exuded such an overwhelming presence that even the other beasts instinctively stepped back. Su Yuan, Shi Qianying, and Xuanwu Yunjiao naturally grouped together, each summoning their own beasts. Although the beasts belonging to Xuanwu Yunjiao and Shi Qianying were only of ordinary rank, their quality far surpassed most of the awakened and extraordinary level beasts present. Xuanwu Yunjiao's Poison Vine Dryad, in particular, was a Raritia plant-type beast with an extraordinary 8-star rating. It wielded control abilities like Bind, Poison Sting, and Toxic Vine Prison, leaving Su Yuan deeply impressed. Plant-type beasts really are incredible, he thought. Maybe I should consider one for my next contract. Shi Qianying's beast, the Flamecrest Golden Eagle, was equally striking. Its 3 fiery red crests flickered atop its head, while its golden plumage shimmered brilliantly. This extraordinary 7-star flying beast gave her enough confidence to escape even from a Tier 9 ferocious beast unscathed. As Su Yuan glanced at their high-quality beasts, he couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of coming from prominent families. In contrast, as someone with no such background, even with the school's support, his first contracted beast was merely a rare 9-star water arrow turtle. Even if it evolved into a water king turtle as planned, its quality would only reach extraordinary 3-star at best. A thunderous roar shattered his thoughts. Li Ming's lightning tiger leapt into view, its 2-meter frame crackling with arcs of electricity. This extraordinary 7-star lightning-type beast boasted skills like Thunder Roar, Lightning Arrow, and Thunderbolt, radiating fierce combat potential. Heh, Su Yuan must be speechless after seeing my lightning tiger, Li Ming thought smugly to himself, a self-satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. My lightning tiger is no ordinary beast. My family spent a fortune to evolve it from a rare 9-star Thunder Cat, and now its quality has reached an extraordinary 7 stars. As Li Ming summoned his lightning tiger, he deliberately cast a provocative glance in Su Yuan's direction. The lightning tiger let out an earth-shaking roar, echoing through the air. This was no coincidence, it was a calculated move by Li Ming to draw everyone's attention. Catching Su Yuan's gaze, Li Ming's smugness grew even more. How could Su Yuan's water arrow turtle even compare to me? He thought triumphantly. But just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Amid the deafening rumble, the grade director's furious shout tore through the chaos. Everyone, rescue them. Prepare for battle. All eyes turned toward the sound, only to see 4 figures desperately sprinting out of the misty forest toward the gathering point. They were the last two students who hadn't returned and their security personnel. Behind them, a massive horde of ferocious beasts roared thunderously, chasing after them with relentless fury. The teachers and security staff at the gathering point sprang into action immediately. A barrage of attacks, flames, ice shards, boulders, wind blades rained down like a storm, engulfing the front ranks of the beast horde. The fallen beasts were trampled mercilessly by the ones surging from behind, not even given a chance to struggle. Under the cover of this intense firepower, the four managed to break through the encirclement and reach the safety of the defensive perimeter. The two security personnel, both at the peak of the ordinary level, were breathing heavily, their faces pale as they looked back at the still surging beast horde. That was close. We almost didn't make it back, one of them muttered, shaken. As for the two students from Tianyang High School, they were utterly exhausted. Their legs gave out beneath them as they collapsed to the ground, too drained to even stand. At the outskirts of the misty forest, as the horde of ferocious beasts surged out from the forest, the loss of the vanguard forces did nothing to slow the beast tide. Instead, the scent of blood only fueled the ferocity of the remaining beasts, driving them into an even more frenzied state. The battle reached a fever pitch the moment the two sides clashed. On the defensive line of Tianyang First High, the commander-level combatants were stationed at the forefront. Among them, aside from the Fire Falcon that had previously escorted Xuanwu Divine to safety, the Grey Director and Tang Zihan's commander-level beasts bore the brunt of the pressure. Tang Zihan's Earthquake Bear stood out the most. This towering 10-meter colossus was like a moving wall of fortification. With its Earth's Child ability, it continuously drew power from the ground, swatting charging beasts into lifeless heaps with a single swing of its massive paw. Meanwhile, a fiery red figure darted rapidly through the beast horde. It was Tang Zihan's other commander-level beast, the Blazing Flame Fox. Each flash of crimson light marked the fall of another ferocious beast. With just these two commander-level beasts, Tang Zihan displayed a combat prowess that even surpassed the Grey Director, who commanded three commander-level beasts. Su Yuan, with Teacher Tang here, it feels like we don't even have a chance to step in, Shi Qianying remarked as she stood beside Xuanwu Divine, her tone filled with awe. Yeah, I didn't expect Teacher Tang to be this strong either. We should send our beasts to assist the other teachers and students in the other areas, Su Yuan suggested as he surveyed the battlefield. Aside from the Grey Director and Tang Zihan, there were no other commander-level Beast Tamers present. The other sections of the defensive line were under considerable strain. Su Yuan, just stay behind me. Let your beasts handle the support, Tang Zihan reminded them in a calm yet firm tone. Having assured the Grey Director of the trio's safety, she had no intention of letting them out of her sight. The three nodded in agreement and promptly commanded their respective beasts Xiaoxian, the venomous Vine Dryad, and the Firecrest Golden Eaglito head out in different directions to provide support. Among them, Xiaoxian was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, it encountered a black spider the size of a tire. This was a candlefire spider, its back faintly glowing with a flicker of flame, and its 8 eyes gleaming with a savage light. A candlefire spider, arachnid fire type, excellent 3-star quality, ordinary tier 7 and easy kill, Su Yuan quickly assessed. As expected, Xiaoxian unleashed a powerful jet of water, instantly piercing through the tier's even candlefire spider and killing it on the spot. Blastoise's water gun pierced through the body of the candlefire spider like a sharp blade, leaving everyone present utterly stunned by the astonishing scene. Tang Zihan, as a commander-level expert, immediately sensed that Su Yuan's Blastoise, Xiaoxian, had already reached the strength of an ordinary tier 8 beast. But what shocked her even more was that the power of Xiaoxian's water gun just now far exceeded that of other Blastoises at the same level. It had even achieved destructive force on par with awakening-level beasts. Su Yuan, what level is your beast? That candlefire spider isn't weak at all, Shi Qianying asked. Although she couldn't perceive levels as clearly as Tang Zihan, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the candlefire spider was undeniable. It was undoubtedly a fierce beast with strength surpassing her Flamecrest Golden Eagle. Even her beast might not have been able to take it down so easily. Ahem, not that high, just ordinary tier 8, Su Yuan replied casually, his expression calm and collected. Oh, just ordinary tier 8. Wait, what? Did you just say your beast is already at tier 8? Shi Qianying finally realized the significance of his words and exclaimed in disbelief. Even Xuanwu Divine, who had been deeply focused on her own beast battle, turned her attention to Su Yuan. With her S-level Beastmaster talent, she had managed to raise her Poison Vine Dryad to ordinary tier 9 in a short time. However, this was only possible thanks to her exceptional talent, the unwavering support of her family, and an enormous investment of resources. Yet Su Yuan, with only an 11 Beastmaster talent and no backing to speak of, had managed to train his beast to ordinary tier 8. This completely shattered her understanding of what was possible. Ordinary tier 8? Shi Qianying's incredulous exclamation instantly caught Li Ming's attention. He quickly turned his head towards Su Yuan's direction, his gaze locking onto the battlefield where Xian's figure stood out. At that moment, a massive nine-fingered battle ape charged toward Xian with overwhelming momentum. This was a fully grown nine-fingered battle ape, typically rated at an exceptional 6-star quality or higher, and it had already reached the awakening tier in strength. A cruel grin spread across Li Ming's face. In his mind, no matter whether Xian had truly reached ordinary tier 8, it stood no chance against an awakening level beast like this. Even his own lightning tiger, which boasted an outstanding 7-star quality, couldn't contend with a fully grown 9-fingered battle ape when it was at ordinary tier 8. Su Yuan, that 9-fingered battle ape is an awakening tier 2 beast. Your companion beast can't possibly take it on, pull it back now. Tang Zihan shouted anxiously. Though Xian had displayed a strike comparable to awakening tier power when taking down the Ember Spider earlier, it was still a far cry from a true awakening level beast. As the tension mounted, a crimson figure zipped through the beast horde, racing toward Xian. Qianying chimed in with urgency. She's right, Su Yuan. Call your beast back and let the instructors handle it. But Su Yuan didn't budge. The moment the 9-fingered battle ape charged at Xian, he had already analyzed its attributes in full. His command to Xian was simple: fight with everything you've got. Xian let out a heavy snort, a plume of white mist billowing from its nostrils as water elements began to gather frantically around it. In a flash, a water jet far more powerful than before erupted forth, striking the 9-fingered battle ape squarely in the chest. Boom! The impact reverberated through the air as the massive ape staggered backwards several steps. A gash opened across its chest, blood mingling with the residual water as it seeped out. The sight left everyone present utterly stunned. Li Ming's smirk froze on his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qianying and Tang Zihan's expressions shifted from anxiety to astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Zihan's thoughts raced. This beast wasn't even going all out earlier against the Ember Spider? An ordinary tier 8 beast managing to repel an awakening tier 2, 9-fingered battle ape was nothing short of unbelievable. This couldn't possibly be an ordinary water arrow turtle. Even its evolved form, the Water King Turtle, wouldn't possess such terrifying power. For a beast to display this level of strength at ordinary tier 8, could it be a perfect quality Tsunami Turtle? But this creature's appearance was so unlike a Tsunami Turtle. What on earth was this beast? The secret surrounding Su Yuan only made Tang Zihan more curious. She had just witnessed an astonishing scene. Xian, at an ordinary 8th tier level, managed to severely injure a 2nd tier awakened 9-fingered battle ape with a single strike. This immediately reminded her of the moment during Su Yuan's Beast Taming Aptitude Test, when the soul crystal shattered. Deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that the crystal's breaking was no mere coincidence. On the battlefield, the wounded 9-fingered battle ape quickly regained its mobility. It pounded its chest with its fists, let out a thunderous roar toward the sky, and its eyes turned blood red in an instant. Its entire body exuded a violent, menacing aura. This was its berserk skill, a desperate move that signaled it was ready to fight to the death. Su Yuan instantly saw through the creature's intentions. The battle ape's berserk skill could indeed temporarily boost its strength to the 3rd tier of the awakened level, but the aftermath would leave it in a weakened state, cutting its power in half or even causing it to drop in level. Despite this, Su Yuan showed no intention of retreating Xian. After all, Xian had only used the basic skill water gun earlier and hadn't yet unleashed its stronger abilities. Besides, offense wasn't Xian's greatest strength, its true talent lay in defense. Just as Su Yuan was about to instruct Xian to showcase its full potential, a crimson figure streaked past the 9-fingered battle ape like a phantom. In a flash, the ape's head was severed and blood gushed forth. This scene starkly demonstrated the immense power gap between a commander-level beast and an awakened level one. Su Yuan turned in surprise to the red figure, continuing its slaughter of the feral beasts on the battlefield. It was Tang Zihan's contracted beast, the Crimson Flame Fox. This fox-type fire element beast had already completed its contract and boasted an extraordinary 7-star quality, reaching the 8th tier of the commander level. It possessed skills such as Frenzy, Ember, Scorching Claw, and Phantom Step and had undergone one evolution. Su Yuan, let your beast focus on handling ordinary tier feral beasts. Leave the stronger ones to the teachers. Tang Zihan's voice sounded beside him. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The recent battle had given him a clear understanding of Xian's current strength. He began directing Xian to specifically target feral beasts at the 7th tier of the ordinary level or higher. With his ability to discern the attributes of all feral beasts, he not only lightened the burden on his allies, but also gained numerous feral beast crystal cores by taking down these creatures. Su Yuan, what quality is your mutated Blastoise? Qianying couldn't help but ask as she watched the battle unfold before her. On the battlefield, Su Yuan's Blastoise, Xian, was effortlessly taking down one fierce beast after another. These opponents, which even she found challenging, seemed as fragile as paper in front of Xiaoxian. The strength Xiaoxian displayed in combat far exceeded Su Yuan's earlier claim that it was just a bit stronger than an average Blastoise. This was clearly more like an immeasurable bit stronger. Not only did Shi Qianying notice this, but even Huangfu Yunjiao, standing nearby, was observing Su Yuan and Xiaoxian with great interest. Huangfu Yunjiao silently pondered. Although Xiaoxian's strength level is only at the ordinary 8th tier, it can exhibit combat power equivalent to a 3rd-tier awakened beast. This performance already surpasses my Poison Ivy Dryad and even the Swift Shadow Cat that my family and I carefully selected. With such power, even if it's not of perfect quality, it must be very close to it. The battle raged on for about 20 minutes. Under the leadership of Tang Zihan and a commander-level beast tamer from the academy, along with the support of several hundred city guards, the small-scale beast tide was swiftly eradicated. In the half-hour skirmish, Xiao Xian alone managed to slay over 300 fierce beasts at the 7th tier or higher, collecting a corresponding number of beast cores. Combined with the gains from the previous day and a half in the Misty Forest, Su Yuan now had over 500 beast cores in his possession, worth more than 2 million. Su Yuan, aren't you going to let your beast rest? Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunjiao approached him to ask. Their own beasts were utterly exhausted from the battle and had long been recalled into their beast rings to recover. Su Yuan smiled as he tossed a few water element beast cores to Xiaoxian and explained. Xiaoxian doesn't like staying in the beast ring. Besides, replenishing energy and absorbing elemental forces directly in the environment is more beneficial for leveling up. Is that really the case? Is your beast's rapid level up all because of this? The two women stared at Su Yuan with doubtful eyes, making him feel a bit awkward all of a sudden. Of course, that's not true. The real reason Su Yuan hadn't recalled Xiao Xian to his beast ring was that the ring was already occupied by the swift Shadow Cat, leaving no space for another beast. To retrieve Xiao Xian, he would need to acquire an additional, unused beast ring. However, Su Yuan had no intention of revealing this truth. Owning a second beast at the ordinary rank would cause a sensation far greater than the impressive strength Xiao Xian had displayed. By the way, Miss Huangfu, Su Yuan said, skillfully steering the conversation elsewhere. If I'm not mistaken, the beast you summoned earlier was a venomous vine dryad, wasn't it? That's an exceptional 7-star quality beast, and a rare plant type at that. May I ask how you came to form a contract with it? Or perhaps you could share where one might find similar plant-type exotic beasts to contract. The diversion worked perfectly. Huangfu Yunjiao responded immediately. This venomous vine dryad was prepared for me by my family. After my beast talent was evaluated, I returned home to form a contract with it. I'm not entirely sure of its exact origin, but if you're looking to contract a similar plant-type beast, I'd recommend visiting the Voodoo Jungle. There are quite a few venomous plant-type exotic beasts there, and as long as you can subdue them, the chances of forming a contract are quite high. Also, she added, plant-type beasts are generally afraid of fire. Having a fire-type beast with you would significantly reduce the difficulty of contracting them. Voodoo Jungle? Su Yuan asked thoughtfully. What kind of place is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. Before Huangfu Yunjiao could respond, Shi Qianying eagerly jumped in. I know. The Voodoo Jungle is a special secret realm located outside of Tianyun City. Su Yuan, it's not surprising you haven't heard of it since we're from Tianyang City. I only learned about it when I visited Sister Yun's home with my family in the past. Huangfu Yunjiao nodded in agreement with Shi Qianying's explanation. Tianyun City, Voodoo Jungle. Su Yuan murmured, repeating the names. Got it. Thanks for the information. It's no big deal. Shi Qianying said with a cheerful wave of her hand. Huangfu Yunjiao smiled as well and added, Su Yuan, if you ever come to Tianyun City, be sure to let me know. The Huangfu family has some influence there, and I'd love to extend our hospitality. Haha, they'll definitely take you up on that. Su Yuan replied warmly. The three continued chatting, their conversation flowing effortlessly in a friendly and relaxed atmosphere. As the three shared a moment of joy, not far away, Li Ming silently observed the scene. Su Yuan stood between Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunjiao, whose laughter was as radiant as blooming flowers, while Li Ming's eyes were filled with envy. Young Master Li, Su Yuan has already demonstrated extraordinary talent and strength. It would be wise to avoid becoming his enemy in the future, one of the two beast tamers from the Thunderfire security group standing behind Li Ming quietly advised. Their caution stemmed not only from Su Yuan's grade beast taming talent, which had earned him the favor of Tianyang First High School, but also from witnessing his remarkable performance during the beast tide. Despite being a beast tamer for only a month, Su Yuan had already managed to nurture a companion capable of standing toe-to-toe with an awakened level ferocious beast. Such talent and rapid growth far exceeded expectations. A prodigy like him was virtually guaranteed to become a Lord-level beast tamer, barring unforeseen circumstances, and he even had a strong chance of advancing to king level in the future. To antagonize a future king-level beast tamer would be tantamount to courting disaster for the Li family. Unless they could eliminate Su Yuan before he fully maturated, a near impossible task under the protection of Tianyang First High Shulet would be best to avoid conflict. I'm well aware of that. I don't need you to remind me. Li Ming responded coldly, his expression hardening. Su Yuan's display of strength during the Beast Tide had completely shattered his pride. Though resentment lingered in his heart, he had no choice but to suppress his hostility towards Su Yuan. Suddenly, a piercing bird cry echoed across the sky. A flamingo spread its wings and soared high, heading toward the distant horizon. Following its trajectory, the crowd spotted a massive azure eagle rapidly approaching, carrying two figures on its back. That's a commander-level green feather eagle. And the person on its back, it's the principal. The principal is back, someone exclaimed. Upon recognizing one of the figures as Principal Wang Gang of Tianyang First High School, the gathered students and teachers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, Wang Gang and Huangfu Shiba descended before the crowd, accompanied by the green feather eagle and the flamingo. Uncle Shiba. Huangfu Yunjiao ran up immediately. Are you alright? Did that shadow gale cat hurt you? Don't worry, Yunjiao, I'm fine, Huangfu Shiba replied with a hearty laugh. Thanks to Principal Wang's timely arrival, he helped me fend off the Lord-level shadow gale cat. Hearing this, Su Yuan's expression turned slightly odd. He couldn't help but wonder if this beast tide might somehow be connected to his forced contract with the shadow gale cat cub the previous night. Little did he know, this entire chain of events was indeed triggered by his actions. Yet this truth was known only to Wang Gang, and even Su Yuan himself remained oblivious to the real cause. Seeing Huangfu Shiba safe and sound, the tense expression on Huangfu Yunjiao's face finally eased, replaced by a joyful smile. She once again expressed her gratitude to Wang Gang, who merely responded with a calm smile before shifting his gaze to the unharmed Su Yuan and Xiaoxian, his expression relaxing as well. Uncle Ba, let me introduce you to a new friend, Huangfu Yunjiao said enthusiastically. He might visit Tianyun City someday. Without hesitation, she began introducing Su Yuan to Huangfu Shiba, vividly recounting the battle they had just experienced. After listening to her introduction, Huangfu Shiba's expression grew serious. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth, he praised. Young Su Yuan, not only are you outstanding in appearance, but your strength among your peers is exceptional. Stepping forward with a smile, he handed over a business card. I'm Huangfu Shiba, Yunha's second uncle. If you ever come to Tianyun City, be sure to let me know. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Both you and Yunjiao are gifted talents of the same generation, and exchanging ideas will benefit you both. If you're interested in a plant-based beast companion like Yunha's, feel free to reach out to me when you visit the Voodoo Forest. I'll arrange for someone to escort you. Su Yuan humbly accepted the card. Thank you for the kind words, sir, and for your generosity. If I ever need assistance, I will certainly seek your help. For Su Yuan, building a good relationship with a prominent family like the Huangfu clan could only be advantageous. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Huangfu Shiba laughed heartily, his appreciation for the young man growing even stronger after Su Yuan's modest response. Haha, Su Yuan, well done. You've made Tianyang First High proud. Wang Gang's hearty laughter rang out amidst the crowd. His sharp gaze flickered between Su Yuan and Xiaoxian, his eyes betraying a hint of profound intrigue. As the only one aware that Su Yuan had already formed a second beast contract, Wang Gang was nonetheless astounded by the sheer power Xiaoxian had displayed. For an ordinary 8th-rank beast to repel a 2nd-rank awakened 9-fingered battle ape was nothing short of extraordinary. This could only mean that Xiaoxian's quality had reached the pinnacle of excellence, perhaps even brushing the threshold of perfection. Even as a lower-tier Beastmaster himself, Wang Gang had never possessed a perfect quality beast. The same was true for the influential Huangfu family, who had gone to great lengths to secure a perfect quality beast for Huangfu Yunjiao. Their recent expedition into the misty forest to find a Gale Shadow cat cub had ended in failure, nearly costing them their lives. Wang Gang approached Su Yuan and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder before swiftly organizing the group's retreat. The 3-day wilderness combat training was forced to conclude ahead of schedule. Huangfu Shiba and Huangfu Yunjiao, however, did not return to Tianyang City with the team. Instead, they departed alone toward Tianyun City. Inside his private vehicle, Wang Gang quietly handed a Beastmaster's bracelet to Su Yuan, his tone low and serious. Keep your beast hidden for now. The fact that you've contracted a second beast at the ordinary level must remain a secret unless absolutely necessary. Su Yuan accepted the bracelet, his expression a mix of surprise and realization as he looked at Wang Gang. He had assumed no one knew about his second contract, but it dawned on him that the headmaster must have been silently watching over him all along. With the strength of a lower-tier Beastmaster, Wang Gang could have easily observed Xiao Xin's battle with the Gale Shadow Cat without being detected. Don't worry, Wang Gang said, sensing Su Yuan's unease. His voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper. S-level Beastmaster talents are rare, but not unheard of. For now, Keep your true abilities under wraps and wait until the high school exams to make your mark. This world is far more dangerous than you realize. Beyond the feral beasts outside the city, there are even more formidable enemies. Until the moment you're ready to face the attention of real powerhouses, it's best to keep your special gift hidden. Su Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood, Headmaster. I'll be more cautious. He tucked his old bracelet into his pocket, put on the new one, and stepped out of the vehicle. Upon returning to Tianyang City, Su Yuan immediately headed to the trading market to cash in on his spoils. With over 500 beast cores collected, he kept only those needed for his 2 beasts and sold the rest, earning a total of more than 2 million federal credits. Beastmasters really do make money fast, Su Yuan murmured to himself, impressed. For ordinary people, this amount would be unimaginable in a lifetime. But the cost of raising beasts is just as staggering. Xiao Xian alone needs 10 high-grade beast rations a day, not to mention the beast cores. It's thousands of credits gone every single day. Without hesitation, he allocated half of his earnings to purchasing a supply of high-grade beast rations and the necessary beast cores for his 2 contracts. As he left the store, his gaze swept over the bustling beast trading market, a glint of determination in his eyes. According to Huangfu Yunzhao, the voodoo jungle may be a small-scale secret realm, but it's filled with awakened-level beasts. Right now, there's still too much of a threat for me to handle. It's wiser to wait until I'm ready to take on awakened-level beasts before seeking out a plant-type contract. For now, I should use the remaining million to acquire a fire-type beast. Although the quality of beast eggs and young beasts in the trading market varied greatly and could hardly compare to the premium selections on the 3rd floor of the breeding center, they were much more affordable. Standing amidst the bustling crowd of the market, Su Yuan quickly calculated the over 1 million Federation credits in his possession. Clearly, this amount was far from enough to purchase the rare, high-quality beast eggs on the breeding center's 3rd floor, where even money alone couldn't guarantee a transaction. After careful consideration, Su Yuan decided to try his luck at the trading market in Tianyang City. For an average beast tamer, buying beast eggs here, which hadn't undergone basic appraisal, was akin to gambling. But for Su Yuan, who possessed a unique ability, no high-quality beast egg could escape his discerning eyes. Thanks to the formidable physical strength granted by his contracted beasts, Xiao Xian and the swift Shadow Cat, Su Yuan moved effortlessly through the crowded streets of the market. These 2 exceptional 9-star beasts were not only incredibly powerful, but also enhanced his physical condition far beyond that of an ordinary person. Beast eggs for sale. Only 100,000 each. The shouts of vendors rang out from every corner. Take a chance and turn your luck around. Hey there, young man, why not buy one? With a bit of luck, you could end up contracting a rare beast. Slowing his pace, Su Yuan carefully examined each stall. His heavenly insight eye ability allowed him to see through the true nature of these so-called beast eggs. With ease, most were of ordinary quality, and some were outright fakes, with ostrich eggs and crocodile eggs disguised as beast eggs. After half an hour, he was disheartened to find that, among the thousands of beast eggs, the highest quality was merely an excellent 7-star egg, and none showed potential to evolve into mythical quality. Moving on to the street-side shops, the situation slightly improved. The beast eggs here were generally of average quality or higher, with a fair number of excellent ones. At least they didn't include ordinary bird eggs in disguise. However, rare quality beast eggs were still scarce, and even the cheapest ones were priced at 4 million Federation credits. Although this price was barely within his budget, what Su Yuan truly needed was a rare quality or better fire attribute beast to prepare for his upcoming adventure in the voodoo jungle. After visiting more than a dozen shops, Su Yuan still couldn't find a beast egg that met his requirements. The stark contrast between his reality and the stories he had read, where protagonists casually stumbled upon treasures, was glaring. Reality was far harsher than fiction. Even with his special ability, finding the ideal beast egg in this vast trading market proved to be an arduous task. Half an hour later, Su Yuan arrived at the central area of the trading market and spotted a lavishly decorated beast taming mall. The 4 golden characters Tianyu Group gleamed brightly atop the building, with dazzling neon lights flashing incessantly, adding an air of opulence to the structure. Tianyu Group, this must be Shi Qianying's family business, Su Yuan thought to himself. As the largest supplier of beast taming materials in Tianyang City, this place likely had the beast eggs he was looking for. Stepping into the mall, Su Yuan couldn't help but be awestruck by the sight before him. Rows upon rows of beast eggs were displayed, their quality rivaling even that of Tianyang City's breeding center. What was even more impressive was the meticulous categorization of the eggs, clearly overseen by highly skilled appraisers. The mall's interior was divided into 3 distinct sections: the regular zone, the premium zone, and the rare zone. Each section maintained a consistent quality standard for its beast eggs. The pricing reflected this hierarchy. Eggs in the regular zone were priced around 50 to 60,000 each. Those in the premium zone cost about 500,000, while the ones in the rare zone soared to a staggering 5 million. With just over $1 million on hand, It looks like finding a satisfactory beast egg might be a bit of a challenge, Su Yuan murmured to himself after browsing through the beast egg section. Su Yuan. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, catching his attention. Su Yuan turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and saw Shi Qianying running toward him with a look of delight. Her long hair flowed in the breeze, and her face was lit up with a radiant smile. Su Yuan, what brings you to Tianyu Group? Shi Qianying asked cheerfully. I'm here to choose my next beast companion, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile. Xiaoxian has already reached the 8th level of the ordinary rank and will soon break through to the awakened rank. When that happens, I'll need to contract a second beast companion right away to level up as quickly as possible. Ah, I see. Follow me, then. I know this place like the back of my hand, Shi Qianying said, her eyes lighting up. The best beasts are all in the VIP section upstairs. No need for the VIP section, Su Yuan quickly waved his hand. It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but his limited budget couldn't even guarantee affording the rare-tier beast eggs, let alone the high-quality ones in the VIP section. Then I'll go with you. Shi Qianying offered enthusiastically, her excitement undiminished. She volunteered to be his guide. Seeing her eagerness, Su Yuan couldn't bring himself to refuse, and besides, having a charming companion did make the experience more enjoyable. They strolled through the ordinary, excellent, and rare-tier beast egg display areas. Shi Qianying noticed that Su Yuan didn't seem particularly interested in any of them. Have you already seen all these beast eggs? She asked curiously. Yes, I've been looking around for over half an hour, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything suitable, Su Yuan answered honestly. Su Yuan, have you checked out the unidentified beast egg section in the northern part of the mall? Shi Qianying asked earnestly. Unidentified beast egg section? Su Yuan repeated, surprised. As they walked, Shi Qianying explained, we purchase a lot of beast eggs from external sources, and some of them are so uncommon that even professional appraisers can't determine their quality. These eggs are placed in a special area in the northern section, all priced uniformly at 1 million each. If you're lucky, you might find something incredible. Guided by Shi Qianying, Su Yuan soon arrived at the section she mentioned. The display cases were packed with thousands of beast eggs, far more than he had expected. Without hesitation, he began using his ability to examine them carefully. Iron Feather Crane, Red Valley Hawk, Armored Crocodile. The quality of the beast eggs here was indeed far superior to those sold by street vendors. Nearly 90 were of excellent quality, with an occasional rarer egg in the mix. Su Yuan spent over an hour meticulously inspecting every single egg in the area. At last, he came across one that exceeded his expectations. Found anything you like? I can get the manager to give you a 50% discount, Shi Qianying offered generously. As the eldest daughter of the Shi family, she held considerable sway in Tianyu Group. Even if she gave away a few beast eggs, the mall manager wouldn't dare utter a word of protest. I've indeed taken a liking to a few beast eggs, Su Yuan said with a smile as he nodded at Shi Qianying, then walked over to the beast egg he had already set his sights on. It was a gray egg with a few streaks of dark red patterns on its surface. He carefully picked it up. This one will do. But I'll pay whatever the listed price is. Thank you for your generosity. Su Yuan politely declined Shi Qianying's offer for a discount. The quality and value of this beast egg far exceeded 1 million federal credits, and being able to purchase it for this price was already a great deal. More importantly, he didn't want Shi Qianying to get into trouble because of him, though as a member of Tianyu Group, she did have the authority to slash the price in half. It would inevitably attract some gossip. Shi Qianying studied the resolute expression on Su Yuan's face. Based on what she knew about him, once he made up his mind, there was no changing it. After a brief hesitation, she nodded, though inwardly she was surprised. The beast eggs here were all of unknown species, even beyond the identification capabilities of Tianyu Group's chief appraiser. Yet Su Yuan, after walking around, had so decisively chosen this one. It sparked a strong curiosity in her about the creature growing inside. However, Su Yuan offered no explanation for his choice. After paying the 1 million federal credits, he bid her a simple farewell and left Tianyu Group with the carefully chosen beast egg in his arms. He stopped by another shop to purchase a beast bracelet, then headed straight home. Su Yuan picked this specific egg out of so many unknown beast eggs. I really want to know what kind of beast is inside, Shi Qianying murmured softly, watching the gray egg with dark red patterns disappear from sight. 1 million yuan for a perfect quality beast egg? What a steal. Time to form the contract. Su Yuan carefully cradled the beast egg in his arms as he returned home, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Without delay, he began channeling his spiritual energy to forge the beast contract. As the contract energy merged with the egg, a surge of heat erupted, and fine cracks began to form across its surface. The life within was about to break free. Crack, crack. Under Su Yuan's focused gaze, the palm-sized beast egg split open, revealing a small bird with fiery red feathers and soft plumage. Its eyes glowed like blazing suns, and faint golden patterns shimmered amongst the crimson feathers. The little bird blinked its bright, curious eyes before fluttering onto Su Yuan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its tiny head. After a brief exchange, Su Yuan gently held the bird in his hands and began examining its attributes. Crimson Sunbird. Contracted species. Bird fire element. Quality. Perfect 5-star. Level. Ordinary Tier 1. Skills. Flame Feather, Fire Shield, Destructive Fire Gaze, Scorching Sun Inferno. Evolution Stages. 0. Evolution Paths. 5 options. 1. Single Evolution. Flame Eagle Epic 1-star. 2. Double Evolution. Scarlet Cloud Hawk Epic 8-star. 34. Intermediate paths omitted. 5. Quad Evolution. Phoenix Mythical Tier. Required materials, Purple Sunflower 1, Flame Fruit 1, Scarlet Sky Stone 3, 9 Petal Fire Lotus 1. A perfect 5-star quality, and it can evolve into a mythical phoenix? This is incredible. Su Yuan gazed at the crimson sunbird snuggling against him, deep in thought. With it, my chances of surviving the voodoo jungle just increased. But raising another beast will stretch my current resources thin. And those evolution materials are extraordinarily rare and expensive. I'd need billions to fund Xiaoxian and the others' next evolutions. Looks like I'll have to take some risks and hunt beasts outside the city to trade their cores for funds. The next morning, Su Yuan arrived at the Adventurer Guild in Tianyang City. The mission board was covered with bounty notices, each offering enticing rewards. His eyes lit up. These beast hunting missions pay really well. Perfect Eye can earn rewards while completing tasks. He strode confidently to the counter and addressed the staff. Hi. I'd like to register as an adventurer and take on some missions. You're registering as an adventurer? The staff member gave him a surprised once-over, noting how young he looked. After all, adventurer registration required passing a rigorous assessment, including defeating an awakened tier beast. Without sufficient strength, it was nearly impossible to survive in the wild. In response to the skepticism, Su Yuan simply nodded calmly. This kid must be something special, the staff member thought to themselves before gesturing courteously. Please, follow me. In the assessment area, the staff member introduced Su Yuan to a middle-aged man. Manager Gu Su. This young man is here for the adventurer registration assessment. Oh, someone this young attempting the assessment? Gu Su smiled faintly. As a seasoned guild manager, he had encountered many prodigies over the years and wasn't easily impressed. All right, follow me. They arrived at a sealed-off arena, where a wolf-like beast stood, its 3-meter-long body radiating menace and its eyes gleaming with savage intent. Gu Su pointed at the creature and said, Defeat this shadow wolf, and you'll pass the assessment to officially join the guild as an adventurer. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the spectral wolf that Gu Su was pointing at, carefully examining its attribute panel. The spectral wolf belonged to the Wolfwind category, rated as an excellent 3-star beast, and was currently in the first stage of awakening. It possessed the Rage skill and Wind Blade, but had not undergone any evolution yet. The system displayed 2 possible evolution paths. The first was a direct evolution into a rare 4-star Nether wolf, and the second involved 2 stages of evolution, ultimately advancing to an exceptional 7-star Shadow Wraith Wolf. Its combat strength is weaker than the 9-fingered battle ape outside the Misty Forest, Su Yuan calculated silently. With Xiao Xian's exceptional 9-star quality, even though it's only at the ordinary 8th tier, it should be more than enough to handle this spectral wolf. If you're ready, we'll begin, Gu Su said after observing Su Yuan for a few moments. All right, let's begin, Su Yuan replied with a nod. He then raised his hand and activated the Beastmaster bracelet. A flash of light appeared, and the 3-meter-long Xiao Xian materialized in front of them. Gu Su's attention was immediately drawn to this unique beast. Its appearance was similar to that of a Blastoise, but the distinctive scales and protruding shell features were traits that a Blastoise did not possess. What surprised him even more was that the aura of this beast clearly had not reached the awakening stage yet. Does this kid plan to use an ordinary tier beast to challenge an awakening tier spectral wolf? Gu Su thought to himself. If it can truly win against a higher tier opponent, then this turtle-like beast must be at least of exceptional 7-star quality. Having a beast of such high quality is a privilege reserved for the prodigies of elite families. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Gu Su's eyes, and his thoughts stirred. I'm familiar with the young talents of the major families in Tianyang City, but I've never seen this young man before. Who exactly is he? As the steward of the Adventurers Guild, Gu Su possessed the commanding strength of a Beastmaster at the Dominion level. Even though Xiao Xian had yet to fully unleash its aura, Gu Su could faintly sense its latent power. This led him to conclude that Su Yuan's summoned beast had not yet reached the awakening level. In the world of Beastmasters, the gap between the awakening level and the ordinary level was vast and insurmountable. Even a 9th-tier ordinary beast could not match the combat strength of a 1st-tier awakening level beast. The Shadow Wolf before them, with its excellent 3-star quality, was at the awakening 1st tier. To defeat it across levels would require a beast of exceptional quality and high star ranking. Steward Gu Su, am ready. You can release the Shadow Wolf now. Su Yuan's voice interrupted Gu Zu's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. He noticed Su Yuan looking at him with a peculiar expression, as if wondering why he had yet to release the beast. Realizing his lapse, Gu Su quickly retrieved the remote control and pressed a button. The iron gate of the cage creaked open, and a ferocious wolf howl shattered the air. The Shadow Wolf's blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent as it locked its gaze on the two of them. Without hesitation, it charged forward in a frenzy. These beasts, used for evaluation purposes, were captured from the wild. Prolonged captivity had only heightened their savage nature. Now, unleashed, the Shadow Wolf was consumed with the desire to tear the humans before it to shreds. Xiaoxian. Su Yuan's sharp command rang out as the wolf lunged. Without missing a beat, Xiaoxian sprang into action. Torrents of water energy surged and coalesced before it, forming a massive pillar of water as thick as a barrel. In an instant, the pillar shot forward like a cannon blast toward the oncoming wolf. Boom! The water column struck the Shadow Wolf squarely, sending it hurtling backward. Its anguished howl echoed through the air. Gu Zu's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. A beast at the ordinary 8th tier had just managed to repel an awakening 1st-tier Shadow Wolf in a single strike. Such power was nothing short of extraordinary. He couldn't help but wonder if this young man before him was a prodigy from a prestigious family in one of the great cities. The Shadow Wolf, though battered, quickly recovered, letting out a thunderous roar. Winds gathered around its body at a terrifying speed, forming dozens of razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the air, all aimed at Xiaoxian's vital points. Xiaoxian, however, remained calm and composed. A fine mist of water vapor emanated from its nostrils, and the water energy around it intensified. As the sound of crashing waves filled the air, towering water walls rose to meet the wind blades, neutralizing them one after another. In mere moments, every attack had been reduced to nothing. What kind of skill is this? Gu Zu's astonishment deepened. Awakening-level beasts are indeed formidable, Su Yuan remarked, his tone composed yet determined. Xiaoxian, I'll assist you in the next attack. Let's end this quickly. He had noticed that the tide summoning skill had drained a significant amount of Xiaoxian's mana. Considering the upcoming journey outside the city, Su Yuan was determined to conserve Xiaoxian's strength for the challenges ahead. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Yuan's gaze locked onto the distant Shadow Wolf like a hawk targeting its prey. The beast had just unleashed a torrent of wind blade attacks and was visibly drained of energy. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he instantly conjured an invisible arrow of mental Four-Soul Arrow. The arrow sliced silently through the air and struck the unsuspecting Shadow Wolf directly between the eyes. The wolf's bloodthirsty gaze instantly became vacant, its massive body freezing in place, unable to move. Now, Xiaoxian. Su Yuan seized the moment and called out in a low voice. Xiaoxian immediately understood, letting out a low growl. A thicker and more forceful jet of water erupted forth, slamming directly into the Shadow Wolf's head. The tremendous impact sent the beast hurtling toward the stone wall at the edge of the examination arena. Boom! With a deafening crash, the Shadow Wolf's head smashed against the heavy stone wall, leaving a web of cracks in its wake. Blood splattered everywhere as its massive head burst open like a shattered watermelon. As the battle concluded, Xiaoxian darted nimbly to the Shadow Wolf's lifeless body. It instinctively began searching the corpse, a habit formed after slaying hundreds of beasts in the misty forest. In no time, it retrieved a pale blue beast core from the remains. Proudly, Xiaoxian ran back to Su Yuan, presenting the core as if seeking praise. Ahem, Xiaoxian, well done, Su Yuan said, taking the core and discreetly pocketing it. He then returned Xiaoxian to his Beast Tamer bracelet. This awakened tier beast core was worth tens of thousands, and though the Shadow Wolf was part of the Adventurers Guild's examination, Su Yuan had no intention of handing over the hard-earned prize unless Gu Su, standing nearby, explicitly demanded it. Manager Gu Su, does this mean I've passed the assessment? Su Yuan asked with a sly grin, while retrieving the ferocious wolf beast's crystal core and his companion, Xiaoxian. His gaze lingered mischievously on Gu Su, who stood beside him, still lost in the awe of Xiaoxian's astonishing display of power. For a moment, Gu Su was at a loss for words. Ah, yes, of course you've passed, Gu Su finally replied, snapping out of his daze. He glanced at Su Yuan's innocent-looking face, recalling the seamless, almost effortless way Xiaoxian had taken down the ferocious wolf. His lips twitched involuntarily. By the usual standard, the assessment only required the candidate to subdue the beast. But not only had Su Yuan outright slain the assessment's designated wolf, he had also swiftly extracted its crystal core, clearly with no intention of returning it to the guild as compensation. Still, after witnessing Su Yuan's extraordinary beast-taming abilities firsthand, Gusu couldn't help but regard the young man with newfound respect. A mere first-tier awakened wolf, worth no more than 30,000 at most, was insignificant to the Adventurers Guild in comparison to the talent standing before him. Haha, naturally. Your skills are nothing short of remarkable, young man. Truly an eye-opener. Gusu chuckled heartily before adding, by the way, what should I call you? I'll need your name to register you properly. Su Yuan, the youth replied succinctly. The name sent a jolt through Gusu. Su Yuan? Could it be the same Su Yuan who had recently become the talk of Tianyang High School for awakening in a rank beast taming talent? Rumor had it he had also acquired a Blastoise from the Tianyang City Breeding Center. The beast accompanying this youth was indeed turtle-like, but its strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Blastoise. Could it have already evolved into the rare and formidable Tsunami Turtle of perfect quality? In all his years of experience, Gusu had never encountered such a beast. Without hesitation, Gusu pulled out his communicator and arranged for Su Yuan's adventure registration, while also assigning staff to handle the wolf's remains in the arena. He then personally escorted Su Yuan out of the assessment area. 15 minutes later, Su Yuan held a brand new adventurer's badge in his hand. Having accepted several high-reward tasks, he boarded a vehicle heading toward the gates of Tianyang City. Between Tianyang City and Tianyun City lay the Molten mountain range, teeming with fire element beasts. The dense fire energy in that region made it the perfect place for Xiaoyan to enhance its strength. Half an hour later, Su Yuan stood at the city gates, meticulously studying a map in his hand. With just 3 months remaining until the college entrance exams, he planned to train in the Molten mountain range first. To better prepare for his search for plant-type contract beasts in the Voodoo Forest later, he needed to strengthen Xiaoyan, his fire element beast. This was precisely why he had taken on tasks related to the Molten mountain range. These long-term missions had no strict deadlines, giving him the flexibility to detour through Tianyun City and return to complete them later. After confirming his route, Su Yuan folded the map, summoned Xiaoxian, and set off toward the Molten mountain range. Though both Tianyun City and Tianyang City bordered the misty forest, the straight-line distance between the two cities still exceeded 200 kilometers. The Molten mountain range loomed majestically, stretching 80 kilometers beyond the city of Tianyang. Su Yuan, mounted on his beast companion Xiaoxian, whose strength rivaled that of the awakening tier, embarked on the journey toward the mountains. Though Xiaoxian wasn't built for speed, and the path was occasionally interrupted by feral beasts, it took them a full 2 hours to reach the mountain's outskirts. As they arrived at the edge of the range, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward them, causing Su Yuan to frown slightly. He lifted his gaze to take in the sight of the towering peaks stretching endlessly, piercing through the clouds. Billowing waves of heat distorted the air, and the summits glowed crimson, illuminated by the molten lava, seemed far more awe-inspiring than anything depicted on television. Xiaoxian, let's stick to hunting in the outskirts. Your water element is the perfect counter to these fire-aligned beasts, Su Yuan said, gently patting Xiaoxian's back. Xiaoxian let out a huff in response, nodding its head before striding into the periphery of the mountain range. It wasn't long before they encountered their first target, a torchfire spider, its body as large as a millstone. The system immediately displayed the beast's stats. Torchfire spider. Species, arachnid fire element. Rating, excellent 3-star. Level, ordinary tier 5. Abilities, stealth, torchfire web. Evolution count, 0. Available evolution paths, 2. A torchfire spider, an old acquaintance, Su Yuan remarked with a relaxed smile tugging at his lips. Xiaoxian, take it down. Deep within the Molten mountain range, a flicker of movement caught Su Yuan's eye. A flame candle spider. The fierce creature, roughly the size of a millstone, let out a piercing screech the moment it spotted Su Yuan and Xiaoxian. Its front legs spread wide, and a defiant glint flickered in its many eyes. Xiaoxian, however, was visibly unimpressed by such provocation. A cold sharpness flashed in its gaze. As a standard 8th-tier beast, it barely needed to exert any effort against a mere 5th-tier flame candle spider. Without hesitation, Xiaoxian casually conjured a water spear as thick as an arm, obliterating the overconfident spider in an instant. This flame candle spider doesn't have a crystal core. Let's keep hunting, Su Yuan said with a frown after inspecting the remains of the spider. Without delay, they resumed their search for prey in the depths of the mountain range. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the results of this period left Su Yuan thoroughly satisfied. Xiaoxian's strength had risen from the standard 8th tier to the 9th tier, just one step away from the awakening rank. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's most recently bonded beast, Xiaoyan, with its perfect 5-star quality, had rapidly ascended from the standard 1st tier to the 5th tier in just 2 weeks. The rich fire elemental environment and nourishment from the cores of fire attribute beasts had accelerated its growth significantly. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was flying beside Su Yuan, let out a series of excited and urgent cries. Its eyes gleamed brightly as it darted back and forth in front of Su Yuan, clearly indicating it had discovered something of great importance. You want me to follow you? Su Yuan quickly understood Xiao Yan's intent. In a place so saturated with fire elemental energy, there was a high chance of finding rare fire attribute treasures. If Xiao Yan could consume such a treasure, its strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Guided by Xiao Yan, the group passed through a withered forest and arrived at the base of a steep cliff. The cliff face was covered with reddish-brown vines, and hanging from one of the vines were 3 thumb-sized crimson fruits, radiating an intense fire elemental aura. Activating the heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan immediately identified the treasure. Sacred flame fruits. High-grade 4th-tier spiritual herbs. These fruits could not only greatly enhance fire elemental abilities, but were also coveted by even peak overlord-level fire beasts. Each sacred flame fruit was worth at least tens of millions of federal credits, and with 3 of them, their value was beyond estimation. While Su Yuan was still marveling at the unexpected discovery, Xiao Yan, unable to contain its excitement, let out a joyful cry and flew straight toward the cliff. Xiao Yan, come back! Su Yuan shouted urgently, his heart suddenly filled with unease. Although located on the outskirts of the Molten mountain range, most of the fierce beasts here are of ordinary rank, with only occasional awakened-level beasts, and even then, they are of lower tier. However, on the cliffside, 3 high-grade, 4th-tier spiritual herbs known as sacred fire fruits grow. Such precious natural treasures are invariably guarded by powerful beasts. Drawing on the knowledge and experience he had gained at school, Su Yuan was well aware of this unchanging rule of the wilderness. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Su Yuan's stern command, Xiao Yan, though clearly reluctant, dared not disobey. It let out 2 low cries and obediently halted its actions, turning to fly back towards Su Yuan. At that very moment, a scorching, ghostly blue flame suddenly streaked across the air in front of Xiao Yan with a sharp whoosh, cutting through the atmosphere. The searing heat wave was so intense that even Xiao Yan, a fire-type beast companion, couldn't help but bristle in alarm. Startled by the sudden ambush, Xiao Yan cried out and darted back to Su Yuan's side. Its eyes wary and fixed on the direction the attack had come from, still shaken by the close call. Had Su Yuan not called out in time, the attack would have struck Xiao Yan directly. With its current rank of ordinary level 5, even with its perfect 5-star quality, its combat power could at best rival that of an ordinary level 9 fierce beast. Yet the power of that flame attack had clearly surpassed the ordinary level, reaching the standard of an awakened level assault. If Xiao Yan had been hit, it would have been severely injured, if not killed outright. Snort. Xiao Xian also turned its gaze toward the source of the attack, its eyes filled with vigilance and caution. Su Yuan's eyes, too, locked onto a specific spot on the cliffside, a sharp glint flashing within them just as he had expected. A fierce beast was indeed guarding this place. A small, jet-black snake was coiled among the countless vines clinging to the cliffside. Its scales bore an intricate, fish-like pattern, and its cold, unblinking eyes were fixed on Su Yuan, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Its body blended so seamlessly with the roots of the surrounding vines, aided by the natural cover of leaves, that if it hadn't launched an attack moments ago, Su Yuan would never have noticed its presence. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the snake. Netherfire serpent, classified under snake fire and shadow attributes, with an exceptional 7-star quality and at awakening level 2. It possessed skills such as shadow split, dark fire, and corrosive fangs. It had undergone 0 evolutions, with 4 potential evolution paths available. An exceptional 7-star Netherfire serpent. Su Yuan's expression turned grim. A serpent of this caliber was undoubtedly a dominant force in the outer regions of the Molten mountain range. Its quality was nearly on par with Xiao Xian's exceptional 9-star status, and combined with its awakening level 2 strength, its combat power even surpassed Xiao Xian's. Such a ferocious beast could easily dispatch a level 5 awakened Ember Spider. Even if Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan joined forces, they would struggle to contend with it. After weighing his options, Su Yuan decided to retreat. Xiao Xian was already on the brink of reaching the awakening stage. Once it broke through, he could return to claim the 3 Saint Fire fruits without issue. These fruits still needed 3 days to fully ripen, and judging by the serpent's presence, it had likely been guarding them for some time, waiting for this moment. 3 days would be enough for Xiao Xian to achieve awakening status, and with the advantage of elemental superiority and higher overall quality, facing the level 2 Netherfire serpent would be far more manageable. However, the Netherfire serpent, realizing its camouflage had been compromised, didn't wait for Su Yuan to order a retreat. It launched an attack first. Having guarded the Saint Fire fruits for 2 months, it could not allow Su Yuan to leave unscathed. The fruits were on the verge of ripening, and consuming all 3 would grant the serpent a significant power boost, possibly propelling it directly into the transcendent stage. For the serpent, these fruits were non-negotiable, and Su Yuan's presence was an unacceptable threat. Hissus! With a piercing screech, the Netherfire serpent unleashed a ghostly blue flame from its mouth, hurtling straight towards Su Yuan on Xian's back. The attack carried the full might of its exceptional 7-star quality and awakening level 2 strength. The searing heat wave caused Su Yuan's expression to shift dramatically. This power, if it hits me, I won't survive. Xian, Su Yuan shouted urgently. Xian, already on high alert, reacted instantly the moment the serpent attacked. A powerful jet of water surged forth, colliding Hedon with the ghostly blue flames. Zzz. Water and fire clashed violently, producing a cloud of steam that quickly enveloped the area. Although Xian's strength was no match for the awakening level 2 Netherfire Serpent, its water-based attack provided a crucial elemental advantage, successfully neutralizing the deadly strike. The Netherfire Serpent, seeing its attack thwarted, let out an intimidating hiss, its gaze tinged with wariness. The brief exchange had revealed Xian's capabilities. While its opponent had not yet reached the awakening stage, the water-based attacks posed a significant threat due to their elemental counter. Suddenly, the serpent's body flickered and vanished from the cliffside. A subtle ripple of energy surrounded it as its figure split into two, using the lingering mist as cover to flank Su Yuan from both sides. Chirp, chirp. Xian, circling overhead, issued a sharp warning. Though Su Yuan and Xian could no longer see the serpent, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger pressed down on them, growing stronger with each passing moment. Crash! In an instant, a powerful surge of water elements gathered around Xian, recreating a scene reminiscent of the battle with the Shadow Gale cat cub in the misty forest. Waves cascaded like layered curtains, forming a protective barrier around both Xian and Su Yuan. Two shadowy figures of the Netherfire Serpent tore through the air, aiming directly for Su Yuan's vital points. As the waves struck, one of the serpent's shadow forms crumbled under the force, instantly dissipating. Yet, the serpent's true body pressed onward, relentlessly charging through Xian's tidebreaker skill towards Su Yuan. This cunning beast, armed with significant intelligence, knew its target well. Eliminating Su Yuan, the Beastmaster, would render the remaining contracted beasts powerless. Despite the formidable power of Xian's tidebreaker, capable of obliterating shadow forms, it struggled to deliver a fatal blow to the Netherfire Serpent's main body. As the serpent broke through the surging waves, drawing ever closer, a sharp glint flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Damn it! Do you really think I'm an easy target? Let's see who's tougher. Soul Arrow. In the critical moment, Su Yuan's mental energy surged forth like a breached dam. Within an instant, an invisible arrow of psychic force took shape, launching straight toward the gaping maw of the approaching Netherfire Serpent. As a Beastmaster with 3 extraordinary grade contracted beasts and a Mythic Level Beastmaster talent, combined with Xian's near-peak 9th tier strength just a step away from awakening tier, Su Yuan's mental prowess was far beyond ordinary. In this life-or-death moment, the full-force manifestation of his soul arrow exceeded even his own expectations. The Netherfire Serpent's pupils dilated, and then went lifeless in an instant. Before it could even let out a death cry, its soul was obliterated by the impact of the soul arrow. Though its body, propelled by momentum, still reached Su Yuan, he easily deflected it before it finally collapsed powerlessly onto Xian's back. Phew, that was close. I almost didn't make it. Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze falling on the lifeless body of the Netherfire Serpent at his feet. Drawing the fine steel dagger from his belt, he crouched down and plunged it fiercely toward the serpent's head. Clang! The dagger struck the serpent's scales, producing a crisp metallic ring. The hardened scales bore only a faint white scratch, failing to yield even a fraction. This defense is insane. Su Yuan was taken aback. As a Beastmaster on the verge of awakening, with 3 high-quality companion beasts Xian, and the swift Shadow Cathy's strength rivaled that of ordinary peak-tier fierce beasts. Yet even so, his full-force strike couldn't penetrate the Netherfire Serpent's defenses. Changing tactics, he pried open the serpent's jaws and drove the dagger into its upper palate, putting an end to the beast's life. Staring at the corpse before him, Su Yuan sighed. What a waste. If only it hadn't tried to kill me. Contracting with a 7-star, 2nd-tier awakened Netherfire Serpent would have skyrocketed my strength. Faced with a life-or-death crisis earlier, he'd been forced to unleash his soul arrow, directly obliterating the serpent's soul and forfeiting any chance of forming a contract. If he could have subdued such a powerful beast, he would have been unstoppable in the outer regions of the Molten mountain range. Shaking his head, Su Yuan refocused on dissecting the Netherfire Serpent. Though the snake wasn't particularly large, only as thick as his calf and less than 3 meters long, its scales were ideal for crafting armor with exceptional defensive properties, more valuable than its core. Before long, he had carefully skinned the serpent. The intact snakeskin, combined with the core, was worth over 100,000 Federation coins, most significant gain since entering the Molten mountain range. Yet compared to the 3 sacred flame fruits atop the cliff, these spoils seemed trivial. Stowing his loot in the large backpack carried by Xian, Su Yuan looked up at the 3 crimson sacred flame fruits clinging to the cliffside, a victorious smile spreading across his face. With the guardian beast defeated, all he needed to do was wait 3 days for the fruits to fully ripen. Chirp, chirp. Xian circled the cliff, scouting the area before landing lightly on Xian's back. Now reaching Su Yuan's waist in height, Xian chirped excitedly, its eyes fixed eagerly on the 3 sacred flame fruits. Patience, Su Yuan said, gently stroking Xian's soft feathers. These fruits need 3 more days to ripen completely. Only then will they achieve their maximum potency. Xian nodded obediently and settled down beside him. Retrieving the last few water element beast cores from his backpack, Su Yuan handed them to Xian. That battle took a lot out of you. Swallow these to recover your mana. The fiery elements of the Molten mountain range filled the air, surrounding everything in their intense presence. Xian could only rely on water-type beast cores to replenish its depleted mana. As the main combatant, Xian gave its all in every battle against ferocious beasts, leading to an enormous consumption of mana. The water-type beast cores that Su Yuan had prepared, intended to last 2 months, were nearly completely used up in just half a month. However, this effort was not without reward. Over the past 2 weeks, Xian's strength had advanced at an astonishing pace. From just breaking into the ordinary 8th tier, it climbed steadily and was now on the verge of reaching the awakening level. Such remarkable growth was unparalleled among all beast tamers in Tianyang City. Seeing the few beast cores Su Yuan tossed over, a gleam of excitement flashed through Xian's eyes. It opened its mouth, generating a suction force that drew all the cores into its stomach. As the high-grade water-type beast cores were absorbed, a surge of powerful water element mana erupted within its body, swiftly replenishing the energy expended in previous battles. Knowing that Su Yuan planned to stay and wait for the sacred flame fruit to ripen, Xian lay down on the ground, focusing on absorbing the energy from the cores. It was fully aware that these were the last of Su Yuan's water-type beast core reserves. If it wanted to continue using cores to replenish its power, they would have to return to the city, sell the spoils of the past 2 weeks, and purchase new supplies. Reflecting on the earlier fierce battle with the Ghostfire Serpent, Xian felt a deep sense of guilt. Its insufficient strength had prevented it from fully blocking the opponent's attacks, putting Su Yuan in danger. This only strengthened its determination to break through to the awakening level. Only by growing stronger could it better protect Su Yuan and prevent such perilous situations from happening again. After handing a fire-type beast core to Xian, Su Yuan sat down cross-legged and began meditating to recover his depleted mental energy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the moment finally arrived the sacred flame fruit was fully ripe. At the very instant of ripening, a surge of intense fire elements burst forth, accompanied by a rich and alluring fragrance that filled the air. Xian, the time is now. Quickly eat those 3 sacred flame fruits. Su Yuan called out urgently. The potent aroma was sure to attract a swarm of ferocious beasts, and they needed to harvest the fruits before the creatures arrived. Hearing Su Yuan's command, Xian immediately spread its wings and soared high into the air. It flew to the sacred flame fruit and, without hesitation, swallowed all 3 fruits in one gulp. Shriek. The moment Xian swallowed the 3 sacred flame fruits, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within. Scorching heat seared every inch of its skin, and the excruciating pain forced a piercing cry from its throat. Its massive body plummeted straight from the sky. Su Yuan reacted instantly, leaping forward to catch Xian. However, as soon as he made contact, a violent wave of heat struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Hastily, he placed Xian on the ground and retreated quickly. Looking down at his now burned hands, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. At this moment, Xian's entire body was engulfed in crimson flames. Its eyes were tightly shut, its head lowered, trembling uncontrollably. Waves of intense heat radiated outward like a relentless tide, forcing Su Yuan to retreat further. The energy contained within the 3 height-tier, 4th-grade sacred flame fruits was unimaginably immense. It seemed reckless to have Xian consume them all at once. Damn it, I was too careless, Su Yuan muttered, clenching his fists in regret. He had rushed Xian into swallowing the fruits all at once, fearing the medicinal aroma of the ripened fruits would attract other fierce beasts. Now, seeing Xian in such agony, all he could do was stand by helplessly, silently praying it would endure this ordeal. Just then, a deafening beastly roar shattered the tense atmosphere. Su Yuan turned toward the sound to see a fire barbarian bull charging toward them. The beast's hooves blazed with flames, its tail flickered with fire, and its muscular body rippled with power. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the flame-shrouded Xian, glinting with greed. Xian, Su Yuan commanded sharply. Xian immediately unleashed a water jet attack. A powerful stream of water shot toward the oncoming fire barbarian bull, sending it flying through the air. The massive creature crashed through several withered trees before being impaled on a jagged boulder. After a few futile struggles, it fell lifeless. Just as the danger seemed to subside, another feral roar echoed through the forest. A dark red-furred tiger emerged into view. However, upon noticing the grim fate of the fire barbarian bull, the tiger's gaze flickered with apprehension as it glanced at Xian beside Su Yuan. Instead of attacking, it cautiously kept its distance, clearly wary of them. As time passed, the distant pack of ferocious beasts continued to converge towards Su Yuan's location. In just a quarter of an hour, a dozen fierce beasts had gathered within a 100-meter radius around him. The flame tiger's fiery mane blazed like flames, the 8 eyes of the candlelight spider glimmered with an eerie glow, and the scales of the fire python shimmered with a dangerous luster. Without a doubt, these beasts had been drawn here by the medicinal aroma released earlier by the sacred flame fruit. Su Yuan silently felt relieved that they were still in the outer regions of the Molten mountain range. Here, most of the beasts were of ordinary rank, and even if there were awakened ones, the strongest would only be at the second stage of awakening. He turned to Xian and said, "If these creatures charge at us later, you handle all the ordinary ranked beasts, and leave the awakened ones to me." The battle with the Netherfire Serpent 3 days ago had given Su Yuan a profound understanding of the advantage his spiritual power held over other Beastmasters of the same rank. Even a Netherfire Serpent of extraordinary 7-star quality and second-stage awakening had been killed in one strike by his soul arrow. Although there were many beasts here, the strongest among them, the Flame Tiger, was only a rare 6-star and second-stage awakened beast, far weaker than the Netherfire Serpent from before. Su Yuan was fully confident in using his soul arrow to eliminate all the awakened beasts. Xian nodded in response, her bright, watchful eyes fixed on the surrounding beasts, ready to strike at any moment. A few minutes later, the number of beasts encircling Su Yuan had grown to 20. Finally, the flame tiger could no longer hold back. It let out an earth-shaking roar and charged at Xiaoyan. Spurred on by their leader, the other beasts unleashed their ferocious auras and roared as they pounced towards Su Yuan and his companion. Whoosh! From the outskirts of the Molten mountain range, a horde of fire-attribute feral beasts surged forward. 20 beasts launched their attacks in unison, bombarding Su Yuan and his companions with a rain of densely packed fireballs. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Su Yuan remained composed. Xian, already on high alert, unleashed precise jets of water to intercept each fireball, extinguishing them completely. At the same time, Xian's water cannon skill relentlessly targeted the ordinary level beasts in the rear, shattering them into fragments with each strike. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the feral beasts had fallen. The flame tiger, leading the charge, observed Xian's display of power and secretly felt relieved it hadn't acted rashly. Even as a second-tier awakened beast, it knew it would struggle to defeat Xian alone. However, it still had 3 first-tier awakened beasts by its side. Quickly formulating a strategy, the flame tiger decided to have the 3 beasts engage Xian, while it seized the opportunity to eliminate Su Yuan, the Beastmaster. As one of the strongest beasts on the outskirts of the Molten mountain range, the flame tiger understood the critical weakness of Beastmaster. Since the master dies, their contracted beasts perish as well. Letting out a resounding roar, it conveyed its tactical orders to the other 3 beasts before charging directly at Su Yuan. Though the 3 first-tier awakened beasts were reluctant, they couldn't deny the soundness of the plan and reluctantly launched an assault on Xian. "These creatures are smarter than I thought, targeting the Beastmaster first. Too bad for them they picked the wrong opponent." Su Yuan sneered coldly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. From within his spiritual sea, immense mental energy surged forth, instantly forming an invisible soul arrow that silently shot toward the charging flame tiger. The flame tiger had no time to react. Struck by the mental attack, its body went limp, sliding uncontrollably for dozens of meters before coming to a halt at Su Yuan's feet, a lifeless husk devoid of a soul. Su Yuan calmly drew his dagger and decisively plunged it into the flame tiger's left eye, ensuring its demise. The sudden and chilling scene left the 3 remaining first-tier awakened beasts frozen in fear. They let out low growls of terror, unable to comprehend the inexplicable death of their leader. Yet Su Yuan gave them no time to dwell on it. 3 more soul arrows swiftly materialized, piercing their foreheads in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds rang out in quick succession as Su Yuan's soul arrows struck their marks, taking down 3 first-tier awakened beasts with precision. The beasts collapsed to the ground, only to have their bodies pierced moments later by water jets unleashed by Xian, killing them on the spot. Su Yuan silently assessed his own strength. His mental power had grown strong enough to instantly kill any beast below the 4th tier of awakening. If he were to channel his full power into his soul arrows, Even a 4th-tier awakened beast might fall to a single strike. Gazing at the results of the battle, he let out a long breath, a wave of excitement surging in his chest. As an ordinary peak-level Beastmaster, being able to effortlessly take down 1st-tier awakened beasts meant his combat power had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle among Beastmasters of his level. With the fiery tiger and the other 3 awakened beasts slain in an instant, the remaining ordinary-level beasts finally realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Su Yuan and his companion's strength far exceeded their expectations, and the fortune surrounding Xuanwu was something they could never hope to claim. Driven by fear, the remaining beasts turned and fled in panic. Trying to run now? Too late. Su Yuan scoffed coldly. Xiaoxian, standing not far away, immediately understood the command. Water elements gathered rapidly around him, forming powerful water columns that spanned dozens of meters, cutting down the fleeing beasts in an instant. Against Xiaoxian, who had already reached the 9th tier of ordinary level, these ordinary level beasts were nothing more than paper tigers. Scanning the battlefield, Su Yuan calculated their haul. Including the flame bowl from earlier, we've taken down a total of 21 beasts on this trip. Every one of them had at least 8th tier ordinary level strength, and 5 of them were awakened beasts. Just the beast cores alone should bring in over 150,000. That'll be enough to buy a good amount of high-quality Beastmaster feed. With that, he and Xiaoxian began cleaning up the battlefield. Su Yuan and Xiaoxian moved swiftly, collecting all the beast crystal cores on the battlefield in just 3 minutes. They also didn't miss out on valuable materials like the flame tiger's pelt or the fire brute bull's horns. The total value of their haul exceeded 200,000 Federation coins, making Su Yuan marvel at how quickly Beast Tamers could earn money. 5 minutes of work had brought in what an average family might earn in a year. This only made him more eager to see what kind of fierce beasts might be drawn out after Xiaoyan consumed the sacred flame fruit. Shortly after they finished clearing the battlefield, Xiaoyan, who was engulfed in roaring flames, suddenly let out a piercing phoenix cry. The sound immediately captured Su Yuan and Xiaoxian's attention. They turned to see Xiaoyan open its eyes, then inhale deeply, drawing the surrounding flames into its mouth as if a giant whale were swallowing seawater. Boom! As the crimson flames were absorbed, a powerful aura erupted from Xiaoyan's body. Its level began to rise rapidly. Ordinary Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8 straight to the peak of Ordinary Tier 9 without the slightest pause. Then, it broke through to Awakening Tier 1, and its aura continued to climb until it finally slowed at Awakening Tier 3. Ultimately, Xiaoyan's level stabilized at Awakening Tier 4. As Xiaoyan's tamer, Su Yuan also received an energy feedback throughout the process. This energy continuously strengthened his body, allowing him to break through to the Awakening Tier as well. Thanks to Xiaoyan's perfect 5-star quality, the feedback energy was exceptionally pure, making Su Yuan's strength far surpass that of other tamers at the same level. His mental power experienced a significant boost, enabling him to easily use his soul arrow to eliminate Awakening Tier 7 beasts. Only now could he truly be considered a formidable beast tamer. The system displayed Xiaoyan's updated stats. Crimson Sunbird contracted species. Type: Avian Fire Element. Quality: Perfect 5-star. Level: Awakening Tier 4. Skills: Flame Feather, Fire Shield, Destructive Fire Gaze, Scorching Sun Inferno. Evolution count: 0. Evolution paths: 5. The most remarkable was the 5th path. After 4 evolutions, it could ascend to become a mythical Undying Phoenix. The materials required for the first stage included 1 purple sunflower, 1 flame fruit, 3 sky crimson stones, and 1 9-petal fire lotus. Awakening Tier 4. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment at the incredible leap in power. Xiaoyan had jumped directly from Ordinary Tier 5 to Awakening Tier 4, crossing an entire major tier. This demonstrated the extraordinary potency of the advanced Tier 4 Sacred Flame Fruit. If not for Xiaoyan's perfect 5-star quality, an ordinary beast would never have been able to withstand such energy. For instance, the ghost fire serpent they encountered earlier might have reached Transcendent Tier with the energy from 3 Sacred Flame Fruits, but it would likely have been overwhelmed and destroyed by the immense power. Chirp, chirp. Xiaoyan, having completed its transformation, flapped its wings and joyfully flew towards Su Yuan, circling him in excitement. Its body had grown significantly, now reaching 3 meters in length with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, 10 times its previous size. It was now fully capable of carrying Su Yuan through the skies. Su Yuan also noticed that Xiaoyan still retained a substantial amount of energy from the sacred flame fruits, indicating that the power of the 3 fruits had not yet been completely absorbed. The energy of the sacred flame fruit coursed through Xiaoyan's body, with a faint golden-red glow flickering intermittently. This energy was enough to propel Xiaoyan all the way to the transcendent level. After all, the value of 3 high-grade 4th-tier sacred flame fruits, worth a staggering 30 million, was far more than just enabling it to break through to Awakening Tier 4. As Xiaoyan flew to Su Yuan's side, His spiritual senses immediately detected the potent residual energy within the beast. A gratified smile spread across his face. At that moment, an excited call from Xiao Xian rang out from not far away, and a fresh surge of energy flowed into Su Yuan's body. Although not as intense as the energy wave from Xiao Yan's breakthrough, it was still quite substantial. Turning to look, Su Yuan saw Xiao Xian surrounded by a powerful ripple of water elements. It had just broken through from the peak of ordinary Tier 9 to awakening Tier 1. Its scales gleamed even brighter, and faint wave-like patterns shimmered across its shell. Xiao Xian happily swam over to Su Yuan, sharing its joy over the breakthrough. As Su Yuan stroked Xiao Xian's head, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Reaching into his pouch, he retrieved the beast taming bracelet he had obtained long ago. A streak of light flashed, and a small black cat appeared before him. It was the Gale Shadow Cat that had been forcibly contracted in the misty forest and had been unconscious for over half a month. The newly awakened cat looked around in confusion. The moment its jewel-like black eyes landed on Su Yuan, they lit up with brilliance. With a graceful leap, the small cat dove into Su Yuan's arms, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Haha, today truly is a day of triple blessings. You've recovered on your own, saving me the trouble of searching for rare treasures to heal your spiritual injuries. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoyu, Su Yuan said with a smile, gently stroking Xiaoyu's soft fur. Meow, Xiaoyu softly responded, nodding slightly before curling up comfortably in Su Yuan's arms, a look of contentment on its face. As he gazed at the little creature snuggling in his arms, Su Yuan chuckled and shook his head. With both Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian now at the awakening level, especially Xiao Yin, who had the strength to contend with height-ear awakening beasts, she began to ponder. With their current strength, they could now navigate the voodoo jungle safely. It was time to venture there and seek out a plant-type beast companion. After giving Xiao Yu one last gentle pat, Su Yuan turned to Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian and said firmly, Xiao Yin, Xiao Xian, let's go. We're crossing the Molten mountain range and heading for Tianyun City. 3 days later, above the outskirts of the Molten mountain range, a crimson figure streaked across the sky like a blazing meteor. It was none other than Xiao Yin, who had recently advanced to the 4th stage of awakening. Seated steadily on his back was Su Yuan. To reach the voodoo forest near Tianyun City, Su Yuan had chosen a route that passed through the Molten mountain range. Although he deliberately stuck to the outer regions of the range, he still encountered numerous ferocious beasts along the way. These encounters delayed his journey but also yielded a valuable haul of beast cores and materials, while allowing him to complete all the tasks assigned by the Adventurers Guild in Tianyang City. Finally, Su Yuan decided to have Xiao Yin carry him directly over the mountain range's outskirts, heading straight for Tianyun City. Xiao Yan's speed was extraordinary, and within just 2 hours of flight, they were nearing Tianyun City. However, just as they were about to leave the Molten mountain range, Xiao Yin suddenly let out a sharp, warning cry, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he stared intently at the ground below. This reaction immediately put Su Yuan on high alert. Xiao Yin always behaved this way when a flying beast was nearby. A low caw echoed as a gray figure shot up rapidly from the forest below, reaching Su Yuan's altitude in the blink of an eye. The powerful aura emanating from this avian beast made Su Yuan's expression darken. Using his heavenly vision eye, he quickly identified it as an ironbone crow of Transcendent Tier 3. What was even more alarming was the contracted status display at it was the companion beast of a beast tamer. Just as Su Yuan prepared for a desperate fight, he noticed the crow's contract sigil and shouted loudly, Senior, I am merely passing through this area. I was invited by Senior Xuanwu Shiba to visit the Xuanwu family. I mean no offense and hope you won't misunderstand. Kid, are you trying to fool me? I've heard nothing about Second Master inviting anyone over. A gruff voice called out from the forest below. Su Yuan looked down to see a burly middle-aged man standing atop an ancient tree, glaring at him with suspicion. Without hesitation, Su Yuan retrieved Xuanwu Shiba's name card from his pocket. Senior, I wouldn't dare to make false claims. This is Senior Xuanwu Shiba's name card. Since you're from the Xuanwu family, you should be able to verify its authenticity. With that, he flicked the card toward the man with precision. The burly man caught the card and examined it carefully. His expression changed dramatically. He promptly recalled the ironbone crow, leaping onto its back before flying up to Su Yuan's side. His demeanor had completely shifted to one of respect. I apologize for the misunderstanding, young friend. I didn't realize you were a distinguished guest invited by the Second Master. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. The burly middle-aged man respectfully handed back Xuanwu Shiba's exclusive name card to Su Yuan and said, Since you were personally invited by Second Master, how about I escort you to the family estate? Su Yuan responded with a calm smile and nodded. In that case, I must thank you, Senior. He then effortlessly extended his spiritual power to retrieve the card and put it away. This brief wave of spiritual energy left the burly man stunned. What immense spiritual power! He's already approaching the level of a transcendent beast tamer. No wonder second master personally invited him. This young man is truly extraordinary. Feeling the strength of Su Yuan's spiritual energy, the man's attitude grew even more respectful. With a hint of nervousness, he said, "Please don't address me as senior. If you don't mind, just call me Hu." Su Yuan smiled and nodded. "Then I'll call you Brother Chen." Hu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into hearty laughter. In his years at the Huangfu family, he had encountered many geniuses, most of whom were arrogant and dismissive of people like him. To meet someone as modest as Su Yuan was a rare occurrence. "Ha ha ha, very well. By the way, I haven't had the honor of learning your name yet." "Su Yuan." "So, it's Brother Su. The distance to Tianyun City is about 80 li from here. Allow me to take you there." "In that case, they'll rely on you, Brother Chen." The two chatted amiably as they set out, with Xuanwu leading the way. With this transcendent level beast tamer and his ironbone crow escorting them, no ferocious beasts dared to approach. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived outside Tianyun City. Once inside the city, Su Yuan first asked Xuanwu to guide him to the trading market. There, he sold all the beast materials he had collected in the Molten mountain range, earning over 10 million in the process. This windfall replenished his nearly depleted funds. He then spent 1 million to purchase a large number of awakening level fire, water, wind, and shadow beast cores to provide energy for Shaoxian and the others. After restocking, Su Yuan followed Xuanwu toward the Huangfu family estate. The towering walls of Tianyun City shimmered under the sunlight, their grandeur far surpassing that of Tianyang City. Su Yuan followed Xuanwu through the city gates and arrived in front of the grand estate of the Huangfu family, unable to suppress his awe at the sight before him. Two guards stood at the entrance of the mansion, exuding an imposing aura. It was clear at a glance that they were extraordinary beast tamers, a testament to the strength of the Huangfu family. No wonder they were able to nurture a genius like Huangfu Yunzhao, who possessed class talent in beast taming. "Brother Su, wait here. I'll go in and announce your arrival," Xuanwu said, turning to Su Yuan, while also instructing the guards to treat him well. Su Yuan nodded slightly, watching as Xuanwu quickly disappeared into the estate. At that moment, Huangfu Yunzhao was strolling through the family's garden, her expression as cold as ever. Beside her walked a sharply dressed young man, Yang Di, whose face bore a carefully crafted smile. "Yunzhao, it's been a while. You've not only become a stunning beauty but also advanced to the awakening level as a beast tamer," Yang Di said softly, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. "Since our family's elders are discussing cooperation regarding the Yuntian secret realm, why don't we celebrate at the Andamillion Hotel?" "No need," Huangfu Yunzhao replied with a frown. "The college entrance exam is approaching, and I need to concentrate on training my beasts." Seeing his first attempt fail, Yang Di quickly shifted the conversation. "I heard your second contracted beast is a dark pattern scorpion. My family recently received news from Belan City about the appearance of Shadow Dragonwood. Would you like to check it out together? With this, your dark pattern scorpion could evolve into a Shadow Dragon Scorpion, giving you an even greater edge in getting into a top-tier beast taming academy." At the mention of Shadow Dragonwood, Huangfu Yunzhao paused, a flicker of delight in her eyes. After failing to contract the Gale Shadowcat in the Misty Forest, she had instead bonded with the dark pattern scorpion, a beast of excellent 8-star quality. While slightly inferior in potential, if it could evolve into the perfect 6-star Shadow Dragon Scorpion, her strength would undoubtedly soar. Noticing her interest, Yang Di felt a surge of satisfaction. He planned to use this opportunity to spend time alone with Huangfu Yunzhao, hoping his charm and tactics would win her over. Given the Yang family's status, a marriage alliance with the Huangfu family seemed ideal. Imagining a future with this remarkable woman by his side, a subtle smile crept across his face. However, this small change in his expression did not escape Huangfu Yunzhao's notice. While the prospect of obtaining Shadow Dragonwood intrigued her, she remained cautious and wary of Yang Di's intentions. The moment Yang Di's lips curved into a faint smile, Huangfu Yunzhao keenly sensed that this man seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Being someone who trusted her instincts deeply, she immediately suppressed the excitement bubbling within her and forced herself to remain calm. Just as she was contemplating an excuse to brush Yang Di off, a loud voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Miss Yunzhao." Huangfu Yunzhao turned around at the sound and saw Xuanwu bowing respectfully. "Xuanwu, what brings you here?" she asked curiously. Xuanwu was an extraordinary beast tamer employed by the Huangfu family. Most of the time, he could be found in the Molten mountain range near Tianyun City, hunting fierce beasts and gathering resources for the family. Whenever Yunzhao trained in the mountain range, Xuanwu would lead the team responsible for her protection. "Miss, while hunting on the outskirts of the Molten mountain range today, I happened to encounter a young man who was invited by the second master. After confirming his identity, I escorted him here. He's currently waiting at the family gate, and I need to report this to the second master," Xuanwu explained succinctly. "A young man personally invited by my uncle?" Huangfu Yunzhao frowned slightly. It was rare for someone to receive such an invitation from her uncle. Even Yang Di, who stood beside her, had never been granted such an honor. Suddenly, an image of Su Yuan flashed through her mind. "Do you know the young man's name?" she asked urgently. The young man called himself Su Yuan. Xuanwu replied promptly, noticing her unusual reaction. "It really is him." Yunha's eyes lit up with excitement. She immediately said to Xuanwu, "Su Yuan is a friend of mine. My father and uncle are currently discussing important matters and shouldn't be disturbed, so we'll take care of hosting him." She then turned to the visibly stunned Yang Di and said, "Shadow Dragonwood is a rare Tier 5 treasure and highly valuable. It would be more prudent to have the elders in the family handle its purchase. I truly appreciate the information you've provided, but I'll have to pass on the trip to Balan City. Let me treat you to a meal another day. For now, I need to excuse myself as I have a guest to attend to." She also instructed Xuanwu, "Make sure to properly entertain young Master Yang. Don't neglect him." Before her words had even fully landed, Xuanwu Yunjiao was already hurrying toward the main gate. Su Yuan. Outside the gate, Su Yuan had only been waiting for a few minutes when he heard a voice filled with surprise and joy calling his name. Looking up, he saw a graceful figure waving at him and quickly approaching. "Xuanwu Yunjiao, long time no see." Su Yuan greeted her with a faint smile as she approached him. Xuanwu Yunjiao stepped closer, her gaze lingering on his handsome face. A shy expression softened her usual composed demeanor, and a faint blush crept across her flawless cheeks. This unexpected display of emotion did not go unnoticed by the two extraordinary Beastmasters standing guard at the gate of the Xuanwu family estate. Known for her cold, aloof nature and distant attitude toward strangers, the esteemed young lady of the Xuanwu family had never shown such behavior toward any man before. "Suyuan, since you're here, why don't you come in for some tea?" she suggested with a gentle smile. "Uncle Ba has mentioned you quite a few times since we last parted ways in the Misty Forest. If he hears you've come to visit, he'll certainly be thrilled." "I appreciate the offer, but the main reason I'm here today is to head into the voodoo jungle," Su Yuan replied calmly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "I'm new to Tianyun City and unfamiliar with its surroundings, so I came to the Xuanwu family for directions." He wasn't lying. Initially, he planned to gather information casually, but after encountering Qinhu from the Xuanwu family, he decided it was safer to present Xuanwu Shibure's business card. Now that he was already at their doorstep, it would have been impolite not to pay a formal visit. "You're heading to the voodoo jungle so soon?" Xuanwu Yunjiao looked at him in surprise. "Does that mean you've advanced to the awakening level as a Beastmaster?" She vividly recalled Su Yuan's keen interest in plant-type beasts during their time in the Misty Forest, expressing a desire to contract one, just like she had. Back then, he had a turtle-type beast, and his talent was rumored to be only at the A level. A mere half-month ago, his beast had displayed strength at the ordinary 8th tier. For him to bridge the gap between the ordinary and awakening levels in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. "I only just recently broke through to the awakening level, thanks to the strength of my beast," Su Yuan replied modestly, attributing all credit to his companion. This was indeed a fact. A Beastmaster's advancement relied primarily on the energy feedback from their contracted beasts, and their own level would typically match the strength of their most powerful beast. Privately, he was relieved he hadn't revealed his true power in front of Xuanwu Yunjiao. If she discovered he had already reached Awakening Tier 4, her astonishment would have been even greater. "Since you've reached the Awakening level and are eager to contract a new beast, I won't delay you," Xuanwu Yunjiao said thoughtfully. "Let's inform my family first, and then I'll accompany you to the voodoo jungle. I'll also ask my father to assign some peak Awakening level guards to join us." The voodoo jungle is a low-tier secret realm, mostly inhabited by Awakening level beasts. While we're capable of handling early-tier Awakening beasts, encountering mid-tier or high-tier ones would be dangerous. Having peak Awakening level guards with us will ensure our safety. Su Yuan, with a gentle smile on his face, politely declined Xuanwu Yunjiao's enthusiastic invitation to accompany her into the voodoo jungle. At this point, he already possessed 3 contracted beasts, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Yu, with Xiao Yin having reached the 4th level of awakening. He knew well that allowing Xuanwu Yunjiao and her companions to join him would only hinder his movements in the jungle. Even though she seemed to have a favorable impression of him, Su Yuan was unwilling to prematurely reveal his trump cards before he had sufficient strength to protect himself. Xuanwu Yunjiao's expression flickered with a trace of disappointment upon hearing his response. As a young woman who had been adored and admired since childhood, this was her first time experiencing rejection, particularly from a man. This unprecedented experience stirred an indescribable and peculiar feeling within her. Before long, she collected herself and smiled again. "In that case, be extra careful going into the voodoo jungle alone. For now, let me take you to meet my second uncle. He'll definitely be delighted to see you." This time, Su Yuan did not refuse and followed Xuanwu Yunjiao through the gates of the Xuanwu family's estate. The two chatted as they walked, the atmosphere between them light and pleasant. Meanwhile, Yang Di was lurking in the shadows, observing them. After Xuanwu Yunjiao's hurried departure, he had declined Xuanwu's invitation to tour the estate and instead quietly followed her. As someone who harbored feelings for Xuanwu Yunjiao, Yang Di had never heard of her having any close male friends. Naturally, he was brimming with curiosity about the friend she mentioned. When he saw Xuanwu Yunjiao walking toward the villa district, chatting and laughing with a young man, jealousy surged through him. Turning to Chunhu, who stood nearby, Yang Di asked with a displeased expression, "Chunhu, who is that guy?" Chunhu frowned and cast a cold glance at Yang Di before speaking in a frosty tone. "Young Master Yang, am not entirely sure about the man's identity. But if Second Master personally invited him and mistreats him with such regard, he must be someone of considerable standing. Since he's a distinguished guest of the Xuanwu family, I urge you to choose your words and actions carefully." A glint of hostility flashed in Yang Di's eyes, but he suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile. "Chunhu, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious about who he is, that's all. If he's a valued guest, I naturally won't be disrespectful. Anyway, I have some matters to attend to, so will take my leave." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Once back at his quarters, Yang Di wasted no time summoning the Yang family's subordinates. He ordered them to secretly monitor Su Yuan and dig into his background. Sitting alone in his room, his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as he muttered to himself, "Su Yuan? A surname like Su? None of the prominent families in the nearby cities have that name. Who is this guy, and why does he warrant such special attention from Xuanwu Yunxiao?" Meanwhile, Xuanwu Yunxiao had brought Su Yuan to meet Xuanwu Shiba. Upon learning that Su Yuan had recently advanced to an awakened Beastmaster, Xuanwu Shiba was equally astonished. After hearing that Su Yuan's purpose for this visit was to venture into the voodoo jungle to form a contract with a new beast, Xuanwu Shiba immediately arranged for a team to escort him. Xuanwu Shiba held Su Yuan in high regard. Just 2 weeks ago, outside the Misty Forest, Su Yuan had demonstrated exceptional strength by fending off a Tier 2 awakened level feral beast despite only being at Tier 8 of the ordinary level. That feat alone had proven his capabilities. Now, in such a short span of time, he had already ascended to the awakened level, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Though Su Yuan's Beastmaster aptitude was rated at Grade A, falling short of Xuanwu Yunxiao's Grade S, his rapid progress placed him among the top of his grade, nearly bridging the gap. Watching his niece interact so warmly with Su Yuan, Xuanwu Shiba felt a sense of satisfaction. As an unmarried man without children, he doted on his niece more than anyone else, even more than her own father. He had always supported Xuanwu Yunxiao in pursuing her own happiness rather than being reduced to a pawn in a family alliance. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance to the voodoo jungle's secret realm. Turning to face her, Su Yuan said, "Miss Yunxiao, thank you for escorting me. Now that we're here, I'll head inside on my own." "Su Yuan, be careful and don't overestimate yourself," Xuanwu Yunxiao urged. She handed him a small transparent vial containing reddish-brown pills. "These are antitoxin pills. They'll protect you from the poisonous miasma inside the jungle. With these, you should be safe." Using his heavenly vision ability, Su Yuan quickly discerned that the pills were crafted from Tier 2 mid-grade spiritual herbs known as detox grass. Feeling a warm surge of gratitude, he thanked her and stepped into the secret realm. His figure disappeared from sight moments later. 2 commander-level guards standing nearby turned to Xuanwu Yunxiao and advised, "Miss, we should head back now." They were well aware that her Grade S aptitude made her a prime target for rival factions and dark beastmasters. Returning to Skyfall City was the safest course of action. Xuanwu Yunxiao nodded in agreement, and the three of them began their journey back. Not long after they departed, a shadowy figure emerged at the entrance to the secret realm. After confirming that Su Yuan had entered alone, the figure swiftly returned to Skyfall City to report to Yang Di. When Yang Di heard the report, his expression shifted from puzzled curiosity to a sneer of disdain. Advancing to the awakening level required one to personally enter the voodoo jungle and form a contract with a second beast. After hearing his subordinate's report, a flicker of disdain crossed Yang Di's eyes. Is that Su guy really a scion of a prestigious family? Looking at him, he's just someone with barely decent talent at best. If he had any significant family backing, they would have already prepared a suitable beast for him. Why would he need to go to the voodoo jungle to contract one himself? Yang Di sneered as he pulled out an unmarked gold card from his pocket and handed it to his subordinate. "In that case, let's make sure that kid never leaves the voodoo jungle alive. Arrange for someone to take care of him permanently, and make sure it's clean. No loose ends." "Understood." The subordinate's eyes glinted coldly as he accepted the card and bowed before leaving the room. "Trying to steal a woman from me, Yang Di? Whoever you are, you'll pay with your life." Yang Di's lips twisted into a cruel grin as he watched his subordinate's retreating figure. The mere thought of Su Yuan's annoyingly handsome face, along with his seemingly effortless camaraderie with Xuanwu Yunjiao, filled Yang Di with uncontrollable jealousy. An hour later, 3 figures appeared at the entrance to the Voodoo Jungle's secret realm. Each of them exuded the powerful aura of a 9th-tier, awakening-level beast tamer. "Boss, this is our jackpot," exclaimed a stocky, bald man, holding up a tablet displaying a photo of Su Yuan. "A bounty of 200 million for the head of a rookie who just entered the awakening level? That's enough for the 3 of us to live it up for a whole year. Think with your head, not your instincts, you idiot," snapped the taller bald man, smacking the stocky one on the head. "With that kind of money, we can buy evolution materials for our beasts. Once they evolve and we step into the transcendent level, making money will be a breeze." Yes, you're absolutely right, big bro. I was being short-sighted," the stocky man said with a sheepish grin. "Enough chatter," the third man, with jet black hair, said with a frown. "The target entered the Voodoo Jungle 2 hours ago. We need to move quickly." Without further delay, the 3 stepped into the secret realm. The Voodoo Jungle was shrouded in a green miasma, its air thick with poisonous fumes. Inside the jungle, Su Yuan swallowed an antitoxin pill given to him by Huangfu Yunzhao and stood atop Xiaoyan, his fire element beast, soaring through the air. Using the celestial eye, he carefully observed his surroundings, noting that every plant, insect, and creature in this place seemed to be laced with venom. "This really is a paradise for poisonous creatures. No wonder they call it the Voodoo Jungle," Su Yuan remarked. Luckily, Xiaoyan's fire element can dissipate the toxic miasma, making this antitoxin pill almost unnecessary. Looks like contracting a fire element beast was the right choice. If I had brought Xiaoxian or Xiaoyu instead, they'd need the antitoxin just to survive here. Surrounded by intense fire energy, Xiaoyan radiated heat that incinerated the toxic miasma within a several-meter radius. However, what Su Yuan didn't realize was that ordinary fire element beasts wouldn't have been able to clear the miasma so effortlessly in this treacherous jungle. Xiaoyan's body radiated intense fire energy, effortlessly dispelling the surrounding miasma. This was not only due to its high quality as a perfect 5-star fire element beast, but also closely tied to the 3-tier 4 advanced sacred flame fruits it had consumed earlier in the Molten mountain range. These fruits not only enhanced the power of its flames, but also elevated the purity of the fire element within it to an unprecedented level. As Xiaoyan carried Su Yuan gracefully through the skies above the Voodoo Jungle's secret realm, a sudden crisis erupted from a dense forest below. Several dark green vines, shrouded in poisonous mist and resembling the tentacles of an octopus, shot out with astonishing speed, hurtling towards them. Xiaoyan reacted instantly, conjuring a crimson spherical flame shield around itself and Su Yuan, providing impenetrable protection. Though the vines struck with enough force to shatter steel, they were unable to breach the fiery barrier. Moreover, the intense heat of the flame shield caused the vines to emit sizzling sounds of scorching, with dark green smoke rising from the points of contact. In mere moments, most of the attacking vines were reduced to charred remains. Defeated, the retreating vines recoiled into the forest depths like a frightened beast. But Xiaoyan had no intention of letting the hidden assailant escape. Its eyes suddenly flared with a crimson glow, and 2 searing beams of light shot out, pursuing the fleeing vines and striking deep into the heart of the jungle below. Boom! Xiaoyan's eyes shot out 2 blazing red beams, slicing through the retreating vines like a hot blade cutting through chilled lard. In an instant, the vines were severed. The scorching rays didn't stop there, they surged downward, slamming into the jungle below. A deafening explosion followed, and raging flames devoured a large swath of vegetation. The surrounding toxic green miasma was completely dispersed as the fire roared to life. Poisonous creatures within the jungle had no time to flee, perishing one after another in the inferno. This was Xiaoyan's annihilation fire eyes. Through the fiery shield beside him, Su Yuan observed the devastation below and couldn't help but marvel at the power of this ability. Such an attack, if it directly struck a high-tier awakened beast, would likely be impossible to endure. After consuming the sacred fire fruit, Xiaoyan's flames had reached a new level of intensity. The power of this annihilation fire eyes now rivaled the full-force strike of an ordinary 8th-tier awakened beast. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burning figure darted out of the firestorm, speeding toward a distant river at an incredible pace. Su Yuan quickly scanned the fleeing creature's information. Vine Toxic Demon, a plant-type beast, awakened at the 5th tier, with a rare 6-star quality. Unfortunately, its quality was subpar, and even its strongest evolution path could only reach the epic 5-star Soul Tomb Tree Demon. Xiaoyan, finish it off, Su Yuan said with a shake of his head. Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement. With a powerful beat of its wings, it transformed into a crimson streak of light and gave chase. The dense foliage had previously blocked the initial attack, preventing the annihilation fire eyes from directly striking the Vine Toxic Demon's vital points, allowing it to escape with severe injuries. Splash! The Vine Toxic Demon, enduring the searing pain of the flames, sensed Xuanwu closing in rapidly from above. Overcome with terror, it made a desperate decision. It discarded all its burning branches and vines, sacrificing most of its body to survive. With its weight greatly reduced, its speed increased dramatically, but it was still no match for the airborne Xuanwu. Just as Xuanwu was about to catch up, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. The vine toxic demon detected the dense moisture ahead and was filled with hope. It leaped tens of meters forward and plunged into the river with a loud splash. Hissing sounds filled the air as the flames were extinguished by the water, and the creature quickly sank to the riverbed to hide. Screech. Hovering above the river, Xuanwu carried Su Yuan as they scanned the water surface, their target nowhere in sight. Xuanwu let out an indignant cry, firing two blazing red beams into the river. Steam billowed as the water evaporated, filling the air with thick mist. Yet, despite its formidable strength, Xuanwu, as a fourth-tier awakened, could do little against the vast river. Let it go, Xuanwu. It got lucky this time, Su Yuan said, patting Xuanwu to console it. You could have easily overpowered it, but it was fortunate enough to be near the river. Plus, you're carrying me while flying. If not for me slowing you down, it wouldn't have had the chance to escape into the water. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Xuanwu's frustration eased slightly. It glared at the river one last time before reluctantly flying away with Su Yuan. The earlier commotion had been significant, and this voodoo jungle was teeming with awakened beasts. Attracting the attention of too many of them would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Although Xuanwu already possessed the combat power of an advanced awakened level, the number of awakened level fierce beasts in this voodoo jungle was overwhelming. If they were surrounded by a pack of beasts, both he and Su Yuan would be in grave danger. With Su Yuan in tow, Xuanwu transformed into a streak of red light and swiftly fled the area. The once blazing jungle gradually extinguished under the encroachment of the surrounding miasma, leaving behind a charred wasteland. As the flames died out, the green toxic fog surged back, blanketing the entire region. Before long, several powerful figures arrived from afar. These awakened-level beasts stared at the scorched jungle in shock. The lingering fire elemental energy in the air filled them with unease. Most of the beasts in the voodoo jungle had a natural fear of fire due to its suppressive nature. After letting out a few roars, they quickly turned and retreated from the area. Not far away, three men were making their way through the jungle with their respective bonded beasts. The man with black hair glanced in the direction of Xuanwu's battle with the vine poison demon and spoke to the eldest among them. Big brother. The commotion earlier came from up ahead. Should we go check it out? There's a chance our target might have been drawn there as well. Big brother. Second brother has a point. The youngest chimed in. This voodoo jungle is vast, and searching aimlessly is like finding a needle in a haystack. With the combined strength of us three brothers, we can handle any beasts we encounter and still walk away unscathed. The eldest nodded in agreement. All right, let's go take a look. The three men, accompanied by their beasts, headed toward the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, led by Xuanwu, had flown dozens of miles and arrived above a valley shrouded in toxic mist. Xuanwu, let's check out that valley, Su Yuan instructed. Without hesitation, Xuanwu descended, conjuring a shield of flames to protect them as they entered the valley. Inside the valley, a man and a woman noticed the movement and quickly turned their heads toward the entrance. Upon seeing Su Yuan and Xuanwu, they exchanged a meaningful glance, their faces lighting up with a cryptic smile. Two figures suddenly appeared in the valley, instantly catching the attention of Su Yuan and Xuanwu. Xuanwu, stay alert. Be cautious of these human beast tamers, Su Yuan whispered, his tone low and cautious. In the wild, danger didn't always come from ferocious beasts sometimes. Unfamiliar beast tamers could be even more threatening. Xuanwu nodded with vigilance, his sharp eyes fixed on the man and woman not far away. At that moment, the two individuals summoned their flying beasts, which soared towards Su Yuan's direction. Su Yuan's heavenly inside eye quickly analyzed the incoming beasts. One was a wind carver hawk, a sixth-tier awakened bird of the wind element, rated as rare 1-star quality. It had already undergone one evolution and possessed wind blade and razor feather skills. The other was a flame raven, a 7th-tier awakened bird of the fire element, rated as excellent 9-star quality. Though it had yet to evolve, it had 2 potential evolution paths and wielded fireball and iron beak abilities. Both of them have tire talents. If they join forces, their strength could rival mine, Su Yuan thought to himself. He gestured to Xuanwu, who let out a menacing growl, releasing the aura of a 4th-tier awakened beast. It was a clear warning for the pair to keep their distance. The two beast tamers felt the pressure of Xuanwu's 4th-tier energy, but instead of retreating, they dismissed it with a hint of arrogance. A mere 4th-tier awakened beast? We can handle that without breaking a sweat, they thought smugly. The pair began to encircle Su Yuan, one moving to his left and the other to his right. The man on the left flashed a friendly smile and waved as if to put Su Yuan at ease. No need to be so tense, brother. My sister and I are here to share an opportunity with you. We've discovered a treasure of immense value. How about we team up to retrieve it and split it evenly? Split evenly? Huh. Su Yuan sneered inwardly. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If there really was something valuable, they wouldn't share it with a stranger. And judging by their encircling posture, their intentions were far from friendly. Still, Su Yuan quickly calmed himself, analyzing the situation. They didn't attack immediately, so this likely isn't a simple ambush. Maybe there really is some treasure up ahead. Activating his heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan peered through the poisonous mist shrouding the valley. About a kilometer away, he spotted a towering black tree, over 10 meters tall, laden with dozens, possibly hundreds of dark red fruits. Each fruit was about the size of a palm, its surface etched with intricate gray patterns. It was unmistakably a toxic soul fruit, a fourth-tier primary-grade natural treasure. This toxic soul fruit tree, a fifth-tier primary-grade specimen, bore fruit once every 3 years, producing around 100 fruits per cycle. Each toxic soul fruit was a rare poison element spiritual fruit capable of aiding poison-type beasts in evolution and significantly enhancing their strength. The market value of a single fruit reached as high as 4 million federal credits, rivaling the price of a rare-quality beast egg. With at least 60 fruits visible on the tree, the total value approached a staggering 250 million federal credits. It was a fortune that could drive any awakened-level beast tamer to madness. Yet, Su Yuan quickly realized something was amiss. If they've truly discovered the toxic soul fruit tree, why haven't they harvested the fruits yet? Something must be stopping them. Just like the sacred fire fruit I encountered in the Molten Flame Mountains, which was guarded by the ghost fire serpent, this even more precious toxic soul fruit tree must also have its own guardian beast. A fierce beast that even 6th and 7th tier awakened beast tamers dare not provoke must indeed possess extraordinary strength. After calmly analyzing the situation, Su Yuan quickly concluded that there must be a powerful beast guarding the poison soul fruit tree, which explained why the two beast tamers were so cautious. He continued to use his divine eye of insight, carefully observing the surroundings of the poison soul fruit tree. About a kilometer ahead, a vast swamp covering tens of thousands of square meters came into view. The swamp's surface constantly emitted poisonous smoke and bubbles. Through the divine eye's penetrating ability, Su Yuan discovered several creatures lurking beneath the swamp giant toads, roughly the size of calves. The divine eye immediately analyzed the detailed information about these creatures. Swamp poison frogs, amphibian poison type, of excellent 7-star quality. Among them were 3rd-tier awakened frogs with abilities such as vigilance, stealth, and poison spray, and 4th-tier awakened frogs with skills like sleep, poison spray, and tongue stab. Although these frogs had yet to undergo any evolution, each of them had 4 potential evolutionary paths. No wonder those two don't dare to act rashly. So many awakened swamp poison frogs are hiding in this swamp, Su Yuan realized. Turning his attention to the 2 individuals beside him, he noticed that their clothes were stained with swamp muck. It was clear they had already attempted to retrieve the poison soul fruit from the swamp center. Judging by their injuries and the state of their contracted beasts, their efforts had ended in failure. After waiting so long, I wonder what this brother thinks of my earlier proposal. The man leading the pair, unable to suppress his impatience any longer, finally spoke up, his tone tinged with irritation. I never expected to meet such generous people like you out here, willing to split the treasure equally with me, Su Yuan said sincerely as he looked at the siblings standing before him. I am Li Xian, and this is my younger sister, Li Mu. May I ask how to address you, brother? The man introduced himself with a warm smile. Li Ming, Su Yuan replied, offering a false name, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha, so we're from the same clan. What a pleasant surprise. Li Xian's eyes lit up with delight before he leaned in slightly and revealed an important piece of information. Brother Li Ming, since we're all kinsmen, I'll be upfront with you. About a kilometer ahead in the swamp, we discovered a treasuria batch of Tier 4 low-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures called toxic soul fruits. There are at least 50 of them. He continued, however, the area is heavily guarded by swamp poison frogs. Judging by your beast's Tier 4 awakening, how about this? You lure away half of the frogs, and my sister and I will handle the rest. Once it's done, we split the spoils evenly among the 3 of us. As Li Xian spoke, both he and Li Mu subtly locked their auras onto Su Yuan, prepared to strike if he refused. But Su Yuan, pretending to remain oblivious, instead let a greedy glint flash across his face. 50 toxic soul fruits. Even splitting it 3 ways, that's nearly 20 fruits each worth at least 80 million federal credits. Brother Li Xian, I'm in. I'll lure away half the poison frogs, but you must keep your word and split the loot fairly. Seeing Su Yuan take the bait, Li Xian let out a satisfied laugh and patted his chest. I, Li Xian, give you my word. I guarantee an even split. Good. Then I'll scout ahead, Su Yuan said, commanding his beast, Xiaoyan, to move in the direction of the toxic soul fruit tree. The Li siblings followed closely behind, their beasts soaring into the air to monitor Su Yuan's every move from above, ensuring he wouldn't attempt to flee. Su Yuan, aware of their watchful eyes, smirked inwardly. While Xiaoyan was more than capable of breaking through their surveillance, Su Yuan had other plans. Through his Tianqi divine eye, he had already uncovered the truth of the situation. Beyond the dozens of ordinary and a dozen or so awakened swamp poison frogs, there was a far more terrifying presence lurking beneath the toxic soul fruit tree. It was a massive giant rock toad, spanning 4 meters in length and as large as a small car. This beast, an earth and poison dual type, was of exceptional 7-star quality and boasted a staggering Tier 9 awakening level. It had mastered skills such as Toxic Spray, Tongue Strike, Stone Spikes, and Gravity Crush, having undergone an evolution once before. This creature was the real danger. With the guidance of the Celestial Insight, Su Yuan swiftly locked onto the giant Rockwake Toad, a formidable creature that had reached awakening level 9. This massive beast had evolved from an ordinary swamp venom toad, inheriting all its abilities while acquiring 2 powerful earth elemental skills. Even more astonishing was its exceptional 7-star quality, far surpassing any regular swamp venom toad. If it weren't for the restrictive rules of the voodoo mystic realm, this formidable creature would have likely already broken through to the transcendent level. Su Yuan knew deep down that even his pride and joy, Xiaoyan, stood no chance against this peak awakening level giant Rockwake toad. Fortunately, the powerful beast was currently in a deep slumber. In theory, as long as it wasn't disturbed, it might still be possible to retrieve the poison soul fruit. However, reality was far more complex. Surrounding the poison soul fruit tree, nearly 100 swamp venom toads formed the first line of defense. They guarded the area with vigilance, ready to fend off any ordinary intruders. Worse yet, anyone attempting to breach their defenses and approach the tree would inevitably awaken the slumbering giant Rockwake toad. If Su Yuan were alone, retrieving the poison soul fruit would be an impossible task. But with Li Xian and Li Mu, 2 awakening-level beast tamers, on his side, the situation was entirely different. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's lips as he thought to himself, "You think you're using me as a tool? Well, I'm using you just the same." Turning to Xiaoyan, he lowered his voice and instructed, "When we attack, hold back your strength, don't go all out. All we need to do is lure the venomous toads out of the swamp and then retreat immediately. Remember, slow down while retreating, don't let them lose track of us." Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as it nodded silently in understanding. For it, covering a distance of 1,000 meters, was just a matter of moments. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Xiaoyan had already carried its master high above the swamp where the poison soul fruit tree stood. Gurgle, gurgle. Above the swamp, Su Yuan and Xiaoyan were gradually lowering their flight altitude. Suddenly, the muddy waters below began to bubble violently, and moments later, dozens of swamp venom frogs, each the size of a young calf, surfaced. Half submerged in the mire, their wary eyes locked onto the intruders in the sky. "Xiaoyan, show them what we've got," Su Yuan shouted deliberately, raising his voice to ensure that Li Xian and Li Mu, who were flying above, could hear him. Despite noticing the airspace breach, the venom frogs didn't immediately attack. It was clear they were guarding the toxic soul fruit tree at the center of the swamp. To lure them away, Su Yuan needed to provoke these amphibious beasts. At his command, Xiaoyan let out a sharp screech. With a powerful flap of its wings, fire elements gathered rapidly, transforming into dozens of feather-shaped fireballs that rained down on the venom frog cluster below. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery feathers exploded upon impact, creating craters 2 to 3 meters wide in the swamp. Though the surrounding mud quickly filled the pits, the ordinary venom frogs suffered greatly. Even with Xiaoyan intentionally restraining its power, the flames enhanced by the sacred fire fruit were devastating. As a perfect grade, 4th-tier awakened beast, every fiery feather Xiaoyan unleashed was comparable to the full-force attack of a 3rd-tier awakened fire-type beast. The combined impact of dozens of fire feathers rivaled that of a 5th-tier awakened fire beast. The ordinary venom frogs stood no chance. Despite the swamp terrain offering them some protection, they couldn't escape their fate. Only the awakened level frogs managed to evade the attack unscathed, using their environment to their advantage. Ribbit, ribbit. The surviving venom frogs shifted from cautious defense to outright fury, letting out angry croaks as they turned their focus on the airborne intruders. A dozen or so awakened venom frogs immediately counterattacked, spitting streams of viscous, poisonous liquid that streaked through the air like bullets. Most of these frogs were around the 3rd tier of awakening, but the strongest 2 had reached the formidable 6th tier. Xiaoyan remained vigilant, mindful of Su Yuan riding on its back. Its agile movements in the air made it seem unaffected by the extra weight, effortlessly dodging all incoming poison attacks. Without missing a beat, it unleashed another volley of fiery feathers. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive explosions sent plumes of scorched mist into the air. The weaker awakened venom frogs bore the brunt of the assault, their charred bodies emitting a foul stench. Only those at the fourth tier and above emerged unscathed. Xuanwu let out a taunting cry, and though it was a different species, the venom frogs clearly understood the mockery in its call. Enraged, the venom frogs launched a more ferocious assault. In addition to spitting poison, some of the stronger ones extended their long, spear-like tongues toward Xuanwu. Each tongue could stretch dozens of meters into the air, moving even faster than the poison projectiles. The two sixth-tier venom frogs were particularly aggressive, nearly managing to ensnare Xuanwu's talons with their tongues. Xuanwu, that's enough. These swamp venom frogs are enraged now. We should be able to lure them away, Su Yuan called out, signaling it was time to proceed with their plan. There's still a powerful giant rockwake frog here, Su Yuan warned cautiously. With all the commotion we've caused, that big guy is probably waking up. We need to leave now. Using the divine eye of insight, Su Yuan, while holding tightly onto Xuanwu, keenly noticed the slight twitch of the eyelids of the slumbering giant rockwake frog beneath the poison soul fruit tree. He immediately issued a retreat command to Xuanwu. Xuanwu let out a sharp, clear cry in response, instantly understanding the order. It unleashed a piercing, taunting screech at the enraged group of swamp poison frogs below, then turned provocatively, shaking its tail at them as it flew away with an exaggerated swagger. Croak, croak, crow. The blatant provocation sent the dozen or so awakening-class swamp poison frogs into a frenzy, their anger clouding their judgment. Without hesitation, they charged in the direction of Su Yuan and Xuanwu's retreat. However, one of the awakening level 6 swamp poison frogs suddenly halted mid-pursuit, its instincts kicking in. It turned back to glance at the poison soul fruit tree behind it. Snarling in the direction of Su Yuan and Xuanwu's escape, it ultimately chose to stay behind with 2 awakening level 3 swamp poison frogs to guard the tree. Meanwhile, another awakening level 6 frog led the remaining dozen or so awakening class frogs in pursuit. Heh, this kid has exceeded our expectations, Xuan observed from above, watching the scene unfold. His beast companion may only be at awakening level 4, but its strength rivals that of level 5. And what's more surprising is that he actually managed to lure away 80 of the swamp poison frogs. As the pursuing frogs disappeared into the toxic mist, their croaks fading into silence, a confident smile spread across Xuan's face. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Mu, and the two simultaneously summoned their respective beast companions, launching an attack on the 3 remaining awakening-class swamp poison frogs below. As for the ordinary level swamp poison frogs, they were of no concern to them whatsoever. Boom! The moment the 60-year swamp poison frog landed back into the murky waters, a fierce combined assault from Xuan and Li Mu was already upon it like a raging storm. Both awakened Beast Tamers summoned all their contracted beasts simultaneously. The awakened tier Wind Hawk and Flame Crow circled aggressively in the air, while the third-tier Gale Wolf and fourth-tier Fire Bull braced themselves on the ground, ready to strike. In a flash, the 4 beasts launched a full-force attack, their relentless strikes targeting the strongest foe, the 60-year swamp poison frog. Caught off guard, the poison frog was struck by the devastating attacks, sustaining severe injuries instantly. A cold glint flashed in Xuan and Li Mu's eyes as they commanded the Wind Hawk and Flame Crow to continue their relentless assault. Meanwhile, the Gale Wolf and Fire Bull were tasked with holding off the 2 third-tier swamp poison frogs nearby. Overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, the heavily injured 60-year poison frog was finally brought down, its skull cleaved open by the Wind Hawk's razor-sharp wind blades. Letting out a final, unwilling screech, it collapsed lifeless into the swamp. The strongest swamp poison frog is down. Let's grab the poison soul fruits, Xuan exclaimed. Without hesitation, the two abandoned their pursuit of the remaining frogs and soared toward the poison soul fruit tree at the center, riding on the Wind Hawk and Flame Crow. Their faces lit up with exhilaration as they spotted the tree laden with palm-sized, glowing poison soul fruits. Quick, let's harvest all of them, Xuan shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. He leapt from the Flame Crow's back onto one of the tree's sturdy branches. But just as his hand reached the trunk, a deafening croak erupted from the swamp below. The ground trembled as muddy water churned violently, as though boiling. What's that? Xuan's face paled as he glanced downward, locking eyes with a cold, monstrous gaze the size of a millstone. Emerging from the swamp was the giant rock toad, the apex predator of the Voodoo Yunglin awakened beast at its peak. Its oppressive aura was so overwhelming that even the 7th-tier Xuan couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Run! Xuan instinctively called out to the Flame Crow, leaping back onto its back with all his might. Flame Crow, get us out of here. But before the words had fully left his mouth, there was a sharp whooshing sound. A massive, tree-trunk-sized tongue shot out with blinding speed, piercing through both the Flame Crow and Xuan's abdomen. This can't be. Li Xian muttered in shock as a tremendous force hurled him and the flame crow into the swamp, sending up a massive spray of muddy water. Brother! Li Mu cried out, her face stricken with terror as she prepared to rush to his aid. Stay back! Run! Li Xian roared with every ounce of strength he had left, his body caked in mud. He knew his fate was sealed, but his sister still had a chance to escape. Croak the giant rock toad retracted its bloodied tongue and let out a thunderous roar, its icy gaze locking onto Li Mu. The colossal rockwake toad was about to launch a fatal strike at Li Mu. At this critical moment, Li Xian, drenched in blood with a gaping wound as wide as a thigh on his body, glared fiercely at the equally gravely injured blazing fire raven. His eyes burned with determination as he roared, "Blazing fire raven, explode for me!" The blazing fire raven let out a defiant screech as its massive body began to swell rapidly. Fire elemental energy surged wildly within it, and without hesitation, it charged straight at the rockwake toad. In the instant they collided, the blazing fire raven's body transformed into a massive fireball over 10 meters in diameter. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the valley. The rockwake toad was instantly engulfed by roaring flames, and the shockwave from the blast sent a wave of dirt and debris surging like a tsunami in all directions. From within the inferno came the agonized roars of the rockwake toad. Brother! Li Mu's hair whipped wildly in the blast's aftermath as she screamed in anguish, her gaze fixed on the flames consuming both Li Xian and the rockwake toad below. Just then, a furious croak erupted from within the firestorm, signaling that the rockwake toad had been completely enraged. A flicker of hesitation flashed across Li Mu's face, but the memory of Li Xian's desperate sacrifice to ensure her escape steeled her resolve. Clenching her teeth, she swiftly recalled her other beast companion, the swift-winged wolf, and spurred her Galehawk to soar out of the valley. As the flames subsided, the rockwake toad emerged, its charred body radiating fury, its eyes blazing with hatred. Fixating on the rapidly fleeing Li Mu and her Galehawk, it coiled its powerful legs and launched itself forward like an arrow, hurtling after her at terrifying speed. Deep in the valley, several kilometers away, a deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by the roar of the giant rockwake toad. Su Yuan paused at the sound and turned to look in the direction of the valley behind him. Even with his mythic level eyes of revelation, the distance was too great to discern exactly what was happening. Li Xian and Li Mu really went and woke that thing up, Su Yuan thought to himself with a knowing expression. That giant rockwake toad was a ferocious beast at awakening level 9 with an exceptional 7-star quality, its power comparable to that of extraordinary grade beasts of superior quality. With their awakening levels only around 6 or 7, those two were no match for it. However, since both of them had flying beasts, they might just have a slim chance to escape if they gave it their all. Hopefully, they can keep that big guy occupied for a while longer, Su Yuan murmured with a faint smirk. His gaze then shifted downward to the dozen or so awakening level swamp poison toads relentlessly pursuing him, his eyes flashing with icy resolve. Time is running out. I can't waste any more time on these small fry. Xuanwu, finish them off. The once slow-gliding Xuanwu, eager for action, let out an excited chirp. It had been holding back for a while now, following Su Yuan's earlier orders. If not for that, these feeble toads would have long been reduced to ashes. With a sharp cry, Xuanwu executed a swift turn in midair, flying directly toward the oncoming group of swamp poison toads. The toads hesitated for a moment, seemingly stunned, before erupting in rage and firing streams of black venom like bullets. Unfazed, Xuanwu summoned a shield of flames, enveloping both itself and Su Yuan in a protective barrier. The venom sizzled and evaporated into black smoke upon contact with the fiery shield. Without missing a beat, Xuanwu conjured a storm of flaming feathers in the air, raining them down like a fiery tempest. This time, Xuanwu held nothing back. With its perfect 5-star quality and the boost from consuming the sacred flame fruit, its flames, despite being at awakening level 4, packed a power rivaling that of typical awakening level 9 fire-type beasts. Amid the thunderous blasts, all but one of the swamp poison toads perished. The sole survivor, an awakening level 6 toad, was left charred and let out a pained shriek before turning tail to flee, aiming to retreat to the safety of the swamp under its king's protection. But it didn't get far. Before it could escape, a ghostly figure appeared overhead. With lightning speed, razor-sharp claws pierced the toad's skull, precisely extracting its beast core. The toad collapsed lifelessly, its body rolling a few meters before coming to a stop. It was Xuanwu. Letting out a soft call, Xuanwu darted between the corpses of the other toads, collecting all 14 beast cores in just a few breaths. Then, leaping onto Xuanwu's back, it approached Su Yuan and eagerly handed over the spoils of battle. Well done. Now, return to the beast ring for now, Su Yuan said with a nod of approval. Su Yuan took the 14 crystal cores of the swamp poison frogs in his hand, gently stroking Xiaoyu's head. The cores emitted a faint glow in his palm, each one containing the essence of the swamp poison frogs. With a single thought, Xiaoyu's figure transformed into a streak of light and returned to the beast taming bracelet. Earlier, he had deliberately released Xiaoyu, relying on its agility to swiftly collect these crystal cores. Although Xiaoyu was only at the ordinary 6th tier in strength, even with its exceptional 9-star quality, it would typically struggle to pierce through the tough skin of the swamp poison frogs. However, these frogs had already been severely injured by Xiaoyan. Their outer skin was scorched black, and the protective mucus had been reduced to ashes, significantly weakening their defense. This allowed Xiaoyu to easily extract the crystal cores from their bodies. Xiaoyan, let's head back. After recalling Xiaoyu, Su Yuan immediately gave the command to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded in understanding, spread its wings, and carried Su Yuan at high speed toward the direction they had come from. Thanks to Xiaoyan's rapid flight, it took less than half a minute for them to return to the vicinity of the poison soul fruit tree. Throughout the journey, Su Yuan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with his celestial inside eyes to ensure the giant rock tremor frog had indeed left the swamp before approaching the tree. The scene before him made Su Yuan's pupils contract slightly. A massive crater had appeared in the swamp, surrounded by numerous charred corpses floating in the murky water. Such devastation! It seems the battle between those two and the giant rock tremor frog, though brief, was intense, he thought, his gaze sweeping over the dense fire elemental aura lingering in the air. With the strength of that blazing fire crow, there's no way it could unleash such a powerful attack. Considering the earlier explosion, it likely chose to self-destruct. I wonder how long they managed to hold off the giant rock tremor frog. Quickly regaining his composure, Su Yuan turned his focus back to the poison soul fruit tree. The poison soul fruit tree ahead, though splattered with swamp mud from the shockwave of the blazing crow's self-detonation and having a few branches broken, remained largely intact. The precious tier 4 primary heavenly treasure, the poison soul fruits, were well protected by the giant rock tremor frog and had survived unscathed, still hanging abundantly on the branches. Xiaoyan, let's move. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the tree laden with poison soul fruits. Time was of the essence, so he immediately commanded Xiaoyan to carry him up to the treetop. Over 60 poison soul fruits, all mine. Xiaoyu, come out and help. Landing on the tree, Su Yuan quickly summoned Xiaoyu. The man and his beast worked in perfect harmony to harvest the fruits. Xiaoyu, being small and agile with wind attributes, moved with remarkable speed, far outpacing Su Yuan. Together, they swiftly transferred the harvested fruits into the satchel on Xiaoyan's back, completing the task in just 2.5 minutes. At that moment, the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps began approaching from the distance. Su Yuan turned his head, and with the help of his celestial vision, pierced through the layers of toxic mist to spot the giant rock tremor frog, larger than a small car, rushing toward them from several hundred meters away. The giant rock tremor frog's back, but it's too late. We've already got everything we came for, haha. Su Yuan calmly secured the satchel packed with poison soul fruits onto Xiaoyan's back. Too bad we can't take the poison soul fruit tree itself. A tier 5 primary, heavenly treasure like this would be worth billions of Federation credits. Xiaoyan, let's go. Xiaoyu nimbly leapt into Su Yuan's arms, and Xiaoyan spread its wings, soaring into the sky. They gained altitude rapidly. Barely 10 seconds after they had left, the giant rock tremor frog arrived at the swamp. Seeing the now barren branches of the tree with not a single poison soul fruit left, the frog let out an enraged croak that echoed through the valley, causing stones to crumble from the cliffs on either side. The giant rock tremor frog extended its tongue like a serpent, tasting the air to track its target. It quickly locked onto the direction Su Yuan had fled. The frog's powerful hind legs tensed, veins bulging, before propelling it dozens of meters into the air in pursuit. Each landing sent tremors through the valley, forcing nearby beasts to scatter in fear. As the dominant predator in the region, the giant rock tremor frog faced little challenge from anything short of transcendent-level beasts. By now, Su Yuan had flown over a kilometer away. Hearing the furious croaks behind him, he remained composed and confident. While he was no match for the giant rock tremor frog in his current state, Xiaoyan's superior speed in the air gave them a decisive advantage. Xiaoyan, let's climb higher and shake off that big guy as quickly as we can, Su Yuan instructed, patting Xiaoyan's back. Understanding the command, Xiaoyan flapped its wings with renewed vigor, increasing its speed by 30%. A streak of crimson light cut through the sky as they accelerated. Within moments, they had exited the valley and disappeared into the horizon. The giant rockquake frog, with its astonishing jumping ability, leaped effortlessly from the depths of the 100-meter gorge to the high ground in just a few bounds. It pursued the trail for several kilometers, following the scent, but eventually lost track of Su Yuan and his group. Frustrated and without a target, the giant rockquake frog descended into a frenzy, unleashing its rage by wreaking havoc on everything around it. Boom, Boom, boom. Deafening crashes echoed through the air. The beast swung its massive forelimbs, snapping towering trees dozens of meters high like twigs. Its long, powerful tongue lashed out like a deadly whip, piercing any unfortunate creatures that failed to escape in time. It seemed as though only destruction could quell the fury burning within it. Meanwhile, in a forest more than 10 kilometers away, Limu leaned against a tree, struggling to catch her breath. Her face was pale, and a metallic taste of blood kept rising to her throat, though she forced it back down. She retrieved a pill from her pouch and swallowed it, and only then did a hint of color return to her cheeks. That damn giant rockquake frog. Just wait. He'll avenge my brother. Limu muttered through gritted teeth, staring in the direction of the gorge. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, a thunderous croak resonated from the direction of the gorge. Even at such a distance, the sound was impossibly loud and filled with rage. Limu's body stiffened as she quickly made a decision. Windrider Eagle, go check it out. She summoned her Windrider Eagle once more, and it soared hundreds of meters into the sky, heading toward the gorge. Earlier, trapped in the gorge with limited space to maneuver and too close to the giant rockquake frog, she had been forced to sacrifice her brother's Wind Wolf to buy herself a chance to escape. That self-detonation had also led to her injuries. But now, high in the sky, even the giant rockquake frog couldn't touch her. As she neared the gorge, Limu noticed a crimson figure flying out from within. After a brief moment of thought, she concluded it must be Su Yuan's beast. In such a short time, it was unlikely another Beastmaster with a red flying creature would appear in the area. That recklessly Ming, what on earth did he do to drive the giant rockquake frog into such madness? Could he have gone back to pluck the poison soul fruit while I was being chased? Limu's eyes narrowed as her thoughts sharpened. Without hesitation, she directed her Windrider Eagle to pursue the crimson figure disappearing into the distance. Limu rode on her Windhawk, an awakened sixth-tier beast, relentlessly pursuing her target. With its exceptional speed, the wind element beast easily outpaced Xuanwu, a fourth-tier awakened beast. After nearly 10 minutes of tracking, the crimson figure ahead gradually became clearer. It's him. Limu's gaze locked firmly onto Li Ming, especially noticing the bulging sack on his back. Connecting it to the giant rock toad's furious reaction earlier, she immediately realized the sack likely contained the highly coveted poison soul fruits. Thinking about the heavy losses her brother and she had suffered while Li Ming reaped all the benefits, rage boiled within her. As she caught sight of the massive sack on Xuanwu's back, swollen with more than 60 poison soul fruits, everything clicked. Recalling the chaos in the valley earlier, her eyes turned icy cold. She urged the Windhawk to accelerate its pursuit. Su Yuan had deliberately instructed Xuanwu to suppress its attack power back in the valley, successfully deceiving Li Xian and Li Mu. Even so, Xuanwu's displayed strength had surpassed the typical fourth-tier awakened beast and was comparable to an average fifth-tier one. However, for Li Mu, who had a sixth-tier Windhawk, she was fully confident in subduing Su Yuan. Li Ming, stop right there. After another minute of intense chase, Li Mu finally caught up, maneuvering her Windhawk to block Su Yuan and Xuanwu's path. Well, if it isn't Li Mu, may I ask why you've chosen to stop me at this hour? Su Yuan had long been aware of the pursuit behind him. Using his Heaven's Inside Eye, he discerned that Li Mu was still suffering from the backlash of losing her beast earlier. Now, she was left with only the sixth-tier Windhawk. Such strength was far from a threat to him. Li Mu's voice was cold as she barked, Li Ming, you took advantage of the peak-tier awakened beast chasing me to steal the poison soul fruits and then fled without a word. That's utterly dishonorable. Hand over the bag, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Oh, why are you alone? Su Yuan glanced around mockingly. Could it be that your dear brother has already fallen prey to the giant rock toad? The giant rock toad? You knew all along there was a peak-tier awakened beast there. It was you. You're the one who got my brother killed. Li Mu's face twisted with fury as everything dawned on her. Hatred burned in her eyes. Su Yuan sneered. You dare accuse me? Reflect on your actions. Weren't you and your brother planning to use me to fetch the poison soul fruits? Promising to split them evenly afterward? Without the giant rock toad, I'm certain you two would have taken the fruits and left me for dead or worse. Silenced me yourselves. I simply turned the tables. Li Mu froze at his words. She hadn't expected someone as young as Su Yuan to see through their intentions so easily. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was avenging her brother. Li Ming, you'll pay for this. Li Mu roared, commanding the Windhawk to attack. A barrage of sharp, green wind blades tore through the miasma, aiming directly for Su Yuan's vital points. Ah, why must you insist on courting death? Su Yuan sighed, his smile fading as he shook his head in resignation. He knew full well that letting this enemy, who now knew his face, leave alive would only spell trouble in the future, even if he wasn't using his real name now. In Su Yuan's mind, The fate of Li Mu was already sealed execution. Xiaoyan, seemingly attuned to its master's intent, reacted instinctively without needing Su Yuan's command. Letting out a piercing cry, it instantly summoned a blazing red flame shield around itself and Su Yuan, enveloping them securely. The wind-carved eagle's wind blades struck the flame shield with full force, but only caused ripples to spread across its fiery surface, like waves on water, without so much as disturbing its integrity. This sight drained the color from Li Mu's face. Her wind-carved eagle had already reached the 6th tier of awakening, and its wind blades at full power could effortlessly slice through a 4th-tier awakened beast and even force 5th-tier beasts to avoid a direct hit except for those exceptionally rare defensive-type beasts. Yet, before her stood a mere 4th-tier fire elemental beast, deflecting the attack with a single flame shield. This defied everything she understood. Such power at the awakening level could only belong to a beast of extraordinary, high-star quality. This realization made Li Mu's expression even grimmer. A person capable of possessing a beast of such caliber must either be immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, someone far beyond her ability to provoke. But what puzzled her to no end was why such an elite heir would venture alone into the perilous voodoo secret realm. Xiaoyan, kill her. Su Yuan's cold command shattered her thoughts. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes emitted 2 scorching beams of flame, piercing through the layers of poisonous miasma and striking Li Mu squarely in the chest. The searing heat burned 2 fist-sized holes through her torso, charring the surrounding flesh black. The wounds were so severe that not even blood had the chance to flow. The sudden, fatal blow left Li Mu frozen in place. She looked down at the smoldering void in her chest, then back up at Su Yuan. She opened her mouth to speak, but all that came out was a faint, trembling whisper. You. Moments later, accompanied by the mournful cry of the wind-carved eagle, the figures of both master and beast plummeted straight down from hundreds of meters in the sky. In the dense undergrowth, Su Yuan approached the Windhawk's mangled remains. Without hesitation, he swiftly extracted the Windhawk's crystal core and began rummaging through Li Mu's backpack. Examining the items before him, which were worth less than 1,000,000 Federation credits, Su Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The backpack contained only a small number of beast materials and crystal cores, with the most valuable item being the Windhawk's newly acquired crystal core. This 7th-tier awakened beast core alone was worth nearly 100,000 Federation credits, accounting for 1/10 of the total value of the loot. The 6th-tier awakened Beastmaster with such meager possessions, how pitiful. Back before I even became an awakened Beastmaster, I could gather more in just half a month in the Molten mountain range, Su Yuan mused to himself. Still, even the smallest gain is better than nothing. Nearly 1,000,000 credits isn't bad at all. He packed the spoils into the large bundle on Xiaoyan's back, casting one last glance at Li Mu's mangled corpse. Despite being his first time killing someone, Su Yuan couldn't entirely suppress a sense of unease. Without lingering, he called out to Xiaoyan, who took to the skies, as they continued their search for a suitable plant-type beast target. What Su Yuan didn't realize was that his ability to gather over 10 million credits worth of resources in the Molten Mountain range wasn't solely due to his formidable Beastmaster skills. The key lay in his mythic level talent, the Heaven's Eye of Revelation, which allowed him to see through the evolutionary paths of all beasts and easily locate rare treasures and hidden creatures. In comparison, although Li Xian and Li Mu were 6th and 7th tier awakened Beastmasters, their ability to search within the voodoo jungle was far inferior to that of Su Yuan, who was only at the 4th tier. Moreover, the two had only been in the jungle for a short time, so their collection of materials was limited. Not long after Su Yuan left, the scent of blood attracted a swarm of beasts. They fought fiercely over the remains of the Windhawk and Li Mu, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones within minutes. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the voodoo jungle, a piercing scream echoed through the air. A Tumperlong, 5th tier awakened venomous scorpion collapsed to the ground, defeated. Its opponent, a majestic black panther radiating the aura of a 9th tier awakened beast, stood victorious. Big brother, we've been searching for 3 days and still can't find that kid. Should we keep going? A short, bald man behind the black panther asked impatiently. This jungle is massive. Trying to find someone with just a sketch is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Let's go with second brother's suggestion and wait by the secret realm's entrance. That kid has to come out eventually, the taller, bald man decided with a deep breath. These two were part of a trio hired by Yang Di to eliminate Su Yuan. 3 days earlier, they had been drawn to the commotion caused by Xiaoyan and the poison vine demon, but arrived too late and ended up battling other attracted beasts instead. Although they emerged victorious, they were left in a sorry state. The next 2 days of searching yielded no results, leading the second brother to suggest staking out the entrance. However, the eldest brother had insisted on completing the task quickly to claim the reward. Unwilling to agree, the second brother had returned alone to the entrance. After 2 more fruitless days, the eldest brother finally conceded. Smart move, big brother. That kid can't stay in the secret realm forever. There's only one way out, and once he shows up, he's as good as dead. The third brother grinned. Exactly. Clean up here, and let's regroup with second brother. The eldest brother nodded in agreement. The third brother immediately ordered the Black Panther to retrieve the scorpion stinger and crystal core. Then, the two brothers mounted their respective beasts and headed toward the secret realm's entrance. Elsewhere, Su Yuan continued flying at low altitude on Xiaoyan, scanning the jungle below with his piercing gaze, which cut through the poisonous miasma. 3 days in the voodoo jungle, and I've searched a third of the area. Xiaoyan has already advanced to the 5th tier, but I still haven't found a suitable plant-type beast. I wonder if the remaining areas hold any surprises, perhaps a plant-type beast capable of evolving to mythic quality, Su Yuan murmured to himself. The large bundle on Xiao Yan's back was now packed to the brim with poison soul fruits and other high-value materials collected over the past few days. Boom! After flying for several dozen kilometers, a sudden disturbance in the distance caught Su Yuan and Xiao Yan's attention. Xiao Yan, there's something happening up ahead. Let's check it out. Su Yuan patted Xiao Yan's head, a faint smile curling his lips. Chirp chirp. Xiao Yan let out a cheerful cry, flapping its wings with renewed vigor as its speed surged. The pair quickly headed toward the source of the commotion. Deep within the voodoo jungle, a life-or-death battle was unfolding. The Zijingwa squad, led by Su Yuan, was surrounded on all sides, under relentless attack from a horde of powerful tree demons and ferocious beasts. Xiaolan, I'll do everything I can to create an opening for you. When I do, take everyone and get out of here immediately. Su Yuan, dressed in a red tracksuit, shouted while commanding her 2 battle beasts to fend off a towering, nearly 20-meter-high tree demon in front of her. No, Captain, protested Lan, a petite girl with glasses. We swore when we joined the Zijingwa squad that we would share blessings and hardships together. We will never abandon you and flee alone. She's right, Captain. If we die together. The other 3 team members chimed in unison. The situation grew increasingly dire. The squad's 10 awakened battle beasts formed a defensive perimeter around the 5 members, but struggled to hold back the ferocious assault of more than a dozen tree demons, each over 10 meters tall. Among them, the most formidable was the 20-meter-high Tree King, a terrifying foe at the 9th tier of awakening. Each swing of its massive vines created deafening sonic booms in the air. Even with Su Yuan's 2 8th-tier awakened beasts fighting with all their might, they could barely hold their ground. Among the other members, the strongest, Lan, had only a 6th-tier and a 5th-tier awakened beast. Against this overwhelming force, their survival hung by a thread. This Tree King is too strong. My beasts can't hold on any longer. If we delay any further, none of us will make it out alive. Go now. Su Yuan urged desperately as she noticed her beasts beginning to falter. At that critical moment, the ground suddenly split open, and a black tree root, as hard as steel, shot straight towards Su Yuan's vital point. Relying on her extensive combat experience, she narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but her tracksuit was torn, exposing the clothing underneath. Watch out, everyone. These tree demons can attack from underground too, Su Yuan called out, ignoring the cold air against her exposed skin. Before her warning had even faded, more bulges began to appear on the ground. Though the 5 managed to dodge in time, their formation was broken, leaving each of them in an even more perilous situation. Just then, Xiaoyan arrived from above, carrying Su Yuan. As Su Yuan looked down at the chaotic battle, a flash of astonishment crossed his face. Having explored the voodoo jungle's secret realm for 3 days, he had rarely encountered such a massive and powerful group of beasts, especially plant-based ones. The sheer number and strength of these tree demons were second only to the swarm of toads he had faced in the toxic mist swamp. When Su Yuan's gaze landed on the tallest of the tree demons, his initial surprise quickly turned into delight. He carefully examined the information about this mutated poison thorn tree demon, which stood nearly 20 meters tall. Quality: exceptional, 8 stars. Type: plantwood, poison. Level: awakening, 9th tier. Skills: poison thorn lash, root spike, old bark. Current evolution count: 0. Evolution options: 5 available. The first option indicated that after 1 evolution, it could become a twisted tree king with perfect 3-star quality. However, the most striking option was the 5th one. After 5 evolutions, it could ascend to the mythic level Tongtian Jianmu. The required materials included 1 poison soulwood core, 10 plant essence items, 10 black nether soil items, and more. A plant-type beast that can evolve to the mythic level. Finally, I've found you. Su Yuan muttered to himself in a soft but excited voice, his eyes gleaming with determination. Over the past 3 days, he had encountered countless plant-type beasts in the voodoo jungle, with a conservative estimate of over 80. However, with Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yin, 3 beasts capable of evolving to mythic level as his standard, ordinary beasts no longer met his requirements. Moreover, with his extraordinary SSS-level mythic talent, the Divine Eye of Revelation, Su Yuan's goal was to assemble an entire army of mythic-level beasts. Although the number of beasts he could contract was 3 to 5 times greater than that of an average person, it was still limited. For this reason, he was exceedingly selective about each potential beast. Choosing a beast that could not reach the mythic level would be a waste of his unparalleled talent. Now, having finally found such a perfect target in the voodoo jungle, Su Yuan's heart surged with excitement. He silently made up his mind. This mutated poison thorn tree demon was his for the taking. Su Yuan stood atop the high ground, his gaze sweeping over the dense horde of tree demons before settling on the 5 members of the Zijingwa squad. His eyes paused briefly, almost unintentionally, on Su Yuan's exposed upper body, her figure now clad only in undergarments, with pale, flawless skin faintly visible through the gaps in the forest's shadowy canopy. He quickly shifted his focus to the 2 most formidable beasts on the battlefield. One was the 100-blossom deer, a rare wood and illusion-type beast of 9-star rank, already at the 8th stage of awakening. The other was the wood blade mantis, a rare 7-star insect and wood-type hybrid, equally at the 8th stage of awakening. Both were undoubtedly the squad's main combatants, and judging by Su Yuan's disheveled appearance, she was likely their leader. Despite this impressive lineup, it was clear they were struggling against the mutated poison thorn tree demon. This exceptional 8-star beast not only held the advantage of being a stage higher, but also boasted a quality far surpassing ordinary beasts. To make matters worse, it was surrounded by a swarm of standard poison thorn tree demons, each at least at the 5th stage of awakening. Su Yuan assessed the battlefield with sharp precision. His own beast, Xuanwu, was only at the 5th stage of awakening, 4 stages below the mutated tree demon. However, as a fire-type beast, it naturally countered plant-based enemies. Combined with its aerial advantage, taking down the mutated tree demon seemed achievable. If needed, Su Yuan could also provide support with his soul arrow technique. Xuanwu, he called out, his voice steady and resolute. Focus on the ordinary tree demons first, then deal with the mutated one. Remember, their cores are 3 meters up in the main trunk. Strike with precision, 1 hit, 1 kill. Responding instantly, Xuanwu ignited a fiery shield around itself and Su Yuan, the flames flickering with fierce intensity. Letting out a powerful roar, it launched itself downward like an arrow unleashed from a taut bowstring, its blazing form illuminating the toxic, mist-filled forest below. "Captain, look up there!" A team member shouted in alarm. Su Yuan, Su Yuan, and the others instinctively glanced skyward. Even the surrounding beasts and tree demons momentarily halted their movements, all eyes drawn to the streaking fireball hurtling toward them. When they realized it was another Beastmaster coming to their aid, the short-haired girl with glasses, Su Yuan, exclaimed in excitement, "Captain, it's another Beastmaster. We're saved." Relief spread across the faces of the squad members as hope reignited in their hearts. The tree demons, however, reacted quite differently. Sensing the intense fire elemental energy radiating from Xuanwu, the ordinary poison thorn tree demons shuddered and retreated instinctively. Only the mutated tree demon held its ground, though its eyes betrayed a flicker of caution. Without hesitation, it struck, lashing out with 2 massive, toxin-covered vines aimed directly at Xuanwu's descent path. The vines sliced through the air with a deafening crack, their timing impeccable. But Xuanwu proved faster. With a swift, agile maneuver, it evaded the deadly strike, leaving the vines to whip through empty space. 2 blazing crimson beams shot out from Xuanwu's eyes, slicing through the air like lasers and precisely targeting a 6th-tier awakened poison thorn treant below. The fiery lines swept across the treant's massive trunk, as thick as 2 people could wrap their arms around, effortlessly cutting through it. The upper half of the treant froze mid-motion before sliding straight down, revealing a clean, angled cut left by the destructive flame eyes. The severed surface of the wood had already been carbonized by the intense heat, and the treant's heart-sized core had been neatly split in 2. In an instant, all life drained from the 6th-tier awakened treant. Its once deep green foliage quickly turned ashen gray, disintegrating into dust that scattered with the wind. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, but it was fleeting. Rustle, rustle. The surrounding poison thorn treants trembled violently, their branches and leaves quaking with fear as they witnessed the shocking demise of their companion. Through the heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan could clearly see that all the treants, including the mutated poison thorn treant, were gripped by an unprecedented terror. One move to annihilate a 6th-tier awakened poison thorn treant. Just how powerful is this fire elemental beast? Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Xuanwu, now enveloped in flames. As an 8th-tier awakened Beastmaster, she was acutely aware of the vitality and regenerative abilities of plant-type beasts, which were unparalleled among all beasts. As long as their core remained intact, they could recover from even the gravest injuries. Even with her commanding 2 8th-tier awakened beasts, she wouldn't be able to kill a 6th-tier poison thorn treant so decisively. What's more, unlike Su Yuan, she lacked the ability to pinpoint the exact location of a plant-type beast's core with such ease. Shriek. The surrounding tree demons were gripped by sheer terror, but Xiao Yan's relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. With a piercing cry, it unleashed a series of blazing fire beams under Su Yuan's guidance, precisely shattering the cores of the poisonous thorn tree demons one by one. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen tree demons had fallen. The remaining poisonous thorn tree demons could no longer suppress their fear and turned to flee. However, the fatal weakness of plant-based beasts was their sluggish movement. In front of Xiao Yan, they were no faster than snails. Without mercy, Xiao Yan's fiery gaze unleashed continuous rays of flame, reducing the fleeing tree demons to ashes. Watch out! Suddenly, a sharp cry of warning came from behind. Su Yuan and Xiao Yan simultaneously sensed a strong surge of danger from below. The ground split apart with a deafening crack as a massive black root, as thick as a barrel, shot out like a dark dragon. Its tip gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to evade, a green blur darted beneath it. It was the woodblade mantis, clad in thick, green vine armor. With a crisp clang, the woodblade mantis intercepted the piercing root. Although its vine armor shattered upon impact, it successfully neutralized the ambush. Upgrade vine armor talent is no joke? Su Yuan murmured in surprise, glancing down at Suyuan. With his divine insight ability, he discerned that the vine armor stemmed from her Beastmaster talent. Combining her grade talent with 2 rare high-star beasts, Su Yuan silently noted that this woman's background was far from ordinary. It was then that Suyuan realized, to her embarrassment, that her upper body was left with only her undergarments due to the earlier battle. Under Su Yuan's gaze, her face flushed bright red as she hastily covered herself with her hands. Su Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose and quickly shifted his focus to the towering 20-meter mutated poisonous thorn tree demon. An eye for an eye. Xiao Yan, show it what we're made of. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding, its eyes igniting with fiery intensity once more. The mutated tree demon, sensing the threat, channeled its immense internal energy, cloaking its trunk in a layer of wrinkled, dark green bark. This time, Xiao Yan's devastating fire beams failed to pierce through as effortlessly as before. The seemingly unremarkable bark revealed astonishing defensive capabilities, emitting plumes of white smoke and leaving charred marks, but still holding firm to protect the tree demon's core. The dark green bark, as solid as a wall of bronze, completely withstood Xiao Yan's destructive flame eyes. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized the skilled old bark of the mutated poison thorn treant. The branches and leaves of the mutated treant swayed smugly. Having just endured Xiao Yan's attack, it had assessed its opponent's strength as merely at the 5th awakening stage, far below its own 9th awakening stage. Moreover, Xiao Yan had just wiped out a large number of ordinary poison thorn treants, which must have drained a significant amount of his energy. The treant calculated that as long as it prolonged the fight, it could exhaust this troublesome enemy to death. Xiao Yan, give it a fiery makeover. Su Yuan calmly surveyed the dark green defense that only covered the treant's main trunk, issuing a precise command. With a sharp hum, 2 scorching beams of flame sliced through the air and struck the crown of the mutated poison thorn treant with pinpoint accuracy. The flames, like blades, severed all its branches and leaves. Moments later, countless feather-like flames rained down from above, igniting the treant's crown into a blazing inferno. Just as I thought, this thing's old bark only protects its trunk, leaving the rest of its body vulnerable, Su Yuan said with a slight smirk, immediately instructing Xiao Yan to press the attack. After several minutes of relentless burning, Xiao Yan had expended a considerable amount of energy, but the mutated poison thorn treant was in shambles. Its once lush crown was completely gone, leaving behind a charred, pitch-black, and barren trunk, a pitiful sight. Poison thorn treant, Su Yuan said coldly, looking down at the battered opponent from above. Choose. Burn to ashes along with the rest of the treants around you, or become my beast companion. Before Su Yuan's words had even fully left his lips, a thick tree root burst out from the ground, surging toward him and Xiao Yan like a spear. However, the venom thorn treant had already been gravely wounded by Xiao Yan's relentless assault, and this attack lacked the ferocity of its earlier strikes. Xiao Yan dodged effortlessly, and the subsequent stabs from the treant's roots proved equally ineffective. Humph! Stubborn to the bitter end. Xiao Yan. Su Yuan's patience wore thin. Xiao Yan instantly understood his command. Gathering every ounce of its fire energy, it conjured a brilliant crimson fireball above its head. The fireball expanded rapidly, growing into a blazing orb over 10 meters in diameter, like a scorching sun suspended in the sky. With a piercing cry, Xiao Yan unleashed the massive fireball. It hurtled toward the Venom Thorn Treant, engulfed in a tempest of searing heat. The fireball detonated upon impact, erupting with a deafening explosion. The shockwaves swept through the area, scattering broken branches and charred leaves in its wake. The Treant's bare trunk was instantly consumed by the inferno, the flame's destructive force surpassing even the catastrophic self-detonation of Li Mu's 7th tier awakened Inferno Crow. This was Xiao Yan's most devastating ability, Blazing Sun's Wrath. However, unleashing such power drained half of Xiao Yan's remaining energy. Su Yuan quickly retrieved several awakening-grade fire elemental beast cores and fed them to Xiao Yan, allowing it to replenish its strength. Even with its formidable barkskin defense, the Venom Thorn Treant couldn't withstand the fireball's blistering heat. The protective layer of wood element energy disintegrated into ash after a brief struggle. Exposed, the Treant's trunk crackled and popped in the flames, like dry timber catching fire. Though it desperately extinguished the remaining flames, its body was gravely damaged, leaving it too weakened to fight back. Through his celestial inside eyes, Su Yuan analyzed the Treant's condition. Venom Thorn Treant mutated variant. Type: Plant Wood Element, Poison Element. Quality: Superior, 8 stars. Level: Awakening, 9th tier. Status: Heavily injured. Skills: Venom Whip, Root Spear, Barkskin. Evolution count: 0. Available evolution paths: 5. It's heavily injured. This is the perfect moment to form a contract. A glint of determination flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he channeled his immense spiritual energy, forging a Beastmaster contract seal that surged toward the Treant's core. The Treant let out a furious, guttural roar, resisting the contract with all its might. The sound reverberated through Su Yuan's mind like a thunderclap, just as I expected. Though I'm only at the 5th tier of awakening, my spiritual energy far surpasses that of this injured 9th tier mutated Venom Thorn Treant. As the Treant's resistance intensified, Su Yuan's expression turned cold. He unleashed another wave of overwhelming spiritual energy, forcing it into the Treant's core. The creature's defiance began to crumble, though it continued to struggle fiercely. Venom Thorn Treant, you've reached the 9th tier of awakening, but in this voodoo jungle mystic realm, you'll never progress any further. Follow me out of this realm, break free from its restrictive rules, and you'll have the chance to ascend to even greater heights. I promise, as my bonded beast, you'll gain opportunities for evolution beyond your wildest dreams. Through his spiritual connection, Su Yuan conveyed his thoughts to the Treant. While he could have forcibly sealed the contract, doing so might inflict severe spiritual damage on the Treant, just as it had with Xiaoyu, leaving it comatose and unusable in the short term. Sensing a sudden hesitation in the Treant's resistance, a flicker of hope lit up in Su Yuan's eyes. It's working. Su Yuan seized the opportunity and carefully explained to the thorned poison tree spirit the numerous benefits of becoming his contracted beast. At that moment, Situ Lan noticed that the tree spirit, scorched by Xiao Yan's flames, still showed signs of life. She quickly approached Ziyun. Captain, the Tree King isn't dead yet. Let's take it down together. Just as she was about to summon her beast, Ziyun raised a hand to stop her. Xiao Lan, don't interfere. This Tree King is meant to be contracted by our savior. Ziyun, who had already redressed herself, fixed her radiant eyes on Su Yuan, who was still locked in a standoff with the thorned poison tree spirit. Although Su Yuan's movements in channeling his mental energy to form a beast contract were swift, Ziyun had noticed it and promptly stopped Situ Lan, signaling the other team members to hold back as well. What? He can still form a contract with a beast? Does that mean he doesn't have a second contracted beast yet? Situ Lan adjusted her glasses, staring in shock at Su Yuan, who stood atop Xiao Yan. The other 3 members of the Violet Rose Adventurer team were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on him. To them, it seemed impossible that a beast tamer capable of defeating over a dozen 5th-tier awakened tree spirits and even the peak-tier Tree King would not already have a second contracted beast. However, as the team leader, Ziyun had a different perspective. Her bright eyes sparkled with intrigue, as though she had discerned something extraordinary. Under the watchful eyes of the women, Su Yuan and the thorned poison tree spirit remained locked in a tense standoff for several breaths. Finally, the tree spirit relinquished all resistance. Without hesitation, Su Yuan activated the condensed beast contract, successfully claiming the mutated thorned poison tree spirit as his own. Boom! The moment the contract was sealed, a surge of immense power flooded into Su Yuan's body. Every cell in his being greedily absorbed the energy, rapidly strengthening him. Simultaneously, his mental energy skyrocketed, leaping from the 5th tier of awakening straight to the 9th tier, propelling him to become a peak-tier awakened beast tamer in an instant. The moment the contract was sealed, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through Su Yuan's body. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as his gaze fell on the mutated poison thorn Treant. However, His expression quickly turned into a frown. Although he had successfully tamed it as his fourth beast companion, the fierce battle earlier had left the treant battered and scarred, rendering it nearly incapable of fighting. Xuanwu's condition was also far from ideal. After unleashing the powerful Blazing Sun Inferno skill, even though it had consumed several Awakening Grade Fire Element Beast Crystals, it would take time to recover its strength. What concerned Su Yuan even more was the presence of 5 unfamiliar Beast Tamers below. Their attitude toward their savior remained uncertain. "I am Suyuan, the leader of the Violet Flower Adventurer team." A clear female voice called from below. "Thank you for saving our lives today. Our team will never forget this kindness. Please accept this small token of our gratitude." As Ziyun spoke, she held out a bundle in both hands, containing all the treasures their team had collected during half a month of exploration in the Voodoo Jungle Mystic Realm. The other team members hesitated, seemingly wanting to speak, but fell silent under a subtle glance from Situ Lan. Only then did Su Yuan take a closer look at the team, which was composed entirely of women. As the leader, Ziyun seemed more thoughtful than the others. Her gesture appeared to be an act of gratitude, but Su Yuan could see through her intentions it was a calculated move to avoid trouble. After all, in this isolated and lawless mystic realm, where the rules of civilization did not apply, the death of a beast tamer was not an uncommon occurrence. Though Ziyun was unaware of Xuanwu's exact condition, she had witnessed Su Yuan single-handedly annihilate an entire group of treants with just one beast companion. To make matters worse for her team, Su Yuan had now tamed the most powerful treant of them all. They stood no chance against him. Offering up their treasures was a prudent way to dissuade him from harboring ill intentions. "No need." Su Yuan saw through her thoughts and gave a faint smile. "I came here specifically for this poisoned thorn treant. Saving you all was merely incidental. Farewell." With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared beast taming bracelet from his pocket and sealed the charred remains of the mutated poison thorn treant inside. He gave a slight nod to Ziyun and her team before signaling Xuanwu to carry him away from the area. Ziyun stood frozen, watching their figures disappear into the distance, until Situ Lan's teasing voice snapped her back to reality. "Captain, I've never seen you look at a guy like that before. Could it be that you've taken a liking to our savior? You little rascal. Stop spouting nonsense." Ziyun's cheeks flushed red as she protested in embarrassment. "Oh no, it's official. Our captain has fallen for him." Situ Lan exclaimed dramatically, darting between the other team members to avoid Ziyun's playful swats. Their laughter echoed as the two chased each other, and the tense atmosphere from their earlier brush with death gradually lifted, replaced by light-hearted joy. Half an hour later, in the depths of the Voodoo Jungle, the Zijingwa squad was making their way through the dense foliage. A mischievous glint sparkled in Situ Lan's eyes as she leaned closer to Ziyun and teased, "Captain, our savior isn't just incredibly powerful, but also ridiculously handsome. If you two were to end up together, it would be a match made in heaven." Ziyun lowered her head at the remark, her voice barely audible as she murmured, "Together?" Her mind involuntarily wandered to the image of Su Yuan battling the venomous thorn tree demon, his heroic figure etched in her memory. She also couldn't help but recall the moment that made her cheeks flush when she had been clad only in her close-fitting undergarments, locking eyes with Su Yuan. She had to admit, she felt a growing affection for him. But soon, the weight of reality clouded her thoughts. "A man as remarkable as him would never be interested in someone like me," she thought, her gaze dimming as she retreated into silence, reminded of her unique circumstances. Observing her reaction, Situ Lan wisely chose not to press further, giving her captain the space to process her thoughts. Meanwhile, in another clearing within the jungle, Su Yuan sat cross-legged beside his newly bonded mutated thorn tree demon, which he had named Big Tree. Big Tree had already sunk its roots deep into the ground, greedily absorbing the energy from the earth and converting it into wood element energy to heal its wounds. Dense green energy continuously flowed through its roots into its trunk, and its injuries were visibly mending at an impressive pace. This was one of the unique advantages of plant-based beasts. As long as they could root themselves in the earth, they could continuously draw energy to recover. At this rate, it would take no more than 3 days for Big Tree to fully heal. Nearby, Xuanwu lay curled up next to Su Yuan, intently digesting the energy from the fire elemental beast core it had consumed earlier. Su Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the evolution information of the thorn tree demon and mused aloud. The next step in Big Tree's evolution requires a Tier 5 material, the Venomwood core. What a coincidence. Looks like before we leave the Voodoo Jungle, we'll need to make another trip to that Poison Mist Valley to retrieve the core from the Venom Fruit Tree. Once Big Tree recovers, it'll be time to confront that Rockwake Toad. At that very moment, in the Poison Mist Valley swamp, the Rockwake Toad, resting under the Venom Fruit Tree, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It opened its eyes warily, scanning its surroundings with sharp focus. After confirming there were no immediate threats, It let out a peculiar croak and closed its eyes once more, slipping back into its half-slumber. Who would have thought? 6 days later, here we are again. Su Yuan stood atop Xiao Yan's back, his gaze fixed on the misty, venom-laden valley below. Xiao Yan, let's descend. It's time to pay another visit to that giant rockquake frog. The memory of the furious beast chasing him after he plucked the poison soul fruit 6 days ago brought a faint smile to Su Yuan's lips. Though Xiao Yan had since advanced to the 5th tier of awakening, facing an opponent as formidable as the giant rockquake frog boasting an extraordinary 7-star rating and the pinnacle of awakening power was no easy task. Unlike the mutant venom thorn treant, this adversary wasn't one they could defeat with ease. But this time, Su Yuan was confident. He had secured the aid of another apex predator from the Voodoo Jungle's secret Realma towering tree of extraordinary 8-star quality and peak awakening level. Against the giant rockquake frog, which lacked any advantage over it, the tree would not falter. With a sharp cry, Xiao Yan flapped its wings and dove toward the valley. The journey of several dozen kilometers took no more than 10 minutes at its incredible speed. Soon, they arrived at the swamp, home to the poison soul fruit tree and the giant rockquake frog. Croak! The moment they descended, the giant rockquake frog sensed 2 alto-familiar presences. Its massive, millstone-like eyes snapped open, and it immediately spotted the figures hovering midair. Rage surged through its body as its throat swelled violently. With a thunderous croak that echoed through the valley, it bellowed, "You thieving wretches! How dare you return? This time, you won't escape." In its fury, the giant rockquake frog unleashed its gravity crush. The surrounding space rippled with an invisible force, and Su Yuan and Xiao Yan suddenly felt as though an immense, unseen hand had seized them. The pressure mounted relentlessly, forcing Xiao Yan's body to waver mid-flight as if burdened by a mountain. This is the gravity crush? Tree, now's your turn. Feeling the crushing force intensify, Su Yuan wasted no time. He activated his Beastmaster's bracelet with a decisive motion. The giant rockquake frog sensed the looming shadow above and glanced upward. Its enormous eyes widened as a Tsunami Turtle tree came crashing down. Panicked, the frog leapt aside just in time. Boom! The colossal tree struck the swamp, sending a geyser of mud and water soaring skyward. Its roots quickly burrowed deep into the earth, anchoring firmly to the ground. Before the giant rockquake frog could regroup, the tree launched its attack. Thorn vines lashed out like whips, slicing through the air toward the frog. Caught off guard, the frog barely managed to react. In a desperate move, a stone wall erupted from the swamp, shielding it from the onslaught. The vines slammed into the wall, shattering fragments of rock in all directions, but the barrier held firm. The tree pressed its offensive, its vine whips becoming a blur of motion, relentlessly battering the crumbling stone wall. So, it's using stone spike. Su Yuan muttered to himself as he observed from above. With the tree now occupying the frog's attention, the crushing force on him and Xiao Yan had dissipated. As the battle reached a stalemate, thick, black roots suddenly erupted from the swamp like jagged spears, hurtling toward the giant rockquake frog's vulnerable underbelly. Sensing the imminent danger, the frog summoned an explosive burst of strength in its hind legs and leapt high into the air, landing on a sheer cliff face at the edge of the valley. Perched on the precipice, the giant rockquake frog glared at the tree below, its eyes blazing with battle fervor. For years, it had guarded the poison soul fruit tree in this valley, but never before had it faced such a formidable adversary. Staring at the swamp where the tree's razor-sharp roots slowly retracted into the muck, the frog hesitated to re-enter the battlefield so recklessly. The colossal rock frog leapt nimbly between the towering cliffs of the valley, its massive frame contrasting starkly with its agile movements. As it dodged and weaved, it sprayed venom toward a towering tree. In response, the tree rapidly solidified its bark into a thick, defensive layer while lashing out with its sturdy vines in retaliation. The two opponents were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. "Xiao Yan, let's strike together," Su Yuan commanded decisively upon seeing the situation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan sprang into action. His eyes blazed with radiant light as 2 crimson beams of fire shot toward the colossal rock frog. However, the frog's reaction was astonishing. It effortlessly leapt out of the way just as the flames were about to strike. Unwilling to back down, Xiao Yan launched a relentless assault. Fire feathers and fiery beams erupted in unison, perfectly synchronized with the tree's vine attacks, forcing the colossal rock frog into a panicked retreat, unable to counterattack. The colossal rock frog truly deserves its reputation as one of the overlords of the Voodoo Jungle's secret realms. Its strength is indeed formidable, Su Yuan remarked inwardly, impressed by the opponent's prowess. But if that's the case, let's turn up the heat. With that, he channeled the spiritual energy from his consciousness, forming 5 intangible arrows of mental force. Waiting for the perfect moment, Su Yuan seized the instant when the frog leapt into the air and struck decisively. "Soul arrows!" he shouted. The 5 mental arrows tore through the air and struck their target with precision. The colossal rock frog's mind was instantly overwhelmed by a deafening roar. Its vision blurred, and its massive body lost balance midair, plummeting straight into the murky swamp below. Xuanwu and the tree seized this fleeting opportunity with impeccable coordination. Their attacks rained down mercilessly on the colossal rock frog. The searing pain jolted the creature awake, and it let out a heart-wrenching wail. When it regained its senses, it found itself gravely injured. Large swathes of its body were scorched, its skin was riddled with bleeding cracks from the vine strikes, and its right hind leg was pierced by a gnarled root protruding from the swamp. Defeated and terrified, the colossal rock frog lost all will to continue the fight. Letting out a frantic cry, it fled in a panic. Xuanwu prepared to give chase. "No need to chase after it. Our target this time is the poison soul tree," Su Yuan said, gently patting Xuanwu on the head. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu halted its attack, watching as the giant rock toad leaped a few times and disappeared into the dense forest. Su Yuan shifted his focus to the nearby poison soul tree. Using his celestial eye, he quickly pinpointed the location of the tree's core. He then instructed Xuanwu to unleash its annihilating fire gaze, cutting precisely through the tree trunk. Once the wooden exterior split open, Su Yuan leaped onto the trunk with agility, drew the dagger from his waist, and carefully extracted the poison soul core. With this poison soul core, I now have the main material needed for the first stage evolution of Big Tree. The other supplementary materials are all tier 3 or 4, and once I leave this secret realm, selling these 60+ poison soul fruits will give me enough funds to buy the rest, Su Yuan said with a note of excitement. He flipped back onto Xuanwu's back and securely stored the core in his pouch. "It's been nearly a week since we entered the voodoo jungle. It's time to leave. The gains from this trip have far exceeded my expectations." Su Yuan retrieved the Beastmaster bracelet, recalling Big Tree into it. He gave Xuanwu a pat, signaling their departure. Xuanwu spread its wings and soared high, speeding toward the secret realm's exit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, 3 bald men were pacing impatiently. "Big brother, second brother, it's been almost a week, and there's still no sign of that kid. Could he have been killed by some ferocious beast? We've already used up 20 detox pills, and each one costs 10,000 Federation coins," the youngest of the 3 complained, scratching his greasy scalp. The eldest wore a dark expression. The mission had already cost them 200,000 before even encountering their target, leaving him frustrated. "We'll wait one more week. If there's still no news, we'll just report to the employer that he's been taken care of. A kid who's only recently broken through to the awakening level couldn't possibly survive in the voodoo jungle this long." Just then, the second brother, who still had some hair, suddenly pointed into the distance. "Big brother, someone's coming." The 3 of them turned their eyes in unison. When they saw that it was indeed Su Yuan approaching, the eldest burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, speak of the devil. Brothers, let's do this." In an instant, several agile figures darted out from the forest, encircling the entrance to the secret realm. 2 flying beasts soared into the sky, blocking Su Yuan and Xuanwu's escape route. Despite the sudden ambush, Su Yuan remained calm, his celestial eye already analyzing the abilities of the 2 airborne beasts. Su Yuan's gaze swept over the scene near the entrance of the secret realm, quickly locking onto the details of a few beasts. The first to catch his eye was a venomous bloodbat, a creature with dual attributes of bat and poison. It was rated as excellent 9-star, and had reached the awakening stage 7. This beast possessed 2 flawless skills, venomous fangs and sonic magic. Although it had not yet evolved, it still had 3 evolution options available. Next was a thunder eagle, a bird with dual attributes of lightning and avian. It was rated as rare 6-star, and was also at awakening stage 7. This beast excelled in the flawless skills Thunderstrike and Lightning Arrow. Similarly, it had not undergone evolution but retained 4 evolution opportunities. To Su Yuan, the strength of these 2 beasts was hardly worth mentioning. Even his Xuanwu could easily handle them. What truly caught his attention, however, were the Beastmasters behind these creatures. 3 awakening stage 9 Beastmasters guarding the entrance to the voodoo jungle secret realm not far away. Each of these 3 individuals possessed even more formidable land-based beasts. A gray shadow rat, categorized under rodent and shadow attributes, rated excellent 7-star, at awakening stage 4. A shadow leopard, with feline and shadow attributes, rated rare 3-star, at awakening stage 9. A 2-headed black line snake, a serpent with poison attributes, rated rare 1-star, at awakening stage 9. And a thundercat, a feline with lightning attributes, rated rare 8-star, at awakening stage 9. These 3 Beastmasters each carried a rank talents in shadow, lightning, and poison respectively. Initially, Su Yuan assumed these 3 bald-headed brothers were merely using their peak awakening strength to ambush and rob travelers. After all, in the voodoo jungle, A peak awakening Beastmaster was the most powerful existence, and the combined strength of the three would make them unstoppable. However, Su Yuan soon realized that the reality was far more unexpected. These three were not ordinary roadside bandits. They were assassins sent specifically to take his life. What's the meaning of this? Are you planning a robbery? Suspended midair, Su Yuan cast a cold, piercing gaze down at the three men below, his voice laced with an icy chill. The bald man rolled his eyes before plastering on an ingratiating smile. Haha, young brother. You see, we've been a bit short on funds lately. Would just like to borrow a little from you. Not much, just 50% of whatever treasures you've gained from the Voodoo Jungle secret realm. Hand it over, and we'll let you leave unharmed. His words caused the eldest and youngest of the trio to pause in surprise, but they quickly caught the meaning behind the bald man's sly glance. Though the three of them were strong beastmasters, each commanding beasts at the 9th tier of Awakeninga level that made them nearly invincible in the Voodoo Jungle, they lacked the ability to take to the skies. Their two flying beasts, at only the 6th and 7th tiers, were no match for the radiant Crimson Bird beneath Su Yuan. If Su Yuan realized they intended to kill him, he could easily escape using his flying beast's speed and the jungle's complex terrain. The best strategy, then, was to make him believe there was a way out, luring him near the maze-like entrance to the secret realm before launching a fatal strike. Fine, they'll come down. But you'd better keep your word. Su Yuan hesitated, feigning reluctance before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Don't worry, we're only after your loot, not your life. The bald man thumped his chest in mock sincerity, while the other two flashed friendly smiles, all the while preparing for the deadly ambush they had planned. Standing atop Xuanwu, his fiery red avian companion, Su Yuan's sharp gaze scrutinized the trio's every move. These three are up to no good. They clearly don't intend to let me walk away. That's fine, makes it easier for me to deal with them later. He refrained from attacking immediately because of their proximity to the secret realm's entrance. If he revealed his strength too soon, they'd undoubtedly flee into the secret realm. If they escaped to Tianyun City, any confrontation there would attract the city guards, creating a whole new set of problems. As Xuanwu descended to within 10 meters of the ground, the three men suddenly sprang into action. Poison Bloodbat, Thunderhawk, Shadow Panther, and twin-headed Black Lion Snake, all their beasts attacked simultaneously, striking from every direction. Xuanwu dodged left. Su Yuan's Tianqi Divine Eye quickly identified the weakest point in their formation. Xuanwu responded instantly, swerving aside and erecting a fiery shield to protect its master. At the same moment, Su Yuan activated his Beastmaster bracelet, summoning a massive, Tier 9 awakened Biasta towering tree-like creature that landed directly behind the trio, cutting off their escape route. A peak tier awakened beast? This kid has a peak tier awakened beast? The three men's faces turned ashen, realizing that this seemingly young and inexperienced Beastmaster was anything but ordinary. Damn it, we should have guessed no ordinary awakened Beastmaster would be worth hiring assassins to kill. The bald man cursed bitterly, regret etched across his face. What do we do now, big brother? The youngest asked, his expression dark and tense. What else can we do? We kill him here and now. If he escapes, it'll be the end of us. The eldest barked, his voice grim with urgency. Kill. The three shouted in unison, commanding their beasts to launch another ferocious assault. Hiring assassins to kill me? Who could possibly want me dead? Hiding high among the branches, Su Yuan overheard the conversation of the three men below. His mind raced with questions. He mentally sifted through everyone he knew, but couldn't fathom who would harbor such a deadly grudge against him. The only person he ever had a conflict with was his classmate, Li Ming, and even then, it was merely a matter of mutual dislike. Sure, there had been some tension over Shi Qianying, but surely not enough to warrant murder. Then it hit him, had been thinking with the mindset of his past life. This was the world of Beast Tamers, a place where strength reigned supreme. What value did laws hold here? As the realization dawned, his expression turned cold as ice. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Without hesitation, Su Yuan acted. 3 soul arrows materialized and shot toward the trio below with lightning speed. At the same time, his 2 beasts launched their own attacks. Xuanwu unleashed dozens of fiery feathers, raining down like a storm, while Deshu commanded thick roots to burst forth from the ground, spearing toward the men and their beasts like deadly lances. Look out! Move! The bald leader shouted in alarm, sensing imminent danger. But just as they attempted to evade, a thunderous mental shockwave struck their minds. The excruciating pain paralyzed them for a critical moment. Boom! Crack! Thud! The fiery feathers and the crushing roots landed with devastating precision. In an instant, the area erupted into a blazing inferno. Flames consumed their clothing, and the second man's hair was incinerated in moments. Amid the agonized screams, Deshu's roots tore through the bodies of the second and third men, killing them instantly. Their beasts collapsed lifelessly alongside them, the bond severed in death. The bald leader could only watch in horror as his comrades perished. His face twisted in shock and rage. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a violent cough interrupted him, bringing up a mouthful of blood. His body was riddled with burns, his abdomen pierced, and the psychic backlash from his dying beast left him teetering on the brink of death. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Su Yuan demanded coldly, his voice sharp and unyielding. Tell me, and I'll make it quick. The bald leader's eyes burned with hatred as he glanced at his fallen comrades. Su Yuan, you bastard. You killed my brothers. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Thunder Cat, self-destruct. The Thunder Cat, bound tightly by Deshu's vines, began to swell, its body trembling as it prepared to detonate. But before it could complete its suicidal attack, Deshu's venomous thorns pierced it mercilessly, turning it into a pincushion. A sharp root drove through its lower jaw, skewering its head and shattering its beast core in one decisive strike. The death of the Thunder Cat made the bald leader suddenly cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. His soot-streaked face turned deathly pale, and his wide, glaring eyes locked onto Su Yuan, who stood atop Xiaoyin in midair. He opened his mouth to speak, but only managed to utter a single sound before freezing in place, lifeless. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Seeing the leader's unblinking, lifeless stare, Su Yuan frowned deeply. Failing to extract any useful information from the three of them filled him with a simmering fury. I will find out who's behind this. Su Yuan took a deep breath to suppress his anger, then turned to Xiaoyin and said, Deshu, Xiaoyin, let's clean up the battlefield. Xiaoyin nodded in agreement. Deshu used its vines to gather the bodies of the three Beast Tamers and their beasts into one place, while Xiaoyin unleashed flames to incinerate them. Once the scene was dealt with, Su Yuan retrieved Deshu and found himself holding 3 pouches the spoils of defeating the trio. Too bad I can't use their bank cards, Su Yuan muttered as he examined the loot, noticing 3 golden savings cards among the items. However, these were personalized cards that could only be used by their original owners. With no use for them, he tossed the cards into the roaring fire. Although he couldn't access their bank accounts, the materials and treasures they had collected in the secret realm were worth over 3 million. While this wealth paled in comparison to the value of the poison soul fruits in Su Yuan's possession, it was still a considerable gain. One failed ambush means they'll surely try again. Strengthening myself is a race against time. Su Yuan calculated his spoils. With over 60 poison soul fruits collected this time, combined with the beast materials and rare treasures I've gathered in recent days, selling everything should bring in nearly 3 billion. It's time to invest in evolution resources and help Xiao Xin and the others evolve. After finishing his inventory, Su Yuan signaled Xiaoyin, and they flew toward the secret realm's entrance. Together, man and beast crossed the boundary and left the voodoo jungle behind. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, the shimmering, water-like portal rippled as Su Yuan and Xiaoyin emerged. The moment they appeared, they sped off in the direction of Tianyun City without a moment's hesitation. Su Yuan dared not linger. Since someone had already attempted to kill him in the voodoo forest, there was no guarantee that more powerful beast tamers weren't lying in ambush outside the secret realm's entrance. Throughout the journey, Su Yuan remained on high alert, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Only when the gates of Tianyun City came into view, and he was certain there were no threats, did he allow himself a moment of relief. After putting Xiaoyin away, he prepared to head to the trading center to sell the items in his pack. However, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Su, my brother. Looking up, he saw Xuanwu striding toward him, a broad grin on his face. To Su Yuan's surprise, Xuanwu had been waiting specifically for him. It turned out that Huangfu Yunzhao, worried about Su Yuan's prolonged absence in the voodoo forest, had sent Xuanwu to wait for him at the city gates. Hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's name brought a smile to Su Yuan's face. Xuanwu, noticing the bulging pack on Su Yuan's back almost as large as a person, couldn't hide his astonishment. He quickly suggested that Su Yuan go directly to the Huangfu family estate. Not only could he personally thank Miss Huangfu for her concern, but he could also sell his materials there at a more favorable price. Half an hour later, Su Yuan found himself face-to-face with Huangfu Yunzhao once more. She enthusiastically assured him that she would purchase all his materials at full market retail price. Su Yuan gladly agreed, as he urgently needed a substantial sum of money to acquire evolution resources for his beasts. Each of his beasts, Xiao Xin, Xiao Yu, and the Great Tree, was of extraordinary 8-star quality or higher, and the evolution materials for each were worth over 1 billion Federation coins. When Su Yuan opened his pack and poured out its contents, Huangfu Yunzhao's eyes widened in shock. 64 poison soul fruits spilled out before her. These were 4th-tier treasures worth 4 million each. Even more astonishing, poison soul fruits were the perfect cultivation resource for her second beast, the shadow pattern scorpion. With these, her scorpion could undoubtedly reach the transcendent level before the high school entrance exams. The value of the poison soul fruits far exceeded their monetary worth. They grew on 5th-tier poison soul trees, which were typically guarded by lord-level beasts. Even with the vast resources of the Xuanwu family, they had only managed to acquire a dozen or so for her recently. Now, such an extraordinary quantity of poison soul fruits lay right before her eyes. How could the young lady not be overwhelmed with excitement? It was just luck. Su Yuan touched his nose and gave a faint smile as he spoke, his calm demeanor contrasting with the look of utter shock on Xuanwu Yunzhao's face. Let's sell all of these awakened-level beast cores, materials, everything. Could you calculate how much all these resources are worth? All right, I'll have someone take inventory right away. Xuanwu Yunzhao took a deep breath, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yuan before quickly leaving to fetch the steward responsible for managing beast resource transactions. As she left, waves of astonishment churned in her heart. The large sack of beast resources Su Yuan had brought not only contained rare items like poison soul fruits, but also a substantial amount of materials and cores from awakened-level beasts. Among them was even a core from a beast at the peak of the awakened stage. This could only mean one thing: Su Yuan now possessed the power to single-handedly hunt down peak awakened-level beasts. The gap between us is growing wider and wider, Xuanwu Yunzhao murmured softly to herself. His talent is far beyond a level. I suspect the news released by Tianyang First High was a deliberate move to protect him. Just a month ago, outside the misty forest, he could barely handle a 9-fingered battle ape. And now, he's capable of killing peak awakened-level beasts. Su Yuan, what kind of prodigy are you? About 10 minutes later, Xuanwu Yunzhao returned with a middle-aged steward wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Together, they quickly completed the inventory of all the materials. Young Master Su, these poison soul fruits, along with the beast materials and the remaining resources, amount to a total of 2.8794 billion Federation credits, calculated at market price. The steward spoke respectfully. Manager Wang, let's round it up to 3 billion. Xuanwu Yunzhao interjected immediately. Poison soul fruits are practically priceless. While the market price is listed at 4 million per fruit, they often sell for much more in reality. Su Yuan is my friend, and I can't let him take a loss. Besides, these poison soul fruits are exactly what I need most right now. As you wish, Miss Yunzhao, the steward replied deferentially. Su Yuan glanced at Xuanwu Yunzhao with a look of gratitude. If he had gone to the trading center to sell these himself, earning 2.8 billion would already have been an excellent outcome. Xuanwu Yunzhao's gesture was essentially a gift of an additional 200 million. The steward quickly retrieved a gold card, processed the transaction, and handed it to Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan shook his head and instead handed over a list. Manager Wang, I want to take the money. Can you help me gather the materials on this list? Just deduct the cost from the 3 billion. The steward examined the list carefully, his expression turning hesitant. Young Master Su, these are all 4th-tier and higher beast resources. Among them, items like water elemental essence, nether crystals, and the 9-petal fire lotus are 5th-tier resources. The 9-petal fire lotus, in particular, is close to 6th tier. Even for the Xuanwu family, it would be extremely difficult to collect. If the 5th-tier resources are too hard to obtain, you can leave them out for now. Manager Wang, just focus on gathering all the 4th-tier resources on the list as quickly as possible, Su Yuan said calmly. Su Yuan was not surprised by Steward Wang's response. 5th-tier materials were indeed rare in the vicinity of cities like Tianyang or Tianyun. Ordinary people might never encounter such resources in their lifetime. He had never intended to gather all the resources needed for his beast's evolution in one go. If it's just the 4th-tier materials on this list, that won't be a problem, Steward Wang said after carefully reviewing the list in his hands. Give me 3 days, and I will make sure to gather all the 4th-tier materials young Master Su requires. Although 4th-tier materials were relatively rare, they were not particularly difficult for the Xuanwu family to collect. Then I'll have to trouble you, Steward Wang, Su Yuan replied with a pleased expression. After discussing some additional details, Steward Wang bowed respectfully to Su Yuan and Xuanwu Yunzhao. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave now. Only after receiving a nod from Xuanwu Yunzhao did he turn and leave. Once Steward Wang's figure disappeared from view, Xuanwu Yunzhao could no longer suppress her curiosity. Su Yuan, what do you need so many 4th-tier materials for? I'm just buying some beast materials for a friend, Su Yuan replied casually, using a simple excuse to avoid revealing that these were actually for his own beast's evolution. Oh, I see, Xuanwu Yunzhao said, though she instantly saw through the flimsy excuse. However, she wisely chose not to expose him. Instead, she feigned sudden understanding, her expression shifting to one of realization. A rare hint of shyness appeared on her face. This was the first time in her life she had ever taken the initiative to invite a male friend to stay. Su Yuan, since it will take Steward Wang 3 days to gather the materials, why don't you stay here for the time being? Once he has everything ready, I'll be more convenient to hand them over to you. Su Yuan pondered carefully for a moment before finally deciding to accept Xuanwu Yunjiao's invitation. His decision was based on several considerations. First, the Xuanwu family had left a favorable impression on him, as both Xuanwu Yunjiao and Xuanwu Shiba had treated him with great kindness. Second, staying there would make it easier for him to collect and organize the materials he needed. And most importantly, given that the threat from the mysterious assassin was still unresolved, staying with such a powerful family would undoubtedly provide him with better security. Xuanwu Yunjiao beamed with joy upon hearing his decision and was about to arrange a guest room when Su Yuan stopped her. He expressed his desire to meet Senior Shiba in person to thank him. After all, the smooth progress in the voodoo jungle was largely thanks to the business card Shiba had given him, which had helped him easily get past Xuanwu. Moreover, building a good relationship with such a powerful Lord-level beast tamer could only benefit him. Su Yuan, my father and Uncle Shiba have both gone to the Yuntian secret realm. They probably won't be back for a while. Xuanwu Yunjiao explained with a smile. If you'd like to meet Uncle Shiba, you might as well stay a few more days. Hearing that two Lord-level beast tamers had ventured into the Yuntian secret realm together, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. These two were the main pillars of the Xuanwu family, and their simultaneous departure surely signified an extraordinary opportunity in the secret realm. Since Shiba wasn't present, Su Yuan requested to settle in first. Xuanwu Yunjiao personally escorted him to a guest room in the villa area. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yuan had successfully acquired the evolution resources he needed for his beasts. Mr. Su, the 4th-tier beast resources have been fully prepared, totaling 1.7 billion federal credits. There's still 1.3 billion remaining in this card. Manager Wang respectfully handed over the resources and the bank card. As for the 5th-tier resources, although we couldn't find them, I did manage to gather some information about the 9-petal fire lotus. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. The 9-petal fire lotus was the primary material for Xiao Yan's evolution. If he could obtain it, Xiao Yan would have the chance to break through to the coveted epic quality. However, the location of the 9-petal fire lotus made Su Yuan frown. It was situated near the crater of a volcano in the core area of the Molten mountain range. Having recently traversed the outskirts of the Molten mountain range, Su Yuan was well aware of the dangers there. The core area wasn't only home to extraordinary and commander-level beasts, but also to immensely powerful lord-level beasts. With his current peak awakening strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Xuanwu Yunjiao suggested that they wait for her father and Uncle Shiba to return, as they could lend their assistance. She also promised to persuade them to prioritize selling the 9-petal fire lotus to Su Yuan. This suggestion delighted Su Yuan. Although he was currently short on funds, he was confident that his unique talent-providing lord-level beasts with entirely new evolution plans could secure him this precious 9-petal fire lotus. The two exchanged contact information shortly after. While Su Yuan had only gathered the supplementary materials, the acquisition of the toxic soulwood core meant that the resources for the first stage of the Great Tree's evolution were now complete. With this in mind, Su Yuan couldn't wait any longer. He bid farewell to Xuanwu Yunjiao and began preparations for the Great Tree's evolution. Outside Tianyun City, after bidding farewell to Xuanwu Yunjiao, Su Yuan mounted Xiao Yan and took to the skies, heading straight for the outskirts of the Molten Flame mountain range. Along the way, he remained highly vigilant, extending his spiritual senses to probe the surroundings, but he detected no signs of anyone tailing him. It seems the person who wants me dead hasn't set up any backup plans. This spot looks good, let's let the Great Tree evolve here, Su Yuan murmured as he surveyed a valley below. He then directed Xiao Yan to descend. After selecting a flat and open area, Su Yuan activated his innate ability, the Divine Eye of Insight, carefully scanning for any ferocious beasts within a kilometer radius. Xiao Yan swiftly acted, eliminating all detected threats with precision. Xiao Yan, stay on guard. I'm going to begin the Great Tree's evolution, Su Yuan instructed after a quick glance around. Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement, flapping its wings as it ascended into the air, its sharp gaze constantly sweeping over the valley. With a soft hum, Su Yuan summoned the Great Tree from his Beastmaster's bracelet. The towering tree, nearly 20 meters tall, instantly appeared before him. Su Yuan retrieved the necessary evolution materials from his backpack, including the poison soulwood core, the essence of vegetation, and black nether soil, methodically preparing for the process. First, he spread the black nether soil at the base of the Great Tree. Then, he buried the essence of vegetation and other items into the soil, mixing them thoroughly. Finally, he crushed the poison soulwood core, allowing its dark green liquid to drip onto the black nether soil. In an instant, the gray-black soil erupted with a vibrant green radiance, releasing an overwhelming surge of vitality that even Xiao Yan in the sky could clearly sense. Great Tree, extend your roots into this black nether soil and absorb all the energy. Once you do, your evolution will be complete, Su Yuan commanded. In response, the Great Tree's roots shot into the soil like lightning, greedily drawing in the unique life energy contained within. In just 3 minutes, the energy essence within the black nether soil was completely drained, leaving behind ordinary black earth. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly burst forth from the great tree, enveloping it entirely. It's here. The light of evolution, Su Yuan exclaimed in excitement, shielding his eyes from the intense glow with his right hand. This phenomenon signified the start of the beast's evolution, with an almost guaranteed success rate. Minute by minute, time passed. After a full 6 minutes, the white light finally began to fade. A system notification followed. The great tree has successfully evolved into the Soulwood Treant, gaining 3 new skills: Explosive Seeds, Soulwood Spearman, and Soulwood Cage. The evolved Soulwood Treant now stood over 40 meters tall, with a trunk diameter exceeding 3 meters. Most striking was the eerie, aged face that had emerged in the bark just below the fork at the top of its trunk. The system displayed its updated attributes. The Soulwood Treant is a plant-type creature, categorized under both wood and poison elements, with a perfect 7-star quality and a transcendent Tier 3 level. It now possesses an array of skills, including Poison Thornlash, Root Spike, Old Bark, Rampant Seeds, Soulwood Cage, and Soulwood Spearman. This marks its first evolution, and its next stage will require materials such as the Millennium Willow Core and the Illusory Soundstone. Another perfect quality beast companion, this one with flawless 7-star attributes. The Great Tree had now become the highest quality beast companion under Su Yuan's command. Moreover, with this recent evolution, it had leapt from the peak of awakening all the way to Transcendent Tier 3. Armed with 3 brand new skills, its power had surged at least tenfold. No wonder the feedback from its strength was so overwhelming, granting Su Yuan a qualitative leap in his own abilities. Chirp, chirp. Xuanwu, who had been patrolling the skies, noticed the great tree's evolution and cheerfully landed beside Su Yuan. Sensing the immense power radiating from the great tree, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Xuanwu's eyes. In the past, it could still suppress the great tree thanks to its elemental advantage, but now, the great tree had become an existence far beyond its reach. Of course, as Su Yuan's beast companions, they were never rivals to begin with. Instead, the great tree's power boost filled Xuanwu with genuine happiness while also igniting its competitive spirit. It silently vowed to work harder to improve its strength, otherwise, it might end up like Xiaoxian and Xiaoyu, who were still at the awakening level and rarely had the chance to even make an appearance. Noticing Xuanwu's determination, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. The competitive nature of his beast companions almost made it seem like they were vying for his favor. With my mythic level beast taming talent combined with my exceptionally strong initial soul power, even transcendent peak beast tamers likely can't rival my current mental power, Su Yuan calculated silently. And with the great tree at transcendent tier 3, I can even take on transcendent peak level beasts in the inner region of the Molten Flame Mountains. The inner region of the Molten Flame Mountains was teeming with transcendent level beasts, making it the perfect place to test the great tree's newfound strength. More importantly, the materials and crystalline cores from transcendent level beasts were extremely valuable, providing an excellent opportunity to gather resources. Su Yuan recalled the great tree into his beast taming bracelet and leapt onto Xuanwu's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xuanwu soared into the sky, heading swiftly toward the inner region of the Molten Flame Mountains near the city of Tianyang. In less than 15 minutes, they had entered the inner region. Here, the beasts were noticeably stronger. Awakening level beasts were everywhere, and powerful transcendent level creatures appeared from time to time. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from ahead. 3 transcendent tier 1 red flame eagles were speeding toward them. Su Yuan immediately activated his divine eye of insight to analyze their attributes. Red flame eagle, avian fire element, excellent 8-star quality, transcendent tier 1, skilled in blaze and ember abilities. Xuanwu, we can't stay airborne. Descend. Su Yuan commanded decisively. Although he wasn't afraid of these 3 red flame eagles with his current strength, flying high in the inner region was too conspicuous and could attract even more dangerous beasts. Understanding the command, Xuanwu immediately folded its wings and dove downward. The 3 red flame eagles pursued relentlessly, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. Humph, do you really think I fear you? Su Yuan scoffed coldly, instantly conjuring 3 soul arrows. Before the red flame eagles could react, the arrows pierced into their minds. With agonized shrieks, their fierce gazes turned vacant, and they plummeted heavily to the ground, instantly taking down 3 transcendent tier 1 beasts. My strength has increased dozens of times since I left Tianyang City, Su Yuan remarked, preparing to collect materials from the fallen red flame eagles. However, before he could act, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from all directions. Clearly, the commotion just now had alerted the surrounding beasts. Deep within the fiery mountain range, Su Yuan found himself surrounded by a pack of menacing beasts, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Among them were flame wolves, thousand fire centipedes, and fire venom ants, over 20 fire attribute beasts in total, their power ranging from 6th awakening level to 2nd transcendence level. Typically, such creatures would be at each other's throats, but today, they had formed an unusual and uneasy alliance against a common enemy. Su Yuan remained calm, his expression composed. In a low voice, he murmured, "Perfect timing. Let's see how the great tree performs after its evolution." As his words faded, he casually waved his hand, and with a thunderous crash, a towering tree over 40 meters tall materialized, shaking the ground with its arrival. The moment the colossal tree appeared, the surrounding beasts grew restless. The weaker ones let out terrified shrieks, while the more powerful transcendence tier creatures roared in defiance. Though the fiery environment was far from ideal for a plant-based beast, it didn't seem to hinder the tree's combat capabilities. Before the transcendence tier beasts could launch their attack, the tree made its move. Its canopy whipped out dozens of thick vines, each tipped with a massive, wooden bud the size of a wash basin. The buds were hurled out like cannonballs, scattering in all directions toward the encircling beasts. The seemingly harmless buds landed with a soft thud, only to spring to life moments later. They leapt at the nearest targets with lightning speed. The beasts barely had time to react before a series of deafening explosions echoed through the air. From within the green haze of toxic gas, countless wooden spikes shot out like a deadly rain of arrows, turning the battlefield into a no-man's land. When the toxic mist finally cleared, the ground was littered with the corpses of fallen beasts. Only a handful of transcendence tier creatures above the 3rd level clung to life, barely breathing. The rest had been annihilated. Each lifeless body was riddled with dozens, if not hundreds, of gaping wounds, oozing greenish, tainted blood. Impressive. These explosive tree seeds are like homing high-powered grenades. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. But as his gaze swept over the carcasses, now riddled with holes, he let out a sigh of regret. What a waste. Their pelts are completely ruined. Next time I run into valuable beasts, they'll have to hold back on this technique. After all, a flawless transcendence tier pelt can fetch tens of thousands on the market. Su Yuan let out a deep sigh, his gaze lifting to the massive ancient tree before him. Great tree, extract the crystal cores from these beasts. We will continue deeper into the Molten Flame Mountain range. The tree's canopy swayed gently in response. Moments later, dozens of thick vines shot through the air with precision, piercing into the bodies of the incapacitated beasts scattered 100 meters away, including the 3 red flame eagles Su Yuan had slain moments ago. In no time, the vines retracted, each bringing back a fiery red crystal core, which were neatly placed before Su Yuan. Calmly, Su Yuan opened his backpack and stored the crystal cores. Beside him, Xiaoyan stared intently at the fire elemental cores, his eyes gleaming with longing. These beasts were all at least at the 5th awakening tier, making their cores a rare and valuable delicacy for Xiaoyan. You're in luck. The Molten Flame Mountain range is teeming with fire-type beasts, Su Yuan remarked, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he noticed Xiaoyan's greedy gaze. He retrieved 3 awakening tier crystal cores from his bag and tossed them to the little creature. Xiaoyan's excitement was palpable as he spread his wings, catching the cores midair and promptly swallowing them. Yet, he licked his lips, his eager eyes still fixed on Su Yuan. Your appetite just keeps growing. Su Yuan feigned annoyance, giving Xiaoyan a mock glare before tossing him 2 more cores. 2 5th tier, 2 6th tier, and 1 7th tier awakening fire elemental cores. Only then did Xiaoyan seem satisfied, settling down to absorb the energy. Sensing the intense surge of fire energy within Xiaoyan, Su Yuan's expression brightened. He knew a breakthrough was imminent. Xiaoyan, up the tree, he commanded decisively. The ancient tree extended a vine, gently lifting Su Yuan onto a sturdy branch. Xiaoyan flew into the treetop, fully focused on advancing his cultivation. Given the dense fire elemental energy in the Molten Flame Mountain range, Su Yuan chose not to summon Xiaoyan back into the Beast Taming bracelet, as the environment was ideal for his breakthrough. Once both master and companion were settled, the ancient tree followed Su Yuan's command, uprooting itself and continuing its journey deeper into the mountain range. In the skies above the outskirts of Tianyang City, a crimson figure streaked across the horizon, speeding toward the city. It was Su Yuan, riding on his companion beast, Xiaoyan. As he gazed at the gradually sharpening outline of the city, he stretched lazily, a faint smile of exhaustion yet satisfaction appearing on his face. This training journey, which took him from Tianyang City to the Molten Mountain Range, had lasted a full 3 months. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt when he thought about how long it had been since Tang Laosher and Principal Wang had heard from him. He began mentally planning his next steps. First, head home to freshen up, then visit the Adventurers Guild to complete his mission, sell off excess materials, and finally report back to the school to let the principal and others know he was safe. Glancing back at the bulging pack strapped behind him, Su Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. These 2.5 months in the Molten Mountain Range had been immensely rewarding. From battling Awakened-class beasts on the outskirts to venturing deep into the core and grappling with extraordinary-class creatures, he had even faced the peril of encountering Commander-class beasts multiple times. Thankfully, with the warnings from his heavenly vision eye, he managed to escape danger each time. His companion beasts had also made significant progress. Su Yuan thrived in the Infiltrating environment, advancing rapidly from Awakened Tier 5 to Extraordinary Tier 2. Da Shu, his main combat force, had reached Extraordinary Tier 5. Xiaoyu broke through from Normal Tier 6 to Awakened Tier 2, while Xiaoxian advanced to Awakened Tier 5. As a Beastmaster, Su Yuan's own strength had risen to Extraordinary Tier 5 as well. Xiao Yin, let's land, Su Yuan commanded, noticing they were about to enter the city limits. He was well aware of the city's strict prohibition against summoning companion beasts, not to mention the presence of anti-air defenses. Once on the ground, he returned Xiao Yin to his Beastmaster bracelet and hailed a taxi to head home. After a quick wash and change, Su Yuan wasted no time handling the spoils of his journey. At the trading market, just selling rare materials and collecting mission rewards brought him earnings of over 30 million. He immediately reinvested, purchasing a substantial amount of companion beast resources. He even spent an additional 10 million to acquire the materials needed for Xiaoxian and the others to break through to the extraordinary class. Once he arranged for the resources to be delivered to his home, Su Yuan headed straight for Tianyang First High School. Just as he entered the school gates and before he could even return to his classroom, Principal Wang Gang appeared beside him out of nowhere. Su Yuan, come with me to my office. Wang Gang's voice was sharp. Before Su Yuan could react, the principal grabbed his arm. In the blink of an eye, the world spun around him, and he found himself standing in an elegantly decorated office. Even as an extraordinary Tier 5 Beastmaster, Su Yuan was stunned. This was the overwhelming power of a Lord-class expert. Su Yuan, where on earth have you been all this time? Principal Wang Gang of Tianyang First High School, usually so stern in front of others, now wore an exaggeratedly worried expression. 3 months. Over 3 whole months without a single word from you. Do you have any idea what I've been through during this time? Su Yuan was still reeling from the shock of witnessing the immense strength displayed by Wang Gang. As the only person at Tianyang First High who knew about Su Yuan's level beast taming talent, Wang Gang naturally paid extra attention to this ancient-century genius. Ahem, principal, Su Yuan coughed awkwardly. It's just that with the college entrance exams approaching, I decided to go out and train a bit. Didn't the teachers always say that only through real combat can we truly improve our beast taming abilities? Train? Out there alone? Wang Gang's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Su Yuan simply nodded lightly. You're telling me you went out alone while still at the novice level? Wang Gang's eyes widened as he lowered his voice to scold him. You've got some nerve, kid. Principal, I'm no longer a novice-level beast tamer, Su Yuan said, scratching his nose. I'm now an extraordinary-level beast tamer. Extraordinary level or not, do you even realize that being out there still doesn't guarantee your SAF? Wang Gang's reprimand came to an abrupt halt. He froze as if struck by lightning, his body trembling slightly. Wait, what did you just say? You're already an extraordinary-level beast tamer? His voice grew even louder, his face filled with utter disbelief. Indeed, that's correct. I've only just recently broken through to the extraordinary level as a beast tamer, Su Yuan said calmly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Standing across the office, Principal Wang Gang's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He stared intently at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with scrutiny and disbelief. After a long pause, Wang Gang took a deep breath, his voice becoming unusually solemn. Su Yuan, apart from me, is there anyone else who knows about your current level of strength? Principal, I came straight back to school to report my safe return after arriving in Tianyang City. I haven't had the chance to tell anyone yet, Su Yuan replied with a calm shake of his head. At the moment, you're the only one who knows. A look of relief and satisfaction appeared on Wang Gang's face. Good. Remember, do not reveal your true strength before the college entrance exams. His tone carried an undeniable authority. Don't worry, Principal, Su Yuan responded with a composed smile. After surviving a life-and-death battle against 3 peak Awakened-level beast tamers in the Voodoo Jungle, he deeply understood the importance of keeping a low profile. Your timing is perfect, Wang Gang continued. Tomorrow, Tianyang City will hold a mock battle for core students as preparation for the college entrance exams. However, with your extraordinary level strength, you've already left the other candidates far behind. It'll apply to the mayor to secure the top spot for you directly, along with the corresponding rewards. The mayor has invested heavily this year to boost the candidates' abilities, and the reward for first place is so tempting that even I find it hard to resist. I understand the concept of a mock battle, but what exactly are core students? Su Yuan asked, a hint of curiosity on his face. Wang Gang explained in detail that this year's college entrance exams were different from previous years. To expedite the process of identifying exceptional talent, the federal government decided to hold separate exams for candidates with outstanding potential. The threshold to qualify as a core student was possessing at least a level beast taming aptitude. Across the 7 Beast Tamer high schools in Tianyang City, the total number of core students was fewer than 30. Rankings were expected to be finalized within 3 days. Hearing that the first-place prize was enticing even to Lord-level Beast Tamers, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Such a reward was likely to include Tier 5 beast taming materials or a perfectly graded beast egg or cub. Before parting, Wang Gang patted Su Yuan's shoulder. With this reform in the college entrance exams, you'll be up against the top talents from across the country, including those with S-level or even stronger aptitudes. While your strength is impressive, don't let it make you overconfident. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. Rest assured, Principal. I'll do my best to bring glory to Tianyang No. 1 High School in Tianyang City, Su Yuan promised, thumping his chest with determination. As he left the principal's office and walked toward his class, Su Yuan muttered to himself, competing against the nation's top talents ahead of schedule. This should be interesting. I hope they won't disappoint me. His eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence. In the principal's office, Wang Gang watched Su Yuan's departing figure, unable to suppress the excitement surging within him. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light, his fists clenched involuntarily, and his entire body trembled slightly. That kid Su Yuan. He's already reached the transcendent level without a word, Wang Gang muttered to himself. Given his family background, he must have trained on his own, without any assistance. 3 months going from an ordinary 8th rank Beastmaster to the transcendent level. That kind of growth speed is beyond even S-rank talents. It's comparable only to S-rank prodigies. The normally stoic principal wore an expression that would astonish anyone who saw him. After a long moment, Wang Gang took a few deep breaths to calm himself. I need to talk to old Zhao and have him waive Su Yuan's participation in tomorrow's arena battle. Let's just secure first place for him directly. With that, he stood up and headed toward City Hall. This old Zhao was none other than Tianyang City's mayor and its strongest individual. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had just returned to the teaching building and was about to enter the senior class 1 classroom when a surprised voice called out from behind him. Su Yuan? He turned to see his homeroom teacher, Tang Zihan. Ms. Tang. Su Yuan greeted politely. Tang Zihan gave a slight nod and immediately asked, where have you been these past few days? Not a single word from you. The principal was so worried he sent people to your house multiple times, but no one could find you. In all my years teaching at Tianyang First High, I've never seen the principal so concerned about a student. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and scrutiny as she looked at Su Yuan. Under Tang Zihan's probing gaze, Su Yuan simply repeated what he had told Wang Gang earlier. He mentioned spending 3 months training in the Molten mountain range, but omitted any mention of his time in the Voodoo Forest. He also chose not to reveal that he had reached the transcendent level as a Beastmaster, instead claiming he had merely advanced to the awakening level. The wilderness is full of dangers. It's a relief you're safe. But don't be so reckless again in the future, Tang Zihan said. A trace of lingering fear in her tone. Su Yuan could only nod helplessly. Tang Zihan then suggested taking him to see the principal, but Su Yuan informed her that he had just come from the principal's office. Hearing that Su Yuan had already met with the principal, Tang Zihan brought up the Tianyang City simulated battle scheduled for the next day. She told Su Yuan that Shi Qianying and Li Ming, among others, had been resting at home in preparation. Over the past 3 months, they had all advanced to the awakening level as Beastmasters and, with the support of their families, had contracted powerful second beasts. You're one of the school's core students, and the principal specifically assigned you the top core position. A lot of people are looking forward to your performance in the arena battle, Tang Zihan said. Since you just got back, take the day to rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Tianyang City's central square together for the simulated battle. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. He had initially planned to return to the classroom to gauge Li Ming's reaction, especially since Li Ming was his first suspect after encountering assassins targeting him in the Voodoo Forest. However, since both Li Ming and Shi Qianying were not at school, there was no reason for him to go back to the classroom. Su Yuan decided to head straight home, planning to meet Li Ming at tomorrow's mock battle. After a brief farewell to Tang Zihan, he left the school. Early the next morning, Su Yuan couldn't wait to rush to school. However, just as he arrived at the school gate, an unexpected piece of news left him frozen in place. The mayor wants to see me? Su Yuan stared at Wang Gang, who had been waiting at the entrance, his voice filled with surprise. Wang Gang quickly approached and explained, here's the situation. Yesterday, I applied to the mayor to have your first place rank predetermined. However, he said he needs to witness your extraordinary abilities in person before making a decision. Let's head to City Hall now. Without hesitation, Su Yuan followed Wang Gang to City Hall. Meanwhile, The other students participating in the mock battle from Tianyang High School were led by their grade director and Tang Zihan toward the city center plaza. Inside City Hall, Wang Gang's presence allowed them to move without any hindrance. Before long, Su Yuan found himself face-to-face with the most powerful figure in Tianyang City, Mayor Zhao Zhongyue. Su Yuan, this is Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, a pinnacle-level Beastmaster, and the strongest individual in Tianyang City, Wang Gang introduced solemnly. Old Zhao, this is Su Yuan, the student I mentioned to you yesterday. The sight of Zhao Zhongyue completely shattered Su Yuan's preconceived notions about the strongest individuals. The mayor was slim, impeccably dressed in formal attire, and wore a warm, constant smile. There was no overbearing aura. Instead, he exuded an approachable and amiable demeanor. Greetings, Mayor Zhao, Su Yuan said respectfully, bowing slightly. Zhao Zhongyue nodded in satisfaction. Su, you certainly carry yourself with remarkable composure. I've heard you've already reached the rank of an extraordinary level Beastmaster. May I ask what specific stage you've achieved? Although Su Yuan had deliberately concealed his aura, Zhao Zhongyi's keen abilities allowed him to sense the faint yet undeniable extraordinary presence emanating from Su Yuan, an attribute only possessed by extraordinary level Beastmasters. However, without Su Yuan actively showcasing his power, even Zhao Zhongyue couldn't precisely determine his level. Hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words, Su Yuan cautiously shifted his gaze to Wang Gang, who stood beside him, and refrained from immediately showcasing his strength. Don't worry, Wang Gang noticed Su Yuan's hesitation and explained gently, every city's leader is carefully selected by the higher-ups and entrusted with the safety of millions. Mayor Zhao will do everything in his power to protect a genius like you. Ha ha ha, Zhao Zhongyue laughed heartily and chimed in. Old Wang is absolutely right. Su Yuan, you can go ahead and show us without worry. He couldn't help but admire the young man's prudence even more. Achieving the rank of an extraordinary Beastmaster at such a young age was a feat that would have made most people eager to show off. Reassured by their words, Su Yuan nodded slightly and raised his right hand, activating his Beastmaster bracelet. A flash of light appeared, and Xiaoyan materialized in front of everyone. Su Yuan deliberately chose not to summon his strongest beast, the Great Tree, and instead opted for Xiaoyan, a second-tier extraordinary beast, to conceal his true strength. Chirp! As soon as Xiaoyan appeared, it sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two Lord-level Beastmasters. Its feathers bristled, and it let out a sharp cry, instinctively entering a combat-ready state. Boom! Two fiery beams shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes, heading straight for Zhao Zhongyue. Xiaoyan! Sto, Su Yuan's urgent shout was cut off by a calm and steady voice. It's fine. The fiery beams stopped abruptly a meter in front of Zhao Zhongyue, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Xiaoyan, stop it. Mayor Zhao and Principal Wang are not enemies. Su Yuan quickly intervened, while inwardly marveling at Zhao Zhongyue's strength. As an extraordinary fifth-tier Beastmaster, Su Yuan's mental strength was comparable to that of a commander-level Beastmaster. He could clearly sense that Zhao Zhongyue had blocked the attack purely with his mental power, without even relying on his beast. If I had to guess, Mayor Zhao just used some kind of mental skill similar to Soul Arrow, Su Yuan speculated thoughtfully. It made sense that while ordinary Beastmasters could learn to use mental power to condense offensive techniques like Soul Arrow, a peak Lord-level Beastmaster would naturally possess defensive mental skills as well. At this moment, both Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang had their gazes locked on the 5-meter-long beast. Xiaoyan, having calmed down under Su Yuan's reassurance, still appeared uneasy under the intense scrutiny of the two powerful figures. Old Zhao, Wang Gang examined Xiaoyan closely before turning to Zhao Zhongyue. Am I seeing things? Or does this creature look remarkably like a crimson sunbird? Hearing Wang Gang's words, a flash of realization crossed Zhao Zhongyue's face. He slapped his thigh excitedly and exclaimed, as expected from someone in academia, Old Wang, your reminder just now jogged my memory. That's it. Absolutely. This creature must be a Qiyang bird. That attack earlier was none other than the innate skill of the Qiyang bird clan annihilating flame eyes. Wang Gang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to fix his gaze on Su Yuan. You've really given me a massive surprise, young man. The Qiyang bird is a perfect grade beast, typically rated as a perfect 5-star. Once fully grown, these creatures can easily ascend to the king level, and the exceptional ones can even rise to the emperor level, becoming the rulers of the Qiyang bird clan. His tone quickened as he pressed on. Where on earth did you get this Qiyang bird? I know everything about the areas near Tianyang City, and I've never heard of a Qiyang bird appearing here before. Standing to the side, Zhao Zhongyi's gaze was locked on Su Yuan, his eyes burning with excitement and disbelief. It was clear that discovering Xiaoyan to be a perfect 5-star Qiyang bird had left these two top-tier experts of Tianyang City unable to contain the waves of emotion surging within them. With such a beast in his possession, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Yuan was destined to rapidly rise to become a king-level beast tamer. The difference between a king-level beast tamer and a lord-level beast tamer was not just a matter of status, it was a chasm in power. Even a newly promoted king-level beast tamer could easily suppress 10 lord-level beast tamers. At this moment, in the eyes of Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, Su Yuan's current strength was no longer the focus. The confirmation that Xuan was a Qiyang bird had completely changed the way they looked at him. No longer did they see him as a junior. Instead, they regarded him as an equal, with even a hint of deference and flattery in their demeanor. Faced with the fervent gazes of these two powerful figures, Su Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Principal, if I told you I bought Xiaoyan for 1 million at the market in Tianyang City, would you believe me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Gang and Zhao Zongyi's expressions became a spectacle to behold. One looked utterly exasperated, as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" while the other was frozen in sheer disbelief, his face a picture of shock. Inside the grand hall of the city council, as Su Yuan recounted how he had acquired an unhatched beast egg from Tianyu Group for a mere 1 million, both Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue audibly gasped in disbelief. This stroke of luck was nothing short of extraordinary. "What's meant to be yours will always find its way to you," Zhao Zhongyue remarked, recovering from his initial shock. He patted Su Yuan on the shoulder with a grin. "If the Shi family finds out you got a Qiyang bird for just 1 million, their faces will be priceless." Wang Gang, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. After casting a brief glance at Xiao Yin, he turned to Zhao Zhongyue. "Old Zhao, I don't suppose you'd have any objections now to naming Su Yuan as the top talent in Tianyang City, would you?" "Objections? None whatsoever." Zhao Zhongyue shook his head emphatically. When Su Yuan's beast unleashed its attack earlier, the sheer force was at the level of an extraordinary Tier 2. This Qiyang bird already possesses formidable combat capabilities. That single strike alone could take down even an extraordinary Tier 5 beast of superior quality. Honestly, the rest of this year's core trainees in Tianyang City combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hearing this, Wang Gang's grin widened. In that case, why not give Su Yuan the first place reward in advance? A talent like this deserves our full support. At the mention of reward, Su Yuan perked up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Zhao Zhongyue. "You're even more impatient than Su Yuan," Zhao Zhongyue said with a playful glare at Wang Gang. Then, turning to Su Yuan, he added, "Well, there's no point in delaying. You're bound to win first place anyway. Follow me to the treasury to claim your prize." As Zhao Zhongyue turned to leave, Wang Gang leaned in and whispered into Su Yuan's ear. "The reward this time lets you pick 3 items from Tianyang City's treasury. It's not just old Zhao's collection in there. There are also rare treasures sent down from above. Even I can't help but envy it. Remember, choose the most valuable ones. Even if you don't need them, you can sell or trade them later." The treasury. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly followed Zhao Zhongyue. After passing through several hallways and descending multiple floors, the two arrived at a heavily guarded underground chamber at the heart of the city council. The 2 guards stationed there radiated a presence far more intimidating than that of a Tier 6 lava beast lord from the Molten mountain range. Clearly, they were high-ranking beast tamers. At the sight of Zhao Zhongyue, the guards greeted him respectfully. Zhao Zhongyue handed over a key and gestured for the door to be opened. "The top performer in the simulated battles is here to claim his reward." Both guards inserted their keys simultaneously, and the massive, reinforced door creaked open slowly. Zhao Zhongyue turned to Su Yuan. "You have 10 minutes to select 3 treasures. I'll wait for you outside." The treasury, though modest in size at just over 100 square meters, was a treasure trove. Shelves lined the walls and center of the room, displaying 34 rare and valuable items: beast resources, beast cores, combat gear, weapons, and ancient texts. Activating his innate talent, Su Yuan scanned the room in an instant, uncovering detailed information about each item. Just as the principal had mentioned, every single piece was priceless. What thrilled him even more was the discovery of 2 key materials needed for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian's evolution, sitting right there on the shelves. It was as if fate had delivered them straight into his hands. What he'd been searching for was now within easy reach. On the shelves lining both sides of the treasure room, 2 rare and valuable beast taming resources stood out prominently. One was a droplet-shaped blue crystal, encased in a transparent box, its interior shimmering like flowing water. The other was a fist-sized deep blue crystal, shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist, emanating an icy chill. These were precisely the 2 resources Su Yuan had long dreamed of acquiring. Tier 5 primary beast taming resources: the water elemental essence and the nether crystal. The water elemental essence, derived from lordier aquatic beasts, could significantly enhance the strength of water-type beasts. Meanwhile, the nether crystal was specifically used to aid the evolution of shadow-type beasts. With these 2 treasures, plus the Tier 4 auxiliary materials collected earlier by the Huangfu family, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian can finally evolve, Su Yuan murmured to himself, a look of joy spreading across his face. He stepped forward and carefully retrieved the two precious evolution resources. There was still a third reward left to choose. Su Yuan's gaze swept over the surrounding shelves once more. Although there were many other Tier 5 beast taming resources, including some even more valuable mid-tier ones, they were not particularly useful to him at this stage. After some careful consideration, he finally selected a scroll titled Huangning Shield. Opening the first page, the introduction read, "This is a spiritual defense manual. Practitioners can condense a soul shield within their sea of consciousness to resist mental attacks. Upon reaching mastery, they can even project their spiritual power outward, forming a tangible shield of telekinetic force. This must be the same spiritual technique Mayor Zhao used earlier to block Xiao Yan's destructive fire gaze," Su Yuan thought, recalling that moment vividly. Without hesitation, he decided to choose this manual as his third reward. Having already mastered the foundational spiritual attack technique, Soul Arrow, Su Yuan knew that with his formidable mental strength, even a basic skill could become immensely powerful in his hands. Huangning Shield would perfectly address his current weakness in spiritual defense. With his three treasures selected, Su Yuan exited the treasure room. Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, surprised by how quickly Su Yuan had made his choices, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Su Yuan, you've decided already? The treasure room is a rare opportunity. You should take your time to pick items that will benefit you the most. There's still time. You can go back and take another look." "Thank you for your kindness, Mayor," Su Yuan replied with a warm smile. "But treasures should be chosen for their suitability, not their value. These three are exactly what I need, so there's no need to reconsider." A glimmer of approval flashed in Zhao Zhongyue's eyes. Seeing that Su Yuan had made up his mind, he refrained from saying more. He closed the treasure room doors and led Su Yuan out. After leaving the treasure vault, Su Yuan quickly strode back to the city hall's main lobby. He was eager to bid farewell to Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Having obtained the key evolution materials for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, he couldn't wait to begin the evolution process for his two beasts. Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang exchanged a glance and readily granted his request. They had already decided that Su Yuan would be the champion of this simulation battle. For the next 3 days, he wouldn't need to participate in any matches and would only be required to attend the final ranking ceremony on the last day. Once Su Yuan's figure disappeared beyond the doors, Zhao Zhongyue turned to Wang Gang, a shrewd glint in his eyes. "Old Wang, since Su Yuan is a top talent from your school, you should know him better than anyone. His other two beasts, are they water type and shadow type?" Wang Gang was momentarily stunned by the question, looking at Zhao Zhongyue in surprise. He hadn't expected the man's observations to be so sharp, but he nodded in acknowledgement. "That's correct. He does have a water type and a shadow type beast, both of excellent quality, though slightly inferior to the Crimson Sunbird. But, old Zhao, how did you figure that out?" If Zhao Zhongyue had only guessed the water type beast, Wang Gang wouldn't have been too surprised. After all, Su Yuan's first Beasta mutated water arrow turtle was obtained from Tianyang City's breeding center, a well-known fact. However, his second beast, the Shadow Wind Cat, was contracted in the Misty Forest, a detail known only to Su Yuan and Wang Gang himself. Zhao Zhongyue gave a knowing smile. It wasn't too hard to deduce. The kid chose water element essence and nether crystals from the vault, didn't he? I simply connected the dots. "Ha, you sly old fox. Your mind is as sharp as ever," Wang Gang chuckled, teasing him. "Of course. I am the mayor of Tianyang City, after all," Zhao Zhongyue replied with a serious tone. Then, his expression turned somber. "Enough joking around. The arena battles at the central square have likely started by now. With all of Tianyang's top talents gathered there, it's the perfect opportunity for those scheming types to make their move. We need to go check on the other core students." "You're right. We can't let those troublemakers take advantage of the situation." After a brief exchange, the two men left the city hall and made their way swiftly toward Tianyang City's central square. In the outskirts of Tianyang City, inside a massive warehouse spanning 10,000 square meters, a middle-aged man in work overalls greeted Su Yuan with an eager smile. "Honored guest, this warehouse has a ceiling height of 15 meters and is the largest we have. As per your requirements, it's fully enclosed, with top-notch soundproofing. You could hold a concert in here, and no one outside would hear a thing." "Not bad. I'll take it," Su Yuan said, glancing around before nodding in approval. He pulled out a thick stack of cash from his coat. "Half a day. Here's 10,000 for the rental. Remember, don't let anyone come near during this time, or you won't see the rest of the payment." The man's eyes lit up as he accepted the money, his excitement barely contained. Yes, I guarantee no one will disturb you," he promised, bowing repeatedly before scurrying out. Once alone, Su Yuan locked the door behind him and retrieved 2 Beastmaster rings. With a thought, 2 streaks of light flashed, and the figures of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian materialized. Xiao Yu, now at the awakening stage, had grown to the size of a tiger, exuding an aura of power. Xiao Xian, on the other hand, maintained a miniature, 3-meter-long form. Thanks to its disguise ability, its true form had already surpassed 10 meters in length. To prevent Xiaoxian's evolution from causing its massive body to damage their home, Su Yuan had specifically rented this spacious warehouse. As soon as Xiaoxian appeared, it affectionately nuzzled up to Su Yuan, making soft, rhythmic sounds. Though its strength had fallen behind its masters and its combat opportunities had dwindled, its bond with Su Yuan remained the deepest as his very first companion. Haha, all right, Su Yuan said, gently patting Xiaoxian's massive head. You and Xiao Yu get ready. Once I've prepared the evolution materials, you'll both complete your evolution. Hearing this, excitement flickered in the eyes of the two beasts. They obediently settled to the side as Su Yuan opened his backpack, taking out the carefully prepared Beastmaster resources. Following the guidance of his divine insight, he began to concoct the evolution formula. Compared to the process for the Great Tree, the recipes for Xiaoxian and Xiao Yu were far more intricate, and the steps more complex. Thankfully, with divine insight's precise instructions, Su Yuan meticulously followed each step. After 2.5 hours of effort, dazzling white light began to emit from both beasts. The light of evolution marked the success of the process. Exhausted but satisfied, Su Yuan smiled with relief and summoned Xiao Yin to stand guard alongside him. As beasts of exceptional 9-star quality, Xiao Yu and Xiaoxian's evolution light persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually fading. A system notification soon followed. Xiaoxian had evolved into a heavy water titan turtle, gaining the new skills Water Drift, Heavy Water Barrier, and Maelstrom. Xiao Yu had evolved into a Windshade Phantom Cat, acquiring the skills Blade Cyclone, Hawkbind, and Mirage form. Two surges of immense power flowed back into Su Yuan's body, significantly enhancing his physical abilities. Then, with two deafening roars, an overwhelming aura erupted in the warehouse. Before Su Yuan stood a colossal figure, Xiaoxian's true form, now over 40 meters long and nearly 15 meters tall. Even as it crouched low to the ground, its massive frame almost reached the warehouse ceiling. The heavy water giant turtle stood tall, its body suddenly elongating to exceed the height of a 10-story building with ease. At the same time, Xiao Yu underwent a striking transformation as well. Its body length extended to 3 meters, its entire form covered in sleek, dark greenish-black fur, and its piercing eyes radiated an intimidating ferocity, sharp as blades. Despite its significant size increase, Xiao Yu remained agile and graceful, showing no signs of clumsiness. Su Yuan immediately checked the detailed attributes of his two contracted beasts. The information of the heavy water giant turtle appeared. Species: turtle water type. Quality: perfect 8-star. Level: extraordinary tier 1. Perfect skills: water cannon, tidal strike, camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier. Evolution count: 2. Materials for next evolution: original water core 1, giant spirit spike 5. Next came the attributes of the wind spirit shadow cat. Species: feline shadow type, wind type. Quality: perfect 8-star. Level: awakening tier 8. Perfect skills: wind blade, phantom form, shadow sneak, frenzied tornado, swift shadow bind. Evolution count: 1. Materials for next evolution: black demon tiger heart 1, ghost shade grass 1. Both beasts had achieved perfect 8-star quality, surpassing the Great Tree in terms of potential, though their levels were slightly lower. Considering their relatively low starting levels, the significant improvements they gained after a single evolution were remarkable. After Xiaoxian advanced to extraordinary tier 1, its combat power saw a dramatic boost. With its perfect 8-star quality, its strength now rivaled that of Xiao Yin. Accounting for elemental advantages, Xiaoxian at extraordinary tier 1 could even suppress Xiao Yin, who was a tier higher. As for Xiao Yu, although it had not yet entered the extraordinary tier, it had risen dramatically from awakening tier 2 to awakening tier 8, a leap of 6 levels. Its exceptionally high perfect 8-star quality made it capable of competing with ordinary extraordinary tier beasts. Now, all of Su Yuan's contracted beasts had reached perfect quality, each possessing formidable combat abilities. This undoubtedly elevated his overall strength to an entirely new level. The warehouse district chosen by Su Yuan was situated in a large goods distribution hub, surrounded by dozens of warehouses of varying sizes, spanning an area of over 10,000 acres. Just as Xiaoxian and Xiao Yu completed their evolution, unleashing a surge of energy, an unexpected disturbance occurred. At the entrance of another warehouse about 100 meters away, 3 individuals unloading goods suddenly froze. One of them, a man with sallow skin, placed the sack of rice he was carrying on the ground and looked gravely at the bald middle-aged man beside him. "Baldy, did you feel that?" The bald man scanned the surroundings cautiously, his brows furrowed in tension. "I felt it. That was the aura of a beast. Judging from that fleeting burst of energy, it must be an extraordinary level beast with considerable strength. Are you sure you didn't sense it wrong?" asked a lean, short-haired young man nearby. his expression changing as he lowered his voice. There's no mistake, the bald man replied firmly. With my abilities, I can't be wrong about that kind of aura. It was definitely an extraordinary level beast. The sallow-faced man's complexion grew even paler. How could a Beastmaster be here in this remote supply transfer station? Could it be that our operation to gather intel on talented Beastmasters has been exposed? The bald man paused to think, then reassured him, don't scare yourself. We've been very discreet, without leaving any traces. This is likely just a routine inspection by the city guard of Tianyang City, strengthening their security for simulated battles. As long as we don't give ourselves away, those useless guards won't find us. If we can deliver this intel to Lord Bloodraven and complete the mission, the rewards for all three of us will be substantial. Before he could finish, a pot-bellied middle-aged man in a black suit shouted at them from a distance. What are you three doing? Hurry up and unload the goods. If you keep slacking off, don't expect to get paid. The bald man immediately forced a smile. No need to get mad, boss. We were just catching our breath. We'll get right back to work. As he turned away, a glint of cold malice flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the mission, an ordinary person daring to disrespect an extraordinary level Beastmaster like this would have been dead already. He nudged the short-haired young man, who was visibly irritated, with his elbow, and the three of them resumed moving the sacks of rice. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse 100 meters away, Su Yuan, unaware of the brewing tension, had already recalled the newly evolved Xiaoxian and Xiaoyu into his Beastmaster bracelet and was preparing to leave. As he opened the warehouse door, he found the middle-aged administrator who had rented him the warehouse standing outside, looking uneasy. Although the warehouse had good soundproofing, the administrator, who had been standing guard outside as per Su Yuan's earlier instructions, had still heard the noises from the beast's evolution. You heard it, didn't you? Su Yuan asked directly. No, I didn't hear a thing. The administrator quickly shook his head. Relax. It doesn't matter whether you heard it or not. I'm not the kind of Beastmaster who needs to hide in the shadows. Erase the remaining balance. Go ahead and count it. Su Yuan observed the fear etched across the man's face and let a faint smile curve his lips. He pulled out a stack of cash from his coat and handed it over. The warehouse manager's face turned pale with panic as he waved his hands frantically. No, Honorable Beastmaster. Allowing you to rent my warehouse is already the greatest privilege for me. How could I possibly accept this money? Please, take it back, the manager stammered, even pulling out the 10,000 yuan he had previously received and offering it back with trembling hands. This reaction made Su Yuan frown slightly. He hadn't expected his identity as a Beastmaster to evoke such fear in ordinary people. A wave of reflection washed over him. Firm yet calm, he pushed the cash into the manager's hands, his tone leaving no room for argument. Take it. I am not someone who abuses his power. Before the manager could respond, Su Yuan had already turned and walked away. As a transcendent Beastmaster, his figure flickered and disappeared in an instant, covering a distance of over 100 meters. The warehouse manager stood frozen in place, clutching the stack of money, his mind racing. This one? He's nothing like the other Beastmasters I've met before, the manager muttered to himself, finally exhaling a long-held breath as he glanced at the direction where Su Yuan had vanished. Meanwhile, a bald, middle-aged man carrying a sack of rice nearby suddenly froze. Just as Su Yuan passed, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Setting the sack down, he thought to himself, that young man, his steps are light, and his speed is impressive. Without a doubt, he's a Beastmaster. The man's gaze followed Su Yuan's retreating figure, his thoughts racing. Could that extraordinary burst of Beastmaster energy earlier be connected to him? If so, and he's already a transcendent-level Beastmaster at such a young age, then he's a rare genius indeed. Up ahead, as Su Yuan was briskly walking away, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze on him. He immediately turned around, his eyes locking onto a bald, middle-aged man. Although the bald man was momentarily startled, he maintained a calm demeanor, wearing a seemingly honest smile as he met Su Yuan's gaze. Su Yuan frowned slightly and then activated his Heaven's Eye to investigate further. What he discovered sent a jolt through his heart. With the help of Heaven's Eye, a line of information appeared above the bald man's head. Savage Beast, level Beastmaster talent. Can trigger Beast Frenzy. Beastmasters with this talent are particularly sensitive to the aura of ferocious beasts. What surprised Su Yuan even more was that he identified two others with Beastmaster talents, the short-haired young man and the sallow-faced man, both of whom were currently doing manual labor here. The presence of three Beastmasters working inconspicuously in front of this small warehouse was highly unusual, immediately putting Su Yuan on high alert. Better safe than sorry, Su Yuan thought to himself. He cast a fleeting glance at the bald man before turning away casually, as if nothing had happened. That kid. The bald man watched Su Yuan's retreating figure, unease bubbling up inside him. What's up, Baldy? Asked the short-haired young man, walking over with a sack of rice slung over his shoulder. Something's off. That kid's gaze earlier was suspicious. Even though we've hidden ourselves well, just to be safe, get Huang Ho. We're leaving now, the bald man said firmly. Without hesitation, the three of them dropped their tasks, abandoning their wages in the process. As they prepared to leave, the warehouse owner, who had been sipping tea, hurried over to stop them. Hey, where are you three going? The goods aren't unloaded yet. Move! The short-haired youth barked coldly, unleashing a powerful aura at the peak of awakening. The sheer pressure caused the ordinary owner to go weak at the knees, his voice faltering before he ultimately lost control and wet himself. After the three men left, Su Yuan returned home and retrieved the cultivation manual, Huangting's Shield, which he had obtained from the Tianyang City Treasury. He immersed himself fully in his training, losing track of time until his alarm jolted him back to reality 2 days and nights later. Wow, I can't believe it. I've been training for 2 whole days and nights without realizing it, Su Yuan exclaimed, stretching as his joints cracked audibly. A wave of intense hunger hit him immediately after. After 2 days and nights of intense training, Su Yuan felt a deep pang of hunger in his stomach. Even with his extraordinary physique, the relentless regimen had left him utterly exhausted. Rubbing his protesting stomach, he gave a wry smile, tidied up briefly, and headed downstairs in search of food. The past 2 days of seclusion had proven highly fruitful. Within his sea of consciousness, he had successfully condensed 5 spiritual shields. At this rate, he estimated that within a week, he could complete all 18 shields of the Huangting Shield technique. Once achieved, not only would these shields protect his soul and fend off spiritual attacks, but they could also materialize to ward off physical impacts from the outside world. Compared to the soul arrow, which he had mastered in just a single day, this technique was undoubtedly far more challenging. After a satisfying meal, Su Yuan found himself seated in a taxi heading toward the central square. Gazing out the window, he watched the towering buildings blur past and felt the 5 spiritual shields spinning rhythmically within his sea of consciousness. A thought crossed his mind. How long had it taken the mayor to master this technique back in the day? Little did he know, the 5 shields he had forged in just 2 days had taken Zhao Zhongyue a full 6 months to achieve. If Zhao Zhongyue were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim that Su Yuan was a prodigy unlike any other. When Su Yuan arrived at Tianyang City's central square, the sight before him left him stunned. Though dawn had yet to break, the square was already packed with spectators eager to witness the course students' simulated battles. As he stood marveling at the scene, a sleek, black luxury car smoothly pulled into a reserved parking spot near the entrance. The car door opened, and several figures stepped out, instantly stirring the crowd into a frenzy. It's the Shi family's car. Shi Qianying is here. Excited exclamations rippled through the crowd. As the top contender for the championship among Tianyang City's core students, with an undefeated record over the past 2 days, Shi Qianying's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. The eldest daughter of the Shi family truly lives up to her reputation as a prodigy within a grade beast taming talent. She's not only from a prestigious family and exceptionally skilled, but also an unparalleled beauty, someone in the crowd remarked with admiration. Marrying a woman like her would be worth losing 20 years of your life. You? Keep dreaming. Another voice retorted with a mocking laugh. Just then, Shi Qianying turned to survey the crowd, and her gaze landed on Su Yuan. Su Yuan, she exclaimed, momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, she dashed toward him, her excitement evident. This unexpected scene left the young men in the crowd heartbroken. Shi Qianying hurried over to Su Yuan, her face beaming with joy. Seeing her excitement, Su Yuan responded with a faint smile and greeted her warmly. Su Yuan, where have you been these past few days? There's been no news about you at all, Shi Qianying said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I heard that while you were missing, the principal was practically losing his mind. You're the officially designated top core student, and yet you even missed the simulated battle in Tianyang City. She squinted playfully, a sly smile spreading across her face. If the principal sees you now, I bet he's going to give you quite the lecture. You better watch out. I didn't go anywhere special, just went out to explore and gain some experience. I only just got back recently, Su Yuan replied with an awkward smile. But I've already met with the principal, and it's not as bad as you're making it sound. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, bearing some resemblance to Shi Qianying, approached them at a leisurely pace. Qianying, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Dad, this is Su Yuan, the classmate I mentioned to you before. He's the top core student at our school, Shi Qianying said, turning to introduce him. Hello, sir. Su Yuan greeted politely. The man before him was none other than Shi Changsheng, the current head of the Shi family and a lord-level beast tamer, ranking among the top 5 in Tianyang City. So, you're the Su Yuan that Qianying talks about so often. You truly are impressive. No wonder my daughter can't stop mentioning you, Shi Changsheng said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As the head of the Shi family, he had long heard of this top-tier beast taming prodigy with an A-grade talent. Su Yuan's sudden disappearance for 3 months had even drawn the attention of Wang Gang, which only deepened Shi Changsheng's curiosity. Dad, what are you saying? Shi Qianying's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. Su Yuan simply smiled modestly. You flatter me, sir. Haha, come on, let's not stand around here. It's crowded and noisy. Let's head inside. The VIP and contestant seating areas are much quieter, Shi Changsheng said, leading the two toward the inner plaza. As they entered the VIP section, they encountered Zhao Zhongyue. To Shi Changsheng's surprise, the city leader of Tianyang proactively walked over to greet them. Master Shi, I didn't expect you to be here with young Su Yuan, Zhao Zhongyue said, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Mayor Zhao, Shi Changsheng quickly returned the greeting, though his mind was racing. Normally, it was he who initiated greetings with Zhao Zhongyue. The mayor's unusually warm demeanor today left him puzzled until he noticed how Zhao addressed Su Yuan. In that moment, everything clicked. Mayor Zhao, Su Yuan greeted in turn. Zhao Zhongyue nodded and gestured invitingly. Come along. I've already had the VIP seats prepared, everything's arranged. All you need to do today is make your appearance on stage at the very end. In the center of the VIP seating area, on the left side, a red plaque prominently displayed Su Yuan's name. The arrangement of the VIP seating carried a deeper meaning. At the very center was Zhao Zhongyue's designated seat, with Wang Gang positioned to his right. To his left, the first seat was reserved for Su Yuan. This seating arrangement sent a clear message to everyone. In Zhao Zhongyue's eyes, Su Yuan's status was second only to himself and Wang Gang. This was no coincidence. Ever since witnessing Su Yuan's astonishing talent and skills in beast taming just 2 days ago, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang's attitude toward the young man had undergone a fundamental shift. They no longer regarded Su Yuan as an ordinary junior, but elevated their respect for him to an entirely new level. If not for Wang Gang's role as the principal of Su Yuan's school, Zhao Zhongyue might have even considered placing Su Yuan to his right. Thank you, Mayor Zhao. Su Yuan nodded politely in acknowledgement. Patriarch Shi, please join us as well, Zhao Zhongyue said, turning to Shi Changsheng with a faint smile. Shi Changsheng nodded mechanically, following silently behind Su Yuan and Zhao Zhongyue toward the VIP section. Inside, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion, unable to fathom why Zhao Zhongyue held a young man in such high regard. Behind them, Shi Qianying's bright eyes followed Su Yuan's figure intently, her expression filled with both astonishment and curiosity. Even after taking her seat, her gaze remained fixed on Su Yuan ahead, lost in thought. Shortly after, the principals of the other 7 high schools in Tianyang City and the leaders of prominent families began arriving at the VIP area. Apart from Wang Gang, all were visibly taken aback by the scene before them. Inwardly, they questioned, why is the first seat to Mayor Zhao's left occupied by a young junior? Was that empty seat 2 days ago specifically reserved for Su Yuan? How could a young man receive such an honor, outranking even seats meant for numerous Lord-level powerhouses? Who exactly is this Su Yuan, and what kind of background does he have? As the final battle approached, the attention of the audience surrounding the plaza naturally turned to the VIP section. Most eyes instinctively landed on Su Yuan, seated beside Zhao Zhongyue, sparking a wave of heated discussion. It's him. The startled exclamation of the bald, middle-aged man rang out, stark and jarring amidst the sea of spectators. He, along with his 2 companions, was squeezed within the crowd of tens of thousands, their gazes locked onto the familiar figure seated in the VIP section. The scene from 2 days ago in the warehouse district replayed vividly in the bald man's mind. His 2 companions, catching onto his reaction, leaned in and lowered their voices. Are you sure, Baldy? If it's really him, doesn't that mean Su Yuan has already become a transcendent-level Beastmaster? Since leaving the warehouse district, the trio had been lurking among the throng in the plaza, covertly gathering intelligence on the 20 or so core trainees of Tianyang City. Over the past 2 days, they had pieced together Su Yuan's basic Perfilian A-grade Beastmaster talent, one of Tianyang City's most outstanding prodigies, and the top core trainee of Tianyang First High. Yet, he had been conspicuously absent from this prestigious competition. There's no doubt about it. Baldy took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity. Reaching transcendent level in less than 6 months, his talent is far beyond a grade. Even an S-grade Beastmaster might not achieve such rapid progress in so short a time. This one cannot be allowed to live, the sallow-faced man, nicknamed Yellow Monkey, said coldly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The short-haired youth beside them, unable to hide his excitement, added, we need to report this to Lord Bloodraven immediately. Su Yuan's value alone might surpass that of all the prodigies from the surrounding cities combined. If we can eliminate him now, while he's still rising, the rewards will be immense. We might even secure a chance to ascend to the Lord level ourselves. Without waiting for the final rankings of the core trainees, the 3 slipped away unnoticed, vanishing into the dense, churning crowd. Meanwhile, at the heart of the plaza, the arena battles had reached a fever pitch. The announcer's voice boomed across the square. The semifinals of Tianyang City's core trainee ranking battle are about to begin. The four contestants are Shi Qianying and Li Ming from Tianyang First High, Wei Hao from Tianyang Second High, and Jiang Cheng from Tianyang Seventh High. The draw for matchups was quickly completed. Shi Qianying would face Jiang Cheng in the first semifinal. The two female contestants stepped to opposite ends of the elevated platform, summoning their respective beasts. Shi Qianying's flame-crested golden eagle instantly drew the crowd's attention. Its three fiery red plumes blazed atop its head, while its body shimmered with golden feathers. Observing through his heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan noted that the beast had reached Awakening Tier 4, a significant improvement from when he had last encountered it outside the Misty Forest 3 months ago. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, called forth two beasts, a Sunbird and a Sonic Mantis. While both were of exceptional quality, rated 5-star and 7-star respectively, their levels paled in comparison to Shi Qianying's flame-crested golden eagle. Coupled with the innate talent gap between the two Beastmasters, Jiang Cheng's chances of victory appeared slim, even with two beasts at her command. Seated in the VIP section, Su Yuan silently analyzed the unfolding battle. In his mind, the outcome of this match was already clear. Sonic Mantis, use Quick Slash. Azure Lawnbird, unleash Wind Blades. As the referee signaled the start of the battle, Jiang Cheng wasted no time issuing her commands. Knowing her beasts were slightly outclassed in both level and talent, she opted for an aggressive, preemptive strategy. The Azure Lawnbird and Sonic Mantis erupted with a powerful aura befitting their awakened status. The bird spread its elegant wings, sending razor-sharp wind blades slicing through the air toward Shi Qianying. At the same time, the Sonic Mantis vibrated its thin wings, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. Its crossed blade-like arms gleamed with a chilling light as it charged directly at Shi Qianying herself. This was Jiang Cheng's carefully calculated plan. Although the fiery-crested golden eagle possessed the overwhelming strength of an awakened fourth-tier beast far superior to her own two companions, she gambled on the possibility of catching Shi Qianying off guard and targeting her directly for a chance at victory. Futile, Shi Qianying said calmly, her expression unwavering even as the dual assault closed in. As her voice fell, the three flames atop the golden eagle's head flared violently. Within an instant, they condensed into several massive fireballs, each the size of a basin, which hurtled through the air with precision. The fireballs obliterated the incoming wind blades and blazed toward the Azure Lawnbird. Simultaneously, the fiery-crested golden eagle became a streak of red light, intercepting the charging Sonic Mantis. Its golden-scaled talons collided with the mantis's blade-like arms in a clash that rang out like nails on steel. Despite the sharpness of the Sonic Mantis's weaponry, it could only leave faint white marks on the eagle's impenetrable golden scales. The golden eagle clamped down on the Sonic Mantis's blades with its powerful talons and ascended into the sky, dragging its opponent along. High above, it began spinning rapidly, its body igniting in a blazing inferno. The Sonic Mantis, unable to break free, was engulfed by the searing flames. Amidst its agonized screeches, the mantis was flung downward, hurtling straight toward the Azure Lawnbird, which had been shielding Jiang Cheng. Catch it! Jiang Cheng shouted urgently. The Azure Lawnbird managed to intercept the falling mantis, but the sight of her partner's blackened, broken wings filled Jiang Cheng with anguish. She looked up at the majestic fiery-crested golden eagle, its fiery aura radiating dominance, and sighed in resignation. I concede. Recalling her injured beasts, Jiang Cheng quickly stepped off the platform and headed toward the medical area. There, high-ranking beast tamers and healing beasts were on standby, ready to treat injuries sustained during battles. The first semifinal match is over. Shi Qianying emerges victorious and advances to the finals. The announcer's enthusiastic voice reverberated through the arena, igniting thunderous cheers from the crowd. Fans waved glowing signs bearing Shi Qianying's name, chanting it in unison. Now, moving on to the second semifinal. Let's welcome Wei Hao and Li Ming to the stage. As the next two competitors stepped onto the battlefield, Wei Hao was the first to summon his Beast towering 8-meter-tall ironhide behemoth. The ground beneath the platform trembled under its massive weight. This colossal creature, an extraordinary 9-star beast at the awakened 6th tier, boasted abilities like Iron Wall, Gravity Trap, and Savage Charge. In the VIP section, Su Yuan observed the unfolding match with a calm and analytical gaze. Li Ming's Lightning Tiger had grown significantly since their encounter outside the Misty Forest, now reaching the 3rd tier of awakening. But what caught Su Yuan's attention even more was Li Ming's second Beast Taming Turtle, Silverfurred Thunder Ape. Despite being only a 1st-tier awakened beast, its perfect grade quality was evident, and it wielded formidable skills such as Battle Roar, Thunderstorm, and Thunderclap Iron Fist. A perfect 1-star beast. Su Yuan murmured, his normally composed demeanor giving way to a flicker of surprise as he assessed the Thunder Ape stats. As Su Yuan observed the two beasts summoned by Li Ming, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. The strength of someone from a wealthy family was indeed formidable. With the unwavering support of a powerful clan, as long as they found suitable beasts and followed a clear evolutionary path, they could elevate their beasts to perfect quality, even at great cost. However, despite Li Ming possessing a perfect quality Thunderstorm Ape, Su Yuan still didn't believe he could win this duel. The Thunderstorm Ape, though of perfect quality, was only at the 1-star level and its rank was just at the first stage of awakening. In comparison, Wei Hao's stage 6 awakened Armored Elephant Beast was clearly superior. Moreover, the Armored Elephant Beast held a 9-star excellent quality, just a notch below perfect. Without an overwhelming advantage in quality or an elemental counter, it was nearly impossible for the Stage 1 Thunderstorm Ape to pose a threat. Even with the addition of the Stage 3 Awakened Lightning Tiger, their chances of victory were slim. What was even more concerning was that Wei Hao still had one beast yet to be revealed. As an rank Beast Tamer, the strength of his uncalled beast was undoubtedly formidable. Once Wei Hao unleashed his full power, Li Ming would stand no chance. On the high platform, Wei Hao stood with his arms crossed, a contemptuous glint in his eyes. Li Ming, I must admit, it's surprising your Li family managed to get you a perfect quality Thunderstorm Ape. However, while your second beast may slightly surpass my Armored Elephant Beast in quality, the level gap is simply too vast. You're no match for me right now. If you know what's good for you, surrender now, spare your two beasts unnecessary suffering. As for the championship reward for this simulation battle, I'm determined to claim it. Wei Hao had already gauged the levels of Li Ming's beasts from their aura. In his mind, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Not only was he confident about defeating Li Ming in this match, but he was also resolute in his determination to defeat Shi Qianying in the finals and claim the championship title. Facing Wei Hao's disdainful taunts, Li Ming's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Surrender? Impossible. He had to protect not only his pride, but also consider how his father would react upon his return. Stubborn fool. Wei Hao sneered as he noticed Li Ming's unwavering determination to fight to the end. His own expression turned cold, and the tension on the high platform instantly became palpable. The second semi-final match begins, the referee announced. With the signal given, Li Ming wasted no time issuing his commands. Lightning Tiger, use Lightning Arrow. Thunder Ape, charge in and hit them hard with the Thunder King Fist. As the fierce assault approached, Wei Hao remained composed, his tone icy. Overestimating yourself. Armored Elephant Beast, show them what you're made of. The Armored Elephant Beast stood firm in front of Wei Hao like an unyielding fortress. The thick bolts of lightning unleashed by the Lightning Tiger crackled and exploded against its body, but the beast's earthy yellow glow nullified the attack completely, leaving it unscathed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Thunder Ape dashed forward under the cover of the lightning. Its massive fist, wrapped in crackling blue electricity, came crashing down with a thunderous boom. However, the Armored Elephant Beast merely felt a slight numbness, which only served to ignite its fury. Roar! With an enraged bellow, the Armored Elephant Beast swung its trunk like a colossal whip. In the blink of an eye, a deep, bloody gash appeared across Thunder Ape's chest, and its body was sent flying through the air. Now's the chance attack. Li Ming's eyes lit up with determination. The Lightning Tiger had already circled around to the flank and now pounced toward Wei Hao like a streak of lightning. Its claws were mere inches away from reaching Wei Hao, and even the referee was preparing to intervene. Suddenly, the Lightning Tiger felt an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down on it, 10 times stronger than normal. Its body slammed heavily into the ground, unable to move. Heh, trying to distract me with a diversion? Wei Hao sneered. Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Armored Elephant Beast raised its massive hind leg, ready to stomp down on the immobilized Lightning Tiger. If the strike landed, the Lightning Tiger would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Stop. I surrender. Li Ming gritted his teeth and shouted. Should have surrendered sooner instead of wasting everyone's time. Wei Hao scoffed, signaling the Armored Elephant Beast to halt. His tone was filled with arrogance. Li Ming remained silent, recalling his two defeated beasts as he walked off the platform in humiliation. He had no excuse, she simply wasn't strong enough. Besides, while Wei Hao's family background was slightly less prestigious than the Li family, the gap wasn't significant. More importantly, Wei Hao was in a rank beast tamer with boundless potential for the future. After the lessons learned from the Misty Forest incident, Li Ming knew better than to make enemies out of pride. In the VIP seats, Su Yuan observed everything with a keen eye. This Li Ming, he's certainly more impressive than the last time I saw him. Judging by his actions and the behavior of the other Li family members, it's unlikely that he's the mastermind behind the attempt on my life. So, who exactly was behind the attack in the Voodoo Jungle? Who instructed those 3 assassins? He fell into deep thought. In the VIP seats, an intense competition was underway. Wei Hao, commanding a 9-star, 6-stage awakened Xiangjia beast, showcased astonishing strength. The eyes of the audience turned toward a burly middle-aged man seated at the edge of the front row. Wei Hao's father, Wei Chun, the current head of the Wei family. Bold and brilliant, with exceptional talent. Old Wei, congratulations. Your family has raised a true dragon. Indeed, this young man is bound to surpass his predecessors. With time, he might well achieve the rank of a king-level beast tamer. With Wei Hao's combat prowess, winning this championship and becoming the first core of Tianyang City shouldn't be an issue. Let me congratulate the head of the Wei family in advance. In response to the flattery, Wei Chen modestly replied, You all overpraise my son. Shi Qianying, that young girl, is not to be underestimated. Who will claim the top spot is still too early to tell. Despite his words, the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile he could not contain. In the section where the principals of Tianyang City's 7 high schools were seated, Lu Ran, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 High School, stroked his bearded chin and turned to Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School, with a tone of satisfaction. Old Wang, it seems that with the new college entrance exam reforms, the honor of producing the first core student of Tianyang City will belong to Tianyang No. 2 High School this time. These 2 schools had always been fierce rivals. Securing the title of the first core student in the inaugural selection under the reform system would be a significant achievement, ensuring a steady stream of top-tier students for Tianyang No. 2 High School in the future. Faced with Lu Ren's confident demeanor, Wang Gang simply chuckled and calmly replied, Old Lu, it's not over yet. There's no need to jump to conclusions so soon. This composed and unruffled response caused Lu Ren's hand, still stroking his beard, to pause momentarily. Faced with Lu Ren speaking up again, Wang Gang maintained his usual calm and composed expression. On the elevated platform, the match was about to begin, but the conversation between the 2 principals carried an undercurrent of tension. This isn't up to you to decide. Everything will be settled in the finals, Lu Ren said, his tone tinged with irritation as he observed Wang Gang's unruffled demeanor. His eyes darted around before a cunning idea struck him. Old Wang, we've reached the finals and just watching isn't much fun. How about we spice things up? Let's bet on who will claim the honor of Tianyang City's top core student this time. Hearing this, Wang Gang's body stiffened slightly as he turned to look at Lu Ren. You want to add stakes? Noticing Wang Gang's reaction, Lu Ren grew even more confident and immediately tried to provoke him. What's the matter? The great principal of Tianyang First High doesn't have the guts to make a bet? Wang Gang's expression darkened with anger. Who says I don't dare? If we're going to bet, let's make it worthwhile. I've heard you recently acquired a 5th-tier beast taming resource. Coincidentally, I have one as well. Let's make these our stakes. What do you say, Principal Lu? Do you dare? As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. For these Lordier powerhouses, 5th-tier beast taming resources were incredibly valuable treasures. Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, scrutinizing Wang Gang. He noticed that, despite the anger on Wang Gang's face, there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. Instantly, Lu Ren understood this old fox was bluffing, trying to scare him off with a high-stakes wager. Recalling that Wei Hao not only had the elephant-armored beast but also a rare variant beast, far surpassing his peers in strength, Lu Ren became even more confident in his victory. He let out a hearty laugh. Why wouldn't I dare? A mere 5th-tier beast taming resource? In, Old Wang, with so many witnesses here, including the mayor, don't you dare back out. Wang Gang's expression shifted slightly, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Who's afraid of who? He retorted, then turned his attention back to the elevated platform, ignoring Lu Ren. Lu Ren's confidence grew as he saw Wang Gang's response, completely missing the amused expressions on Zhao Zhongyue and Su Yuan's faces nearby. Su Yuan couldn't help but silently admire Wang Gang's acting skills, which were nothing short of award-worthy. As the 2 principals faced off, the final match on the platform had already begun. Facing Wei Hao, who possessed an A-grade talent, Shi Qianying didn't dare to underestimate him. She immediately summoned all her beasts, revealing her second Oni majestic, crimson-maned, 2-headed flame lion. The attributes of the infernal twin-headed lion were displayed. Species, lion fire type. Quality, perfect 3-star. Level, awakening stage 2. Skills, fire claw, flame force, explosive fireball, blood inferno armor. Evolution count, 1. Su Yuan nodded in approval. Though its level was slightly lower, with its perfect quality and the aerial advantage of the Firecrest Golden Eagle, it might still hold its ground against the elephant-armored beast. By this point, Wei Hao had also summoned all his beasts. Wei Hao exhibited a cautious demeanor when facing Shi Qianying. Despite his confidence in securing the championship, he dared not show the slightest hint of complacency. At this moment, Not only was the colossal elephant armor beast by his side, but he had also unveiled another eye-catching exotic Beasta massive shield that hovered in midair. The moment this human-sized shield appeared, it caused an uproar among the VIP audience. Apart from the Lord-level experts from the Wei family and Tianyang Second High School, every spectator, including Su Yuan, was left astonished. The emergence of an equipment-type beast, especially an exotic one, far exceeded everyone's expectations. Master Wei, your son is truly full of surprises, came bursts of admiration from the VIP section. With this shield complementing the elephant armor beast, Wei Hao's position as the core contender of Tianyang City seemed all but guaranteed. The crowd surrounding the square erupted in excitement, their discussions buzzing non-stop. Exotic beasts of this rarity were comparable to Beastmasters with S-level talents 1 in 10,000. Even more remarkable was the fact that this type of equipment-based exotic beast could automatically grow stronger as the Beastmaster's level increased, requiring no additional cultivation. For the vast majority of the audience, witnessing such a rare exotic beast in person was a once-in-a-lifetime event. The attributes of this shield were nothing short of astonishing. Ancient Ape Soul Shield. Type: exotic equipment. Quality: 6-star superior. Level: Awakening Stage 6. Abilities: Wild Ape Battle Spirit, Unbreakable Barrier. Evolution count: 0. Evolution pathways: 6. Standing in the VIP section, Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the massive shield, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. He thought to himself, to witness such a rare exotic beast in the Tianyang City arena battles, where on earth did this kid acquire it? If I could get my hands on a few exotic equipment beasts like this, my power would skyrocket. An exotic beast controlling equipment. Wang Gang couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice as his gaze locked onto the ancient shield on the platform. Zhao Zhongyue, seated in the main position, was equally astonished. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both sharing the same thought. If not for Su Yuan, this prodigy of an anomaly, the title of Tianyang City's first core would have undoubtedly been in Wei Hao's grasp. Old Wang, what do you think of Wei Hao's exotic beast controlling abilities? Lu Ren asked smugly, noticing Wang Gang's reaction. You already know the answer, Wang Gang replied, concealing his shock with a calm and indifferent tone. Lu Ren smirked inwardly. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Against Wei Hao, who commands 2 awakened 6th-tier beasts, how can Shi Qianying's 2 even stand a chance? He said no more and turned his attention back to the elevated platform. The battle had already begun. Shi Qianying fixed her gaze on her infernal twin-headed lion and Firecrest golden eagle, her eyes resolute. Their beasts have incredible defense. You'll need to find a way to threaten the Beastmaster directly, she instructed, choosing not to micromanage and instead trusting in her beast's instincts. The 2 beasts roared in response and charged toward Wei Hao. Violent bursts of fiery energy erupted, with fireballs raining down on their opponent like a storm. Naive. Wei Hao sneered, unfazed. His elephant-armored beast let out a deafening roar and charged headlong at the infernal twin-headed lion. Despite the infernal twin-headed lion being of perfect 3-star quality, its second-tier awaken level was no match for the elephant-armored beast, a superior 9-star at the 6th-tier awaken level. The lion could only hold on with great difficulty. The elephant-armored beast's colossal size, earth-shattering strength, and unparalleled defensive capabilities rendered the lion's fiery attacks ineffective. Meanwhile, the Firecrest Golden Eagle soared above Wei Hao, unleashing a relentless barrage of fiery assaults from above. The flames cascaded down like a blazing waterfall. However, the ancient Ape Soul Shield activated just in time, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Wei Hao completely. Amid the deafening roar of flames, his figure was engulfed by the inferno. The audience buzzed with speculation, but the referee's composed demeanor suggested everything was under control. As the flames subsided, Wei Hao emerged unscathed, not a single strand of hair out of place. Impossible. Shi Qianying muttered in disbelief. She quickly realized that with that shield in play, even if her beasts got close, breaking through Wei Hao's defenses was an insurmountable challenge. The outcome was already sealed. The Firecrest Golden Eagle is impressive, and you do have the potential to claim first place, Wei Hao said, crossing his arms arrogantly. But unfortunately for you, you're up against me. The honor of being Tianyang City's first core belongs to me. Surrender now, or your infernal twin-headed lion will suffer. Glancing at her struggling infernal twin-headed lion, Shi Qianying let out a resigned sigh. I concede. Wei Hao immediately signaled his beasts to retreat, and both sides recalled their creatures into their respective beast-controlling devices. The host declared Wei Hao the winner, and the audience erupted in admiration, acknowledging the Tianyang second high school student as the rightful first core of this year. All eyes turned to the VIP section, focusing on the main seat where Zhao Zhongyue sat, awaiting his announcement of the final rankings. In the expansive square, all eyes were fixed on the podium. Zhao Zhongyue slowly stood up, cleared his throat, and began to announce the final results of the 3-day-long competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present the top 5 rankings of Tianyang City's inaugural core student tournament. His voice resonated across the square. In 5th place, Zhang Cheng from Tianyang 7th High School. In 4th place, Li Ming from Tianyang 1st High School. In 3rd place, Shi Qianying, also from Tianyang 1st High School. And in 2nd place, Wei Hao from Tianyang 2nd High School. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, followed by a surge of incredulous murmurs. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Cheng, a prodigy who had made it to the semifinals, was unexpectedly ranked 5th. Even more shocking was that Wei Hao, who had defeated all his opponents in the final match, was only awarded 2nd place. Rigged. This has to be rigged. An outraged voice erupted from the crowd. On the VIP seats, the principals from various schools and influential family representatives remained silent, though their expressions betrayed their confusion. They waited in tense anticipation for the final announcement who would claim the title of Tianyang City's top core student. Zhao Zhongyue's lips curved into a faint smile as his gaze swept over the restless crowd. In a firm voice, he declared, "The first place goes to Su Yuan from Tianyang First High School." The announcement landed like a thunderclap, leaving the square in stunned silence before erupting into chaos. All eyes in the VIP section turned to Su Yuan, seated to Zhao Zhongyue's left. It suddenly became clear why this young man occupied such an esteemed position. Principal Lu Rian of Tianyang Second High School was the first to rise, his face dark with anger. "Mayor Zhao, this is against the rules. Wei Hao earned the championship through his skill and deserves to be the top core student. Su Yuan didn't even participate in the trial battles. What gives him the right to take first place? Even if his background is special, the rules should still be followed." Lu Run, now heedless of Zhao Zhongyue's authority, let his fury spill over, fueled further by his earlier wager with Wang Gang. It was dawning on him that he had been ensnared in Wang Gang's scheme from the very beginning. Just as Zhao Zhongyue was about to respond, Wei Hao suddenly shouted from the platform, "Mayor Zhao, I refuse to accept this. I am the rightful champion of this competition. I demand to face Su Yuan in a match to prove he deserves the title of first core." Su Yuan, who had been quietly seated all this time, finally spoke. A calm, faint smile appeared on his face. "Mayor, let me entertain him," he said, his tone light and unbothered. He had anticipated this reaction from the start. After all, it was only natural for people to question the legitimacy of someone who hadn't participated in the competition yet claimed the highest honor. No matter how much Zhao Zhongyue tried to explain, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. The only way to convince them was to demonstrate absolute strength by defeating Wei Hao, the champion of the finals. Zhao Zhongyue looked at Su Yuan with a knowing smile. He understood that, in moments like this, no amount of explanation could compare to a compelling display of power. "All right then, go ahead and face Wei Hao," he said. Just as Su Yuan stood up, ready to step into the battle, Zhao Zhongyue placed a firm hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. "Su Yuan, we've already reported your situation over the past 2 days. The Jiuzhou Academy has decided to admit you ahead of schedule. In fact, from what I know, their instructors arrived in Tianyang City yesterday and are likely observing your performance in secret as we speak." His eyes gleamed with encouragement. "So, don't hold back. Show your full strength and crush your opponent completely. The better you perform, the more attention you'll receive." Jiuzhou Academy. Early admission. Although Zhao Zhongyue deliberately kept his voice low, the VIP section was filled with Lord-level experts. With their sharp senses, every word he said reached their ears without fail. Even Lu Run and the others couldn't help but tense up, their pupils contracting in shock. Jiuzhou Academy was the highest institution in Xia, widely regarded as the pinnacle of Beastmaster academies across the Federation. It gathered the brightest talents from all over Xia and boasted the best cultivation resources. Even prodigious Beastmasters from other countries scrambled for a chance to study there. Even Wei Hao, who had just claimed victory in the finals, barely met the admission threshold of Jiuzhou Academy. For Su Yuan to be admitted ahead of schedule, it could only mean one thing: his strength far surpassed Wei Hao. "Su Yuan, step onto the stage and fight." Wei Hao's voice boomed from the elevated platform as he looked down at Su Yuan with undisguised disdain. Despite Su Yuan's current seat beside Zhao Zhongyue, the mayor of Tianyang City, Wei Hao saw him as nothing more than someone who had climbed the ranks through connections. Both men were ranked talents, but Wei Hao, armed with his exotic equipment-based beast companion, didn't consider Su Yuan worthy of his attention. "As you wish." Su Yuan rose calmly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His movements seemed unhurried, yet in a flash, he had ascended the platform, standing face-to-face with Wei Hao. Wei Hao's pupils contracted, and a surge of alarm shot through his mind. The speed at which Su Yuan had reached the platform alone was enough to shatter his initial underestimation. He instinctively reined in some of his arrogance. "Summon your beast," Wei Hao demanded, his voice steadying as he took a deep breath. Without a word, Su Yuan raised his right hand and made a swift motion. A streak of light shot out from his Beast Tamer's bracelet, illuminating the stage. As the glow subsided, a fiery red figure materialized his beast companion, Xuanwu. Scree. Xuanwu let out a piercing cry, its wings spreading wide as an overwhelming aura of a transcendent tier beast swept across the arena. Transcendent. Transcendent Tier 2. In the VIP section, everyone except for Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, who already knew the truth, shot to their feet, their faces frozen in shock. Old Wang, you've completely set me up. Lu Ran turned to Wang Gang with a bitter smile. Zhao Zhongyue's prior hints had already left him on edge, but the appearance of Xiao Yin had crushed any remaining hope. A single transcendent Tier 2 avian beast was more than enough to dominate Wei Hao, whose strength was only at the 6th stage of awakening. Don't blame me, Wang Gang replied with a chuckle. You're the one who insisted on betting. I confirmed it with you multiple times. Shi Changxing's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yin as he turned to Zhao Zhongyue. Mayor Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this is a naturally perfect 5-star Crimson Sunbird, isn't it? That's correct. It is indeed a Crimson Sunbird, Zhao Zhongyue affirmed. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. The elite lords of Tianyang City, present in the VIP section, struggled to comprehend how an orphan from an ordinary household could have developed such a rare and powerful beast companion to Transcendent Tier 2 in such a short time. This can't be. How could you possibly be a Transcendent Tier Beast Tamer? Wei Hao's composure shattered as he screamed in disbelief. Armored Mammoth, attack! Roar! The armored mammoth bellowed in response, its massive frame barreling towards Su Yuan. The entire platform trembled violently under the beast's thunderous charge. Xiao Yin, go easy on it. Just make sure you don't kill it, Su Yuan said with a calm and indifferent tone. Facing the reckless charge of the Xiangjia giant beast, Su Yuan gave a low warning to Xiao Yin. This was merely a sparring match with Wei Hao, not a life-or-death battle. Defeating the opponent's beast would suffice. With Xiao Yan's strength, a single strike could easily take down this 6th-tier awakened Xiangjia giant beast. Xiao Yin gave a slight nod, signaling his understanding. Screech. Xiao Yin let out a sharp, piercing cry and transformed into a streak of crimson light, diving diagonally downward. At the moment of contact with the Xiangjia giant beast, it refrained from using any special abilities. Instead, it spread its wings wide, swooping down like a hunting eagle, its razor-sharp talons aiming directly at its opponent. The instant the two collided, a burst of blood erupted from the Xiangjia giant beast's back. Its once proud, impenetrable armor-like hide was utterly defenseless against Xiao Yan's claws, which tore through it effortlessly, leaving several gaping wounds several meters long. Blood gushed out as the massive impact sent the colossal beast crashing onto the elevated platform, sliding forward over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Roar. The excruciating pain elicited a pitiful roar from the Xiangjia giant beast. Yet, it still shook its head, struggling to rise to its feet. Boom. At that moment, an even more massive figure suddenly appeared before it. Before it could react, a gigantic elephantine hoof, larger than its own head, came crashing down onto its skull. The terrifying pressure was so immense it seemed as though it might crush its head entirely. Wow! The entire arena erupted in chaos. Every spectator instinctively rose to their feet, staring in disbelief at the towering figure that had suddenly appeared on the high platform. A massive figure suddenly appeared on the elevated platform. It was Su Yuan's first contracted beast, Xiaoxian. Without employing any concealment skills, it fully revealed its true form. A colossal creature towering as high as a 10-story building, pinning the 8-meter-tall elephant armor beast beneath its foot as effortlessly as an adult stepping on a child's toy. What on earth is that beast? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd gathered in the square. The exclamations came one after another. It's so much larger than the elephant armor beast. Xiao Xian raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the powerful aura of a transcendent Tier 1 beast. Despite being only Tier 1, its immense size amplified its presence, making its oppressive force feel even more intimidating than Xiao Yan's transcendent Tier 2 aura. Wei Hao, staring at the mountainous creature before him, felt his legs give way as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he was at a loss for words for a long moment before finally letting out a defeated sigh. I've lost. Completely lost. To prevent his elephant armor beast from being crushed to death, he decisively admitted defeat. Seeing this, Su Yuan gestured for Xiao Xian to release its opponent. Wei Hao wasted no time in recalling the elephant armor beast back into his beast taming bracelet. In the VIP section, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, who had previously appeared confident, now looked visibly unsettled. Turning to Wang Gang, Zhao Zhongyue asked, Principal Wang, can you identify what kind of beast this is? Wang Gang gave a wry smile. To the best of my knowledge, this is the water arrow turtle that Su Yuan originally contracted from the Tianyang City Breeding Center. Impossible. Lu Ren interjected immediately. A normal water arrow turtle could never possess such an imposing presence. Even if it evolved into a tsunami turtle, it wouldn't come close. Other Lorder experts around them nodded in agreement. Wang Gang patiently explained, I can assure you, this is indeed the water arrow turtle that Su Yuan initially contracted. However, it's a mutated variant. During the student trials in the Misty Forest, this mutated water arrow turtle already demonstrated extraordinary talent, capable of holding its own against a Tier 2, 9-fingered battle ape despite being only Tier 8. Such an exceptional ability to fight above its rank indicates it has achieved perfect quality. What's truly surprising is that Su Yuan managed to nurture both the Crimson Sunbird and this mutated water arrow turtle to the transcendent tier in such a short time. That's something I didn't anticipate. A perfectly mutated Blastoise appeared before the crowd, instantly drawing gasps of amazement. The aura emanating from this creature was both powerful and unique, clearly indicating that its quality had reached the perfect 7-star level, perhaps even higher. Su Yuan's luck is truly enviable, Wang Gang explained to the other Lord-level experts present. Mutated beasts are already rare, and for one to mutate in a positive direction is even more uncommon. Who would have thought that Su Yuan not only obtained a positively mutated Blastoise, but one of perfect quality? The Lord-level experts were visibly stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and deep envy. After all, even among their ranks, those who owned a perfect quality beast were few and far between. Yet this young man, Su Yuan, already possessed 2 extraordinary beasts of perfect quality, an achievement worthy of admiration. Even Lu Run, the principal of Tianyang Secondary School No. 2, who often clashed with Wang Gang, had to admit that Su Yuan's strength had far surpassed that of other core trainees. Only now did he understand why Su Yuan hadn't participated in the competition yet. Zhao Zhengyue still ranked him as Tianyang City's top core trainee. With Su Yuan's abilities, if he had competed, the mere appearance of his beasts would have crushed the morale of any opponent. Ha ha ha, since no one has any objections, we'll finalize the core trainee rankings for Tianyang City as they stand, Zhao Zhengyue announced with a smile. The crowd nodded in agreement, marking the official conclusion of the Tianyang City core trainee ranking battle. Amid the crowd surrounding the square, an elderly man with snow-white hair, but a sharp and lively demeanor was watching Su Yuan on the platform with a smile. He murmured to himself, aside from Su Yuan, the young girl from the Huangfu family in Tianyang City is also quite exceptional. Who would have thought that such a remote place could produce 2 prodigies? This trip was well worth it. In a hidden corner of the misty forest, a red-haired, middle-aged man stood coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on the 3 figures kneeling before him. This man, known as Blood Raven, had a sinister expression, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Are you certain? Su Yuan from Tianyang City has truly reached the level of a transcendent beast tamer? Blood Raven's voice was deep and oppressive. The bald man kneeling on the ground immediately raised his head to respond, reporting to Lord Blood Raven, I swear on my life. Not only that, but during the core ranking competition in Tianyang City, Su Yuan did not participate in any duels. However, he appeared on the final day and was seated next to Zhao Zhengyue. A flicker of interest crossed Blood Raven's eyes. Zhao Zhengyue values this boy so highly. Intriguing, he fell into thought, weighing his plans. Originally, his target had been Huangfu Yunzhao, this grade prodigy from Tianyang City, but now the situation had changed. If Su Yuan has truly reached the transcendent level, his value far surpasses that of Huangfu Yunzhao, Blood Raven muttered to himself. I only have one chance to strike, and I can't afford to miss the most valuable target. Having decided on his new objective, Blood Raven began to outline his plan. Return to Tianyang City immediately, locate Su Yuan, and send a signal as soon as you find him. I will gather reinforcements from other cities to coordinate the operation. The primary goal this time is to assassinate Su Yuan. The 3 kneeling men were overjoyed at his words, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. We will give it our all. After the 3 departed, Blood Raven gazed into the depths of the misty forest, a cold smile curling at his lips. Tianyang City has no shortage of Lord-level experts. Relying on these men alone won't suffice. It seems I'll need to enlist the help of the feral beasts in this forest to support the operation. Before the words fully left his lips, his figure had already vanished. Time passed, and a day had gone by since the announcement of the core rankings. At this moment, Su Yuan was staying in Tianyang City's municipal hall, a precaution arranged by Zhao Zhengyue. Now that Su Yuan had demonstrated his strength and drawn significant attention, such measures were necessary to protect him from those with malicious intent. Zhao Zhengyue had arranged for Su Yuan to remain at the Tianyang City Hall, ensuring that when the powerful figures from the Jiuzhou Academy arrived, they could meet Su Yuan without delay. On the outskirts of Tianyang City, in an old, weathered building, a group of more than 10 people sat in a cramped room, the air thick with tension. These individuals were squad leaders sent by Blood Raven, tasked with assassinating Su Yuan. Each of them was formidable, with at least extraordinary level strength, and a few had even reached the rank of commander-level elites. Baldy, are you sure about this? Is Su Yuan really at the city hall? A stern-faced man asked, his gaze fixed intently on the bald man in the crowd. Feeling the weight of everyone's scrutiny, Baldy, the weakest among them, broke out in a cold sweat. He wiped his shiny head with his hand and forced himself to remain calm. My intel is solid. It's no secret anymore in Tianyang City. At his words, the group collectively furrowed their brows. The city hall was not only heavily guarded by numerous experts, but also protected by Zhao Zhengyue, a peak-level Beastmaster. Charging in with their entire force would be akin to throwing themselves into a lion's den. A sense of hesitation began to creep into their minds. Don't worry. A seductive middle-aged woman finally broke the silence, her voice smooth and confident. If Lord Bloodraven has sent us to infiltrate Tianyang City and eliminate Su Yuan, he must have already made thorough preparations. We just need to wait for his signal to act. No sooner had she spoken than a piercing alarm blared across the city. Whoa! Moments later, a street administrator's voice echoed through loudspeakers outside the building. Attention, everyone. An emergency situation has occurred. A beast horde is attacking the city. Please evacuate immediately and proceed to the nearest underground shelter in an orderly manner. A beast horde attack. A flicker of understanding flashed in the eyes of everyone in the room. Just then, the communication device they carry a tool for receiving one-way messages from Blood Raven suddenly activated. The beast tide alarm suddenly blared across the sky of Tianyang City. Inside the city hall, Zhao Zhengyue sprang up from his seat and strode out of the building. With a sharp command, "Come forth," a majestic black eagle materialized on the open ground. This lord-level beast, with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters, had jet-black feathers glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Just as Zhao Zhengyue prepared to leap onto the eagle, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. "Mayor Zhao," Su Yuan called out as he ran out of the city hall. "Su Yuan, the beast tide is upon us. I must head to the front lines to lead the defense," Zhao Zhengyue said as he handed Su Yuan a key. "Do you remember the treasure vault I once took you to? There are 2 top-tier commander-level Beast Tamers stationed there. They can ensure your safety. Go there immediately and stay put." The timing of this beast tide was far too coincidental. It struck just a day after the Tianyang City Corps ranking battle concluded. As the mayor, Zhao Zhengyue keenly sensed that this was likely orchestrated by some malicious forces, with their target being the prodigious young Su Yuan. Yet as the city's strongest combatant, he had no choice but to lead the defense in person. "I understand," Su Yuan replied, taking the key and nodding firmly. Although he also wished to fight, he was fully aware of his precarious situation. Leaving the city hall could expose him to assassination attempts from commander-level enemies, and even with all his cards on the table, survival would be uncertain. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Zhao Zhengyue immediately mounted the Black Eagle. With a powerful beat of its massive wings, a gust of wind swept through the area, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Clutching the key tightly, Su Yuan turned and dashed toward the treasure vault. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the northern city gates of Tianyang City. Hundreds of beast tamers riding their beasts were desperately racing toward the gates. Behind them, an overwhelming horde of ferocious beasts surged through the billowing dust clouds, their thundering footsteps shaking the earth. "Hurry! Faster! We're closing the gates soon," the city guards shouted hoarsely. On the city walls, cannons roared, and over 100 Gatling guns spewed streams of fire. The relentless rain of bullets tore through the ranks of beasts below the extraordinary level, cutting them down in droves. Yet the momentum of the beast tide showed no sign of waning, as the horde continued to charge toward the walls. "Run! Faster! Damn it! The one time I didn't check the almanac before heading out, and I run into a beast tide. Help! I can't run anymore." Terrified cries rose and fell, mingling with the deafening cacophony of gunfire and explosions. The beast tamers fled desperately under the relentless pursuit of the beast horde, their heavy breaths mingling with the ferocious roars of the creatures. As exhaustion took its toll, some of the beasts slowed down, and their masters cried out in despair for help, only to be swallowed by the surging tide of beasts. Out of the original group of over 100 tamers, less than half managed to narrowly escape back into the city. The captain of the city guard decisively slammed the button to close the gates. The massive steel barrier fell with a thunderous crash, sealing off danger from safety. The surviving beast tamers collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Some dismounted their beasts and lay sprawled on the ground, their limbs trembling, still gripped by the terror of the ordeal they had just escaped. "Everyone," the squad leader of the city guard said coldly, standing by the gate control panel, "if you still have strength left, join us in defending our home. If you are spent, leave immediately." Without waiting for a response, he and his team summoned their beasts, forming a tight defensive perimeter around the control panel. The gate controls were of critical importance. If anyone managed to open the gates, the overwhelming beast horde outside would pour in, putting the entire city in grave danger. Seeing the city guards' vigilant defense, the surviving tamers began to disperse. However, one among them, none other than Xuya, the superior of Tuzi, and his group fixed his gaze on the heavily guarded gate controls, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Just as he prepared to force his way through, eliminate the guards, and open the gates, a sudden cheer erupted from the city walls. The mayor is here. Hearing this, Xuya immediately suppressed his murderous intent, a sinister smile flickering across his face. Bowing his head, he melted into the crowd and quietly disappeared. Atop the northern city wall, the highest-ranking officer of the city guard bowed respectfully as Zhao Zhengyue dismounted from the shadowy beast he had ridden. The mayor offered only a curt nod in return, his gaze immediately shifting towards the horizon beyond the wall. What greeted him was a scene of chaos and dread, a seemingly endless tide of beasts surging forward. The stampede of feral creatures churned up a choking cloud of dust that blotted out the sun. Even as the city wall's cannons and firearms unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower, the horde pressed onward, closing the distance to the northern wall of Tianyang City with alarming speed. Above, the skies were thick with winged monstrosities, their numbers overwhelming the aerial defenses as they tore through the city's protective firepower like a storm. This beast tide was unprecedented, not just in scale but in ferocity. Extraordinary grade beasts were everywhere, their sheer presence suffocating. Among them, over 100 commander-grade beasts could be seen, their imposing forms striking terror into even the most battle-hardened soldiers. Mayor Zhao, our weapons can barely threaten extraordinary-grade beasts, and our chances of hitting them effectively are slim, the commanding officer of the wall said urgently. This beast tide is unlike anything we've faced before. The city guard alone won't be enough to hold them back. I urge you to summon reinforcements from the city's major families and the Beastmasters at the high schools. Only with their help can we hope to repel this attack. Zhao Zongyi's expression darkened as he nodded gravely. This beast tide is indeed extraordinary, he said. Tell the men to hold the line at all costs. I will summon reinforcements from the city immediately. Before the officer could respond, Zhao Zhengyue raised his hand, and with a commanding gesture, 4 beasts materialized at his side. 2 of them were Lord grade, while the other 2 were high-ranking commander grade. Unlike the Black Hawk he had ridden earlier, these 4 were ground-based beasts. The most fearsome among them was a Lord grade, 9th-tier ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Its massive form was encased in silvery steel armor, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex but with forelimbs far more muscular and powerful. With a silent command from Zhao Zhengyue, the beast sprang into action. Led by the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, they leapt over the 50-meter-high steel wall and plunged into the advancing tide of monsters. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus charged into the fray like an unstoppable tank, its armored body impervious to the attacks of the surrounding beasts. Each retaliatory strike obliterated its foes, reducing even commander-grade beasts to lifeless husks with a single blow. The other 3 ground-based beasts proved equally devastating, carving a bloody path through the horde and leaving piles of carcasses in their wake. Above, the Lord-grade Black Hawk let out a piercing cry, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Its wings transformed into razor-sharp blades, cutting down flying beasts with precision and ferocity. Blood rained from the heavens as the hawk tore through its enemies, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Despite their overwhelming power, Zhao Zhengyue's beasts could only stem the tide in a few directions. In other areas, the beast hordes surged past their defenses, pushing through the barrage of cannon fire and drawing ever closer to the city walls. All Beastmasters of the city guard, hear my command. Summon your beasts and fight with everything you have, the commanding officer bellowed. At his order, the northern wall came alive as thousands of beasts were summoned, forming a final line of defense at the base of the city wall. Among the 30,000 soldiers of the northern city guard, only 1 in 10 was a Beastmaster. Of these, the majority were ordinary grade, with awakened grade and extraordinary grade Beastmasters making up less than 10%. Commander grade Beastmasters were rarer, still only 13, including the commanding officer himself. Even with every Beastmaster summoning their bonded beasts, the defenders were hopelessly outnumbered. Against the unending tide of monsters, their line felt fragile, like a sandcastle facing an oncoming tsunami. On the city walls, tens of thousands of city guards stood in formation, ready for battle. Their gazes were firm, and their expressions grave. Everyone knew they were about to face an unprecedented beast tide. Brothers, behind us lies our home, our loved ones. We must hold this line, a platoon leader shouted passionately. Don't let a single beast step into Tianyang City. Don't worry, sir. These beasts won't get into Tianyang City unless they walk over our corpses, the soldiers replied with unwavering determination. Tianyang City has Mayor Zhao, the noble families, and the lorder experts from the high schools defending it. These beasts won't have an easy time breaking through. Once reinforcements arrive, their end is near. The troops echoed in agreement, their laughter brimming with confidence in victory. Suddenly, the vanguard of the beast tide crossed the front lines and charged toward the city walls. The beasts are here. Attack. With that command, the battle erupted instantly. Roars, shouts, and the thunder of gunfire filled the air. Outside the walls, flesh and blood flew as the ground quickly turned crimson. Despite the city guards' fierce resistance, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Some ordinary level beast tamers lost their bonded beasts in battles against awakened and extraordinary tier beasts. The backlash left them pale and weakened. Even so, the fighters gritted their teeth and continued firing. Though they couldn't kill the tougher, thick-skinned beasts, they aimed to slow them down and create opportunities for their comrades. Xuanwu moved swiftly across the city walls, firing powerful soul arrows wherever he went, effortlessly taking down extraordinary tier beasts above level 7. But his brows remained furrowed. The number of extraordinary and commander tier beasts in this tide far exceeded expectations. Even with his peak lord tier strength, he had to leave the lower level extraordinary beasts to the city guards. Otherwise, his mental energy would be depleted too quickly. As Xuanwu worried about his rapidly draining mental energy, reinforcements finally arrived. Wang Gang, standing atop a flamingo, led 7 or 8 teachers from Tianyang High School, charging in at full speed. Behind the flamingo followed nearly 100 flying beasts carrying beast tamers, all teachers from Tianyang's 7 major high schools. Meanwhile, reinforcements from noble families and the Adventurers Guild appeared from other directions. Brothers, reinforcements are here. Let's crush these beasts. The city guards roared with renewed morale, and a smile finally broke across Zhao Zhongyue's face. Old Wang, you've finally arrived. Zhao Zhongyue stood atop the northern city wall, his face visibly relieved as he watched Wang Gang lead his team down. Below the walls, a sea of ferocious beasts pressed ever closer to the fortress. As soon as we received the alert, I gathered the teachers at the academy and rushed over on our flying beast mounts. Wang Gang replied calmly, a faint smile on his face. This beast tide may be powerful, but with our combined efforts, we'll surely overcome it. The principals from several other high schools approached Zhao Zhongyue, offering their greetings. Lu Run, the steady and composed principal of the second high school, spoke with confidence. Mayor Zhao, rest assured. While the number of beasts is overwhelming, there are no lore-tier creatures among them. As lore-tier beastmasters ourselves, we'll each hold our assigned sections of the wall and repel this tide. Zhao Zhongyue nodded solemnly, deeply grateful. Among the 7 high school principals, all were lore-tier beastmasters, and with Zhao Zhongyue himself at the peak of the lord tier, they had 8 formidable defenders. The northern wall stretched over 10 kilometers, but with each person responsible for just over a kilometer, they could manage the defense especially since no lord-tier beasts had been detected. Moreover, reinforcements from other schools, noble clans, and the Adventurers Guild were steadily arriving. But just as the group began organizing their defenses, a series of earth-shaking roars erupted from the rear of the beast tide. Zhao Zhongyue and the others froze, their faces darkening as they turned toward the source of the sound. Through the billowing clouds of dust, they saw 7 or 8 massive figures charging forward, their target a colossal ironclad tyrannosaur at the forefront of the horde. At the same time, piercing cries echoed from above as several dark silhouettes streaked toward the skybound iron-feather eagles. That's the Shadow Gale Panther from the Misty Forest. Wang Gang's eyes widened in recognition. He had encountered the beast months ago, but its aura now was far more menacing, its strength clearly having surged. And it wasn't just the Shadow Gale Panther. Among the advancing beasts were the Black Gold Python, the 3-tailed Demon Wolf, the 6-winged Centipede, and 4 other lord-tier monsters. In the skies, 3 lord-tier avian predators joined the fray. Each of these 11 beasts was at least at the 5th stage of the lord tier. What's going on in the Misty Forest? How could 11 lord-tier beasts attack all at once? Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone move now. We must intercept these lord-tier beasts at least a kilometer from the walls. Zhao Zhongyue commanded decisively. The collateral damage from a battle between lord-tier creatures could devastate the soldiers and ordinary beastmasters defending the city walls. In an instant, 7 lord-tier beasts emerged outside the city, their auras radiating overwhelming power. 2 principals and Zhao Zhongyue's iron feather eagle sword to confront the 3 aerial predators, while on the ground, Zhao Zhongyue's 2 lord-tier beasts joined forces with 5 others to face the 8 ground-based monsters. Though slightly outnumbered, Zhao Zhongyue's peak lord-tier ironclad tyrannosaur held its ground, taking on both a stage 8 and a stage 6 lord-tier beast simultaneously. Meanwhile, Wang Gang's obsidian serpent clashed once more with the Shadow Gale Panther, reigniting their old rivalry. The remaining beasts quickly paired off with their adversaries. As the battle began, the air erupted with violent energy, each clash shaking the earth like a thunderous quake. The sheer force of their collisions far outmatched the firepower of the city's cannons, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Under the aftermath of the clash between Lord-level beasts, the ferocious creatures in the Beast Tide fell one after another, leaving the ground littered with corpses. However, this grim scene did not deter the advancing horde. Instead, it seemed to fuel their frenzy, driving them into an even more reckless charge. The Beast Tide, stretching for over 10 kilometers, resembled a monstrous, writhing dragon. On its flanks, the beasts had already bypassed the northern city wall and were launching fierce assaults on the eastern and western walls. Atop the city walls, two commanding generals had no choice but to abandon their plans to reinforce the northern defenses and instead focus their forces on the threats pressing from both sides. Beast Tamers, who had initially been prepared to support the northern front, quickly changed course, rushing to the eastern and western towers to join the defensive lines. Outside the northern wall, the battle grew increasingly brutal. Standing atop the wall, Xuanwu surveyed the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the mangled carcasses and severed limbs of the beasts. His brows furrowed deeply. In past beast tides, such heavy losses would have inevitably weakened the assault, especially when Lord-level beasts appeared. Normally, the hordes would halt to await the outcome of the Lord's duel. If the Lord triumphed, the assault would resume. If it fell, the horde would scatter in disarray. But this time was starkly different. Even with all the Lord-level beasts intercepted, the ordinary beasts continued their relentless charge, showing no signs of retreat. Strangely, even the Lord-level beasts were behaving unusually, attacking as if possessed, with a reckless desperation. Mayor Zhao, Wang Gang said gravely, breaking the tense silence. These Lord-level beasts are far more frenzied than usual. I suspect that there must be a far more powerful entity orchestrating this beast tide. Otherwise, it's impossible for these Lord-level beasts to fight so recklessly, as if they have no regard for their lives. Zhao Zhongyue took a deep breath, his voice heavy. To drive 8th-tier Lord-level beasts into such suicidal attacks, this is beyond what even a peak Lord-level entity could achieve. I fear the mastermind behind this beast tide has already surpassed the Lord level. Surpassed the Lord level. The other commanders gasped in unison, their faces pale with shock. Beyond the Lord level was the King level. If a King-level beast was indeed behind this beast tide, even if the entirety of Tianyang City's strength was mustered, its fall might be inevitable. The Blood Raven stood atop a skyscraper in Tianyang City, gazing at the fierce battle raging outside the northern part of the city. A smug smile curled at the corner of his lips. The Lord-level beast had perfectly drawn the attention of Zhao Zhongyue and the other Lord-level beast tamers, giving him the freedom to act within the city with much less interference. He swiftly pulled out the communicator from his belt and issued orders to his subordinates hidden within Tianyang City. Zhao Zhongyue and the others have been lured away. Everyone, head to the city hall immediately. Find and kill Su Yuan. I'll join you shortly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Blood Raven darted toward the direction of the city hall. At the same time, his subordinates, including Baldi, who had received the command, began leading their teams toward the target. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of Tianyang City, 20 kilometers from the urban area, a massive black bat with a wingspan of over 30 meters hovered in the wild skies. It emitted waves of near-invisible sound, enveloping the swarm of rampaging beasts below and driving them to charge in the same direction. Amid the swirling dust, an elderly man with silver hair and a youthful face stood suspended in midair. A layer of invisible energy shielded him, keeping the billowing dust at bay. Such a feat standing in the air without relying on any beasts clearly exceeded the capabilities of a Lord-level beast tamer, marking him as a King-level powerhouse. A peak Lord-level bewitching sonic bat. It seems the demon god cult is indeed pulling the strings. The old man chuckled softly. If they're bold enough to use abyssal beasts to trigger such a massive beast tide, their target must be Su Yuan. However, if we can capture this rat alive, we might extract some valuable information. He refrained from confronting the bewitching sonic bat immediately. Instead, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the city hall. He intended to avoid alarming the enemy prematurely and seize the opportunity to capture the demon god cult's operatives in one fell swoop. Back on the northern battlefield, Zhao Zhongyue and 7 other Lord-level beast tamers were scattered across the area. While commanding their beasts to fend off the Lord-level monstrosities, they personally engaged in eliminating commander-level beasts. Although they managed to hold back the most formidable threats, the overwhelming numbers of extraordinary level and commander-level beasts continued to exert immense pressure on the city's defenders. As the battle raged on, the city hall remained eerily quiet. Baldi and his team had silently closed in, donning masks as they launched a coordinated assault from multiple directions. Blood Raven's plan was brilliant. The city hall is defenseless now. Killing Su Yuan will be a piece of cake, Baldi muttered under his breath before summoning his beast and leading the charge with a ferocious attack on the city hall. Boom, boom, Boom! A thunderous roar of beasts suddenly erupted from within the municipal building, accompanied by the piercing wail of alarms slicing through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guard shouts echoed in waves. Everyone, hold the line. Defend the municipal building. Under the command of a bald-headed leader, a squad of assassins stormed into the building. This 100-strong force was formidable, with every member at least at the high-tier awakened level. Among them, the squad leaders were all extraordinary tier or higher, with a majority at commander tier, and even 2 commander peak powerhouses among their ranks. The sudden assault caught the station defenders completely off guard, forcing them into a steady retreat. Something's happening outside. In front of the treasury chamber, 2 commander tier guards exchanged grim looks before turning to Su Yuan. This attack must be connected to the beast tide assault on the city. Their target is most likely you. Please, retreat into the treasury chamber for safety. These 2 were trusted confidants of Zhao Zhongyue, the mayor, fully aware of how much Zhao valued Su Yuan. The treasury chamber itself was a fortress painstakingly constructed by Mayor Zhao at great cost, impenetrable to anyone below lower tier strength. Just as Su Yuan was about to step into the chamber, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. There's no need for that. You should both head out instead. The 3 of them spun around abruptly, only to see an elderly man standing there, his presence unnoticed until now. Even the 2 commander tier guards, both at the 8th stage, had failed to detect his approach. No need to be alarmed. I'm not your enemy, the old man said with a calm smile. I am Song Zhenfeng, a mentor from the Jiuzhou Academy and a king-tier Beastmaster. Su Yuan, I witnessed your performance on the arena. Your 2 beasts are extraordinary. Achieving extraordinary tier in such a short time is truly a rare feat. I came here to bring you back to Jiuzhou Academy, but it seems the scum from the demon god cult have also set their sights on you. Rest assured, with me here, they won't lay a finger on you. The revelation that he was a king-tier Beastmaster left the 3 of them stunned. Such a figure commanded utmost respect, even from someone as powerful as Zhao Zhongyue. After a brief discussion, Song Zhenfeng outlined his plan to the group. Then, with a faint ripple in the air, his figure vanished without a trace, a testament to the unparalleled skill of a king-tier powerhouse. Wasting no time, Su Yuan and the 2 guards rushed toward the exterior of the municipal building. By now, the structure had suffered severe damage, and the defenders had sustained heavy casualties. Young friend Su Yuan, we will cover your escape. The 2 commander tier guards summoned their beasts, preparing to carve a path through the chaos for Su Yuan. Su Yuan is over there. Quick, kill him. A thunderous shout erupted in front of the city hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The assassins from the demonic cult snapped their heads toward the sound, their gazes like sharpened blades locking onto Su Yuan and his 2 companions. The moment they confirmed their target, they surged forward like ravenous wolves descending on prey. Everyone, protect Su Yuan. The mayor has been informed. We must hold our ground until he returns. One of Su Yuan's guards shouted resolutely, his voice ringing with determination. The city hall guards swiftly closed ranks around the trio. With the arrival of 2 8th-tier commanders, their morale surged. They formed an unyielding human wall, holding back the relentless assault. Su Yuan, refusing to stand idly by, summoned his 2 beasts, Shaoxian and Xiaoyin, into the fray. The battle quickly turned into a fierce deadlock, neither side giving an inch. Several hundred meters away, in a distant high-rise, a man known as Blood Raven observed the chaos with cold detachment. So, the boy was hiding in the city hall after all. Now that he's out, it's time to end this. A sinister smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, atop the northern city wall, Zhao Zhongyue received an urgent transmission from the city hall guards. This is bad. We've fallen into their trap. The beast tide was indeed orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. To command a horde of this size, their power must be formidable. If the enemy strikes to kill Su Yuan while we're preoccupied with the beasts, the treasure vault won't stand a chance against their assault. Zhao Zhongyi's gaze swept over the oncoming wave of ferocious beasts outside the city, their ranks bolstered by several lower-tier creatures. His brow furrowed deeply. On the northern battlefield, he and the principals of Tianyang City's 7 high schools were locked in a grueling standoff with 11 lower-tier beasts. Zhao bore the brunt of the pressure alone. If he were to abandon the fight to reinforce the city hall, the northern defense line would undoubtedly collapse, leaving the city exposed. With millions of citizens still evacuating to shelters, the consequences of failure would be catastrophic. The lives of a prodigious youth versus the safety of countless civilians. A harrowing choice loomed over Zhao Zhongyue. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. Su Yuan must be saved. Principals, the enemy has breached the city hall. Their target is Su Yuan. I must return immediately to assist. I beg you all to hold off these lord-tier beasts with everything you've got. He'll return as soon as Su Yuan is safe. What? Su Yuan is in danger? Principal Wang Gang's face darkened at the news, but he quickly steadied himself. Mayor Zhao, go at once. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let these beasts set foot in Tianyang City. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve, prepared to lay down his life if necessary. Zhao Zhongyue gave a firm nod, summoning his most powerful beasts, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and the iron feather Blackhawk. He leapt onto the Blackhawk's back and soared toward the city hall at breakneck speed. Watching Zhao depart, Wang Gang donned his jet black battle armor and gripped a massive black greatsword as tall as himself. With a roar, he leapt from the city wall, charging straight at a lower-tier beast. His reckless bravery was a clear act of desperation. Old Wang is risking it all, one of the principals exclaimed. Against a beast of equal rank, a Beastmaster is already at a disadvantage. Facing one a tier higher? Even with his gear, he won't last long. We can only hope Mayor Zhao returns quickly, or that another lower-tier Beastmaster arrives in time to help. The remaining 5 principals, led by Lu Run, exchanged determined glances. Wang is holding one off. The rest of us will take on the other 2. Together, we'll hold the line. Charge! With a unified cry, the 6 of them launched their assault, engaging the 2 lower-tier beasts and keeping them at bay 1,000 meters from Tianyang City's northern gate. Zhao Zhongyue was racing towards the city hall with all his might, but by then, the situation at the city hall had already undergone a dramatic shift. With the arrival of Su Yuan, the blood raven finally dropped his disguise. Leaping down from a tall building, a blood-red raven beast materialized beneath him, catching him steadily midair. The blood raven scanned the scene briefly. Upon noticing that Su Yuan was flanked by 2 commander-level 8th rank Beastmasters as guards, he quickly made a decision would have to act personally. His subordinates alone would never complete the assassination in such a short time. He was well aware that news of his infiltration into the city hall had likely already reached Zhao Zhongyue, leaving him with very little time. Although the blood raven possessed 2 lord-level peak beasts, which overall gave him an advantage over Zhao Zhongyue, one of his peak lord-level beasts, the bewitching Soundbat, was currently maintaining the beast tide and could not break away. If he were to engage Zhao Zhongyue hidden in the heart of Tianyang City, their strengths would be evenly matched. Once delayed, reinforcements from other lord-level experts would arrive, leaving him with no escape. In an instant, the bloodthirsty dark raven crossed several hundred meters, appearing directly above City Hall. The oppressive aura it emitted was suffocating. Su Yuan instinctively looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. This was a lord-level peak beast, the most powerful entity he had ever encountered in his life. The bloodthirsty dark raven. That's Lord Bloodraven's beast. With Lord Bloodraven here, Su Yuan is as good as dead. Ha ha ha. The Bloodraven's subordinates, including Baldy, erupted in cheers at the sight. Su Yuan die. Bloodraven stood atop the bloodthirsty dark raven, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Before his words had fully settled, the raven's wings flapped violently, unleashing a massive surge of energy. A black flame over 10 meters in diameter condensed instantly and descended upon Su Yuan and his guards with devastating force. The terrifying aura radiating from the black flame caused everyone present to freeze in fear. Under such an overwhelming attack, even a peak commander-level beast would be annihilated. Aside from Su Yuan and the 2 8th-rank guards, the other City Hall defenders turned pale, their faces filled with despair. Boom! Black flames descended from the heavens, unleashing a surge of violent energy in an instant. Amid the deafening roar, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, shaking the surroundings. The already crumbling municipal building could no longer withstand the force and collapsed entirely, scattering debris and rubble in every direction. Several members of the demon god cult and their beasts, caught off guard, were flung aside by the ferocious impact, crashing heavily onto the ground and sustaining severe injuries. There's no way Su Yuan and the others could have survived such a devastating attack. Our mission is complete, let's get out of here. Baldy and his comrades wore smug expressions as they watched the black flames burn fiercely. However, Bloodraven, standing atop his bloodthirsty shadow crow, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the area engulfed by the black flames. Buzz! A surge of energy, even more overwhelming than the bloodthirsty shadow crow's aura, erupted suddenly, dispelling the black flames in an instant. As the flames vanished, an elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful face appeared in the center of the devastation. Behind him stood Su Yuan and his group, completely unharmed. The bloodthirsty Shadow Crow's full-force attack had failed to inflict even the slightest damage. This can't be happening. Baldy and the others froze, their triumphant smiles replaced by expressions of utter disbelief. Retreat. Now. Bloodraven's eyes remained locked on the elderly man, a deep sense of dread rising in his heart. To effortlessly neutralize an all-out attack from a peak lore-tier beast, protecting dozens of people without a scratch, without even summoning his own beast, this was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary lore-tier Beastmaster. A king-tier Beastmaster. How could someone this powerful be here? Without hesitation, Bloodraven spun around and fled, not even daring to glance back. Yet he knew all too well that against a king-tier Beastmaster, his chances of escape were less than 1 in 10,000. Since you've come all this way, why leave in such a hurry? A calm, almost casual voice whispered in Bloodraven's ear. The elderly man had somehow appeared in front of him, hands clasped behind his back, standing effortlessly in midair, walking on air. It really is a king-tier Beastmaster. Bloodraven's face turned ashen, his previous arrogance replaced entirely by sheer terror. A terrified scream pierced through the air in the plaza outside the city hall. Lord Bloodraven has been captured. Run for your lives. Chaos erupted in an instant. Hundreds of members of the demon god cult scattered like headless chickens, fleeing toward the exits of the city hall plaza. The guards quickly responded, shouting, "Avenge our fallen brothers," as they commanded their battle beasts to attack the fleeing cultists. Hovering midair, Song Junfeng held the severely injured and unconscious Bloodraven in one hand. He looked down coldly at the panicked crowd below and sneered, "Since you've come, none of you shall leave alive." No sooner had he spoken than all the cult members and their beasts froze in place, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The shocking scene left Su Yuan and the others utterly speechless. At that moment, a shadow cut through the sky and came to a halt above the city Hala Lord-tier Iron Feather Black Eagle. Standing atop the eagle was Zhao Zhongyue, who immediately recognized Song Junfeng's extraordinary presence. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Zhao Zhongyue, mayor of Tianyang City, greets the senior." Song Junfeng gave a slight nod and casually tossed Bloodraven toward Zhao Zhongyue. Perfect timing. These people are now your responsibility. This peak lorder guy still has his use, don't let him die. He'll take care of the beast tied outside. With those words, his figure vanished without a trace. Catching Bloodraven, Zhao Zhongyue was inwardly awestruck by Song Zhenfeng's overwhelming power. He descended with the Iron Feather Black Eagle and landed in the plaza, immediately checking on Su Yuan's safety. After confirming Su Yuan was unharmed, the two exchanged a quick summary of events. It turned out that Song Junfeng had arrived in Tianyang City 2 days earlier and had even observed the core students' competition. Under Zhao Zongyi's command, over 40 guards began clearing the battlefield. Though the captured members of the demon god cult were far weaker than Bloodraven, they might still hold valuable information. Song Junfeng had deliberately left them alive to extract intelligence about the cult. Meanwhile, outside the northern city wall of Tianyang City, Wang Gang was still locked in battle with the Lordier level 8 ironclad giant lizard. In just 3 minutes, his armor had been torn in several places, and the fight was growing increasingly desperate. His right hand, clutching the heavy sword, trembled uncontrollably. His face was pale, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, not yet wiped clean. With a sharp clang, Wang Gang mustered all his strength and swung the heavy sword upward, deflecting the razor-sharp claw of the 8th-tier iron-armored giant lizard. The immense force traveled down the blade, numbing his hand and forcing him to stagger back 3 steps, each footprint sinking inches into the ground. Steadying himself, Wang Gang wasted no time. He raised his sword again and charged at the iron-armored giant lizard with a roar. "Beast, as long as I'm alive, you won't take another step forward." The lizard let out a deafening roar in response, and the two clashed once more. Despite being at a clear disadvantage and heavily wounded, Wang Gang refused to retreat or evade, fighting with reckless determination. Not far away, Lu Run and 2 other Beast Tamers were struggling to hold their ground against a 6th-tier Lord-level beast. They barely managed to maintain a stalemate, their efforts falling short of providing any aid to Wang Gang. Watching his desperate battle against the 8th-tier beast, they could only sigh helplessly. These beasts have gone mad. Even Lord-level ones have lost all reason. Whoever is controlling this horde must possess extraordinary power, Lu Run said grimly, analyzing the dire situation. A shadow of unease loomed over him. To trigger a beast tide just to assassinate Su Yuan shows how much the enemy values him. Let's hope Mayor Zhao can quickly deal with the enemies within the city and return to defend the northern gate. Otherwise, we won't last much longer. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Lord-level beast they were fighting let out a low growl, and its frenzied, bloodthirsty eyes abruptly regained clarity. Without hesitation, it turned and fled. The same phenomenon played out on other battlefields, as all 10 Lord-level beasts, along with the creatures the Beast Tamers were fighting, began to retreat. Across the entire beast tide, millions of beasts trembled simultaneously. Their savage gazes softened, replaced by fear as they beheld the mountains of their comrades' corpses and the unyielding Beast Tamers. One by one, they followed the lead of the Lord-level beasts and retreated. Why did the beast tide suddenly retreat? Wang Gang muttered, gripping his heavy sword and watching the retreating horde in confusion. Judging by the iron-armored giant lizard's behavior, it seems like someone released them from control. The others exchanged puzzled glances, equally unsure of what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Song Junfeng had already ventured deep into the misty forest. At his feet lay a charmed soundbat, its skull cracked open. In his hand, he toyed with a beast core, the very one that had triggered the beast tide. The source of the beast tide has been dealt with. This matter is resolved. It's time to bring Su Yuan back to the academy, Song Junfeng said, glancing at the lifeless charm soundbat. He casually pocketed the beast core before vanishing into the mist. After Song Junfeng defeated the bewitching soundbat, the ferocious beasts in the horde scattered and fled. Upon returning to Tianyang City, he discovered that Zhao Zhongyue had already efficiently captured and detained the members of the demon god cult. Since the municipal building had been heavily damaged during the earlier battle and was temporarily unfit to host guests, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang invited Song Junfeng to meet at Tianyang First High School, where Su Yuan joined them as well. In the reception room at Tianyang First High School, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Junfeng turned to Su Yuan with a gratified smile on his face. Su Yuan, the Kyushu Academy has received Mayor Zhao's report and has decided to admit you early. The journey to the academy is long, so if there's nothing else you need to take care of, we can depart tomorrow. For today, you can head home to bid farewell to your family and friends. Once at the academy, it might be difficult to return before the end of the year. Su Yuan shook his head, a faint, bitter smile appearing on his face. Mintersong, my parents were members of the city guard. They sacrificed their lives during a beast horde when I was a child. I've been alone ever since, so am ready to leave at any time. These words left Song Junfeng momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced at Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, whose expressions confirmed the truth of Su Yuan's statement. His tone grew heavier as he said, if that's the case, let's set out for the Kyushu Academy right away. Turning to Zhao Zhongyue, Song Junfeng gave a solemn reminder. Mayor Zhao, I've already informed the Demon Suppression Bureau about the cultists captured today. They'll come to take custody of them for interrogation tomorrow. Until then, ensure their safety, especially the Lorder Beastmaster among them. That individual undoubtedly holds a wealth of intelligence on the demon god cult, which will be crucial for rooting out any remaining cultists. Zhao Zhongyue immediately bowed and responded firmly, rest assured, Mintersong. I'll see to it personally. As he watched Su Yuan and Song Junfeng depart, Zhao Zhongyue turned to Wang Gang and remarked, judging by Mintersong's attitude, he seems very impressed with Su Yuan. To have caught the eye of such a powerful king-tier beastmaster, Su Yuan's talent must be far beyond what we imagined. Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Indeed, advancing from the ordinary tier to the extraordinary tier within 4 months, and without any external resources, is astonishing. With the resources of the Kyushu Academy, his progress will only accelerate. The next time we meet, his strength might already rival ours. The two exchanged a knowing smile, feeling a shared sense of pride for Tianyang City, which was about to produce an exceptional talent. Outside Tianyang City, Su Yuan and Song Junfeng stood side by side on the back of a silver-winged griffin. This majestic creature, a perfect 4-star, King-tier level 6 beast, boasted extraordinary strength. Its flying speed far exceeded anything Su Yuan had ever imagined, surpassing even the airplanes he had experienced in his previous life. The fierce winds howling past were strong enough to topple an average person, but the energy barrier emitted by the silver-winged griffin shielded them completely. As their flight path began to diverge from the direct route to the Kyushu Academy, Su Yuan noticed the steaming and smoke-spewing Molten mountain range ahead. This region was home to several lower-tier ferocious beasts, and no one had ever dared to traverse its core territory. What puzzled him even more was that the Kyushu Academy lay to the east, so why were they heading southeast instead? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan decided to voice his question. Mintersong, why aren't we flying directly to the Kyushu Academy? Why are we detouring through the Molten mountain range? It seems you've done your homework, kid. You already know the route to the Jiuzhou Academy, Song Junfeng said with an approving smile. He quickly added, but we're not heading straight back to the academy just yet. First, we need to stop by Tianyang City to pick up another genius with an awakened strength beast taming talent. The academy has already made arrangements with her and her family, so they should be waiting for us there. Are you referring to Huangfu Yunjiao from the Huangfu family in Tianyang City? Su Yuan immediately thought of the only known strength beast taming talent in Tianyang City. Song Junfeng raised an eyebrow, a rare look of surprise crossing his face. Oh, you know her? Yeah, we've met a few times before. We even fought side by side once, Su Yuan replied casually. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. That saves me the trouble of introducing you too, Song Junfeng said with a hearty laugh. Any lingering unease in Su Yuan's heart was swept away in that moment. As the silver-winged griffin carried them deeper into the Molten mountain range, the distant roars of feral beasts echoed through the air. Yet, whether circling in the sky or prowling on the ground, every beast that sensed the griffin's presence fled in panic, their aggression evaporating like morning mist. The contrast was stark compared to Su Yuan's solo training days, when every beast he encountered would attack him relentlessly, forcing him to stay on constant high alert. Now, They crossed the core of the Molten mountain range with blatant confidence, undisturbed, the griffin's overwhelming aura keeping all threats at bay. As Su Yuan marveled at the stark difference in strength, the griffin soared over the tallest peaks at the heart of the mountain range. Suddenly, a swarm of fiery red shapes erupted from the surrounding volcanoes, accompanied by piercing screeches that sliced through the air. They came hurtling toward them in a chaotic tide. Su Yuan's heavenly inside eyes immediately analyzed the situation. These were volcanic crows, over 30,000 of them, with power levels ranging from awakening to extraordinary, and even a few commander-tier individuals among them. Just as he began to wonder if the swarm lacked a true lord-tier leader, a massive crimson figure shot out from one of the volcanic craters. Its 30-meter wingspan blazed like fire. It was a lord-tier, level 8 volcanic crow king. It seems this territory belongs to the volcanic crows. They think we're intruders, Song Junfeng remarked with a calm, almost dismissive expression as he watched the incoming swarm darken the sky. To someone of his strength, no matter how overwhelming their numbers, these beasts were little more than insignificant pests. Humans, this is the territory of the volcanic Raven clan. If you leave now, I will spare you. Otherwise, prepare to face my wrath. The volcanic Raven King hovered high in the air, its sharp, piercing eyes glinting coldly as they locked onto Su Yuan and Song Junfeng below. Interesting, Song Junfeng said with a faint smirk, his tone laced with mockery. A mere 8th-tier beast lord dares to act so brazenly in my presence. As the exchange unfolded, Su Yuan's gaze shifted toward the volcanic crater from which the volcanic Raven King had emerged. His eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. He recalled something Manager Wang from the Huangfu family had mentioned back in Tianyun City. The 9-petal fire lotus, essential for Xiao Yan's evolution, was rumored to lie deep within the core of this volcanic range. Huangfu Yunzhao had promised to notify him immediately upon finding it, but there had been no word. It seemed the Huangfu family had yet to succeed. Su Yuan's thoughts raced. The volcanic Raven King must surely sense the overwhelming presence of the silver-winged griffin, yet it still chooses to confront us. This can only mean one thing: it's guarding something of immense value. Could it be the 9-petal fire lotus? Without hesitation, Su Yuan activated his heavenly inside eye, piercing through the billowing smoke and ash to peer into the depths of the volcano. His suspicion was confirmed as information materialized before him. 9-petal fire lotus, pinnacle tier 5th grade celestial treasure. This rare plant thrives in volcanic lava, nourished by fire elements. It grows within the crevices of volcanic rock and enhances the abilities of fire elemental beasts. Moreover, it can grant non-fire elemental beasts the ability to wield fire-based powers. Following the guidance of the heavenly inside eye, Su Yuan spotted a brilliant crimson lotus nestled in the cracks of a lava-covered rock amidst the thick volcanic smoke. It was unmistakably the key material required for Xiao Yan's evolution. This volcanic region was fiercely protected. The volcanic Raven King, an 8th-tier beast lord, commanded an army of over 300 elite commander-level ravens and more than 30,000 awakened and extraordinary-level ravens. Such a formidable force would pose a challenge even to a peak-tier beast lord. No wonder the Huangfu family had yet to claim the treasure. Minter Song, Su Yuan said, turning to Song Junfeng, every beast we've encountered so far has avoided us without resistance. Yet this volcanic Raven clan chooses to stand its ground despite the odds. It must be guarding something valuable. Should we investigate? With your strength, these ravens are no more than prey on a chopping block. Ha 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 ha. Song Junfeng burst into laughter. Well said. These creatures are indeed insignificant before me. His sharp eyes scanned the volcanic terrain below, and it didn't take long for him to notice the 9-petal fire lotus. Ah, a 5th grade celestial treasure indeed. Not bad. Su Yuan, it seems your perception has improved over the past months. Consider this 9-petal fire lotus a gift from me to you. Before Su Yuan could respond, Song Zhenfeng's figure vanished, streaking toward the volcanic Raven King's lair like a bolt of lightning. Thief! Stop right there. The volcanic Raven King roared in fury, its massive form hurtling toward the location of the 9-petal fire lotus. At the same time, tens of thousands of volcanic ravens rose into a chaotic frenzy, launching a ferocious assault on Su Yuan and the silver-winged griffin. You're courting death. The thunderous roar of the volcanic Crow King shook the heavens. Hearing this provocative declaration, Song Junfeng's previously calm demeanor turned icy in an instant, his gaze sharpening with a deadly glint. A cold sneer escaped his lips as an immense surge of mental energy erupted from his brow, transforming into an invisible, razor-sharp spike that shot straight toward the volcanic Crow King. A deafening boom resounded as the spike struck its target. The volcanic Crow King let out a piercing shriek as a searing pain tore through its very soul. The agony was brief but devastating. Before it could even muster resistance, Song Junfeng's overwhelming psychic force obliterated its spirit entirely. The massive creature's lifeless body plummeted from the sky, crashing to the earth below. This was the stark disparity in power. While even a self-destruction from a peak lord-tier bloodthirsty ink crow couldn't phase a king-tier beastmaster, an 8th-tier lord like the volcanic crow king was nothing more than a fleeting obstacle, easily dispatched in a single strike. Meanwhile, faced with the onslaught of over 30,000 volcanic crows, the silver-winged griffin stood unshaken. It let out a resonating roar that rippled through the air, unleashing the oppressive aura of a king-tier beast. The sheer force of its presence swept across the surrounding 100 miles like a tidal wave. Suspended midair with wings outstretched, the silver-winged griffin radiated an unyielding majesty. As its roar subsided, countless wind blades materialized in the air, infused with the terrifying might of its king-tier presence. These seemingly ordinary wind blades tore through the swarming volcanic crows with devastating precision. Wherever the blades passed, the crows were effortlessly sliced in two, their bodies falling like rain to the earth below. Astonishingly, each blade was capable of shifting direction after a kill, continuing to hunt down new targets with unrelenting ferocity. The silver-winged griffin remained composed, its cold gaze fixed on the carnage unfolding before it. To this king-tier beast, these insignificant pests, no stronger than peak commander-tier creatures, were merely ants daring to challenge a gianta futile act of self-destruction. In just 2 breaths, the once mighty flock of volcanic crows had been entirely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Is that it? An entire volcanic crow colony wiped out just like that? Su Yuan, standing atop the silver-winged griffin, stared in stunned disbelief at the cascade of falling crow corpses. His heart was gripped with awe, his understanding of king-tier power shattered and rebuilt in an instant. The truth was undeniable. Those below the king-tier were mere insects, easily crushed by a flick of the hand. As Su Yuan watched the scene unfold, his thoughts drifted to his own beasts. His companions Xiao Yin, Xiao Xin, and the others were all of superior potential compared to the silver-winged griffin. Even Xiao Yin, the weakest among them, was a perfect 5-star scarlet sunbird. If he could acquire the 9-petal fire lotus, Xiao Yin would immediately ascend to new heights, with the possibility of breaking through to epic tier quality level, so coveted that even someone as powerful as Song Zhenfeng would envy it. Just as Su Yuan was lost in his reverie, Song Zhenfeng appeared before him in a flash, holding none other than the fabled treasury, a peak 5th-tier heavenly material, the 9-petal fire lotus. Su Yuan, this 9-petal fire lotus is something even peak lord-tier beastmasters would kill for, especially those with fire-type beasts, Song Zhenfeng said gravely, handing over the lotus with a solemn expression. Until your scarlet sunbird has fully absorbed its essence, under no circumstances should you let anyone else see it. Su Yuan respectfully expressed his gratitude to Minter Song, his eyes shining with joy. Carefully, he received the precious 9-petal fire lotus and swiftly stored it in his spatial storage. Observing Song Zhenfeng's calm and composed demeanor, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This esteemed royal-level Beastmaster mentor of the Kyushu Academy was willing to generously gift such a rare and coveted 5th-tier peak treasure, something even pinnacle lord-level Beastmasters would dream of possessing. What surprised him even more was that Minter Song seemed unaware of the secret that the 9-petal fire lotus, when combined with specific auxiliary materials, could aid the evolution of the Crimson Sunbird. To him, it was merely a rare material for enhancing the level of fire-type beasts. This realization brought Su Yuan a sense of relief, as he had initially been worried about taking the risky step of trading a brand new beast evolution route with the Xuanwu family to acquire the 9-petal fire lotus. Now, obtaining it unexpectedly had saved him from considerable potential risks. Scanning the battlefield, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as his gaze swept over the countless corpses of volcanic crows. Apart from the crystal core of the 8th-tier lord-level volcanic crow king, Minter Song had abandoned the crystal cores of over 30,000 awakened-level volcanic crows. That was an unimaginable fortune left untapped. However, on second thought, receiving such favor even before enrolling in the academy was proof of the saying. It's good to have a tall tree to take shelter under. This realization filled Su Yuan with anticipation for his upcoming life at the Kyushu Academy. Su Yuan, let's continue on to Tianyun City, Song Zhenfeng said, noticing that Su Yuan had stored the 9-petal fire lotus. Seeing that Minter Song had no intention of collecting the crystal cores of the volcanic crows, Su Yuan could only sigh silently in his heart and nod slightly in agreement. Without further delay, the silver-winged griffin spread its wings, transforming into a silver-white streak of light as it sped toward Tianyun City. The silver-winged griffin carried Su Yuan and Song Zhenfeng swiftly through the air, crossing the Molten mountain range 80 li away from Tianyun City in less than half an hour. To avoid alarming the city's residents, Song Zhenfeng retracted the silver-winged griffin into his beast taming space just outside the city. He then grabbed Su Yuan's arm and flew directly to the gates of the Xuanwu family estate. The senior members of the Xuanwu family had already lined up in front of the gate, awaiting their arrival. Leading the group was Xuanwu Shiba, who immediately called out upon seeing them, Greetings, Minter Song. His eyes curiously shifted to Su Yuan, who stood beside Song Zhenfeng. Next to him was Huangfu Yunjiao, the person Song Zhenfeng had come to escort. Unlike other officials in Tianyang City, Huangfu Shiba clearly recognized this renowned mentor from the Kyushu Academy. "We greet Minter Song," echoed over a dozen strong members of the Huangfu family in unison as they bowed. Song Zhenfeng nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze landing on Huangfu Yunjiao. With a faint smile, he said, "Shiba, this young lady beside you must be Huangfu Yunjiao, correct?" Huangfu Shiba nodded in confirmation. Huangfu Yunjiao then greeted Minter Song politely, but her attention was soon drawn to Su Yuan. Her eyes lit up with surprise and delight as she studied him. Noticing this, Song Zhenfeng turned to Su Yuan and said, "You two youngsters can have a chat while I discuss some matters with Shiba and the others." With that, he followed Huangfu Shiba and the group into the estate. "Su Yuan, so you've been pre-admitted to the Kyushu Academy too?" Huangfu Yunjiao exclaimed excitedly. "I knew it. With your talent and strength, there's no way you wouldn't catch their attention." Su Yuan modestly credited the recommendation to the city mayor and the principal, but Huangfu Yunjiao shook her head with a smile. "Even with their support, you wouldn't have been chosen without true ability. Come on, don't be so modest in front of me." Su Yuan responded with a quiet smile and then asked, "Yunjiao, why isn't your father here this time?" Given the visit of a king-level beast tamer, it was expected that the head of the Huangfu family would personally greet them. Yet, it was Huangfu Shiba, the second-in-command, who led the reception. At his question, Huangfu Yunjiao's smile faded, and she replied softly, "My father is injured and unable to leave the house. Our grandfather has a good relationship with Minter Song, so he specifically invited him to check on my father's condition. They've probably gone to see him now." Su Yuan frowned slightly, understanding the situation. As the head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Shiyao was at least a 7th-tier lord-level powerhouse. For him to be unable to come out to greet guests, his injuries must be severe. This also explained why Huangfu Yunjiao had not contacted him earlier to discuss the matter of the 9-petal fire lotus. "Yunjiao, take me to see your father." "Maybe I can help," Su Yuan said gently. "All right, my father will be happy to see you," Huangfu Yunjiao replied, forcing a faint smile. Though she didn't believe Su Yuan could offer much assistance, she felt reassured knowing that someone like Song Zhenfeng, a king-level beast tamer, was involved. Things should improve. The two quickened their pace, heading toward the depths of the Huangfu family estate. Before long, they caught up with Huangfu Shiba, Song Zhenfeng, and the others. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao followed closely behind Huangfu Shiba and his entourage, traversing the 100-meter-long corridor that stretched through the expansive Huangfu family estate. Before long, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, its tranquility a stark contrast to the grandeur of the estate. "Minter Song, my elder brother is resting inside. Please, this way," Huangfu Shiba said, bowing courteously as he gestured toward the central chamber of the courtyard. Song Zhenfeng gave a faint nod. "Let's go in." Without hesitation, he stepped forward into the room, the others trailing behind him. Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao, the younger members of the group, entered last. The room was lavishly decorated, its opulence evident in every detail. At its center, a half-human-tall incense burner released a steady stream of sandalwood fragrance, the curling smoke filling the air with a soothing aroma. In the midst of this refined setting lay Huangfu Shiyao, unconscious on the bed. His pallid face and furrowed brows told a story of torment even in his state of repose. Song Zhenfeng approached without delay, his expression serious. Standing by the bedside, he extended a powerful wave of spiritual energy, enveloping Huangfu Shiyao completely as he began his examination. The room fell silent. Everyone from the Huangfu family held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. The earlier air of polite welcome had given way to an atmosphere of palpable tension. Su Yuan's gaze lingered on Huangfu Shiyao, noting his imposing stature taller and more robust than Huangfu Shiba. His square-jawed face exuded an innate authority, and his features bore a faint resemblance to Huangfu Yunjiao. Yet now, his ashen complexion and trembling form painted a picture of fragility, as if even in his unconscious state, he was battling a relentless agony. "Father must recover." Huangfu Yunjiao clenched her fists tightly, silently praying. The Huangfu family had already sought the help of numerous renowned physicians, all of whom had failed to provide any answers. Now, their last hope rested on this revered king-level Beastmaster. Suddenly, Song Zhenfeng let out a low, discontented hum. A surge of even greater spiritual energy emanated from him, surging toward Huangfu Shiyao. But as soon as it made contact, the energy rapidly dissipated. Instead of alleviating his condition, Huangfu Shiyao's face grew even paler, his trembling intensified, and his breathing became weaker. Anxious glances were exchanged among the gathered family members. The weight of the moment pressed heavily on them. Huangfu Shiyao was the pillar of the Huangfu family. If he were to fall, their position as the leading family in Tianyang City would be in jeopardy. Song Junfeng's brows knitted tightly together. He knew he could delve deeper with his spiritual probing, but doing so would require considerable time. Xuanwu Shiyao, however, was clearly too frail to endure such strain. Pushing further might very well cost him his life. After a brief but intense deliberation, Song Junfeng sighed and withdrew his spiritual energy. The oppressive tension in the room eased slightly as Xuanwu Shiyao's breathing steadied, though faintly. Mentor Song. Xuanwu Shiba began, his voice hesitant. My apologies, everyone. It seems I am powerless to help. I regret disappointing you all, Song Junfeng said, his tone tinged with remorse. No. It can't be. Xuanwu Yunjiao staggered as if struck by a heavy blow. She would have collapsed had Su Yuan not stepped forward to steady her. Please don't blame yourself, Mentor Song. Xuanwu Shiba said with difficulty, his voice laden with resignation. Perhaps this is simply my brother's fate. Around them, the other members of the Xuanwu family lowered their heads in shared sorrow. Even a king-level Beastmaster had failed. What little hope they had clung to was now entirely extinguished. Father! Xuanwu Yunjiao broke down, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the unmoving figure on the bed. She no longer cared about the impropriety of being supported by Su Yuan, who gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Yet his attention soon shifted back to Xuanwu Shiyao. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he activated his innate ability, the divine vision of revelation. In his enhanced perception, not only did Xuanwu Shiyao's Beastmaster talents become visible, but an intricate array of more detailed information began to surface above his head. Within Su Yuan's line of sight, a new entry suddenly appeared in the information panel displaying Xuanwu Shiyao's beast taming abilities. It was a ferocious creature named the soul-devouring goo worm. Classified as a spiritual type beast of Lord Ear, level 6, this creature boasted a perfect quality rating and had achieved a 6-star status. The worm possessed a series of formidable abilities, including Soul Dissolution, Stealth, Psychic Storm, Soul Drain Strike, and Thousand Phantasm Soul Form. Despite its current state of 0 evolutions, it had 3 potential evolution paths lying ahead. A faint, almost imperceptible blue light flickered deep within Su Yuan's eyes. Through the power of his heavenly inside eye, he could pierce through Xuanwu Shiyao's skull and gaze directly into his brain. In this unique perspective, a creature the size of an infant's fist, resembling an octopus, materialized. The worm lacked a tangible form, existing instead as a ghost-like entity that clung to Xuanwu Shiyao's brain. Without the heavenly inside eye, its presence would have remained entirely undetectable. Could this soul-devouring goo worm be the reason behind Xuanwu Shiyao's unconscious state? Su Yuan pondered silently. But the information indicates it's in a contracted state, meaning it's a tamed beast rather than a wild one. Who could have orchestrated this? Could it be connected to the demon god cult, like the Bloodraven incident? This spectral soul-devouring goo worm not only evaded ordinary detection, but also had the ability to consume mental energy. That explained why Mentor Song's earlier spiritual probe had mysteriously dissipated. Even more troubling, any reckless action could provoke the worm, potentially leading to Xuanwu Shiyao's death, whose life already hung by a thread. As Su Yuan delved deeper into his thoughts, Song Junfeng noticed the intensity in his gaze and the contemplative expression on his face. Su Yuan, have you discovered something? Song Junfeng asked. Despite Su Yuan being only an extraordinary tier beast tamer, far less powerful than Song Zhenfeng's king tier level, the latter couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yuan might have uncovered something significant. The sudden question drew the attention of the Xuanwu family's senior members, who exchanged puzzled glances. Even Xuanwu Shiba, who had always held Su Yuan in high regard, found it hard to believe that an extraordinary tier beast tamer could discern more than a king tier one. Yet, Su Yuan's response defied all expectations. Mentor Song, I do believe I've made a discovery, he said calmly. While researching rare beasts in the library of Tianyang First Academy, I came across an account of a highly uncommon spiritual type beast and its stealthy attack patterns. The disappearance of your spiritual energy during the probe, combined with the subsequent symptoms, matches the description almost perfectly. The creature in question is none other than the soul-devouring goo worm. His explanation left the Xuanwu family's upper echelon in stunned silence. Even Xuanwu Shiba wore an expression of bewilderment, unable to reconcile the information with what he knew. Among those present, whether it was Xuanwu Shiba or other high-ranking members of the Xuanwu family, the name soul-devouring goo worm seemed entirely unfamiliar to them. However, Song Junfeng's reaction was completely different. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement and burst into hearty laughter. So it's the soul-devouring goo worm. That explains it. No wonder my spiritual energy was being silently consumed. Song Junfeng turned to Su Yuan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Su Yuan, I never would have guessed that someone so young could possess such extensive knowledge. Truly, you put us older folks to shame. Ha ha ha. Song Junfeng's reaction left the previously indifferent Huangfu family experts utterly astonished. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Su Yuan and Song Junfeng, gradually realizing that they had underestimated this young man. For Su Yuan to recognize a fearsome creature that even they, with all their experience, had never heard of, filled them with a deep sense of inadequacy. Facing the astonished looks from the crowd and Song Junfeng's unreserved praise, Su Yuan coughed lightly and humbly said, "Master Song, you flatter me. How could my knowledge possibly compare to yours? I simply have a habit of reading, especially about rare and unusual beasts. It just so happened that the symptoms of the Huangfu family leader's condition matched a description I once came across about the soul-devouring goo worm. It was purely a stroke of luck. I only hope my observation can be of some assistance to you in treating him." Su Yuan's demeanor as he spoke was composed and sincere, leaving no room for doubt about his words. In truth, those present were more inclined to believe it was a fortunate coincidence. After all, if Su Yuan had truly identified the soul-devouring goo worm purely through his own abilities, that would have been even more astonishing. Helpful? Of course, it's helpful, Song Junfeng said with a confident smile. With the information you've provided, I now have a clear strategy. Rest assured, now that I know this soul-devouring goo worm is involved, I can devise a targeted solution. Even if this creature had reached the king level, I could still deal with it. And since it's only at the lord level, it won't be a challenge at all. Hearing this, Su Yuan felt relieved. He was well aware that the soul-devouring goo worm lurking in Huangfu Shiyao's brain was merely a 6th-rank lord-level beast, far from the king level. For someone like Song Junfeng, handling such an opponent would indeed be a simple task. After agreeing with Su Yuan's assessment, Song Junfeng immediately began preparing to treat Huangfu Shiyao. First, he cleared the room of everyone else not only to avoid interruptions during the treatment, but also to protect others from the mental backlash of the soul-devouring goo's death throes. Although the lord-level goo posed no threat to him, its psychic assault could have devastating consequences if it targeted Su Yuan or Huangfu Yunjiao, who had yet to reach the commander level. The powerful members of the Huangfu family stood guard outside the room, ensuring that not even a mosquito could approach the small courtyard. Huangfu Shiba turned to Su Yuan, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Su Yuan, my young friend, we owe you so much this time. If my elder brother recovers safely, the Huangfu family will forever be in your debt." Huangfu Yunjiao also cast a grateful glance at Su Yuan. "Thank you, Su Yuan." "It was nothing," Su Yuan replied humbly. "If the Huangfu patriarch wakes up, the one you should thank most is Mintersong. Without him, even knowing that the soul-devouring goo was the culprit, my abilities would have been powerless to resolve the situation." Huangfu Shiba patted Su Yuan's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, my young friend, don't sell yourself short. Once Mintersong has dealt with the goo, you and Yunjiao should prepare to head to the Jiuzhou Academy. Look after each other there, and if you ever need help, just have Yunjiao send word. The Huangfu family will spare no effort to assist you." With a creak, the door opened, and Song Junfeng stepped out, his expression calm. Huangfu Shiba and Huangfu Yunjiao hurried to meet him. "Mintersong, how is my father, me brother?" they asked anxiously. "Rest assured, the Huangfu patriarch is fine now," Song Junfeng said with a smile. "However, he will need some time to recover. For now, let's leave him to rest." 2.5 hours later, the group arrived outside Tianyun City. Huangfu Shiba expressed his gratitude once again and reminded Huangfu Yunjiao to study diligently at Jiuzhou Academy. Seeing that it was time, Song Junfeng signaled for them to depart. The silver-winged griffin spread its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon in an instant. During the flight, Huangfu Yunjiao extended her right hand towards Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, we'll be classmates from now on. Please take care of me." "Likewise," Su Yuan replied, shaking her soft, jade-like hand. He glanced at her serene, water-like eyes and smiled slightly before letting go, his gaze turning toward the distant horizon. At that moment, in a grand estate several hundred miles away from Tianyun City, an unforeseen incident was unfolding. Ugh! An elderly man dressed in black suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The soul-devouring goo, the deadly parasite he had planted in Huangfu Shiyao's mind, had been discovered and destroyed. "Impossible!" he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "During the Yuntian Secret Realm expedition, there's no way the Huangfu family could have detected my covert actions. Even a king-level expert wouldn't necessarily notice the presence of the soul-devouring goo." Taking a deep breath, the man in black called out in a commanding voice, "Someone, come here." A shadowy figure quickly appeared outside the door and bowed respectfully. The elder wasted no time, issuing his order. "Go to Tianyun City and investigate the current situation of the Huangfu family. I need detailed information on Huangfu Shiyao." After the figure retreated, the elder clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Whoever it is, Once I uncover the truth, they will pay the ultimate price. The next morning, after a grueling journey of over 10 hours, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao finally arrived at the Nine Provinces Academy. What greeted them was a massive gate towering dozens of meters high and spanning more than 100 meters wide. For bold, majestic characters, Nine Provinces Academy were inscribed upon it in a striking, calligraphic style, exuding an air of grandeur. Standing before the gate, Su Yuan felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from it. He knew that if he recklessly tried to enter, he might meet his end in an instant. Minter Song, why is there only this gate here? Where are the rest of the buildings? Huangfu Yunjiao asked curiously, gazing at the barren expanse beyond the gate. Song Zhenfeng, after dismissing his silver-winged griffin, took out a white jade token and smiled. Follow me and you'll see. As the three of them passed through the gate, an invisible force swept over their bodies, though it caused no harm. What awaited them on the other side was a completely different world. 100-meter-wide path, paved with green stone, stretched forward for several kilometers, flanked by lifelike statues of ferocious beasts. Minter Song, is this place similar to an independent space like a secret realm? Su Yuan asked, his sharp instincts picking up on the unusual nature of their surroundings. Good observation. Song Zhenfeng nodded in approval. This space was indeed created by the first headmaster of the academy, who utilized a mid-sized secret realm to construct it. The gate behind us is not only the passageway in and out, but also a formidable weapon capable of killing even a peak Emperor-level Beast Tamer. Hearing this, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao couldn't help but gasp. Without Song Zhenfeng's jade token guiding them, they would likely have been obliterated. Let's go, Song Zhenfeng said, noticing their astonished expressions. He couldn't help but smile, recalling his own reaction when he first arrived. I'll take you to complete your enrollment. Once you receive your student IDs, you'll be able to enter and exit freely. The two nodded in agreement and followed Song Zhenfeng as they continued down the green stone path. The Kyushu Academy covered an expansive area. Even with the extraordinary capabilities of Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao, it still took them nearly half an hour of walking alongside Song Zhenfeng to reach the location for enrollment procedures. After completing all the necessary steps, the two were separately guided to their respective dormitory areas by a senior male and female student. Junior Su Yuan, all the male freshmen in your cohort will be assigned to Zone 2, explained Jiang Chuan, the senior student leading the way. His gaze carried a mix of respect and admiration. As a top-tier level beast tamer who had reached the commander level after a year of study at Kyushu Academy, Jiang Chuan was well aware that this junior, who had been specially admitted, must possess at least S-level talent in beast taming. Though they were only 1 year apart, Jiang Chuan understood the insurmountable gap between a level and S-level talent. He was certain it wouldn't be long before this junior surpassed him in strength. For this reason, Jiang Chuan set aside any sense of seniority and displayed exceptional enthusiasm. Half an hour later, they arrived at a sprawling residential area. All dormitories at Kyushu Academy are standalone villas, Jiang Chuan explained with a smile. As a specially admitted student, you get priority in choosing your preferred villa as your dormitory. Looking at the thousands of standalone villas before him, Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel. A private villa for each student? As expected of the top Beast Tamer Academy in Daxiothis, is pure extravagance. Ultimately, under Jiang Chuan's guidance, Su Yuan chose Villa Number 2, near the entrance of the community. Once he linked the villa's smart access system to the wristband issued during enrollment, the building officially became his home for the next 4 years at Kyushu Academy. After assisting Su Yuan with the check-in process for Villa Number 2, Jiang Chuan left. Now, the expansive 3-story standalone villa, spanning 800 square meters, was eerily quiet with only Su Yuan remaining inside. Lazily reclining on the soft leather sofa, Su Yuan began exploring the publicly available information about the Jiuzhou Academy through the smart home system. When the projection displayed details about the rare treasures in the Academy's resource vault, his eyes widened in astonishment. Tier 3 treasures cost 100 points, Tier 4 1,000 points, and Tier 5 a staggering 10,000 points. They even have Tier 6 and Tiers even treasures. Su Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Compared to the trading markets in Tianyang City and Tianyun City, the Academy's vault was unparalleled, existing on a completely different level. His fingers glided across the virtual screen as his gaze hungrily scanned the array of rare treasures and beast taming resources. After a long while, he reluctantly closed the resource vault's information page, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It's a shame these treasures can only be exchanged for Academy points. No amount of money can buy them. Immediately, he began searching the Academy's internal network for ways to earn points. Before long, a detailed guide on earning points appeared before him. After carefully analyzing it, Su Yuan quickly identified 3 strategies that suited him best. The first was the upcoming freshman competition in a month's time, where placing in the top 10 would yield substantial point rewards. The second was to challenge the Academy's Tongtian Tower, with higher levels offering greater rewards. Lastly, he could join the Beast Taming Research Institute and participate in research on beast evolution. Developing a new evolution path would grant significant points. This last option is practically tailor-made for me. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. With the power of his divine insight, he could discern every possible evolution path of a beast with just one glance, eliminating the need for the extensive trial-and-error process that other researchers faced. He quickly formulated a detailed plan. First, join the Beast Taming Research Institute and earn points by submitting evolution paths. Then, upgrade his beasts to epic quality and challenge the Tongtian Tower. And finally, seize the opportunity to earn millions of points through the freshman competition. With his plan in place, Su Yuan closed the holographic display and retrieved the 9-petal fire lotus and over a dozen Tier 4 beast resources from his backpack. Nearly 2 days had passed since he had acquired the 9-petal fire lotus. Finally, all the evolution resources had been gathered. Su Yuan stood inside the villa, meticulously checking the beast taming resources before him, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. It was time for Xuanwu to undergo its first evolution. He swiftly packed the precious resources into his backpack and strode towards the door. While the villa was spacious, having Xuanwu evolve indoors was clearly not ideal. Su Yuan decided to head to the wilderness outside the dormitory area of the Kyushu Academy to find a more suitable location. The Kyushu Academy was situated within a medium-sized secret realm, an independent space spanning over 1,000,000 square kilometers. It was 10 times larger than the Voodoo Jungle secret realm he had once entered outside Tianyun City, incomparable in size to a bustling metropolis. In such a vast expanse, finding a suitable place for beast evolution was more than feasible. After leaving the villa, Su Yuan exited the dormitory area and summoned Xuanwu, then sped off towards the mountains surrounding the academy. After half an hour of flight, they landed atop a desolate mountain peak over 900 meters above sea level. Surveying the area, he found the terrain open and uninhabited, an ideal spot for evolution. Xuanwu, go down, Su Yuan commanded. Xuanwu folded its wings and landed steadily on the mountaintop. Su Yuan immediately retrieved the beast taming resources from his backpack and began carefully preparing them according to the guidance of the celestial eye of insight. Xuanwu then absorbed the meticulously prepared materials one by one. Once all the evolution resources, led by the 9-petal fire lotus, were completely absorbed by Xuanwu, a dazzling white light enveloped it. This was the sacred glow that signified the beginning of evolution. Xiaoxian, Xiaoyu, Big Tree, come out. Su Yuan waved his hand, summoning his remaining 3 beasts. Although the area was remote, he wanted to take no chances. All his beasts stood guard, ensuring Xuanwu's evolution proceeded without any unexpected interruptions. Half an hour later, the dazzling light of evolution finally dissipated from Xuanwu's body. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted in its wake, not only causing Xuanwu's strength to skyrocket but also feeding back through the contract to Su Yuan, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities and mental fortitude. The newly evolved Xuanwu let out a piercing cry, spreading its flaming wings wide. Each powerful flap stirred up scorching whirlwinds, and its eyes, like twin pools of molten lava, shimmered with hues of fiery orange and gold. Even as Xuanwu's Beastmaster, Su Yuan could feel an intense heat that seemed to reach deep into his soul when their gazes met. Xuanwu's feathers had transformed into a sleek, aerodynamic form, gradually transitioning from its head to its tail into a brilliant gold-red hue, reminiscent of the radiant glow of a setting sun. A faint ripple of fire element energy surrounded its body, as if it were the incarnation of the sun itself, possessing the power to ignite the heavens. Nearby, Xiaoxian and Xiaoyu couldn't help but emit low growls in response to the oppressive aura released by Xuanwu. Although they had recently completed their own evolutions, reaching perfect 8-star quality, surpassing Xiaoyan's former level, the gap between them and the newly ascended epic 1-star Xiaoyan was now glaringly evident. That said, compared to the beasts of other Beastmasters, Xiaoxian and Xiaoyu still held a clear advantage. 3 notifications appeared in Su Yuan's field of vision. Qiyang Bird has evolved into Liang Skybird. Liang Skybird has learned a new skill, Thousand Sun Strike. Liang Skybird has learned a new skill, Infernal Flame Sword. Su Yuan immediately checked Xiaoyan's updated attributes. Liang Skybird contracted. Species, Avian Fire Element. Quality, Epic 1-star. Level, Extraordinary Tier 7. Skills, Fire Feather, Flame Shield, Destructive Fire Gaze, Solar Inferno, Thousand Sun Strike, Infernal Flame Sword. Evolution count, 1. Materials for next evolution, Flame Sea Pearl 1, Flame Heart Coral 1, Scorching Sun Fire Crystal 1. Epic 1-star quality, Extraordinary Tier 7. A single evolution brought it from Tier 2 to Tier 7. Those 9-petal fire lotuses were worth every bit of effort. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy. Xiaoyan now has the strength to single-handedly deal with those sub-commander level members of the demon god cult back in Tianyang City, and it could even hold its own against typical Tier 3 or 4 commander-level beasts. Just as Su Yuan prepared to recall Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian, his sharpened mental senses detected two rapidly approaching presences. Xiaoyan immediately turned its attention in the same direction. Though this was the territory of the Kyushu Academy, making it difficult for the demon god cult to infiltrate, the surrounding wilderness still housed commander-level beasts deliberately left there by the Academy. These creatures served both as practical combat training for students and as research samples for the Academy's Beast Evolution Institute. Moments later, a peculiar beast came into view. The creature, roughly 10 meters long, resembled an oversized, winged sphere. Its two pairs of wings, sharp as forged blades, adorned a body covered in shimmering golden fur. Its four chubby paws gave it a comically adorable yet somewhat absurd appearance. Gilded wing roll beast contracted. Species, exotic beast metal element. Quality, perfect 4-star. Level, commander tier 9. Skills, iron head, rolling impact, golden shield, radiant blade, gilded wing slash. Evolution count, 1. Standing atop the beast's back was a girl clad in a pink dress. Barely over 1.6 meters tall, her youthful, doll-like face made her appear even younger than Su Yuan. However, under the scrutiny of his apocalypse eye, Su Yuan was astonished to discover that she was an S-grade metal element beastmaster. Extraordinary tier 7 energy. The girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes curiously and asked, "Hey there, are you a new junior at Kyushu Academy? What kind of beast is that? I've never seen anything like it before. There are countless beast tamers in the world, but my beast just underwent a special evolution. It's normal that you don't recognize it." Su Yuan stood still, looking at the young girl standing atop the Lioi rolling beast. Her cheeks were slightly chubby, giving her a baby-face charm, and her smile was sweet and radiant. He completely understood why she mistook him for a new freshman. The Kyushu Academy, being a top-tier institution, only admitted the most exceptional talents, with nearly every student possessing an A-level beast-taming ability. For anyone to enter this academy, they were usually on the brink of awakening-level mastery. In such a high-quality educational environment, it generally took only a year for freshmen to break through to the extraordinary level. Su Yuan's beast, Xiaoyan, had just completed its evolution, exuding the aura of an extraordinary 7th-tier beast. Being mistaken for a freshman was entirely reasonable. Special evolution? Huh? The girl murmured softly, clearly thinking this was just an excuse for him not to reveal his beast species. Quickly recovering her cheerful demeanor, she beamed. "I see. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Xia Qianqian, a second-year student from the Gold Academy. What's your name, little junior?" "Su Yuan," he replied succinctly. "Nice to meet you, Junior Su Yuan." Xia Qianqian proposed enthusiastically, "Let's exchange contact information. Since you're new to Kyushu Academy, feel free to reach out if you need help with anything. Your senior sister is here for you." This suggestion caught Su Yuan by surprise. What he didn't realize was that Xia Qianqian had already assumed he was in S-level talent admitted through special recruitment, especially given that his beast had reached the extraordinary 7th tier, a level that matched her own strength when she entered the academy last year. In her view, Su Yuan was undoubtedly among the top 3 freshmen this year, and connecting with such a prodigy could only be beneficial. The two quickly exchanged contact information. After a brief chat, Xia Qianqian waved goodbye. "Junior Su Yuan, I have something to attend to back at school. See you around. Raleigh, let's head back." With that, she guided her Lioi rolling beast and flew toward the Kyushu Academy. Already halfway to the Lord-level beast tamer realm within just a year, Xia Qianqian is not to be underestimated, Su Yuan murmured as he watched her figure fade into the distance. Then, turning to Xiaoyan, he said, "Let's head back too." Xiaoyan let out a clear cry in response, retracting its fiery aura as it landed beside Su Yuan. He recalled his other two beasts, Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian, into their respective spaces, and with a swift leap, he mounted Xiaoyan's back, flying toward the academy. In the office of the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute at Kyushu Academy, Xia Qianqian pushed the door open and walked in, sipping on a cup of bubble tea as she grumbled, "Grandpa, why did you call me back so urgently? Raleigh and I were still having fun." "Qianqian, you should drink less bubble tea. I'm worried you'll gain weight and struggle to find a husband." The elderly man squinted with a doting smile. I'm not planning to get married anyway. Besides, I have a never-get-fat body type," Xia Qianqian retorted immediately. All right, I won't tease you anymore," the old man said, his expression turning serious. "The reason I called you back is for some good news. We've finalized the second-stage evolution plan for your Lioi rolling beast. I've worked closely with the other professors, and everything is ready. Follow me now. The evolution resources and materials for constructing the beast space are all prepared." The old man's gaze fell on the 6 Beastmaster rings adorning Xia Qianqian's hands. In a gentle tone, he said, Your Gilded Winged Rolling Beast is already a 9th rank commander level beast. Once it completes its evolution this time, it should step directly into the Lord level. When you become a Lord level Beastmaster and successfully construct your own beast space, you won't need to carry so many Beastmaster rings anymore. Really? Rolling can evolve now? Xia Qianqian exclaimed with excitement, quickly placing her milk tea on the mahogany table. She then threw herself toward the old man, grabbing his right hand and shaking it as she playfully whined. That's amazing. Thank you, Grandpa. Let's not waste any time, take me there right away. The old man smiled kindly at his overjoyed granddaughter, his expression full of affection. Haha, so even you can get impatient, huh? All right, I'll take you there now, he said, ruffling her hair indulgently. With that, the pair headed toward the door. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 2 of the 2nd District dormitories at Zhuzhou Academy, Su Yuan was deeply engrossed in reviewing information about the Tongtian Tower. Although his strength had seen significant improvement following Xiao Yan's evolution, he remained far from complacent. His goal was to evolve his other 3 beasts, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian, and Big Triolov, which had already reached the pinnacle of the perfect grade. Elevating these 3 beasts to the epic grade would require 480,000 points to exchange for 3 sets of 6th rank materials and 18 sets of 5th rank materials. Tongtian Tower opens at the end of every month, and tomorrow happens to be just before Zhuzhou Academy officially starts its term, Su Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he studied the details. The tower tests the Beastmaster's own abilities. The higher one's mental strength and soul power, the more levels they can conquer. With my beyond SS level talent and the unparalleled soul of a transmigrator, I have a definite advantage over everyone else in this challenge. As night fell, the dining hall at the heart of the Zhuzhou Academy was brightly lit. Su Yuan had been invited to share dinner with Xuanwu Yunjiao. The two sat across from each other, with a steaming bowl of savory broth made from commander-level beasts placed on the table. Su Yuan, which department do you plan to join after the semester starts? Xuanwu Yunjiao asked, taking a small sip of the hot soup as her gaze fell on Su Yuan. Unless something unexpected happens, they'll probably choose the Beast Taming Research Institute, Su Yuan replied confidently, setting down his chopsticks. Xuanwu Yunjiao frowned slightly at his response. The Beast Taming Research Institute? I heard it's the department with the fewest students. Most of them are so focused on researching beast evolution that they have little time to enhance their own strength. Won't choosing that department hold you back? Don't worry, I've already thought this through, Su Yuan said with a relaxed shrug. To be honest, my talent in beast taming is closely tied to the evolution of various beasts. After careful consideration, I believe the Beast Taming Research Institute is the best fit for me. Even there, my level advancement won't necessarily be slower than others. Xuanwu Yunjiao nodded thoughtfully and refrained from asking further questions. After all, at Zhuzhou Academy, students had complete freedom to choose their departments, and not even the mentors could interfere. Yunjiao, Su Yuan said, turning his attention to her. I noticed that your beasts seem to belong to the poison and shadow types. I assume you'll pick one of those departments. That's right. In planning to join the shadow department, Xuanwu Yunjiao replied with a smile. My talent enhances the strength of both shadow and poison-type beasts. Currently, I have a perfect 6-star shadow-type beast, the Shadow Dragon Scorpion, and I want to focus all my efforts on nurturing it. The shadow department will allow me to maximize my potential and accelerate the Scorpion's level progression. As it turned out, Xuanwu Yunjiao had learned about Shadow Dragonwood from Yangdi 2 months prior and promptly had her family, the Xuanwu clan, acquire it. Using the Shadow Dragonwood, she successfully evolved her extraordinary 8-star Dark Pattern Scorpion into the perfect 6-star Shadow Dragon Scorpion. With this powerful beast and her family's resources, she advanced to the rank of Transcendent Beast Tamer. Now at Transcendent Tier 3, her Shadow Dragon Scorpion was a force to be reckoned with. A Shadow Dragon Scorpion with perfect 6-star quality and a clear evolutionary path to the epic 9-star Nether Knight Dragon Scorpion Yuri. Incredibly fortunate, Su Yuan said sincerely. It was rare to find a beast capable of evolving from extraordinary quality to epic 9-star. Globally, fewer than 20 species had this potential. Owning such a beast meant that even someone with average talent could become a powerful monarch-level beast tamer. And with steady progress, reaching emperor level wasn't out of the question. Yes, luck played a big role in my acquiring the Dark Pattern Scorpion, Xuanwu Yunjiao said, reminiscing. Back then, I went with Uncle Ba to the Misty Forest to find a stray Gale Shadow cat cub. We ended up encountering its parents, who mistook us for cub thieves and triggered a beast tide. Thankfully, Principal Wang from Tianyang High intervened and saved us. You already know what happened afterward. Hearing this, Su Yuan froze in surprise. So the little Gale Shadow cat he had encountered in the Misty Forest had been Xuanwu Yunjiao's target. He couldn't help but wonder. If she knew the twists and turns of this story, how would she react? A hint of surprise flashed across Su Yuan's face, accompanied by a trace of awkwardness in his heart, but Xuanwu Yunjiao seemed unaware. After a brief pause, She shook her head and sighed softly. The 3 stages of evolution for the dark pattern scorpion are incredibly challenging. The first evolution alone requires 5th-tier beast taming resources like Shadow Dragonwood. The subsequent stages demand 6th-tier, 7th-tier, or even higher-level resources. Even if the entire wealth of the Xuanwu family were pooled together, gathering the resources for the final evolution would still be nearly impossible. She continued, during my 4 years at the Jiuzhou Academy, I might be able to earn tens of thousands of points to exchange for the next stage's evolution resources from the Academy's treasure vault. But for the final stage, the complete set of resources costs over 1.8 million points. Even for me, it's unlikely to accumulate that amount within 4 years. I'll have to wait until my strength improves in the future and collect them gradually. Su Yuan nodded gently in agreement. The ways to earn points at Jiuzhou Academy were extremely limited: conquering the Sky Tower, providing the Beast Taming Research Institute with new evolution routes, or taking on missions to assist in eradicating demon god cult strongholds in various regions. Except for proposing new beast evolution routes, which offered substantial points, the rewards from other methods were relatively modest. However, every new student had one major opportunity to earn a significant amount of points: the Jiuzhou Academy freshman competition. The first place winner could receive 1,000,000 points, second place would earn 500,000, third place 200,000, and those ranking 4th to 10th would each get 10,000 points. Clearly, the rewards for the top 3 were the most enticing. Yet, as the most prestigious beast taming academy in Daxia, Jiuzhou Academy attracted the nation's most exceptional beast taming talents. This world was far larger than Su Yuan's original Earth, with a massive population base. Each year, millions of students participated in the college entrance examinations, and only the most outstanding 9 million talents made it to Jiuzhou Academy. Competing for a top 3 spot in the freshman competition was unimaginably difficult. Even Xuanwu Yunjiao, with her class talent, would struggle to secure a place in the top 10. Yunjiao, let's challenge the Tongtian Tower the day after tomorrow. It seems to be the only opportunity for us to earn academy points in the short term, Xuanwu Yunjiao said, glancing at Su Yuan. The Tongtian Tower opens once a month, allowing all students of the 9 provinces academy to participate. The higher the level they conquer, the more points they earn. For newcomers like them, this was indeed the most suitable option. After all, the freshman competition would only take place a month after the semester started, and demon-slaying missions were far too dangerous for freshmen with only transcendent level strength. I was thinking the same thing. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. See you in front of the tower the day after tomorrow. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their respective dorms. For the rest of the day, apart from mealtime, Su Yuan stayed in his villa, fully focused on meditation. He worked on enhancing his spiritual power while perfecting his mastery of 2 mental attack skills, Spirit Arrow and Huangding Shield. He understood well that the Tongtian Tower primarily tested the spiritual power of Beast Tamers. After all, in real combat, Beast Tamers rarely engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat with fierce beasts unless forced into desperate situations, like Principal Wang Gang of Tianyang High School once was. Soon, the day of the Tongtian Tower's opening arrived. Su Yuan rode his beast companion, Xiaoyan, to the destination. The sight before him left him in awe. This colossal golden tower truly lived up to its name, the Tongtian Tower. It pierced the clouds and covered an area equivalent to 10 football fields. Even Xiaoyan, with a wingspan of over 30 meters, appeared insignificant in front of the tower. Su Yuan directed Xiaoyan to land on an open space crowded with people. Although the semester had not officially started, over 90% of the senior students had already returned to campus, resulting in a gathering of over 1,000 students in front of the Tongtian Tower. However, most were senior students there merely to spectate, as challenging the tower repeatedly without a breakthrough in strength was often futile. Around him, murmurs of conversation filled the air. Did you hear? There's a top-tier genius among this year's freshmen named Nie Xiaoming. Not only does he have an S-grade talent, but he also just broke through to the commander level. He's not the only one. There are 2 more S-grade talents. Shangguan Yunxian from the Shangguan family, and Zhong Shitting from the Zhong familiary, both already at the peak of the transcendent level. 3 S-grade talents. This year's freshmen are truly remarkable. I heard both Zhong Shitting and Shangguan Yunxian are campus beauty-level stunners. We might get to see them challenge the tower later. Speaking of beauties, I met a junior yesterday named Xuanwu Yunjiao. Her figure and appearance were absolutely stunning, practically the woman of my dreams. Su Yuan weaved through the bustling crowd, his ears catching snippets of lively discussions among the senior students. Their chatter revolved around the new batch of students this year, with particular focus on 3 prodigies who possessed S-level beast taming talents: Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunxian, and Zhong Shitting. Their abilities are all above mine, Su Yuan mused to himself. It's a reminder not to underestimate the talents of the world, especially those from top-tier noble families. These geniuses not only inherit the bloodline talents of royal or even emperor-level beast tamers, but they also have access to an endless supply of beast taming resources. Their beast combat prowess must be extraordinary. Fighting opponents above their level is probably as effortless as eating or drinking for them. Just as Su Yuan approached the entrance to the sky tower, a clear and cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Yuan, over here. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Xuanwu Yunjiao smiling and waving at him. Beside her stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a simple yet elegant hanfu. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her skin was as smooth as porcelain. Standing side by side with Xuanwu Yunjiao, the two were like two radiant blossoms in spring, complementing each other perfectly and instantly becoming the center of attention. However, Su Yuan's gaze was quickly drawn to the information displayed above the woman's head. Using his heavenly inside eye, he could clearly see her talent details. Blood-cold extremity, an S-level ice element talent. This rare gift not only significantly accelerated the growth of ice element beasts, but also unleashed the beast's bloodline power during battle, pushing them into a berserk state and greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Even more astonishing, any attack by someone with this talent carried a powerful freezing effect. S-level Beast Taming Talent. A gleam flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. This must be one of the two Shangguan Yunxian or Zhong Shiding. Yunjiao. After reviewing the Beast Taming Talent information of the woman in the plain dress, Su Yuan walked slowly towards the two women. He gave a slight nod to Xuanwu Yunjiao as a greeting. Shangguan Yunxian, who had been admiring Su Yuan with amazement, turned to Xuanwu Yunjiao with a smile and said, Yunjiao, aren't you going to introduce your friend to me? Yes, I was just about to. Xuanwu Yunjiao stepped forward, standing between the two. Su Yuan, this is Shangguan Yunxian, a genius I recently befriended at the Kyushu Academy. She's from the prestigious Shangguan family and possesses an S-level beast taming talent. Yunxian, this is Su Yuan, a prodigious young man from Tianyang City. The two exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Around them, the crowd erupted into murmurs. That's Shangguan Yunxian and Xuanwu Yunjiao. Truly stunning beauties. Who's that guy? What makes him qualified to chat and laugh with those two? Talk about luck. He just arrived and already has the favor of two gorgeous juniors. As the crowd buzzed with envy and curiosity, a sudden exclamation broke through. Look, it's Nie Xiaoming. All eyes turned in the same direction. In the distance, a young man with an extraordinary aura was flying through the air on a 3-foot-long sword. He landed gracefully, and the sword, as if alive, circled him once before sliding perfectly into the sheath on his back. The scene caused a wave of excited gasps from the girls nearby. Nie Xiaoming stood with arms crossed, exuding a sharp and imposing aura, like a peerless sword drawn from its scabbard. Su Yuan activated his Tianqi Divine Eye to examine Nie Xiaoming's beast information. Qingxiao Sword. Species, Exotic Flight Sword Type. Quality, Epic 3-star. Level, Commander, Tier 1. Skills, Size Manipulation, Qingxiao Sword Technique, Shadow Split Sword, Unity of Man and Sword. Evolution Count, 1. Another exotic beast, and it's an epic grade flying sword, far superior to Wei Hao's Ape Soul Ancient Shield. Su Yuan thought to himself, deeply impressed. He then checked Nie Xiaoming's talent. Sword Mastery Enlightenment. S-level Mysterious Talent. Grants immense attraction to exotic sword-type beasts, significantly amplifies the combat power of sword-type beasts, and imbues attacks with devastating lethality. Su Yuan's heart sank as he realized he was no match for Nie Xiaoming at his current level. This moment made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and the top-tier talents from elite families. Those nurtured by royal level or even stronger beast tamers were far beyond what ordinary family descendants could achieve. Just then, another commotion rippled through the crowd. A young woman in a flowing green dress approached calmly. It was Zhong Shiding, another genius with an S-level talent. With her arrival, the 3 top-tier talents of this generation, all possessing S-level abilities, were officially gathered. Su Yuan glanced around and noticed that, apart from the 4 of them, there were 23 other S-level talents present. In total, 27 extraordinary individuals had gathered outside the Tongtian Tower. Boom! A thunderous rumble suddenly echoed through the air. All eyes turned to the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, where the gates slowly creaked open. Rising from the ground was a massive stone monument, drawing the attention of everyone present. At the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, a colossal stone monument, towering over 100 feet high, stood imposingly. Su Yuan stood before it, his eyes scanning the densely packed names carved into the surface, a glimmer of curiosity and determination lighting up his gaze. This monument recorded the rankings of students from the Jiuzhou Academy who had challenged the Tongtian Tower. From top to bottom, it listed exactly 1,000 names, each representing the remarkable achievements of a prodigious talent. At the very top of the monument, the name Shuijingyi stood out prominently, had reached the 95th floor of the tower. Following closely behind was Gu Yufeng, who had ascended to the 80th floor. The third name, Gao Yi, had achieved the 79th floor. The rankings continued all the way down to the 1000th name, Li Buwei, who had reached the 59th floor. The gap is just too wide, Su Yuan couldn't help but remark. The difference between the first and the last place was a staggering 36 floors, with the first place surpassing the second by a full 15 floors, demonstrating an overwhelming advantage in strength. Standing nearby, Shangguan Yunqian noticed Su Yuan's puzzled expression and explained, "This ranking documents the highest achievements in the history of Zhuzhou Academy, spanning several centuries. Those who leave their names on this monument are almost exclusively S-level geniuses. As for Shuizhengyi, the first place holder, he possesses a unique SS-level talent, which is why his record has remained unbroken for centuries. Today, Lord Shuizhengyi is a peak saint-level Beastmaster and the strongest figure in our great Xia." As she spoke of Shuizhengyi, a gleam of reverence lit up Shangguan Yunqian's eyes. Hearing this, Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao finally understood. As ordinary individuals, they had never even heard of Shuizhengyi, let alone his legendary SS-level talent. "Let's go. The Tongtian Tower is now open," Shangguan Yunqian said with a smile. "Hopefully, we'll all be able to etch our names on this monument. Can we really leave our names on it now?" Huangfu Yunjiao hesitated. "We're still only at the transcendent level. Even Ye Xiaoming might struggle to compare with those predecessors." Shangguan Yunqian paused and patiently explained, "The Tongtian Tower's trials have nothing to do with a Beastmaster's level. Inside the tower, Beastmasters are unable to summon their beasts and must rely solely on their spiritual techniques. The trial tests the soul strength and mental combat abilities of Beastmasters within the same rank. On each floor, you'll face an opponent of equal level, and only by defeating them can you advance. The higher the Beastmaster's talent, the stronger their soul, which is why most of those who leave their names here are S-level talents." After hearing this explanation, Huangfu Yunjiao finally grasped the true nature of the Tongtian Tower's challenge. Su Yuan stood off to the side, carefully listening to Shangguan Yunqian's detailed explanation, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Over the past couple of days, he had already gathered a considerable amount of information about the Tongtian Tower. He understood that conquering the tower required immense mental strength and soul resilience, and he was well aware that his mythic level talent as a transmigrator, along with his exceptionally strong soul, would give him a significant edge. However, after hearing Shangguan Yunqian's thorough breakdown, his understanding of the Tongtian Tower deepened even further. His gaze shifted toward the towering structure ahead, his eyes gleaming with determination. A question lingered in his mind. With just the basic mental techniques of Soul Arrow and Huangning Shield, how far could he truly go? Could he leave his name on the monument in one attempt? Though Su Yuan had great confidence in his mental strength and soul power, he couldn't deny that the two mental techniques he had mastered were relatively rudimentary. Soul Arrow, being a foundational mental attack technique taught freely across the nation, naturally lacked the potency of the advanced techniques passed down within the major aristocratic families to their most gifted members. Even though Huangding's shield offered better defense than Soul Arrow, it was merely strong enough to catch the attention of an average lord-level expert. For prodigies from top-tier families, like Shangguan Yunqian or Nie Xiaoming, a technique of Huangding's shield's caliber was hardly worth a second glance. Because of this, Su Yuan wasn't entirely confident about securing a place on the monument in one go. As Nie Xiaoming, Zhong Shiding, and other prodigies began entering the Tongtian Tower one after another, Shangguan Yunqian turned to Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao. "Su Yuan, Yunjiao, if you don't have any further questions, you'll head in first." "All right," Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao responded almost in unison. Shangguan Yunqian nodded at the two of them before turning and stepping into the Tongtian Tower. Watching as her figure disappeared behind the tower doors, Huangfu Yunjiao turned to Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, let's begin our climb as well." Without saying much, Su Yuan walked alongside Huangfu Yunjiao, and together, they stepped through the grand entrance of the Tongtian Tower. As Su Yuan stepped into the Tongtian Tower, he felt a sudden sensation of the world spinning and shifting around him. When the scene stabilized, he realized he was standing in a sealed room. Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar shattered the silence. Su Yuan focused his gaze and saw a massive lion over 3 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, appearing before him. Without hesitation, he activated his celestial eye of insight, and a stream of information materialized above the flaming lion's head. Flame Lion, illusory entity, lion fire type, common 1-star quality, transcendent tier 7. Illusory skill, Flame Claw, an energy construct formed by the Tongtian Tower, possessing all the abilities of a flame lion. Just as Shangguan Yunqian described, this is an illusory beast created by the Tongtian Tower. It's only a common 1-star quality, matching my Beastmaster level. A slight smile played at the corner of Su Yuan's lips as he relaxed. At that moment, the flame lion let out a roar and lunged toward him. Without hesitation, Su Yuan gathered his immense mental energy and instantly unleashed a soul arrow. With his transcendent tier 7 strength, Dealing with a same-tier common 1-star quality beast was almost trivial. Moreover, thanks to the energy feedback from his perfect and epic quality beasts Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and Deshuhi's physical attributes were already on par with perfect quality beasts of the same tier. The soul arrow struck with precision, and the flame lion disintegrated into nothingness. A mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations on passing the first floor of the Tongtian Tower. You have earned 100 points. You will be transported to the second floor in 10 seconds to continue the trial." A surge of peculiar energy flowed into Su Yuan, instantly replenishing his depleted mental energy. So defeating illusory beasts restores all mental energy. That means I can unleash my full power without worry, Su Yuan thought with delight. A pillar of light descended, transporting him to the second floor. The journey that followed was seamless. The second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor. Su Yuan ascended effortlessly, maintaining his streak of instant victories all the way to the 40th floor. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, and Zhong Shiding also demonstrated equally astounding progress. Outside the Tongtian Tower, the gathered freshmen were abuzz with discussion. These rookies are climbing the tower at an insane speed. 4 beams of light, and each floor takes just 10 seconds. They're obliterating everything. I've been stuck on the 38th floor for 3 years, and they're already on the 40th floor. 3 of them must be Nie Xiaoming and his group theory all S-level talents. But who's the 4th? I've never heard of another S-level genius. However, the 41st floor presented a genuine challenge that even Su Yuan couldn't take lightly. Facing a same-tier perfect 1-star quality beast, a single soul arrow was no longer enough to secure an instant victory. The explosive collapse of the illusory beast signaled that tougher trials lay ahead. The system announced, "Congratulations on passing the 41st floor. You have earned 40,000 points. You will be transported to the 42nd floor in 10 seconds to continue the trial." Su Yuan quickly calculated his points. 100 points per floor for the first 10 floors, 500 per floor from the 11th to the 20th, 2,000 per floor from the 21st to the 30th, and 10,000 per floor from the 31st to the 40th. Adding the 40,000 points he just earned, his total had reached 166,000. That was more than enough to purchase the materials needed to evolve any of his beasts into epic quality. Buzz. A beam of light suddenly descended, transporting Su Yuan to the 42nd floor of the Tongtian Tower. Just as he steadied himself, deafening roars erupted simultaneously from both sides. Looking closely, 2 perfect 1-star lava rhinoceroses appeared before him. It seems the difficulty of Tongtian Tower doesn't increase by 1-star level with every floor, Su Yuan thought to himself. That makes sense. After all, even someone like Shuizhengyi, who reached the 95th floor, would face beasts surpassing legendary levels by the 80th floor if that were the case. Not to mention the mythical grade beasts afterward, those would be nearly impossible to confront, even for a SS-level beast tamer. Before he could dwell on it further, the 2 extraordinary 7th-order lava rhinoceroses charged toward him. Su Yuan immediately activated his spiritual power, forming 4 shields around him while conjuring soul arrows to counterattack. Under his relentless assault, the 2 manifested lava rhinoceroses ultimately met their demise. 10 seconds later, a radiant light enveloped him, transporting him to the next floor. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Nie Xiaoming's forehead glimmered with a silver, sword-shaped mark. 3 spiritual swords hovered around him, while a 4th darted forward like a serpent, piercing through the massive beast ahead. The sword penetrated the beast's skull and exited through its back, leaving the once menacing creature lifeless as it dissolved into starlight. Perfect 1-star beasts of the same level still stand no chance against me. It seems none of the beasts below the 50th floor are capable of pushing me to my limits, Nie Xiaoming remarked confidently, his gaze fixed on the towering ceiling as he awaited the next challenge. Elsewhere, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding had also successfully conquered the 41st floor, continuing their ascent. At the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, students who had failed their challenges were being teleported out one after another. Among them was Huangfu Yunzhao, who had been defeated on the 39th floor by a ferocious beast. Ugh, that was terrifying. Huangfu Yunzhao gasped for air, her face pale. The feeling of death was so real. Thankfully, it's just a trial. She checked her smart terminal and noted her earnings, 106,000 points. It's not enough for Yinglong Scorpion's full evolution, but at least I can exchange it for a 6th-order primary material. As for the remaining secondary materials, you'll earn those points during future demon-slaying missions. Scanning her surroundings and finding no sign of Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunzhao's gaze shifted toward the still-glowing pillars of light. A faint smile appeared on her lips. I knew Su Yuan's talent was extraordinary. He's still inside the Tongtian Tower, climbing higher than me. I wonder how far he'll go. Outside the Tongtian Tower, all eyes were fixed on the 4 towering beams of light soaring into the sky at the forefront. The first beam had already climbed to the 49th level, closely followed by 3 others that had reached the 48th. Their progress was nearly neck and neck. Behind these four highest beams, the fifth beam had just broken through the 41st level. Though its achievement was remarkable, the gap between it and the leading four beams remained significant. Xuanwu Yunjiao's gaze never wavered from the four tallest beams of light. Although she couldn't be certain who these beams represented, she firmly believed that one of them belonged to Su Yuan. This conviction stemmed from her previous encounters with him, particularly the strength he displayed during a critical moment when he helped her father. 50 levels. The first beam has broken through the 50th level. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. These new students are incredible. How long has it even been? Any guesses on who that first beam might belong to? One student eagerly shared, "My cousin has some connections with a senior member of the Nie family." He mentioned that Nie Xiaoming has already mastered the Nie family's top-tier spiritual combat technique, the Soul Execution Sword. There's no doubt that the first place belongs to Nie Xiaoming. The Soul Execution Sword is one of the most advanced spiritual combat techniques in the Great Xia dynasty. Its level of difficulty is terrifying. For Nie Xiaoming to master it at such a young age is truly astonishing. With Nie Xiaoming's S-level Beast Taming talent, combined with the Nie family's Soul Execution Sword, it's a given that his name will be engraved on the monument. The only question now is how high he'll rank. The senior students buzzed with excitement, their eyes glued to the first beam that had crossed the 50th level. As news of the Soul Execution Sword spread, nearly everyone became convinced that among this year's newcomers, Nie Xiaoming not only held the highest beast taming talent, but was also destined to set a new record for conquering the Tongtian Tower. Time ticked by second, and the once brilliant beams of light atop the Tower of Heaven had now dwindled to just 4. It had been a full hour since Su Yuan and his companions began their ascent, and most participants had already reached their limits and been teleported out of the tower. Among the remaining 4 beams, the most dazzling was the first, representing Nie Xiaoming, which had climbed to the 61st floor. Right behind it was Su Yuan's beam, paused at the 60th floor. The beams representing Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding were on the 58th and 57th floors, respectively. At this moment, Su Yuan was deep inside the Tower of Heaven, surrounded by 18 Huangting shields revolving protectively around him. For extraordinary 9-star, 7th-tier ferocious beasts were relentlessly attacking him. Each strike caused the shields to tremble violently, sending a deafening hum reverberating through his mind. Su Yuan's brows furrowed as he continuously focused his mental energy, forming soul arrows to counterattack. However, his efforts only managed to briefly slow the movements of these beasts, whose strength was equivalent to that of ordinary commander-level beings. He couldn't inflict any fatal damage on them. These beasts, conjured by the Tower of Heaven, were formidable beyond measure. If not for recently perfecting my Huangting shield technique and forming 18 layers of defense, I wouldn't have lasted this long, Su Yuan thought to himself. But my soul arrows are still too low grade. If only I could master a more advanced soul attack technique, I might be able to break through this stalemate. Despite the overwhelming challenge, Su Yuan had no intention of giving up. He understood that his presence in the Tower of Heaven was purely a spiritual projection. Even if he were to fall, it wouldn't cause real harm to his physical self. He had read online posts back in his villa, which mentioned that experiencing such life-and-death moments was immensely beneficial for Beast Tamers cultivation. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding had already been teleported to the tower's entrance. Zhong Shiding took a deep breath, calming her racing heart after being killed, and murmured, "The 57th floor is my current limit. Once I fully master the Zhong family's spiritual techniques, I'll definitely break through to the 60th floor and secure my name on the stone tablet." Huangfu Yunjiao looked at Shangguan Yunqian with admiration. "Yunqian, you're amazing to have reached the 58th floor." Shangguan Yunqian smiled humbly. "I'm still far from the seniors whose names are on the stone tablet." Her gaze met Zhong Shiding's, and the two exchanged polite nods before turning their attention to the 2 remaining beams of light atop the Tower of Heaven. Shangguan Yunqian's smile froze as she stared in astonishment. "They've actually reached the 60th and 61st floors," she exclaimed, quickly asking Huangfu Yunjiao about the identities of the remaining contestants. After careful observation, Shangguan Yunqian finally confirmed, "It's Su Yuan." She was stunned that such an unassuming young man possessed such strength and eagerly inquired about his talent level. Although Huangfu Yunjiao admitted she didn't know the specifics, she confidently stated, to reach this level, his talent must be at least S grade. Now it's just a matter of who will come out on top, Su Yuan or Nie Xiaoming. Either way, both of them are guaranteed to have their names etched on the stone tablet. The last 100 or so names on the stone tablet were all from the 60th floor, with the bottom dozen stopping at the 59th floor. Su Yuan and Nie Xiaoming's achievements were already set in stone, destined to leave a lasting mark on the history of the Tower of Heaven. On the 61st floor of the Sky Tower, Nie Xiaoming's eyes burned with fury as he let out a thunderous roar. "Annihilate!" For spiritual swords shot forth, slicing through the air and creating ripples as they surged toward the head of the ferocious beast before him. The clash produced a deafening explosion, and an overwhelming spiritual storm swept across the area, forcing Nie Xiaoming to retreat several steps. Yet, a confident smile spread across his face. "It's over," he declared. Before his words even faded, the one-star epic-grade beast disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. A surge of strange energy poured into his body, instantly restoring his pallid complexion to a healthy glow. His depleted spiritual strength was replenished in the blink of an eye. The gap between epic-grade and perfect-grade beasts is truly immense, Nie Xiaoming mused to himself. On the 60th floor, I easily defeated 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the same rank. But here, just one 1-star epic-grade beast nearly drained me. If not for my soul-slaying sword being able to manifest 4 spiritual blades, I might not have stood a chance. Based on his knowledge, the 62nd floor would bring him face-to-face with 2 1-star epic-grade beasts of the same rank. With his current strength and the progress of his soul-slaying sword cultivation, that floor would likely mark his limit. Taking a deep breath, Nie Xiaoming gazed up at the ceiling, steeling himself for the tougher battles ahead. The light column descended, enveloping him, and his figure vanished. 5 minutes later, a sudden flash of white light appeared at the entrance of the sky tower, and Nie Xiaoming emerged. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Nie Xiaoming is here. Quick, check the leaderboard. The rankings have changed. 62 floors, ranked 893. First attempt and already in the top 900, truly a prodigy of the Nie family. The senior elites are going to feel the pressure now." On the leaderboard, Nie Xiaoming's name climbed rapidly from the bottom, finally settling at 893rd place, pushing Li Buwei out of the rankings. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their exclamations echoing throughout the plaza. High above, 3 young figures hovered in the air. A charming woman among them smiled and remarked, "Yichun, Gu Yun. It seems this year's freshmen have produced an exceptional talent. That kid from the Nie family might surpass our rankings before long." The 2 young men beside her appeared unfazed. One of them chuckled and said, "Why not? I'd be happy to see the younger generation outshine us. The stronger their talents, the better it is for the Grand Xia Kingdom." The other nodded in agreement. Gu Yun's right. The Abyss has been producing its own share of prodigies lately, and the Federation is struggling to keep up in the younger generation's battles. I, too, hope these freshmen grow quickly and fight alongside us. The woman considered their words and nodded thoughtfully. "You both make a good point. Let's go. We've seen enough of this year's freshmen, and there's still much for us to accomplish in our final year." With that, the trio departed. Meanwhile, a single beam of light remained active within the sky tower, stuck on the 60th floor for an extended period. To the 3 watching from above, this indicated that the challenger had likely reached their limit. While reaching the 60th floor on a first attempt was impressive, it paled in comparison to Nie Xiaoming's achievement of clearing the 62nd floor. After all, the gap between the 60th and 61st floors was as vast as the leap from the 51st to the 60th. Nie Xiaoming also noticed the lingering light and smirked to himself. "Whoever's still in there may have lasted longer than me, but I've already cleared the 62nd floor while they're stuck at 60. That's probably as far as they'll go. Among this year's freshmen, there's no one stronger than me." Just as he was about to mount his flying sword and leave, the crowd's commotion suddenly surged again. It moved. That person finally broke through the 60th floor. So what? Breaking through now doesn't mean much. Epic-grade beasts aren't so easily defeated. Wait a second. Another breakthrough? They just reached the 62nd floor. How is that possible? After being stuck on the 60th floor for so long, they suddenly... 63rd floor? Nie Xiaoming, who had already stepped onto his flying sword, froze mid-motion. Slowly turning around, he stared at the steadily rising beam of light, his eyes widening in disbelief. This can't be happening. A minute ago, on the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven, Su Yuan was at a critical moment, teetering on the edge of life and death. 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the extraordinary 7th tier had him completely surrounded. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and the 18 Huangting shields orbiting him were vanishing one by one, leaving him defenseless. Despite losing his protection, Su Yuan refused to surrender. Relying on his exceptional physical prowess, he weaved and dodged through the beast's ferocious attacks. However, these perfect 9-star beasts far outmatched Xiaoxian and Xiaoyu, their onslaughts too overwhelming for him to withstand. Before long, they forced him into a desperate situation. One beast rammed him into the air, while the other 3 launched a simultaneous, lethal strike. So, this is how it ends. Su Yuan thought as he hung suspended, nowhere to find footing. He watched the 4 attacks closing in, feeling the bone-chilling sense of impending death. But at that critical moment, an immense, awe-inspiring power erupted from within his mindscape. A surge of powerful mental energy flooded his body, instantly rejuvenating his depleted mind. Su Yuan's pupils turned pitch black, as if they were bottomless abysses. Above his head, a vortex resembling a black hole materialized, exuding an aura of absolute annihilation. The attacks from the four beasts froze midair before being sucked into the black hole. Su Yuan's expression turned cold and sharp as he uttered a single word: destroy. In an instant, the black hole trembled, unleashing countless black rays of light that engulfed the entire space. The four beasts let out agonized screams before disintegrating into starlight and vanishing. Congratulations! You have cleared the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. You have earned 100,000 points. You will be transported to the 61st floor to continue your trial in 10 seconds. As the system announcement echoed, Su Yuan's eyes returned to their normal color, and the black vortex above him dissipated. A wave of exhaustion swept over him, but the Tower of Heaven's unique energy quickly replenished his depleted mental reserves. Annihilation Divine Light. An innate divine ability. I can't believe I've awakened an innate ability. Su Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. To his knowledge, there was no record in any of the ancient texts of anyone awakening an innate divine ability after already acquiring a beast taming talent. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yuan quickly understood the nature of his newfound power. While the Annihilation Divine Light was incredibly powerful, it came with an enormous energy cost. Outside the Tower of Heaven, it could only be used as a last resort. But within the tower, where energy was automatically replenished, he could wield it without restraint. He calculated his current points: 100,000 for each floor from the 51st to 60th, 40,000 per floor from the 41st to 50th, plus the points from the first 40 floors, totaling 1,526,000 points. He was getting closer and closer to his goal: 2 million points. From the 61st to the 70th floor, each level awards a massive 200,000 points. After obtaining the Extinction Divine Light, Su Yuan had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of this divine ability. His confidence soared, certain he could defeat epic-grade beasts of the same rank. After all, this was a supernatural skill derived from a gaudier Beastmaster talent, making it effortlessly effective against epic-level creatures of similar strength. Suddenly, a bright beam of light descended vertically from the dome at the top of the Tower of Heaven, enveloping Su Yuan entirely. In a mere flash of light, his figure was transported to the 61st floor. As expected, the beast that appeared on this floor was of epic-grade quality, just as he had anticipated. Facing this formidable foe, Su Yuan unleashed his divine ability without hesitation, obliterating it in a single strike. After a brief, 10-second pause, the white beam of light reappeared, transporting him to the 62nd floor. This time, two epic one-star beasts emerged simultaneously before him. Remaining calm and composed, Su Yuan unleashed another burst of the Extinction Divine Light, effortlessly annihilating both creatures. From that point onward, the journey through the tower felt almost like revisiting the lower floors. 63rd floor, 64th floor. Su Yuan advanced without pause, clearing each level with astonishing speed. Outside the tower, the crowd watching was utterly stunned by Su Yuan's otherworldly pace. His unprecedented speed left everyone in awe, especially when he unveiled the Heavenly Insight Divine Eye, another divine ability, sparking waves of astonishment. He surpassed the 70th floor. What kind of monster is in that tower? 76th floor. He's already broken into the top 10 on the monument ranking. At this rate, even the 80th floor won't stop him. This freak is clearing floors in the 70s as fast as he did in the teens. It's unbelievable. Could there be something wrong with the Tower of Heaven? If he keeps this up, he might actually break the monument record. My God, we're about to witness a miracle today. Hurry, notify the others. Everyone needs to come and witness this historic moment. On the 99th floor of the Tongtian Tower, a celestial Kueox, a fearsome phantom beast, stood towering before Su Yuan. This legendary creature, said to be of 9-star quality and transcendent 7th rank, balanced on a single hoof. Its body shimmered with starlight, and every roar it let out was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on this being, far mightier than the peak beasts of the Molten Ridge. Without hesitation, he activated his divine ability, the Eye of Revelation. His eyes turned jet black, and a dark vortex materialized above his head. After enduring countless trials, Su Yuan had mastered the art of wielding the Annihilation Divine Light with unparalleled precision. As soon as the black vortex formed, beams of annihilating energy surged toward the celestial Kueox. The beast let out a piercing howl as its form began to fade into the darkness. Yet, this creature, only a step away from becoming a divine beast, managed to endure the assault of the Annihilation Divine Light for an extraordinary length of time. Even as Su Yuan's mental strength was depleted and his divine ability collapsed, the Kueox remained unbeaten. truly worthy of being a peak legendary beast. It can withstand my annihilation divine light. Su Yuan muttered, stepping back half a pace and massaging his throbbing temples. Though the Kuei ox was gravely injured and on the brink of death, Su Yuan's mental exhaustion made the task of completely vanquishing it a formidable challenge. Without hesitation, Su Yuan charged forward as soon as he adjusted to his weakened state. With the assistance of his epic rank companion beast, Xiaoyan, his physical strength was enough to rival the perfect peak beasts of his tier. Though he was no match for the Kuei ox at its prime, he was confident in taking down its severely injured form. An intense melee ensued, shaking the entirety of the 99th floor of the Tongtian Tower with relentless booms. After a quarter of an hour, the celestial Kuei ox disintegrated into a cascade of starlight, vanishing into the void. Exhausted, Su Yuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Just as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, the mysterious energy of the Tongtian Tower surged into his body, instantly restoring his mental and physical strength. A system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on clearing the 99th floor of the Tongtian Tower. You have reached the summit. Reward: 1,000,000 points. However, before Su Yuan could fully savor his triumph, the entire Tongtian Tower began to quake violently. A beam of golden light shot skyward, its shockwaves rippling through the medium-sized secret realm housing the Jiuzhou Academy. More unsettling, a pitch-black rift suddenly appeared before him, radiating an aura of pure malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. From the rift emerged a claw, cloaked in sinister black, demonic energy. Its overwhelming pressure far surpassed anything Su Yuan had encountered before, eclipsing even the might of king-class beast tamer Song Zhenfeng. Under this crushing force, Su Yuan's body froze, unable to muster even the thought of resistance. Instinctively, he understood if struck by this claw, not even the sanctuary of the Tongtian Tower could save him from utter annihilation. In a critical moment of life and death, a cold snort shattered the tense silence within the Tongtian Tower. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yuan, intercepting the deadly, sinister claw that was about to strike. The newcomer acted swiftly and decisively, delivering a powerful tiger-shaped punch. A golden tiger's phantom roared as it collided with the eerie claw. The claw retreated with a resounding impact, quickly withdrawing into the crack from which it had emerged. A muffled grunt came from beyond the fissure, clearly indicating that the opponent had suffered a hidden loss in this exchange. Angered, a furious roar echoed from the other side of the crack. Damn you, Gu Yufeng. You'd better pray that this boy never leaves the Kyushu Academy. As the enraged voice faded, the pitch-black fissure collapsed and dissipated rapidly. Su Yuan stared at the back of his savior, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from the figure. A sudden realization struck him: this was none other than Gu Yufeng, the legendary figure ranked second on the Tongtian Tower's stone tablet, the one who had once conquered 80 levels. Greetings, Senior Gu. Thank you for saving my life. Su Yuan immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Yufeng turned around, a warm smile spreading across his face. No need to thank me. Allowing the 5th Demon General to extend his hand into Kyushu Academy is my failure as the Academy's master. Thankfully, you're unharmed. If anything had happened to a prodigy of the human race like you, I would have been a sinner for all eternity. With that, he laughed heartily and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. You, kid, managed to reach the summit of the Tongtian Tower Yuri even better than me and Shuizhengi. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan was utterly stunned upon hearing this. The man before him was not only a legendary figure of the Tongtian Tower, but also the master of the Kyushu Academy, and the one who had just ambushed him was none other than a fabled demon god. The thought that he had nearly perished at the hands of such a being sent chills down his spine, leaving him shaken and filled with lingering fear. Outside the Tongtian Tower, a dazzling beam of golden light suddenly shot into the sky, stunning everyone present. The tower began to shake violently, something that had never occurred in its 500-year history. The ground trembled intensely, causing the onlooking students to panic and retreat in fear. At the entrance, Huangfu Yunzhao stood pale-faced, her gaze fixed firmly on the Tongtian Tower. In that moment, 12 figures descended from the sky, arriving outside the tower in an instant. A commanding voice echoed across the scene. Everyone, remain calm. No one is allowed to leave. The chaotic crowd immediately quieted. It's the 12 deans. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. These elusive, emperor-level beast tamers, rarely seen together, had all gathered here. The realization quickly dawned on everyone: someone had reached the 99th floor of the Tongtian Tower, an achievement unheard of in 500 years. Even Lord Shui, with his SS-level beast taming talent, had only ever managed to reach the 95th floor. As the 12 deans hovered in midair, their eyes fixed on the golden light enveloping the Tongtian Tower, 2 figures emerged from the entrance: Su Yuan and Gu Yufeng. The moment the 12 deans caught sight of Gu Yufeng's face, they were visibly shaken. They descended swiftly to the ground and bowed respectfully. Master of the Academy! This scene left the surrounding students utterly astounded. The master of the Jiuzhou Academy, a legendary saint-level beast tamer who rarely even appeared at opening ceremonies, had come in person. For these gifted students, catching a glimpse of a saint-level beast tamer was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Gu Yufeng gave a slight nod in acknowledgement to the 12 deans before letting his gaze sweep over the hundreds of people gathered. His eyes eventually settled on the dean of the illusionary Beast Taming Academy, who immediately understood the signal and raised his hand with a decisive gesture. A massive, grotesque sphere of flesh suddenly appeared in midair, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. Two tentacle-like appendages extended from its surface, and at its center was embedded a gigantic, unblinking eye. Su Yuan immediately activated his heavenly insight eye to analyze the information of this extraordinary beast. Dream Eye. Contract type. Exotic beast illusion type. Quality. Epic 9-star. Level. Emperor tier. Stage 3. Skills. Realm of Illusions. Eye of Oblivion. Nightmare Assault. Evolution count. 3. As Su Yuan pondered why the headmaster of the Illusion Beast Academy would summon such a powerful Emperor tier Stage 3 beast, the Dream Eye suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. In an instant, every student present, whether they were onlookers or new students who had just completed the Sky Tower trials, fell into a stupor, their pupils dilating unnaturally. Only Su Yuan was unaffected. Meanwhile, Gu Yufeng turned his gaze toward the stone monument standing before the Sky Tower. Su Yuan's name had already surpassed Shuezhenji's and now ranked at the very top. Letting out a sigh, Gu Yufeng's expression shifted to one of steely resolve. For Su Yuan's sake, breaking the rules is a small price to pay. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming force descended upon the monument, forcibly altering Su Yuan's ranking from 1st place to 800th. The number of cleared levels was changed to 64. This action clearly drained him, and his tone carried a hint of exhaustion as he addressed the 12 deans present. Adjust everyone's memories to reflect this result. Investigate the school's internal network, block all related information, and identify those who know the truth. Modify their memories as well. Today's events must never be leaked, or you all know what will follow. Understood, Lord Governor. The 12 deans replied in unison, bowing deeply as they accepted the order. Gu Yufeng then turned to Su Yuan. From now on, you must stop challenging the Sky Tower. Maintain this result. Your trial points will remain unchanged. What we're doing is for your protection. Earlier, the 5th demon god of the Abyss detected the upheaval in the Sky Tower and attempted to strike you down. However, due to the spatial barriers between the Abyss and the 9 Provinces Academy, his influence was limited, and he likely couldn't discern your appearance. I understand, Lord Governor. Su Yuan responded immediately. Satisfied, Gu Yufeng gave a faint smile, offered a few more words of caution, and then vanished without a trace. His abrupt departure once again left Su Yuan marveling at the profound and unfathomable power of the Lord Governor. In the depths of the Abyss, within the 5th demon god's temple, a towering figure stood motionless. Clad in jet-black armor adorned with jagged bone spikes, the 5th demon god exuded an aura of menace. Atop his head, a sharp, blade-like horn jutted out, gleaming ominously. He gazed down at his right hand, where a faint trace of green blood seeped through the cracks in his gauntlet. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Damn that Gu Yufeng. If it weren't for the layers of space separating us, how could I have been injured by him? He snarled, his voice a low growl. With a cold snort, he summoned a surge of demonic energy, instantly mending the wound on his hand. Come forth. He bellowed toward the temple's entrance. In moments, several figures hurriedly knelt before him. At your command, Demon God. Mobilize our forces immediately. Launch an all-out assault on Yuma Pass. The 5th demon god commanded. Draw the enemy's attention away, and at the same time, send more of our people across the pass to infiltrate the human territories. Have them lie in wait for further orders. Yes, Demon God. His subordinates responded in unison, swiftly departing to carry out his orders. The 5th demon god then raised a hand, and the space before him rippled, revealing a shimmering mirror-like surface. Within it appeared a massive statue, an exact likeness of himself. In front of the statue, countless worshippers knelt in devout reverence. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, sending a wave of his consciousness through the portal and into the statue. Far away, deep beneath an isolated mountain within the Xia Empire's borders, the worshippers gathered around the statue suddenly saw its eyes blaze with light. Moments later, a spectral projection of the 5th demon god materialized above it, his overwhelming presence filling the underground chamber. The demon god has revealed himself, someone exclaimed, and the worshippers redoubled their fervent prostrations. From the shadows, several figures cloaked in black robes emerged, hastening to kneel before the projection. We greet the demon god. A new mission, the fifth demon god declared, his voice cold and commanding. Immediately investigate the names of all participants from the 9 Provinces Academy who challenged the Tongtian Tower today. If you succeed, I will grant you an opportunity to ascend to the Emperor rank. The promise struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of the black-robed figures. For those whose beast taming abilities were capped at a mere rank, the prospect of breaking through to the Emperor rank was an irresistible temptation. We will spare no effort to uncover the information, they vowed, their voices trembling with excitement. The fifth demon god gave a slight nod before his projection dissipated, leaving the statue to return to its dormant state. The black-robed figures quickly huddled together, their whispers filled with urgency. Leader, could it be that another prodigy has emerged from the 9 Provinces Academy? I suspect it's those specially recruited geniuses that have caught the demon god's attention. No matter the reason, if the demon god wants the names of those who challenged the Tongtian Tower today, we must carry out his orders with absolute precision. There can be no mistakes. The leading figure, cloaked in black, had eyes brimming with fervor as he spoke with excitement. The demon god has promised us completing this mission will grant the chance to break through to the rank of an Imperial Beast Tamer. An Imperial Beast Tamer. He waved his hand sharply. Mobilize everyone. Activate all covert lines, and uncover the information the fifth demon god desires. The other cloaked figures dropped to one knee in unison. Yes, master, they responded. Without waiting for another word, they leapt into the air, vanishing into the distance, their black robes billowing in the wind. The scene shifted to the base of the Sky Tower at the Jiuzhou Academy. The 12 Imperial Beast Tamer deans had just departed, and the students previously ensnared by the Dream Eye skill were gradually regaining consciousness. Their memories, alongside the data in their smart devices, had been altered. Now, everyone believed Su Yuan was merely a talented student who had reached the 64th floor of the Sky Tower, ranking 800 on the leaderboard. Shangguan Yunxian and Huangfu Yunzhao approached quickly, their faces filled with amazement. Su Yuan, congratulations on ranking within the top 800 on your first climb. Shangguan Yunxian said sincerely, her tone full of admiration. Compared to you, we hardly deserve to be called geniuses. Huangfu Yunzhao, deep in thought, added, you must have an S-level talent, right? Tianyang High School claimed it was only an A-level what a well-kept secret. Just a stroke of luck, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, though inwardly he felt relieved. If they ever discovered their memories had been altered, their reactions would be unimaginable. This secret, he decided, was best buried forever. Not far away, Nie Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuan. I didn't expect such a genius to emerge this year. Very well. At last, I have a worthy rival at Jiuzhou Academy. Su Yuan. Once my divine slayer's sword advances further, it'll surpass you. Beside him, Zhong Shiding's eyes glimmered with an unreadable light. After exchanging a few more words, Su Yuan bid farewell to the two and summoned his beast companion, Xiaoyan. Eagerly, he made his way toward the Academy's treasure vault, ready to exchange the points he had earned from the tower climb for evolutionary resources to assist Xiaoyan in its transformation. Outside the treasure vault of the Kyushu Academy, a mentor stood, staring in astonishment at the list in his hands. Yuan Water Core, Phantom Soundstone, Flame Sea Pearl, Millennium Willow Heart, Black Demon Tiger Heart. Su Yuan, are you sure you want to redeem so many 5th and 6th tier rare resources? The total value of these beast taming materials on this list amounts to 780,000 points. Su Yuan, who had just completed the Sky Tower challenge, stood calmly at the counter with a confident smile. That's right. Please prepare these materials for me, teacher. You don't need to worry about the points. His confidence came from the substantial rewards he had earned through the Sky Tower. Just by reaching the 60th floor, he had gained 100,000 points per floor. Beyond the 90th floor, the reward skyrocketed to millions. By the time he reached the summit, his total points had exceeded 20 million. A mere 780,000 points was not even a fraction of his total wealth. The mentor guarding the vault said no more and turned to pass through layers of barriers into the treasure vault. Due to the restrictions isolating the vault from external news, the mentor was unaware of Su Yuan's astonishing achievements in the Sky Tower. If he had known about the 64th floor record certified by Gu Yufeng, he wouldn't have been so shocked by the points needed. A few minutes later, the mentor returned with a bag of beast taming resources and poured the materials onto the counter. The casual manner of this action made Su Yuan's eye twitch slightly. These were rare treasures worth billions in the outside world. However, recalling the vast reserves of rare resources housed within the Kyushu Academy's treasure vault, he quickly let it go. After confirming the materials, Su Yuan used his smart wristband to deduct the points. The payment method reminded him of mobile payments back on Earth, and he couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyan. After leaving the treasure vault, Su Yuan summoned his beast companion. Let's find a place where all of you can complete your next evolution. Xiaoyan let out an excited cry, circling above Su Yuan's head before landing beside him. Once Su Yuan leaped onto its back, it spread its wings and soared toward the outskirts of the academy. Shortly after they departed, Gu Yufeng's figure emerged from the void, watching Su Yuan's retreating silhouette with a pensive expression. This boy. Could it be that his talent is related to beast evolution? But for someone who has conquered the 99th floor of the Sky Tower, his beast taming abilities must far exceed that. Before his words had fully faded, Gu Yufeng's figure vanished once more into the void. Outside the Jiuzhou Academy, a breathtaking spectacle of evolution was unfolding. Su Yuan's 4 contracted beasts, nurtured with ample evolutionary resources, completed their transformations in just 1 hour. The heavy water turtle, Shaoxian, was the first to evolve, transforming into the majestic mountain sea turtle. Its size surged to a towering 100 meters, and its massive frame exuded an indescribable sense of dominance with every movement. Its indestructible shell gleamed like polished metal, and a rhombus-shaped crystal core embedded in its forehead radiated a dense aquatic energy. The mountain sea turtle acquired 2 formidable skills: power of rivers and streams and mountain suppression. Next came the evolution of the wind spirit ghost cat, Xuanwu, which transformed into the 5-meter-long storm phantom tiger. Its piercing eyes radiated an intimidating aura, and its lithe, powerful body moved with precision. It now wielded 2 lethal abilities: Phantom Slash and Wrath of the Storm. The evolution of the Soulwood Dryad, Deshu, was even more astonishing. It became the towering 100-meter melodic ancient tree. Its lush canopy of leaves and countless dangling branches formed a verdant ocean. As the Spectre Tree King, it mastered 2 potent skills: Razor Leaf Strike and Soul-Devouring Symphony. The last to complete its transformation was the fiery Sunbird, Xiaoyan, which evolved into the awe-inspiring Phoenix Blood Fire Yuan. Its blazing crimson body, stretching over 100 meters, soared majestically through the skies. Its wings burned like roaring flames, and its golden eyes radiated regal authority. It gained mastery over the devastating Phoenix Flame Sky Strike and the overwhelming Solar Flame Domain. As the 4 newly transformed beasts surrounded him, Su Yuan smiled in satisfaction and began meticulously examining their detailed attributes. Su Yuan carefully examined the attribute panels of his 4 contracted beasts. The Mountain Sea Turtle, a dual Water-Earth attribute beast of the turtle species, boasted an epic 5-star quality and had reached the extraordinary 6th tier. It wielded 7 perfected skills, including Water Cannon, Tidal Surge, and Camouflage, and had undergone 3 evolutions. Its next evolution required rare materials such as Emperor Water and Earth Beast cores, and the Songhai Pearl. The Storm Phantom Tiger, a dual Shadow Wind attribute feline beast, was also of epic 5-star quality, but remained at the extraordinary 5th tier. It excelled in 7 perfected skills, including Wind Blade and Mirage Form, following 2 evolutions. To advance, it needed Emperor Wind and Shadow Beast cores, as well as the Heart of the Storm. The most exceptional among them was the Phoenix Blood Fire Yuan, a fire-type avian beast that had reached epic 9 stars and stepped into the 1st tier of the Dominator rank. With 8 perfected skills like Flame Feathers and Fire Shield, it had evolved twice. Its next breakthrough demanded Emperor Fire Beast cores, the Earth Fire Orb, and Phoenix Essence Blood. Lastly, the Melodic Ancient Tree, a plant-based beast with wood, poison, and sound attributes, stood at epic 4 stars and the extraordinary 9th tier. It wielded 8 perfected skills such as Toxic Whip and Root Spike, also having undergone 2 evolutions. Its further growth required resources like Emperor Beast Life Essence and the rare Celestial Ironwood. As Su Yuan reviewed these panels, he felt both pride and frustration. The Fire Yuan, in particular, was nearing legendary quality, yet the Emperor Beast cores it required posed a significant challenge. These cores contained immense power but also carried the overwhelming aura of Emperor Beasts, making safe absorption uncertain even with the guidance of the Celestial Inside Eye. It seems ill need to reach the Lord rank first, Su Yuan mused, storing the 3 other beasts back into his beast ring with a casual motion, leaving only the Fire Yuan. He leaped off a towering cliff, and an intense crimson figure soared up to catch him midair. Xiaoyan, let's get some practice in this secret realm before the newborn tournament begins, Su Yuan said calmly, seated steadily on the Fire Yuan's back. Though tomorrow marked the start of the academy term, choosing a school wasn't an immediate concern. Besides, his awakening of the Annihilation Divine Light talent during his climb of the Sky Tower had already secured him over 20 million academy points by clearing 99 floors. This wealth was more than enough to exchange for the resources needed to evolve all his beasts to legendary quality, allowing him to temporarily set aside his plans to provide evolution routes to the Beast Research Institute. For now, Su Yuan's focus was solely on strengthening his beasts. His encounter with the 5th demon god in the Sky Tower had made him acutely aware of the importance of power. Training within the safety of the academy was far preferable to risking annihilation at the hands of a demon god in the outside world. The Jiuzhou Academy is located within a medium-sized secret realm, a place abundant in resources and teeming with commander-level and lord-level ferocious beasts. This environment is more than sufficient to meet Su Yuan's needs for enhancing the strength of his contracted beasts. The academy gathers numerous gifted and talented students, with every mentor possessing the prowess of a king-level beast tamer. Furthermore, the institution is overseen by 12 deans of emperor-level strength, as well as the academy's principal, Gu Yufeng, whose power has reached the saint level. The combined aura of these powerful individuals forms an invisible barrier, deterring any ferocious beasts within a radius of several hundred miles from approaching the academy. Xiao Yin carried Su Yuan high above the ground, flying over 500 miles without encountering even a trace of a ferocious beast. It was only when they began to move further away from the academy's boundary that they started to come across a few scattered beasts. These creatures were formidable, with most of them reaching at least the awakened level, while beasts below that level were exceedingly rare. Standing on Xiao Yan's back, Su Yuan silently assessed the level of this medium-sized secret realm. Compared to the beginner-level secret realm of the Voodoo Forest, this environment was noticeably more perilous. Though they encountered several extraordinary-level beasts from the secret realm, these creatures no longer piqued Su Yuan's interest. All 4 of his contracted beasts were of epic quality, while Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and Big Tree were still at the extraordinary level. Their actual combat strength was already on par with ordinary commander-level beasts. To truly challenge and train them, Su Yuan needed to seek out opponents at the commander level. Following Xiao Yan's lead, they flew another 200 miles further. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar echoed from the front right, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of an intense battle. Xiao Yan, head over there and check it out, Su Yuan ordered immediately. Ever since awakening his innate divine ability and advancing to a commander-level beast tamer, his mental power had grown more than tenfold compared to before the tower trial, and his perception had become extraordinarily sharp. He could distinctly sense that both sides of the battle ahead possessed at least commander-level strength. As Xiao Yin gradually approached the battlefield, a vast black water pool came into Su Yuan's view. Above the surface of the pool, a massive purple thunder eagle soared through the sky. Its body was surrounded by crackling purple lightning, and each beat of its wings summoned several bolts of thunder that struck down with deafening roars. The eagle's sharp eyes glimmered with an intense killing intent as it launched relentless attacks toward the black water below. On the surface of the pool, a strikingly out-of-place snow-white giant carp stood its ground against the eagle. The carp's golden eyes shone brightly, and its glistening scales reflected sunlight, radiating a blinding white light. In response to the eagle's onslaught, the carp manipulated the surrounding black water, firing streams of water arrows to counterattack. Whenever the black water arrows clashed with the purple lightning bolts, the resulting explosions filled the air, creating a fierce stalemate between the two beasts. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately activated his innate ability to analyze the attributes of the two fierce creatures. The Purple Thunder Eagle was an 8-star superior grade, Tier 5 leader class beast, equipped with skills like Thunderous Might, Purple Lightning Blade Slash, and Purple Thunder Cage. It also had 3 possible evolution paths. On the other hand, the White-Scaled Carp was a 7-star superior grade, Tier 5 leader class beast, possessing abilities such as Water Barrier, Water Flow Rupture, and 1,000 Water Arrows. Most intriguingly, it had 4 possible evolution paths, with the most powerful one allowing it to evolve into the mythical 9 Heavens Kunpeng. Unbelievable! Another beast with the potential to evolve into a mythical creature. This white-scaled carp is mine for sure. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixated on the carp, which was fighting fiercely. After carefully surveying the surroundings, Su Yuan quickly pieced together the reason for the battle. Not far from the pool's surface lay the corpse of a smaller purple thunder eagle, clutching a large fish several meters long in its talons. Clearly, this was a revenge battle sparked by the loss of a child and a territorial conflict. Su Yuan refrained from rashly sending Xiao Yin into the fray, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. He had already made up his mind to capture this white-scaled carp with the potential to evolve into the 9 Heavens Kunpeng, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. The opponent possesses a 5th-tier command level, making them a formidable force. This provides the perfect opportunity for the Purple Lightning Thunderhawk to wear them down, allowing Su Yuan to conserve his energy for the subsequent confrontation. High above the Blackwater Pool, an intense battle was unfolding. Su Yuan stood atop Xiao Yin, calmly observing the clash. The Purple Lightning Thunderhawk, utilizing its aerial advantage, maneuvered deftly through the skies, unleashing torrents of violet lightning that cascaded down like waterfalls, each strike brimming with destructive power. However, the white-scaled fish, entrenched in its aquatic domain, was no less formidable. It launched wave after wave of precise water arrows, intercepting and neutralizing every incoming attack. As the prolonged assault yielded no results, the vengeful Purple Lightning Thunderhawk abruptly shifted its strategy. letting out an earth-shaking screech. Its body became enveloped in a blinding aura of violet lightning. Folding its wings, it dove towards the Blackwater pool like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the unusual intensity of this attack, the white-scaled fish quickly mobilized the surrounding lake water, forming a dense barrage of water arrows. Yet, the purple lightning Thunderhawk, now fully committed, charged headlong through the onslaught, heedless of the attacks pelting its body. Its sharp, hate-filled eyes locked unwaveringly on its target, determined to eliminate the white-scaled fish in one decisive blow. Realizing its attacks were utterly ineffective in halting the frenzied assault, the white-scaled fish finally panicked and attempted to retreat into the depths of the water. But the purple lightning Thunderhawk had anticipated this move. With a piercing cry, it conjured a dazzling cage of violet lightning around the white-scaled fish. This was its ultimate technique, the Thunder Prison. Intense electrical currents surged through the white-scaled fish, paralyzing it completely and rendering it helpless. Screech. Purple lightning blade slash. The purple Thunderhawk let out a deafening cry, its form transforming into a streak of purple lightning as it darted straight toward the white-scaled fish trapped within the purple lightning cage. With a sharp crackling sound, its blade-like wings slashed through the air, instantly shattering the hastily erected water barrier of the white-scaled fish. A massive wound split open across the fish's back, scattering scales in all directions. Purple lightning crackled and danced along the gash, searing the exposed flesh into charred blackness. Despite its grievous injuries, the white-scaled fish retaliated in the fleeting moment the purple Thunderhawk swept past. From the depths of the Blackwater pool erupted a massive water column, 10 meters in diameter, crashing heavily against the hawk. Amidst a piercing cry of agony, the purple Thunderhawk was hurled hundreds of meters into the air, shedding its once impenetrable feathers as they fluttered downward. When the water column finally dissipated, the hawk's grim condition was laid bare, its abdomen stripped of feathers, skin torn and mangled, with fresh blood seeping from its wounds every time it struggled to flap its wings. Yet, despite its excruciating pain, the sight of the white-scaled fish still alive reignited a fierce blaze of hatred in its eyes. Ignoring its injuries, it launched itself into another desperate dive. Xuanwu, make your move. Don't let that white-scaled fish die. Su Yuan's cold voice rang out from high above. Hearing the command, Xuanwu's wings beat powerfully, carrying Su Yuan as they sped toward the purple Thunderhawk. Xuanwu's colossal form, spanning over 100 meters, stirred up a fiery tempest in its wake, the scorching heat evaporating the moisture in the air. Flame Demon Skyfire Sword. Above Xuanwu's head, a massive flaming sword, 40 meters long, materialized in an instant. As they neared the purple Thunderhawk, the sword transformed into a blazing crimson streak, slicing through the air with breathtaking speed. Although the purple Thunderhawk sensed the looming threat of death, it was already too late. As it turned its head toward Xuanwu, its eyes were filled with nothing but the rapidly approaching crimson glow. With a sickening sound, the flaming sword pierced straight through its forehead, cleaving it in two. The bisected body, engulfed in flames, plummeted toward the Blackwater pool below. Witnessing the scene, the white-scaled fish was struck with sheer terror. Without hesitation, it dove into the water, frantically fleeing toward the depths of the pool. Su Yuan let out a cold snort at the sight and summoned forth a massive tree. The towering trunk, 100 meters tall, crashed heavily into the pool, sending up a geyser of water that reached the sky. The tree's crown extended countless branches, which descended like chains, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing fish. At the bottom of the pool, the white-scaled fish swam desperately despite its severe injuries, manipulating the water to create powerful undercurrents in an attempt to fend off its pursuers. But all its efforts were in vain. The branches of the giant tree seemed endless, their relentless advance undeterred by the crushing water pressure as they continued to close in with unstoppable force. The branches shot out like agile serpents, swiftly wrapping around the massive white-scaled fish in the blink of an eye, binding it tightly as if it were a gigantic dumpling. Without hesitation, the branches exerted their strength, dragging the struggling prey toward the surface of the black water pool. With a loud splash, the surface of the pool exploded, sending a curtain of water high into the air. The branches of the ancient tree held the white-scaled fish, over 10 meters in length, firmly in place. Under the sunlight, its silvery white scales glimmered with a cold, piercing brilliance. Standing atop Xuanwu, Su Yuan gazed at the colossal creature before him, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but recall fishing enthusiasts from his past life. If they were to see a catch of this magnitude, they might very well be too stunned to move. White-scaled fish, Su Yuan said, his voice steady and commanding as he stared at the thrashing beast. Become my beast companion, or face death. The choice is yours. He knew full well that as a ruler-level fierce beast, the white-scaled fish possessed intelligence on par with humans and could fully comprehend his words. However, its response was an even more violent struggle. Suddenly, several water arrows shot out from the black pool, whistling towards Su Yuan. Xiaoyan reacted instantly, conjuring a fiery red barrier around itself. The flames neutralized every attack, turning the water into steam in an instant. A white mist briefly filled the air before dissipating under the intense heat. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, Su Yuan's expression turned icy. As his anger flared, the branches of the tree began to tighten their grip. The sound of bones snapping echoed from within the white-scaled fish. Only when the massive creature was on the brink of death did Su Yuan signal the tree to stop. "I'll give you one more chance," Su Yuan said calmly, his gaze fixed on the white-scaled fish before him, its eyes burning with anger. "My talent allows me to discern the evolutionary path of beasts. If you follow me, I can help you evolve into an epic-grade beast in less than 3 days. In the future, you might even surpass the legendary and become a divine beast. The choice is yours, death, or a more powerful future." Facing this 5th-rank, commander-level white-scaled fish, Su Yuan knew all too well that if it chose to self-destruct, he didn't yet have the strength to stop it. His only option was to tempt it with the promise of evolution. Sure enough, as it listened, the anger and humiliation in the fish's eyes began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope. It stared directly at Su Yuan, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. "Rest assured, every word I said is true," Su Yuan continued, gesturing toward his other beasts. "You've seen it yourself. Although their levels are lower than yours, you've experienced their strength firsthand. That's because I helped them evolve multiple times, reaching epic-grade quality. If you agree to become my beast, you'll undergo at least 2 evolutions in the short term and achieve epic grade as well." Noticing the fish's hesitation, Su Yuan immediately focused his mental energy to form a beast contract. He let a drop of his blood fall onto the contract before sending it toward the fish's brow. This time, the process went unusually smoothly. The white-scaled fish fully cooperated, willingly accepting the soul-bound imprint of the contract. It officially became Su Yuan's 5th beast, and the highest level one so far. The moment the contract was sealed, a surge of immense energy flowed into Su Yuan's body. His aura skyrocketed, his level soaring from Commander Rank 1 straight to Commander Rank 5, matching the white-scaled fish. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, then casually threw a punch into the air, causing a deafening boom to erupt. "What incredible power," Su Yuan marveled, flexing his arms as his bones crackled audibly. "In just 1 day, I've advanced from Extraordinary Rank 7 to Commander Rank 5. I'll need some time to adjust to this strength." He swung his arms a few more times, testing his newfound power. Next, Su Yuan retrieved a small vial from his pocket, pouring out a few pills and handing them to the fish. "These are healing pills I carry with me. They're not high grade, but they'll help with your injuries. Take them and rest inside the beast bracelet." After the white-scaled fish swallowed the pills, Su Yuan waved his hand, storing it and the large tree beside it into the beast bracelet. Since he only had 4 bracelets at the moment, the fish was placed in the one that originally belonged to Xiaoyan. For now, Xiaoyan remained outside to assist with traveling. "The number of beasts is growing," Su Yuan remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the 4 beast bracelets on his wrist. "I need to advance to the Lord rank as soon as possible to create a beast space. Otherwise, if I encounter more mythical-grade potential beasts, the bracelets won't be enough." His eyes shifted to the dark water pool below, where the purple Thunderhawk, slain by Xiaoyan with a single strike, had already sunk to the bottom. What a waste of the purple Thunderhawk's beast core. "Oh well, Xiaoyan. Let's keep searching for more commander-level beasts." With 2 million academy points in his possession, a 5th-rank beast core no longer seemed as valuable to Su Yuan. Upon hearing the command, Xiaoyan let out a resonant cry and spread its wings, carrying Su Yuan swiftly toward the horizon. In the villa of District 4, second-year students of Jiuzhou Academy, Yang Di stared intently at the intelligent projection in front of him, his expression heavy. The familiar name Su Yuan, displayed at the top of the projection, caused his heart to tighten, and the image of that young man involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it really be him? The one I encountered at the Huangfu family? Yang Di's fingers trembled slightly. If it truly was that Su Yuan, things would become extremely problematic. If he ever uncovered the truth that it was Yang Di who had sent people to the Voodoo secret realm to assassinate him, Yang Di wouldn't escape with his life, and the entire Yang family would face utter annihilation. Not long ago, the Yang family had suddenly sent word, instructing him to investigate the list of individuals who had entered the Sky Tower after it opened this morning. As an ordinary student of Jiuzhou Academy within a grade Beast Taming talent, Yang Di couldn't compare to the grade prodigies like Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, who were specially recruited. However, thanks to his excellent performance in last year's college entrance exams, he had managed to secure a place in this prestigious academy. The opening of the Sky Tower this morning had caused quite a stir, and news of the freshman taking on the challenge was easy to obtain. When Yang Di saw that Su Yuan not only succeeded in the challenge, but also made it directly into the top 800 on the stone tablet rankings, his unease only grew stronger. Let's hope it's just someone with the same name. Yang Di took a deep breath, trying to convince himself. But the lingering anxiety refused to dissipate. Yunjiao also entered the Sky Tower this morning. If I ask her, I can confirm the truth. Resolving himself, Yang Di turned off the projection and strode quickly out of his room. Outside the dormitory area of the first district in the Kyushu Academy, Huangfu Yunjiao stood in front of Yang Di, her brows slightly furrowed. She had initially thought it was Su Yuan who wanted to see her, not Yang Di. Fully aware of Yang Di's feelings for her, she had always maintained a deliberate distance. Yes, Su Yuan is my friend. Why do you ask? Huangfu Yunjiao asked calmly. Unexpectedly, Yang Di didn't pester her as he usually did. Instead, he directly inquired about the rankings of the Tongtian Tower, particularly Su Yuan's performance. This unusual behavior put Huangfu Yunjiao on alert. Yunjiao, don't overthink it, Yang Di explained. Su Yuan ranked 800 on his first attempt at the Tongtian Tower, which caused quite a stir in the academy. Many students want to connect with such a top-tier talent. When I was at the Huangfu family, I heard you had a friend like this, so I wanted to confirm if it was the same person. If it's convenient, I hope you can introduce me to him. After receiving confirmation, Yang Di's heart sank, but he maintained a calm smile. His explanation seemed reasonable enough that even the cautious Huangfu Yunjiao didn't detect anything amiss. I'll mention it to Su Yuan if I get the chance. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now, Huangfu Yunjiao said, turning to leave. Yunjiao, Yang Di quickly stepped forward. Let me treat you to dinner. Consider it a celebration of your admission to the Kyushu Academy. His intense gaze locked onto her. I'm busy tonight, no time. Thanks though, Huangfu Yunjiao refused without hesitation and walked away. Watching her resolute figure disappear into the distance, the smile on Yang Di's face gradually faded, replaced by a dark expression. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. You arrogant woman, acting so high and mighty, he cursed internally. If it weren't for me providing information about the Shadow Dragon Wood, your Dark Mark Scorpion would never have evolved into a perfect quality Shadow Dragon Scorpion. Nor would you have advanced to the Transcendent level and received special admission. And that poor boy Su Yuan from Tianyang City, his talent is frighteningly strong. I need to deal with him before he becomes a threat. Yang Di took a deep breath and summoned his flying beast to return. He had already investigated Su Yuan's background. Knowing the boy had no support, he had arranged for 3 peak awakening Beast Tamers to ambush him in the 5 Venoms forest. Though the assassination attempt had failed, Yang Di had already returned to his family by then and temporarily shelved the matter. When submitting today's Tongtian Tower participant list, he made sure to highlight Su Yuan's details. Late at night, in the council chamber of the Demon God's church headquarters, a dozen black-robed figures sat around a circular table. A stack of documents detailing the Kyushu Academy's Tongtian Tower participants was piled on the table. As per the Demon God's instructions, each of our informants has compiled the complete list of students who challenged the Tongtian Tower today, the church leader rasped. Let us review it together. Once we consolidate the information, I will present the final list to the Demon God. The group nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the documents on the table began to levitate into the air. In a concealed location within Tianyang City, Nanjiang Province, the upper echelon of the Demon God cult was convening an important meeting. A figure cloaked in black robes was engrossed in reviewing a document containing detailed intelligence on Su Yuan, a low murmur unconsciously escaping his throat. Falcon, is there something troubling you? The Grand Master, ever perceptive, turned and inquired. Nothing of note, Grand Master, the black-robed individual responded promptly, lifting his gaze. I was merely reminded of the subordinates we lost recently in Tianyang City. Explain in detail, the Grand Master demanded, his brows furrowing. His tone weighted with authority. The one addressed as Falcon immediately recounted the sequence of events. As the head of the Jiangnan Province branch, he oversaw the region that included Tianyang City. When news came of the complete annihilation of the Bloodraven squad in Tianyang City, it was revealed that one of their members had been captured alive. This led to the exposure of several demon god cult strongholds across Jiangnan Province, resulting in catastrophic losses. The incident had been a persistent source of anguish for Falcon, and seeing Su Yuan's intelligence file now evoked an uncontrollable wave of frustration. I see, the Grand Master remarked, his tone turning severe. It appears that the capture of your subordinate is what caused these losses. When you return, you must discipline your men properly. Ensure that thorough intelligence work is conducted before any operation. If not for my insistence on the single-line communication system, the losses in your branch could have been even greater. Understood, Grand Master. Falcon's body visibly tensed, and he promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement. The Grand Master cast a sweeping gaze over the others present. Now that everyone has reviewed the document, Compile a comprehensive list based on the intelligence provided by each of your covert sources. Half an hour later, the Grandmaster, holding the consolidated intelligence, approached the statue of the fifth demon god. With practiced precision, he activated the formation in front of the statue and placed the intelligence within the glowing light. Moments later, the formation lit up once more, and a black chest, half as tall as a man, materialized out of thin air. Sensing the immense energy emanating from the chest, the Grand Master could barely contain his delight. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully secured the chest, then bowed deeply in reverence toward the demon god statue. On the battlefield of realms, the deafening roars of beasts intertwined with the explosive bursts of elemental energy. Countless ferocious creatures clashed with Beast Tamers in an earth-shaking war, as vibrant beams of energy shattered across the sky, illuminating the chaos below. They've gone mad. Are these abyssal demons trying to start the final battle ahead of schedule? A Beast Tamer frowned deeply as he observed the fierce conflict unfolding below. Whatever madness they're up to, our priority is to hold the line, another replied firmly. With Lord Xuanwu overseeing the defense, they won't cause much trouble. In a command tent behind the battlefield, Xuanwu, clad in resplendent armor, was reviewing reports from across the front lines. In his hand was a confidential letter, and a rare smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Cleared the 99th floor of the Skyward Tower? What a remarkable young man, far better than I was in my youth. Heaven truly blesses Xia to have such a talent. He murmured to himself. It seems the demon's full-scale offensive this time is aimed at Su Yuan. As the words left his lips, the letter in his hand disintegrated into ash. Someone come. Xuanwu called out in a commanding voice. A general quickly entered the tent and saluted respectfully. Commander Xue, relay my orders. Fortify all defenses. Do not allow any of the demons to slip through into Xia's territory. Yes, Commander. The general bowed and swiftly left to carry out the orders. Xuanwu slowly rose to his feet, his aura surging with overwhelming power. It's been far too long since I fought. Time to stretch my muscles. If the fifth demon god dares to meddle in Xia's affairs, he'll need a reminder of his place. With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift tore open before him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch, sending a roaring golden dragon of energy hurtling through the rift. Meanwhile, in the abyssal fifth demon god's palace, the demon god erupted in fury. You old fool, how dare you! In an instant, he appeared in the skies outside his palace, his blood-red eyes blazing with wrath. Two shadowy serpents materialized to intercept the incoming golden dragon. The resulting collision unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, cracking even the seemingly indestructible barriers of the demon god's sanctuary. Fifth demon god, consider this a mere warning. Xue's zengious voice echoed ominously through the rift. If I catch you bullying the young again, don't blame me for escalating things. As the spatial rift closed, the fifth demon god spat out a mouthful of blood, his presence visibly diminished. That old man, he's grown even stronger. At that moment, a figure appeared silently beside him. The newcomer was draped in a dark crimson robe, their blood-red eyes unfathomably deep, exuding no discernible aura. The fifth demon god immediately dropped to one knee. Dilu greets your majesty. But the demon emperor paid no heed to his gesture. Without a word, he stepped forward, his form vanishing into the void. Did he come? On the battlefield of the boundary realm, Xuanwu stood still after retracting his fists. His eyes flickered slightly, and the faintest trace of a smile played at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared high above the human camp. At this moment, he stood firmly atop the head of a colossal white dragon, its scales shimmering like frost. With a deafening roar that tore through the void, the white dragon surged upwards, carrying Xuanwu toward the endless expanse of the starry sky above the boundary realm battlefield. Moments later, a cataclysmic storm erupted deep within the cosmos. Stars shattered into dust wherever its force swept through, leaving the void riddled with jagged rifts. The air was filled with the sound of dragon roars intertwining with the feral howls of destruction, echoing ceaselessly across the heavens. On the ground below, millions of human and demon warriors were locked in fierce combat, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the sky above. Only the most powerful figures on both sides sensed the reverberations of the clash. The mighty saint-level beast tamers of the human race and the demon generals among the demons all wore expressions of shock, their faces betraying their astonishment. The power on display far exceeded anything they had ever imagined. The battle in the boundless starry void raged on for 10 days and nights. When Xuanwu finally returned to the camp, his armor was in tatters, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, the demon emperor staggered as he emerged outside the fifth demon hall, his aura chaotic and unstable. The demon emperor's sharp gaze swept toward the fifth demon, who had been kneeling on one knee in midair. His voice was cold and commanding as he said, "Remember Shuizhengyi's warning. Next time, have your subordinates figure it out. I'll have the second and third's forces assist you." Before the final word had fully left his lips, the demon emperor's figure disappeared without a trace. "Yes, your majesty." The fifth demon responded respectfully, bowing his head before slowly rising. Watching the direction in which the demon emperor had vanished, his heart churned with waves of shock. His majesty was injured. This revelation was even more startling than facing Shuizhengyi's overwhelming power during their clash. Boom. In the dense forests thousands of miles away from the secret realm housing the Jiuzhou Academy, a towering mountain, over 100 meters high, suddenly quaked. The ground trembled violently in response. From the front of the mountain, a massive turtle head rose high into the air, unleashing a resonant roar that echoed like the toll of a great bell. It was none other than Su Yuan's beast, Xiaoxian. Its presence surged with overwhelming intensity as its body expanded rapidly in just a few breaths. What was once a turtle shell 100 meters tall now stood at an astonishing 200 meters, its size multiplying several times over. The oppressive aura Xiaoxian exuded surpassed even that of ordinary Lord-class beasts, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. In the distance, Su Yuan stood atop the head of another colossal creature, his second contracted beast, Xiaobai. This enormous white-scaled fish, pure as snow, stretched over 1,000 meters in length. Beneath Xiaobai, waves rippled and surged, lifting it gracefully into the air like the tides of an ocean. Mountain sea turtle attributes. Contract species, turtle water element, earth element. Quality, epic, 5 stars. Level, commander, tier 1. Perfect skills, water cannon, tidal strike, camouflage, water escape, spiral surge, heavy water barrier, river's power, mountain suppression. Evolution count, 3. Next evolution requirements. 1 Emperor class water element beast core, 1 Emperor class earth element beast core, 1 azure pearl of the sea, 1 geo crystal. Finally, Xiaoxian has broken through to the commander level after a month. Su Yuan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He had poured tremendous effort into this moment, spending over 100,000 academy points to exchange for top-tier 4th-grade water element resources, including the precious water soul orbs, to aid Xiaoxian's growth. Over these 28 days, aside from twice exchanging evolution resources for Xiaobai and purchasing top-tier 4th-grade resources for his 5 beasts, Su Yuan had led his companions into the wilderness beyond Jiuzhou Academy. There, they battled relentlessly against fierce commander-level beasts. White Jade Leviathan attributes. Contract species, whale water element. Quality, epic, 6 stars. Level, commander, tier 9. Perfect skills, flowing barrier, water stream burst, 1,000 arrows of water, tidal force, deep sea gaze, water moon supremacy. Evolution count, 2. Next evolution requirements. 2 Emperor class water element beast cores, 10 deep sea blue crystals, 1 heart of the ocean siren. Xiaoxian, come back. It's about time for us to head back and prepare for the freshman tournament, Su Yuan called out, satisfied with Xiaoxian's stabilized aura. With a resonant roar in response, Xiaoxian's massive form swiftly shrank to about 10 meters before being stored back into Su Yuan's Beastmaster ring. Su Yuan tapped Xiao Bei's head lightly and said, "Let's go find Xiao Yu and the others." With a deep, resonating whale cry, Xiao Bei flicked its powerful tail, propelling itself forward at incredible speed using its tidal force. Over the past days, Su Yuan had instructed his 5 contracted beasts to spread out within a 200-mile radius to avoid competing for opponents. In less than an hour, guided by the innate connection between beast and master, Su Yuan managed to gather all his beasts together. Through 28 days of relentless battles and an unwavering investment of top-tier 4th-grade resources, every one of Su Yuan's contracted beasts had experienced significant growth and strength. During the past month of nurturing his contracted beasts, Su Yuan's companions have made remarkable progress. Xiaoxian, the largest in size, required more energy accumulation and was the last to break through to the commander tier level 1. Xiaoyu displayed astonishing talent, achieving commander tier level 1 2 days ago. The most powerful among them, Xiaoyin, leapt to commander tier level 3 in one go, while Dishu steadily advanced to commander tier level 2. In just 1 month, Su Yuan successfully elevated all his contracted beasts to the commander tier, granting him the ability to contend with ordinary lord tier beasts. After gathering all his companions, Su Yuan returned Xiao Bai to his beast ring and summoned Xiaoyan, the beast that usually accompanied him in public. Together, they spread their wings and flew toward the Jiuzhou Academy. As Su Yuan's 5th contracted beast, Xiao Bai had never revealed itself to outsiders. This commander tier level 9, epic 6-star quality beast was Su Yuan's most formidable trump card. Even in the talent-filled Jiuzhou Academy, Xiao Bai's strength was enough to crush any commander tier peak level beasts owned by the Academy's most gifted students. With such overwhelming power, Su Yuan naturally kept Xiao Bai's existence a well-guarded secret. Moreover, among this year's incoming students, Yin, with its epic 9-star quality and commander tier level 3 strength, was already in a league of its own. For the upcoming freshman competition, Su Yuan was confident that Yin alone was sufficient to secure the championship. Although Su Yuan currently had over 19 million points remaining, the increasing number and quality of his contracted beasts meant that the resources required to nurture them would only grow more expensive. The 20 million points he earned from conquering the Tower of Trials seemed substantial, but would fall short in meeting his long-term needs. Therefore, the 1 million points reward for winning the freshman competition was a prize Su Yuan was determined to claim. The very evening Su Yuan returned to the Jiuzhou Academy, Huangfu Yunjiao invited him to a luxurious private room in the school cafeteria for dinner, taking the opportunity to share some insider information she had gathered regarding the upcoming freshman competition. No arena battles in this year's freshman contest? Su Yuan asked, astonished after hearing the news. Huangfu Yunjiao nodded and explained, this year's college entrance exams were unique. Core students from various cities already participated in arena battles during the exams. The winners then advanced to compete in the National College Entrance Exam, which involved further arena selections. Except for us special recruits, the other freshmen gained admission to Jiuzhou Academy only after going through rigorous rounds of competition. Su Yuan nodded in realization. That makes sense. Considering they've already been through so many battles to get here, skipping arena fights does seem reasonable. Yunjiao, aside from the cancellation of arena battles, is there any other news? He asked. That's something you'll have to ask Yunqian about. Huangfu Yunjiao replied with a smile, turning to Shangguan Yunqian, who was sitting beside her. The Shangguan family has mentors in the academy, so she knows more of the inside scoop than I do. Over the past month, Huangfu Yunjiao and Shangguan Yunqian had become close friends. This, in turn, led Su Yuan to develop a favorable impression of Shangguan Yunqian, who came from a prestigious family and possessed exceptional talent. Taking a sip of tea, Shangguan Yunqian said, from what I've heard, this year's freshman competition will take place in a special labyrinth secret realm. All freshmen will need to traverse a 3 sand-mile maze and reach the endpoint in the shortest time possible. Rankings will be determined based on the order of arrival. As for the finer details, I'm not entirely sure. That sounds more like a speedrun challenge, Su Yuan mused to himself. Huangfu Yunjiao propped her chin on her hand and remarked, it seems this year's contest will be more interesting. They won't just test strength but also luck. I wonder what kind of troubles we'll face in the labyrinth. There'll definitely be plenty of trouble, Su Yuan said with a smile. Simply navigating a maze would be too easy. There are bound to be traps and fierce beasts along the way. Exactly, Shangguan Yunqian agreed. Jiuzhou Academy's assessments would never rely solely on luck. The competition is the day after tomorrow, so don't forget to pack some extra provisions. Crossing a 3 sand-mile labyrinth will take quite some time. The three of them left the dinner feeling satisfied and returned to their dorms to prepare for the competition. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the day of the freshman competition, 1,000 new students gathered early in the central plaza of Jiuzhou Academy. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a massive spatial rift tear open in the sky. From it emerged a colossal silver-white battleship, stretching hundreds of meters long. The sight made everyone's pupils contract and their expressions fill with awe. The moment the warship fully emerged, the massive spatial rift behind it vanished without a trace. The colossal, silver-white vessel hovered in midair, radiating an awe-inspiring pressure that struck fear into the hearts of those who gazed upon it. Its immense body blotted out the sky, while its metallic surface gleamed with a cold, sharp brilliance under the sunlight. On the plaza below, the students tilted their heads upward, their eyes fixed on the enormous warship, filled with shock and awe. The male students, in particular, had their eyes shining with admiration, their hearts surging with intense longing and desire. A top-tier warship capable of tearing through space itself was an irresistible allure for any young man. Standing at the front of the crowd, Su Yuan gazed intently at the warship in the sky, activating his Heaven's Eye talent. A series of information, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Void Warping Warship. Contract Type. Mechanical Spatial. Grade. Epic 8-star. Level. Emperor Class. Tier 6. Abilities. Barrage of Cannons. Star-Destroying Beam. Phasing. Light Particle Teleportation. Spatial Traversal. Evolution Count. 0. Evolution Path. None. A Spatial Type Mechanical Beast. In its Emperor Class. Tier 6. Su Yuan's face showed a mixture of astonishment and excitement. The foundation of the Jiuzhou Academy truly runs deep. This Emperor-class warship alone could rival an army of 1,000,000 on the battlefield. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the warship above. All students, do not resist. Before the words fully settled, several beams of light shot down from the warship, enveloping every freshman in the plaza. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness, and in the next instant, they found themselves standing on the deck of the massive warship. Once on the deck, Su Yuan finally grasped the true scale of the warship, which far exceeded his initial expectations. The deck alone was over 10 times larger than the central plaza of Jiuzhou Academy below. As an Emperor-class spatial-type mechanical beast, the vastness of the void-warping warship's internal space was nothing short of astonishing. The enormous void warship suddenly appeared before everyone, its sheer grandeur leaving all the students in awe. At the rear of the expansive deck stood rows of structures and chambers, tightly packed together like a fortress floating in the sky. Could this be the warship beast of the headmaster? One student exclaimed, their voice filled with reverence as they recognized the rare spatial-type mechanical beast. Everyone present knew that the headmaster of the Kyushu Academy owned a warship beast capable of traversing space. To witness such a legendary figure was an unparalleled opportunity for ordinary people. As the dizziness subsided, the deck erupted with excitement. Shangguan Yunxian and Huangfu Yunzhao both wore rare expressions of exhilaration. They were fully aware of the significance of the headmaster personally presiding over the freshman tournament. After all, the Kyushu headmaster, Gu Yufeng, was one of the top 3 saint-level beastmasters in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Unlike the surrounding excitement, Su Yuan's expression was unusually calm. While he marveled at the power of the void warship beneath his feet, he showed little enthusiasm for the headmaster's arrival. Suddenly, 12 figures emerged from the structures at the rear of the ship. These were none other than the renowned 12 deans. Moments later, an even more distinguished figure stepped forward, Gu Yufeng, the headmaster of Kyushu Academy. The 12 deans immediately lined up on either side and bowed respectfully. Welcome, headmaster. The excitement among the students on the deck reached a boiling point. The simultaneous appearance of the headmaster and the 12 emperor-level Beastmaster deans made it clear that this freshman tournament was anything but ordinary. In previous years, the arena battles never required such a grand display, let alone taking place on this mysterious warship. Gu Yufeng cast a calm gaze across the crowd, his eyes pausing briefly on Su Yuan before he spoke. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. As soon as his words fell, a massive spatial rift, stretching hundreds of meters, tore open at the front of the warship. The scenery around them blurred, the light dimmed, and countless twisted beams of light streaked past at incredible speed. They had entered the legendary spatial passage. Most students quickly found the distorted lights unbearable to look at and lowered their heads, massaging their temples. Even Nye Xiaoming only lasted a few seconds, longer than Shangguan Yunxian. Only Su Yuan continued to intently observe the surrounding spatial distortions, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The 12 deans exchanged approving glances. Su Yuan's extraordinary feat of reaching the 99th floor of the Sky Tower a month ago had already proven his SS-level Beastmaster talent. Now, his ability to withstand the mental strain of the spatial passage further confirmed his exceptional soul strength and mental resilience. With a resounding boom, a crack of light suddenly pierced through the darkness ahead, illuminating the entire deck. As the students adjusted to the brightness, a mysterious vortex suspended in midair came into view. Su Yuan's spirits lifted. This was the entrance to the Labyrinth world for the freshman tournament. The void ship slowly approached the massive vortex suspended in midair. Gu Yufeng turned to Hichong, who stood beside him. Hichong, the dean of the Water Element Beast Taming Academy at Jiuzhou University, was also a peak emperor-level beast tamer, second only to Gu Yufeng. Hichong, I'll leave it to you to announce the contents of the upcoming competition to these young ones, Gu Yufeng said. Hichong nodded and stepped forward. His gaze swept across the crowd gathered on the deck, and in a deep voice, he declared, "Next, we will commence the 568th Annual Freshman Competition of Jiuzhou University. The competition venue is the secret realm behind USA Moving Labyrinth, with a radius of 3,000 miles. He proceeded to explain the rules in detail. The students would be teleported to various points on the outskirts of the labyrinth. Their objective was to traverse the maze, filled with traps, mechanisms, and ferocious beasts, and reach the central location Phantom Moon City within 1 week. Their rankings would be determined by the order in which they arrived. Each participant would receive a teleportation token inscribed with a restriction by the headmaster himself. The token would automatically activate and teleport the bearer to Phantom Moon City if they encountered a life-threatening situation, but doing so would reset their competition score to 0. Of course, Hichong added with a faint smile, the beasts placed in the labyrinth are of excellent quality. If you have the ability, feel free to seal them. With a wave of his hand, 1,027 jade white tokens flew through the air like scattered petals, landing precisely in the hands of each student. Now, take your tokens and enter the secret realm. We'll be waiting for you in Phantom Moon City. Su Yuan had just caught his token when he was enveloped in a dazzling white light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing within the secret realm. Looking around, he saw towering black steel walls, each 1,000 meters high. The walls were either tightly connected or spaced apart by 100 meters to form passageways. In front of him were 3 branching paths, each wide enough to allow beasts to pass through. Overhead, a steel dome embedded with glowing orbs illuminated the entire space. Summoning his beast, Little Flame, Su Yuan instructed it to test the strength of the walls. Little Flame spread its wings and unleashed its infernal Skyfire sword. The massive flaming blade, 40 meters long, struck the steel wall, leaving only a glowing red mark. It was clear that with Little Flame's current power, breaking through the walls was not an option. After a moment of consideration, Su Yuan summoned Little Shadow, a smaller and more agile beast. While Little Xin could also change its size, it lacked the speed of the wind elemental Little Shadow. Leaping onto Little Shadow's back, Su Yuan chose the middle path and began his journey through the labyrinth. Xiaoyu let out a resounding tiger's roar, its powerful limbs propelling it forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the fork in the middle of the path. On its back, Su Yuan clung tightly to its fur, feeling the rush of wind against his face. Half an hour later, the entire maze suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. Amidst deafening rumbles, the towering steel walls, reaching thousands of meters high, began to shift. Within mere breaths, the three-way intersection merged into two paths, and the route behind them altered. The ground shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Xiaoyu, stop! Su Yuan, sensing the reverberating roar in the air, immediately became alert and patted Xiaoyu's head lightly. They cautiously scanned their surroundings as the massive steel walls shifted positions. Xiaoyu's muscles tensed, ready to react to any sudden danger. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, and a massive steel wall, over 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, shot upward with a thunderous sound. Su Yuan felt a jolt through his body as he realized they were about to be crushed against the iron dome above. If they were pinned there, they would surely be reduced to nothing but pulp. With a furious roar, Xiaoyu reacted instantly the moment the steel wall began to rise. Its agile body leapt into the air, springing off the rapidly ascending wall and landing firmly on the ground. Yet the danger was far from over. The ground beneath them trembled once more as another wall began to rise. Amid the relentless cacophony of steel walls crashing into the 1,000-meter-high dome, countless walls erupted from the ground, while others retracted back into it. The entire space had transformed into an enormous mechanical trap. Xiaoyu, carrying Su Yuan, darted and weaved through the rising and falling steel jungle. With each leap, it landed precisely on safe ground, displaying extraordinary agility and judgment. After a minute of rapid shifts, the maze finally came to a halt. Xiaoyu stood steadily on a flat clearing, the surroundings completely transformed. Su Yuan silently felt grateful for choosing the agile and nimble Xiaoyu. Had he brought the massive Xiaoyan instead, navigating this trap-laden maze would have been nearly impossible. Although the maze's paths had undergone significant changes, Su Yuan, relying on his powerful mental acuity and sharp observational skills, noticed that their overall direction of progress remained largely intact. This aligned perfectly with his initial predictions at the starting point, boosting his confidence. Xiaoyu, let's keep moving forward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a section of the high wall to their right suddenly cracked open. From the gap, a pack of ironclad dire wolves burst forth with ferocious howls. Ironclad dire wolves, wolf steel type, rare 5-star, awakened tier 7, skills, hunger, iron skull, claw barrage. Ironclad wolf king, wolf steel type, exceptional 3-star, transcendent tier 1, skills, hunger, iron skull, claw barrage, savage charge, bone piercing chains. Leading the pack was a transcendent tier 1 wolf king, commanding 10 awakened tier 7 dire wolves. Such a lineup was more than enough to eliminate the majority of new recruits. Su Yuan was well aware that the general strength of new students at the Jiuzhou Academy ranged from awakened tier 7 to the peak of awakened. Even after a month of training, fewer than half would manage to break through to the transcendent level. This brutal assessment was clearly in line with Jiuzhou Academy's elite among elites philosophy. The ironclad wolf king was the first to attack, launching 2 iron chains adorned with sharp spikes directly toward them. However, this strike only served to enrage Xiaoyu. With a casual swipe of its paw, the chains were shattered into pieces. Seizing the moment of the Wolf King's stunned hesitation, Xiaoyu's front claws lashed out again, summoning countless dark shadows from the ground. These shadowy forms slithered like serpents, wrapping tightly around every dire wolf. In mere moments, the shadows transformed into tendrils that bound the wolves securely. At Xiaoyu's furious roar, the tendrils constricted violently, crushing the entire pack of wolves in an instant. This was Xiaoyu's Shadowbind skill. With its Dominator Tier 1 strength, it effortlessly annihilated this group of beasts, whose strongest member barely reached Transcendent Tier 1. Su Yuan didn't spare the corpses on the ground a single glance. The crystal cores of awakened and low-tier transcendent beasts no longer held any value to him. Without hesitation, he urged Xiaoyu forward, deeper into the maze. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Nie Xiaoming wielded a single flying sword. With it orbiting around him, he effortlessly cut down every beast that dared to approach. The flying sword pierced through the heads of all the ferocious beasts without a trace of blood, gracefully spinning back to Nie Xiaoming's side. The blade quivered slightly before swiftly sliding to the ground at his feet, carrying its master at lightning speed toward the labyrinth's entrance ahead. Just then, a sharp, piercing cry split the sky. A massive ice-blue bird, over 10 meters in length, soared into the air, its wings outstretched. Seated on its back was Shangguan Yunqian. Behind them, over a dozen beasts had already succumbed to the freezing cold, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures that reflected a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. Not far away, Huangfu Yunzhao stood firmly atop a colossal shadow dragon scorpion. The imposing beast's 6 sturdy legs produced deafening metallic clanging sounds with every step it took. In its wake, the lifeless bodies of beasts, felled by its venom, lay scattered across the ground. These prodigies, specially recruited into the Kyushu Academy, were without exception individuals of extraordinary talent. Even before their enrollment, they had already achieved the level of transcendent beast tamers. After a month of rigorous training and access to beast evolution resources exchanged with points from the Tower of Trials, their strength had grown significantly. Most of these special recruits had reached at least the 5th tier of the transcendent level, and their primary beasts were all of flawless quality at the very least. When faced with the first wave of ferocious beasts acting as gatekeepers in the labyrinth, Shangguan Yunqian, Nie Xiaoming, and the other special recruits handled the challenge with ease and confidence. In contrast, the students who had gained admission through the formal entrance exams were faring far worse. Confronted with the dual trials of labyrinth traps and beast attacks, over half of them had already been eliminated. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of Illusion Moon City, flashes of teleportation light appeared intermittently. One by one, disheveled freshmen and their beasts were transported back. Though relieved to have returned unharmed, their faces bore expressions of bitter disappointment. For these youths, once celebrated as top-tier geniuses in their respective cities, failing to make any significant progress in the freshman competition was undoubtedly a heavy blow. In the city of Illusory Moon, 12 Dean-level powerhouses had gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the screen before them. At the top of the screen was a list of the prodigies specially recruited early by the Kyushu Academy this year. Among them, the images of Su Yuan, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, and Zhong Shiding were prominently displayed at the forefront. This year's recruits are quite promising, especially aside from Su Yuan. One of the deans commented. Nie Xiaoming's talent in swordsmanship and beast mastery is not to be underestimated. Coupled with the support of the Nie family, assembling a set of exotic sword-type beasts wouldn't be difficult for him. If he can master the Nie family's secret techniques to perfection, he has a real chance of breaking into the top 10 of the monument rankings and becoming the next generation sword saint of Daxia. The 2 girls from the Shangguan and Zhong families are also showing extraordinary potential, another dean chimed in. This year is truly exceptional. Normally, it's rare to see even one S-level genius, but this year we have 3, along with a prodigy like Su Yuan. It's not just Daxia, other major nations are seeing a surge in talent as well. Perhaps this signals the arrival of a golden age for humanity. Behind them, Gu Yufeng's attention was entirely focused on the footage monitoring Su Yuan. His eyes gleamed as he observed Xiaoyu unleash Shadow Bind to instantly eliminate the Ironfang Wolf and the Ironclad Wolf King. As a powerful and extraordinary expert himself, even he couldn't fully comprehend Su Yuan's beast mastery talents. A fire-type beast like Xiao Yin, a water-type turtle companion, and now the shadow-type Xiaoyu. This cross-system combination of beasts was unprecedented in history and defied the traditional approach of single-system specialization. Time passed, and Su Yuan's group had been navigating the labyrinth world for a full day and night. Led by Xiaoyu, they had already traversed 2/3 of the maze, with only the final third remaining before reaching the center Illusory Moon City. Suddenly, the labyrinth came to a halt. Xiaoyu, stay alert, Su Yuan immediately commanded. Xiaoyu shifted into combat mode without hesitation. After a day and night of progression, they had discerned the labyrinth's movement pattern. Every half hour, the entire maze would shift for 1 minute, followed by an emergence of ferocious beasts from the steel walls. The closer they got to Illusory Moon City, the stronger the beasts they encountered. Boom! The 1,000-meter-high wall ahead split open at its center, and a metallic tiger radiating a gleaming metal sheen leapt out, charging straight at them. This metallic tiger, similar in size to Xiaoyu, had 2 massive cannon barrels mounted on its back. The cannons roared to life, spewing fire as a barrage of shells rained down on Su Yuan and Xiaoyu's position. Boom! 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 Even with Su Yuan on her back, Xiaoyu remained as agile as a phantom, deftly dodging every shell while maneuvering around the metallic tiger. Su Yuan quickly analyzed the tiger's attributes. Titan, Cannon Tiger. Species, Mechanical Steel Type, Fire Type. Quality, Superior 6-star. Level, Commander Tier 3. Condition, Perfect. Skills, Iron Body, Heavy Cannon, Flame Gun. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, none. This was the second mechanical beast Su Yuan had encountered, and its strength far exceeded that of any previous adversary. This colossal war tiger cannon was entirely different from the void warship Su Yuan had encountered previously. Though forged entirely from refined steel, its every movement exuded a remarkable sense of agility, resembling a living, breathing tiger of flesh and blood. If not for Su Yuan's ability to directly view its attribute panel, he might have mistaken it for a real tiger clad in battle armor. The battle escalated in an instant. Frustrated by its inability to strike the nimble Xuanwu, the war tiger cannon suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of devastating flames. This was no ordinary flamethrower. Inferno swept across the battlefield in moments, transforming the area around Su Yuan and Xuanwu into a searing sea of fire. Heh, playing with fire against me? Su Yuan sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure materialized out of thin air. Blazing Sun Fire Domain. With the activation of the skill, an invisible field enveloped an area spanning several kilometers. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. The flames spewed by the war tiger cannon not only intensified but also defied all logic, reversing their course and transforming into several ferocious fire dragons that surged back toward their origin. The clash between metal and flames ended in a heartbeat. Under the scorching assault of the crimson fire, the war tiger cannon's proud steel frame softened, melted, and ultimately collapsed into a pool of molten iron. In less than 3 seconds, the battle was decisively over, and the flames dissipated as quickly as they had erupted. Remarkably, even amidst the overwhelming power of Xiao Yan's blazing sun fire domain, the surrounding steel walls of the maze remained nearly unscathed. Aside from the glowing red ground and the pool of molten steel, the walls showed only a faint reddish hue, once again demonstrating the astonishing defensive capabilities of this steel labyrinth. Having dealt with this opponent, Su Yuan swiftly recalled Xiao Yan and signaled Xuanwu to continue leading the way. In this perilous maze, there was no room for hesitation. In the heart of Xuanwu City, a group of academy deans gathered intently, their gazes fixed on the screen displaying the highest level of action. On the screen, Xiao Yan melted a Tier 3 Dominator class giant cannon battle tiger in just 2 seconds. The sheer power of his flames rivaled that of a fire elemental beast at the early lord level. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads toward Gu Yufeng, who stood silently behind them. "Don't think I don't know what's going through your minds," Gu Yufeng said as he rose to his feet, his tone calm and composed. "You're all just curious about how far Su Yuan's limits can go." Hearing this, He Chong and the other deans exchanged awkward smiles. Just as they were about to abandon the idea, Gu Yufeng spoke again. "If that's the case, let's test his limits. Prepare a lord-level beast. When he reaches the outskirts of Xuanwu City, let them face off." With that, he cleared his throat lightly. As the headmaster of the Jiuzhou Academy, he too was eager to gauge Su Yuan's true strength. However, his position had previously prevented him from altering the rules of the freshman trials. Now that someone had brought it up, it was the perfect excuse. "We'll get on it right away." He Chong's eyes lit up with understanding, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he quickly left to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained oblivious to the plans being made by the Academy's leadership. He rode steadily on Xiaoyu's back, advancing toward Xuanwu City. Along the way, neither the Dominator-class beasts nor the Labyrinth's traps posed any challenge to him. At the same time, 3 other S-ranked Beast Tamers Nia Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, and Zhong Shiding were also progressing steadily in their respective directions. Over the past month, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding had both ascended to become Dominator-class Beast Tamers. With their exceptional talent and strength, the 3 of them could easily handle beasts below the Dominator level, much like Su Yuan. However, as the trio reached the 2/3 mark of their journey, the beasts they encountered grew significantly stronger. The Dominator-class beasts in particular demanded more time and effort to defeat. This gradually widened the gap between them, and Su Yuan what took Su Yuan only half a day to complete would take them at least 2 days. As for the other students, their progress lagged even further behind. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, Huangfu Yunjiao watched intently as her shadow dragon scorpion clashed with a colossal armored alligator turtle at extraordinary Tier 9. Roar! The turtle let out a guttural cry as its tank-like body crashed heavily to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The shadow dragon scorpion raised its pincers high and brought them down in a devastating blow, shattering its opponent's skull. "Finally, it's done." Huangfu Yunjiao exhaled, relief evident in her voice. The victory was largely thanks to the poison soul fruit she had traded from Su Yuan earlier, which had elevated her shadow dragon scorpion's level. Additionally, the venom she injected during the early stages of the battle had taken its toll on the turtle. As she fed her beast a mix of shadow element and poison element beast cores, she pulled out some rations and water for herself. Sitting down, she began contemplating her next steps. The danger level of this labyrinth world increases the deeper one ventures. Huangfu Yunjiao leaned against a moss-covered stone wall, carefully nibbling on her tough, dry rations while contemplating her current situation. She was well aware that with her current strength, reaching the central city of Illusory Moon was an almost impossible task. Encountering a commander-level beast would leave her with little chance of escape. Her thoughts drifted to Su Yuan. With his talent and strength, his situation in the labyrinth should be far better than hers. She vividly remembered Chang's warning before the freshman tournament began. Activating the Jade token to teleport back to Illusory Moon City would reset all scores to 0. Rather than risking her life by delving deeper into the labyrinth, it would be wiser to stay in the relatively safer areas and hold out until the 7-day time limit expired, preserving the points she had already earned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the labyrinth, Su Yuan was riding Xiaoyu as they charged out of a maze of towering walls. When he saw the open plains ahead and the majestic, towering city in the distance, his eyes lit up with excitement. Finally out. That must be Illusory Moon City, Su Yuan exclaimed, patting Xiaoyu's neck enthusiastically. It's less than 20 miles away. Xiaoyu, let's go. Once we earn that 1,000,000 points, we'll get you the best supplements money can buy. Hearing this, Xiaoyu let out an excited howl and immediately started sprinting toward the grand city. However, their joy was short-lived. With a deafening rumble, the sandy ground ahead began to churn violently, and a massive figure slowly rose from beneath the earth. It was a towering stone giant, as tall as a 10-story building, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Xiaoyu's fur bristled instantly, and it instinctively came to a halt. What the? Su Yuan's grin froze on his face. This thing's a lord-level beast. Before Su Yuan, a stream of detailed attributes materialized clearly. Sandstorm stone giant, earth elemental type, perfect 3-star quality, and lord-level tier 1. It possessed 2 skills, suppression and fury, as well as evolutionary abilities such as sandstorm force, quicksand trap, desert burial, and polar sandstorm. Its current evolution count was 0, with 5 available evolutionary paths. These revelations caused Su Yuan's brows to knit tightly. If it were merely an exceptional quality lore-tier beast, he might still stand a chance. However, the gap between exceptional and perfect 3-star quality was far too vast. Moreover, this was an elemental creature. Such beings could only be defeated by destroying their elemental core. Otherwise, no matter how many times they were torn apart, they could swiftly reassemble themselves by drawing upon surrounding elements. Boom! Just as Su Yuan was assessing the situation, the stone giant suddenly pounded its chest with both fists, producing an earth-shaking roar that sent sand scattering in all directions. Lacking a mouth or nose, it had no means of vocalizing the anger it felt after being abruptly transported here. Against someone like Chang, an Emperor powerhouse, it had no choice but to hide underground in frustration. But now, encountering Su Yuan, whom it deemed an easy target, it naturally sought to vent its fury. The stone giant took a massive step forward, charging directly at Su Yuan. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Xiaoyu's feet began to soften, forming a rapidly sinking funnel that threw her off balance. Not good. Xiaoyan, come out. Realizing it was a quicksand trap, Su Yuan swiftly recalled Xiaoyu into his beast-controlling bracelet and summoned Xiaoyan in her place. In a seamless motion, he leapt onto Xiaoyan's back, intending to leverage its flight capabilities to escape. Now that they had exited the steel labyrinth, with no ceiling to obstruct them, he could theoretically fly high enough to bypass the stone giant entirely and head straight for Phantom Moon City, 20 miles away. But reality proved far harsher than anticipated. Just as Su Yuan landed on Xiaoyan's back, a violent sandstorm engulfed them. Each grain of sand in the storm carried immense energy, razor-sharp and capable of slicing through the defenses of even extraordinary tier beasts with terrifying ease. Xiaoyan reacted swiftly, deploying a protective barrier of flames to shield both itself and Su Yuan. The relentless onslaught of sand turned to molten lava upon contact with the fiery barrier. While this defense was successful, it drastically slowed their flight speed. At that moment, the stone giant extended a colossal hand composed entirely of sand, spanning hundreds of meters, and swiped at Xiaoyan, whose 100-meter wingspan now appeared minuscule in comparison. Boom! At the critical moment, Xiaoyan unleashed its flame sun domain, transforming an area of several kilometers into a sea of fire. Within the inferno, countless sand particles melted into magma, coalescing into a massive molten sword that thrust upward toward the descending sand hand. Crack! The molten sword pierced through the sand hand, leaving a gaping hole dozens of meters wide. The surrounding sand particles were scorched into a glassy state under the intense heat. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyan flapped its wings and shot through the gap, ascending straight into the sky. Only after reaching an altitude of several thousand meters did Xiaoyan finally stop to catch its breath. Its sharp golden eyes were filled with exhaustion as it gazed back at the swirling sandstorm below. Though they had seemingly broken free with ease, the truth was that Xuanwu had expended all its energy in the process, teetering on the brink of collapse. If they were to encounter that colossal sandstorm hand again, Xuanwu would have absolutely no chance of escape. Damn it! Su Yuan, standing on Xuanwu's back and looking down at the raging sandstorm below, grew increasingly furious. Are those academy guys out of their minds? Placing such a powerful Lord-level beast near the finish line, isn't this just sending students to their deaths? Recalling the perilous moment earlier, Su Yuan still felt a lingering fear. If not for Xuanwu's quick reflexes and desperate effort to carve out a path, he would have already been teleported back to Illusion Moon City by the Jade Token. According to He Chong, once teleported back, not only would his competition results be invalidated, but he'd also lose the million-point reward. Boom, boom, boom. As Xuanwu dashed out of the sandstorm's range, the surrounding dust began to settle. At the storm's center, the sandstorm stone giant, having missed its strike, raised its massive fists and pounded its chest in rage, resembling an enraged silverback gorilla. It tilted its head back, glaring at Su Yuan and Xuanwu's position. Although its face was an indistinct mass of sand and stone, its overwhelming fury was unmistakable. Heh, no matter how strong you are, you can't reach us at this height. Su Yuan smirked as he looked down at the sandstorm giant, which could only stand there in frustration. His earlier irritation and anger eased considerably as satisfaction spread across his face. Oh, come on. Not again. But his smugness didn't last long before he cried out in alarm. Below, the enraged sandstorm stone giant's massive humanoid body began to disintegrate, collapsing into a swirling mass of sand. In an instant, the sand coalesced midair, forming a massive sand dragon hundreds of feet long, surging towards Su Yuan and Xuanwu with terrifying momentum. Su Yuan dared not linger a second longer. Without hesitation, he commanded Xuanwu to speed toward Illusion Moon City as fast as possible. In the sky, a massive sandstorm had taken the form of a colossal sandstorm stone giant, relentlessly pursuing Xuanwu. The distance between the swirling sand and Xuanwu was shrinking rapidly, the situation growing ever more perilous. Miscalculated. Su Yuan, standing on Xuanwu's back, was taken aback. He had not expected the sandstorm stone giant to transform into a storm of sand. Witnessing the giant's massive, 100-foot palm forming again amidst the flying sand to strike, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If there's no avoiding it, then we fight. He was ready to summon his most powerful beast, the white jade giant-scaled whale. At that critical moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. The massive palm, rushing forward with unstoppable force, froze midair as if time itself had been halted. Su Yuan immediately abandoned his plan to summon Xiaobai and took the opportunity to have Xuanwu create some distance between them and the threat. Looking back, Su Yuan activated his heavenly vision eye and witnessed an incredible sight. The space around the sandstorm stone giant was warping and distorting under an invisible force. This mysterious power, intricate and unfathomable, bound the giant like an inescapable net. Despite being a perfect-grade, Lord-level beast, the sandstorm stone giant appeared as fragile as a newborn in the face of this overwhelming force. With a deafening crash, the sand dragon dissipated suddenly, leaving behind only a fist-sized, yellowish-brown, heart-shaped crystal, the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant. The sheer magnitude of this power left Su Yuan deeply shaken. If such a force had been directed at him, he doubted he could have offered any resistance. The elemental core shot through the air and landed in Su Yuan's hand. Immediately after, a familiar voice echoed around him. Su Yuan, such an accident during the newcomer tournament is our failure. Consider this Lord-level Earth elemental core as compensation. Lord Overseer. Su Yuan instantly recognized the voice as belonging to Gu Yufeng, the one who had once saved him from the fifth demon god. Bowing respectfully in the direction of Phantom Moon City, he expressed his gratitude and carefully stored the invaluable elemental core, worth a staggering 10,000 points. As he rode Xuanwu onward toward Phantom Moon City, Su Yuan couldn't shake his doubts about the so-called accident mentioned by Gu Yufeng. Under the supervision of a Saint-level and 12 Emperor-level Beast Tamers, it seemed impossible for a Lord-level sandstorm stone giant to appear by chance. Furthermore, the giant's attack had been so overwhelming that it would have been impossible for the powerful individuals within a 20-mile radius not to notice. If they had truly wanted to intervene, the sandstorm stone giant wouldn't have lasted a second, nor would it have forced him to nearly reveal his trump card by summoning Xiaobai. Su Yuan was well aware that the sudden appearance of a Lord-level beast in the freshman competition was likely a meticulously planned arrangement by Gu Yufeng and other high-ranking officials of the academy. Their aim was to test the limits of his strength. After all, his remarkable achievement of reaching the 99th floor of the Tongtian Tower a month ago had already drawn the attention of these influential figures. Since Gu Yufeng and the others had labeled it as an unexpected event, Su Yuan was more than happy to play along and not expose the tacit understanding between them. Meanwhile, within the city of Xuanwu, a group of Emperor-level Beast Tamers was left in awe by Su Yuan's stunning performance against the Sandstorm Stone Giant. They engaged in an animated discussion. An epic-grade height-ear beast. That has to be an epic-grade height-ear beast, one Emperor-level Tamer exclaimed excitedly. To break through the attacks of a perfectly ranked, Lord-level Tier 1 beast with just a Commander-level Tier 3 beast, its quality might even be approaching legendary grade. According to the reports from Tianyang City, this beast seems to have evolved from a blazing Sunbird, another Emperor-level Tamer analyzed. But among the known evolution paths of the blazing Sunbird, the highest level barely reaches epic grade, nowhere near the quality of Su Yuan's beast. Not just this fire element beast, his tiger-like beast that he showcased earlier is equally extraordinary, also of a high-tier epic grade. So young, and without being from a prestigious family, could it be that all these epic-grade beasts were nurtured and evolved by him alone? That seems highly likely. This kid's talent for beast taming might be directly tied to evolution. That would also explain why the attributes of his beasts are so diverse. The director of the Beast Research Institute, Xia Jiming, couldn't hide the gleam in his eyes as he interjected. If his talent truly lies in promoting beast evolution, I must recruit him into the Beast Research Institute. Don't any of you dare compete with me for him. That depends on Su Yuan's own decision. I think he'd be a better fit for our Fire Academy. That tiger-like beast of his clearly has traits that make it perfect for in-depth study at our Shadow Academy. The directors all began speaking at once, creating a lively and competitive atmosphere. These Emperor-level Beast Tamers truly had sharp eyes, as they accurately assessed the quality of Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu with just one battle. They even made an impressively close guess about Su Yuan's talent for beast taming. Standing to the side, Gu Yufeng listened to the discussions, his expression growing increasingly serious. He pondered to himself, an SS-grade beast evolution talent if it can be applied to non-contract beasts. This kid's value might surpass that of the entire Jiuzhou Academy. No matter what, I cannot allow anything to happen to him. At the heart of Xuanwu City, in the tallest tower, 12 deans were locked in a heated debate, their faces flushed with intensity. It wasn't until they sensed the approaching presence of Su Yuan and Xiao Yin that their argument came to an abrupt halt. Following Gu Yufeng's lead, they swiftly exited the building and headed toward the central square. In the square, the students who had been eliminated earlier were engaged in lively discussions. The deans and the governor are here. Does this mean someone has already cleared the trial? But it's only been a day and a half. Impossible. I was eliminated after encountering a transcendent Tier 7 beast, and had only made it 500 miles in. The beasts just get stronger further in after 2,000 miles. They're all at the commander level. Clearing 3,000 miles of the labyrinth in a single day while defeating commander tier beasts? That has to be some prodigy who got a special admission. My bet's on Su Yuan. He's the guy who reached the 800th floor of the Tongtian Tower on his first attempt. Don't forget Nye Xiaoming. On his second attempt at the tower, he ranked 798. Even higher than Su Yuan. That's only because Su Yuan didn't bother with a second attempt. If he did, his rank would obviously be higher. As the students argued animatedly, a crimson figure streaked through the sky in the distance. Standing atop the fiery Xiao Yin, Su Yuan approached with a composed smile. He saluted Gu Yufeng and the assembled deans hovering midair. Greetings, governor and esteemed deans. He Chong, his face brimming with approval, announced loudly, congratulations to Su Yuan for winning the 568th annual freshman competition. As he spoke, he handed over a crystal card containing 1 million academy points. Su Yuan scanned the card with his smart wristband, and the points were instantly credited to his account. Before the applause could settle, Dean Lin Huasheng of the Fire Academy stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. Su Yuan, join the Fire Academy? We have an exclusive fire element beast taming realm, and we'll cover all your cultivation expenses for the next 4 years. I guarantee your beast will reach the king level before you graduate. Before Lin could finish, Xia Jiming barked angrily, Lin Huasheng, you shameless old scoundrel. Su Yuan, come to the Beast Taming Research Institute instead. We'll give you a 50% discount on all beast evolution materials. Not to be left out, the deans of the Shadow Academy and the Water Academy, including He Chong himself, jumped into the fray, each offering increasingly enticing incentives. The 4 deans surrounded Su Yuan, their voices overlapping as they tried to outbid one another. The scene quickly spiraled into chaos. Hundreds of new students stood frozen in shock, watching this unprecedented spectacle unfold. At the back of the crowd, Gu Yufeng's face twitched with exasperation. As the governor of the 9 provinces academy, he could barely contain his frustration at the sight of his subordinates behaving so disgracefully. Utterly shameful. This is beyond embarrassing. Above the plaza, the heated argument among the 4 deans echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Below, The students tilted their heads upward, their faces painted with awe and disbelief. This was an unprecedented scene for deans, publicly clashing over a single freshman. He gets 4 years of free access to the Fire Origin realm. Even an Emperor-tier Beast Tamer wants him as a disciple. Is this what it's like to be a top-tier genius? The crowd buzzed with envious murmurs. One student couldn't help but grumble. I have to spend 50 points just to train for a single day in the Fire Origin realm. This kind of treatment is just insane. As the dean's debate grew more intense, Su Yuan, seated atop Xiaoyan, cleared his throat. Deans, perhaps you'd like to hear my opinion first? His words cut through the noise like a blade. Xia Jiming, He Chong, and the others immediately fell silent, their gazes snapping towards Su Yuan. After years of leading their respective academies, they couldn't even recall the last time they felt this much anticipation or tension. Dean Xia, Su Yuan began calmly, you mentioned that if I joined the Beast Taming Research Academy, all beast taming resources would be half price. Does that offer still stand? Xia Jiming's face lit up with a broad smile. Of course it stands. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Academy, I guarantee it. Every beast taming resource you exchange from the Kyushu Academy treasury will be half price. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Academy, Xia Jiming had access to an annual allocation of beast taming resources worth at least 10 million points, sometimes even exceeding 30 million. In his estimation, even with Su Yuan's SS-level beast taming talent, the freshman could only progress to a king-tier beast tamer within 4 years, contracting up to 21 beasts. Even if Su Yuan were to raise every single one of them to the epic level, the total cost of materials wouldn't surpass 20 million points. Besides, the beast, allowing king-level beast tamers to enter the fire element secret realm for training would likely result in these powerful individuals quickly depleting the fire elemental energy within the realm, ultimately causing it to collapse. Other academies face similar issues with their own training secret realms. For this reason, even when calculated according to the highest Lord-level training standards, Su Yuan's point consumption during his 4 years at the Kyushu Academy only amounted to a little over 1 million, and at most, it wouldn't exceed 2 million. For ordinary students, this is undoubtedly a significant sum. However, for Su Yuan, who managed to climb to the 99th floor of the Tower of Ascension as soon as he enrolled and earned 20 million Academy points, this level of expenditure is negligible. These points are barely sufficient to fund the second stage evolution of a single beast. As the strength of his beasts increases, the cost of third and fourth stage evolutions will only become more staggering. A single 7th tier beast evolution resource requires 1 million points, while 8th tier resources cost a whopping 10 million points to redeem. If, in the future, Su Yuan were to redeem an 8th tier beast evolution resource from the Kyushu Academy's treasury, the Beast Taming Research Institute has promised to reimburse half the points, an astonishing 5 million. This amount of points would be enough for him to train in all the secret realms across the fire, shadow, and water departments simultaneously. Upon hearing the promise from Xia Jiming, the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute, Su Yuan immediately made his decision. The half-price offer on beast evolution resources alone made the other departments lose all competitiveness. However, considering the massive costs of future beast evolutions, Su Yuan worried that Xia Jiming might regret his promise once he realized the exact expenditures involved. This concern led to Su Yuan's current question. By raising this issue in front of all the beast taming department heads at Kyushu Academy, Su Yuan executed a clever move. This way, even if Xia Jiming felt reluctant, he would be forced to honor his commitment. Haha, excellent. Su Yuan, you've made a wise choice. Xia Jiming burst into hearty laughter upon receiving Su Yuan's affirmative response. At this moment, he had no idea that in the near future, when he recalls the promise he made today, he would wish he could travel back in time and give his past self a hard slap. Lin Huasheng and the other Emperor-level beast tamers watched the smug smile on Xia Jiming's face with a twinge of discomfort. They quickly turned to Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, why not reconsider? If you think the conditions in our Fire Academy aren't good enough, just say the word. We'll do everything we can to meet your demands. We won't let that old man Xia outdo us. You bunch of old fools. Xia Jiming immediately flared up, glaring at them angrily. Su Yuan has already agreed to join my Beast Research Institute. Don't you dare. Before he could finish, Su Yuan interrupted him. I appreciate the kindness of all 3 deans, but I've already decided to join the Beast Research Institute. My decision is final. His gaze was firm as he looked at the 3 Emperor-level beast tamers. He Chong and the others sighed heavily when they heard this. If that's the case, we respect your choice, they said, turning to Xia Jiming. Old Xia, make sure your Beast Research Institute teaches Su Yuan well. Don't let his talent go to waste. Haha, as if I need you to remind me. Xia Jiming laughed triumphantly, clearly reveling in their disappointment. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Are you all done talking? The 4 men instantly stiffened at the sound of Gu Yufeng's voice. With an awkward chuckle, they replied, yes, we're done. If the lord of the mansion has anything to say to Su Yuan, Please go ahead. Gu Yufeng ignored them and walked straight over to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, come with me. Having been saved by this powerful figure from the fifth demon god in the past, Su Yuan held Gu Yufeng in high regard. He nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Yin to return to the beast taming bracelet. Under Gu Yufeng's guidance, he followed him toward the main tower of Phantom Moon City. As they entered the room, the door closed behind them on its own. Su Yuan felt a wave of energy seal the room off from the outside world. Gu Yufeng's expression grew serious. I've set up an isolation barrier in this room. What we're about to discuss can only be heard by the two of us. I need to ask you a very serious question, and I hope you'll answer truthfully. Su Yuan's casual demeanor disappeared. After a moment of thought, he nodded solemnly. Gu Yufeng got straight to the point. Since you cleared all 99 floors of the Sky Tower, I've conducted a thorough investigation into your background. I know about the beasts you contracted in Tianyang City and your activities in Tianyun City. Before entering the Kyushu Academy, your beasts didn't possess such overwhelming combat power. Yet your performance in today's freshman competition was extraordinary. Additionally, over the past month, you've redeemed over 3 million points worth of resources from the Kyushu Academy's treasury, including 6th-tier resources and even a 7th-tier item. Considering how decisively you chose the Beast Research Institute, I suspect you possess an SS-level Beast Evolution talent. Am I right? Gu Yufeng's piercing gaze remained fixed on Su Yuan, closely observing any changes in his expression. Su Yuan felt a weight settle in his chest but quickly relaxed. Gu Yufeng had only deduced that he had an SS-level talent, unaware of his even more extraordinary Mythic Level talent. That was a relief. Acknowledging the SS-level talent would save him the trouble of further concealment, and it might even bring unexpected benefits. After careful consideration, Su Yuan took a deep breath and finally nodded. Master Gu Yufeng's speculation turned out to be accurate. Su Yuan's beast taming talent had indeed reached the SSS level, known as the Eye of Evolution. This extraordinary gift not only allowed him to discern the evolutionary potential of beasts, but also enabled him to perceive the specific resources required for their evolution after forming a contract. It was through this ability that he managed to rapidly advance the breakthroughs of his contracted beasts, continuously elevating their quality. At this very moment, the resources he had exchanged from the Academy's treasure vault were precisely meant to fuel the next evolution of several of his beasts. Gu Yufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned forward slightly, unable to contain his curiosity. He eagerly asked, Su Yuan, apart from the beasts you've already contracted, can you also sense the evolutionary needs of other people's beasts? This question left the Saint-level Beast Tamer visibly thrilled. His chest heaved with excitement, and his breathing grew heavy. Clearly, Su Yuan's earlier response had left a profound impact on him. Cautiously, Su Yuan replied, for beasts and feral creatures that I haven't contracted, the effectiveness of my talent diminishes significantly. However, as long as I spend enough time interacting with and studying them, I should be able to deduce their evolutionary paths. That being said, it would require several times more effort compared to observing my own contracted beasts. His response neither denied his capabilities outright nor exaggerated them. Instead, he left ample room for flexibility in his claims. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent, excellent. Gu Yufeng was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt out of his seat, gripping Su Yuan's shoulders tightly. As long as you're willing to invest the time and effort, you'll undoubtedly uncover the evolutionary secrets of other feral creatures and beasts. All the resources you need during your research will be fully covered by the Kyushu Academy. Moreover, every cost you bear will be compensated twice over by the Academy. Master Gu, while I understand that my talent can assist in researching the evolution pathways for beasts, there's no need to get this excited, is there? Su Yuan couldn't help but remind the usually composed and authoritative Gu Yufeng, who now seemed unusually elated. More concerning, however, was the vice-like grip on Su Yuan's shoulders. Though Gu Yufeng, as a Saint-level Beastmaster, had clearly restrained his strength, the force in his excitement was still overwhelming for Su Yuan, who was only at the peak of the commander level. Ahem, my apologies. I lost my composure. Gu Yufeng quickly realized his mistake, releasing his hold and showing a rare hint of embarrassment. Yet, he swiftly regained his usual demeanor, a smile returning to his face. Su Yuan, you may not yet understand just how crucial your talent is to us Beastmasters of the human race. If you can reliably develop evolution pathways for other ferocious beasts, the leadership will prioritize your work on the beasts that our frontline warriors use in large numbers. Gu Yufeng elaborated further. Currently, the frontline Beastmasters primarily contract with a dozen or so core beasts, whose strengths range from transcendent to lord level. If you can discover new evolution pathways for these beasts, especially pathways that require affordable resource, it could dramatically enhance the strength of our frontline forces, potentially turning the tide in our ongoing standoff against the Abyss. The frontline? The Abyss? Su Yuan's brows furrowed in confusion. These terms were entirely foreign to him, and it was clear this was the first time he'd heard of them. Noticing Su Yuan's perplexity, Gu Yufeng smiled faintly and said, "It's time you learned about the challenges humanity currently faces. Do you remember the fifth demon god that attacked us in the Tongtian Tower?" "Of course I remember. If not for your timely intervention, Master Gu, I wouldn't be standing here today." "Are you saying that the fifth demon god is one of the powerful entities from the abyss?" "Exactly," Gu Yufeng replied gravely. "The fifth demon god is one of the top-ranked powerhouses of the abyss, ranked fifth in strength. He is also a saint-level entity, and truthfully, he is stronger than I am. Currently, only Elder Shui among our ranks can confidently defeat him. And above the fifth demon god are 4 others, each more terrifyingly powerful, especially the top 3, whose strength is beyond imagination." Gu Yufeng then gave Su Yuan a detailed analysis of the power dynamics between humanity and the abyss. Fortunately, aside from Elder Shui, humanity has 2 other SS-level gifted Beastmasters who have risen to prominence. At the highest levels of power, we are not at a disadvantage compared to the abyss. However, the abyss far outnumbers us in mid and lower-tier combatants. If not for their fear of our resolve to fight to the death, they would have launched an all-out assault long ago, he continued, offering an example to illustrate his point. Take the thousand-eyed demon spider, for instance. It is the most commonly contracted beast among our frontline commander-level warriors. Classified as an excellent 9-star beast, it typically maxes out at the peak of the commander level. However, if it could evolve to a rare-tier beast, it would have the potential to reach the Lord level. And if it could evolve to an exceptional tier beast, it would be guaranteed to reach the Lord level. We have millions of commander-level warriors on the front lines using thousand-eyed demon spiders. If even half of them could evolve their beasts to the Lord level, that would mean an additional million Lord-level combatants. To put it in perspective, the combined Lord-level forces of the Great Xia and the other 4 major nations of the Federation currently amount to only about 100,000, while the Abyss outnumbers us by merely 30,000. Hearing this, Su Yuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. These frontline warriors were the only shield standing between humanity and the Abyss's invasion. Whether for the greater good of humanity or to avenge the 5th demon god's attack in the Tongtian Tower, Su Yuan resolved to dedicate himself to researching the evolution pathways of the beasts most commonly used by the frontline warriors. His goal was to identify the most resource-efficient options and provide them to humanity's leadership. Master Gu, rest assured. For every evolution pathway I can develop, I will give it my all, Su Yuan pledged earnestly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gu Yufeng laughed heartily, clapping Su Yuan on the shoulder. Rest easy, Su Yuan. As long as you're within the 9 Provinces Academy, I promise that no harm will come to you, not even if the first demon god himself strikes from afar. Furthermore, to ensure your strength grows without interruption, I will grant you unrestricted access to the cultivation realms of all the Academy's departments. Whether you wish to strengthen yourself or your beasts, you may use any realm as you see fit. If you have any other requests, simply let me know. Thank you, Master Gu. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. With unrestricted access to the Academy's cultivation realms, the growth of his contracted beasts, including Xiao Yin, would undoubtedly accelerate to new heights. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air, sword in hand, finally breaking free from one of the many exits of the shifting labyrinth. Standing atop the Qingxiao sword, Nie Xiaoming gazed ahead at the towering walls of Xuanwu City, which stood 100 zhang high. Though his face bore signs of exhaustion, his eyes sparkled with determination and excitement. It was already the afternoon of the 4th day of the 9 Provinces Academy's freshman competition. Nie Xiaoming's clothing was tattered and worn, a clear indication of the fierce battles he had faced within the labyrinth. This year's competition had introduced a new format, replacing the traditional arena duels with a more challenging labyrinth trial. The latter stages featured ferocious beasts as powerful as Tier 7 commanders, all of which were of exceptional quality. Even with Nie Xiaoming's recent breakthrough to Tier 3 commander, he had struggled in the final battles. As he flew toward Xuanwu City, the 800 or so eliminated students gathered in the square immediately recognized him. It's Nie Xiaoming, the second prodigy after Su Yuan. So dashing, flying on a sword like the man of my dreams. He's strong, no doubt, but still not quite on Su Yuan's level. Su Yuan made it here by noon on the second day. He's a full 2 days ahead of him. The murmurs reached Nie Xiaoming's ears, and the pride that had been evident on his face froze instantly. A day and a half? Su Yuan had completed the labyrinth in just a day and a half? That meant he was capable of instantly defeating Tier 7 commander-level beasts. As Nie Xiaoming stood there, stunned by this revelation, the Academy Deans, led by He Chong, began to appear. Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming had already returned to the 9 Provinces Academy with Su Yuan earlier. Dean He, Nie Xiaoming immediately bowed respectfully. Even as a member of a prestigious family, he dared not show the slightest disrespect to the Water Academy's dean, who was at the peak of the emperor level. Chang responded with a kind smile. For someone of your Tier 3 commander strength to pass the Labyrinth within 5 days is no small feat. The Nye family may well produce a future Saint-level Beastmaster. With that, he handed Nye Xiaoming a crystal card. Here is your reward for achieving second place, 500,000 points. The eliminated students in the square looked on enviously. Though it paled in comparison to Su Yuan's million-point reward, 500,000 points was still an astronomical figure to them. Meanwhile, in the 9 Provinces Academy's Beastmaster Research Institute, Xia Jiming was giving Su Yuan a tour of the dungeon. The area was lined with massive iron cages, each imprisoning experimental ferocious beasts. A strong medicinal scent radiated from every one of these creatures. In the underground dungeon of the Beast Research Institute, Xia Jiming led Su Yuan forward at a slow pace. On both sides, iron cages held 30 types of rare-quality ferocious beasts, each one a common contract companion for the human race. These beasts may be common, but if we can discover a way to evolve them from rare quality to exceptional quality, it would greatly enhance the strength of our people, Xia Jiming explained, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bringing Su Yuan here had been Gu Yufeng's idea. After learning about Su Yuan's unique talent, Gu Yufeng hoped he could quickly develop evolution plans for these widely used rare beasts. The beasts in the cages were diverse. Crocodile mouth frenzy duck, avian, water type, rare 3-star, extraordinary level 4, possessing skills like wither, water gun, and frenzy bite. Stone armored bear beast, bear species, rock type, rare 5-star, extraordinary level 6, equipped with skills such as rage, petrified armor, rock spike, and exploding rock formation. Calyx beast, plant, poison type, rare 9-star, extraordinary level 3, capable of skills like wilt, wild growth, hallucinogenic pollen, and camouflage. Director Xia, you'll need to visit a few more times to observe them carefully, and I'd also like to look at beasts of other quality levels. I hope to gain unrestricted access here in the future, Su Yuan said. Of course. The governor has already instructed that your status in the institute is equivalent to mine. You're free to go anywhere except for areas where men are prohibited, Xia Jiming replied with a hearty laugh. When they reached the final cage, made of high-strength transparent glass, Su Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Inside was a small, azure snake, barely clinging to life. Its entire body was covered in blue-green scales, and its half-closed eyes glimmered faintly with a dark radiance. Activating his celestial insight, Su Yuan immediately saw its details. Azure scale snake. Mutated species, snake type, wood and lightning dual element, rare 3-star, extraordinary level 3. Due to enduring excessive evolutionary experiments, its body had accumulated a large amount of conflicting medicinal properties, leaving it on the brink of death. Its skills include self-heal, wood fong, and thunderstrike. Most significantly, it has 5 potential evolutionary paths, with the final form capable of ascending to the mythical level as the Yaiwud Azure Dragon. Director Xia, may I take this azure scale snake for research? Su Yuan turned and asked. This snake won't last much longer, Xia Jiming said as he stepped closer for a better look. If you need it for research, I can have others find a few healthier specimens for you. Su Yuan stared at the glass enclosure, his gaze fixed on the barely breathing azure-scaled serpent within. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes before he turned to Xia Jiming, his tone resolute. Dean, I want to save this little one with my own strength. I intend to form a contract with it as my beast companion. That's the only way I can quickly find a method to help it evolve. Xia Jiming frowned deeply, his voice firm as he immediately objected. Absolutely not. This azure-scaled serpent has, at most, a week left to live. Even if you discover a way to help it evolve, there won't be enough time. Besides, it's only of rare quality. For someone like you, already at the commander level, it's far too weak. Even if it were in perfect condition and successfully evolved, it'd barely reach exceptional quality. It's unworthy of your abilities. He softened his tone, trying to reason with Su Yuan. Su Yuan, with your status at the Jirzhou Academy, all resources are at your disposal. Even the Academy Master has vowed to prioritize your development. Any high-quality beast companion in the future will be offered to you first. There's no need to rush to fill your beast slots, let alone waste one on a rare-quality azure-scaled serpent. Xia Jiming sighed and continued, his voice heavy with sincerity. You should focus on nurturing your strongest existing beast companions. With the Academy Master's protection, you have nothing to fear here at Jirzhou Academy. Once your strength reaches a bottleneck, then you can consider contracting additional beasts. That's the strategy most top human powerhouses follow. But Su Yuan remained unmoved, his determination unwavering. Dean Xia, I must contract this azure-scaled serpent. He knew deep in his heart that this was no ordinary creature. It was a rare, mutated variant with the potential to become a mythical beast. Letting it slip away would mean losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xia Jiming looked into Su Yuan's resolute eyes and thought of the Academy Master's instructions. After a long pause, he finally sighed in resignation. If you're this determined, then I won't stop you. The Academy Master did say that the choice of beast companions is ultimately yours to make. Hearing this, Su Yuan's face lit up with gratitude. He thanked Xia Jiming sincerely before stepping forward to open the specialized glass enclosure. Kneeling down, he spoke softly to the azure-scaled serpent. Little one, I promise you this: if you follow me, you will survive. If you're willing to form a contract, just nod your head. Don't resist and risk hurting yourself. The azure-scaled serpent weakly opened its eyes. The once dull gaze now shimmered faintly with a renewed will to live. Slowly, it nodded, signaling its consent. As a transcendent level beast, it fully understood Su Yuan's words. Seeing this, Su Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Although his current strength allowed him to forcibly contract any transcendent level beast, he knew that doing so in the azure-scaled serpent's fragile state could worsen its condition or even lead to its death. Losing such a promising beast companion and suffering the backlash from a failed contract would be a devastating outcome. With a low hum, Su Yuan summoned his immense spiritual energy, shaping it into a beast contract. He pricked his finger, letting a drop of fresh blood fall into the contract. The gray-white sigil instantly flared with a crimson glow before merging into the serpent's brow. The azure-scaled serpent accepted the contract peacefully, closing its eyes as it lay motionless. Moments later, a profound sense of connection surged through Su Yuan's mind, signaling the successful completion of the contract. The azure-scaled serpent was now his sixth beast companion. Su Yuan gazed at the small creature, its body covered in shimmering azure scales, and spoke gently. From now on, they'll call you Xiaoqing. When the azure-scaled snake became Su Yuan's companion beast, it nodded in agreement despite its weary condition, accepting the name Su Yuan had chosen for it. Din Xia, I need some materials to treat Xiaoqing right now. Can you help me? Su Yuan turned to Xia Jiming, concerned as he looked at the snake's frail state. No problem. Xia Jiming patted his chest confidently. The Jiuzhou Academy may not have every beast taming resource under the sun, but we certainly have no shortage of materials to treat a mere transcendent level beast. Su Yuan immediately listed the materials he needed. I need live marrow grass, Qishan seeds. He rattled off a list of over 100 4th and 5th tier beast taming resources, most of which were for healing Xiaoqing's injuries and neutralizing toxins, with a portion prepared for its first stage evolution. Xia Jiming was left speechless. Though the materials weren't of particularly high grade, the sheer variety and rarity of some items were astounding. If not for his many years as the head of the Beast Taming Research Institute, he might not even recognize some of the names. They'll have everything ready within 2.5 hours. Xia Jiming promised. Thank you, Dean. Oh, by the way, I'll also need a private lab. Of course. Follow me. You can use my lab. Feel free to use any of the equipment there. Su Yuan placed the azure-scaled snake into a new beast taming bracelet and followed Xia Jiming to the laboratory. Along the way, as they passed the research rooms of other instructors, many students and teachers looked on in astonishment, whispering among themselves. The lab was located in the deepest part of the Beast Taming Research Institute. It was spacious and equipped with a wide array of high-end, precision instruments, far larger and more advanced than the warehouse Su Yuan had rented back in Tianyang City. Less than 2.5 hours later, a sudden flash of light appeared at the center of the lab, and a large wooden crate materialized out of thin air. Su Yuan immediately began processing the materials, expertly operating various instruments to grind, pulverize, brew, and distill. An hour later, a thick, dark green medicinal concoction bubbled in a massive 5-meter cauldron, steam rising as bubbles continuously burst on the surface. Xiaoqing, come out. Su Yuan called for the azure-scaled snake. Watching the scene unfold, Xia Jiming's expression turned peculiar. Su Yuan, you're not seriously planning to throw the snake into the pot and boil it, are you? This is a crucial step in Xiaoqing's recovery, Su Yuan explained to Xia Jiming, turning his head toward him. The temperature of this medicinal broth is just over 100 degrees. With Xiaoqing's physique as an extraordinary tier beast, it can handle this, even in a severely injured state. He then turned to Xiaoqing, whom he had just summoned, and spoke gently, go on. Once you've fully absorbed the medicinal essence, your wounds will be completely healed. Xiaoqing exhaled softly through its nostrils, affectionately nuzzling Su Yuan's arm before leaping into the enormous cauldron without hesitation. With a loud splash, the broth erupted, sending ripples and bubbles surging to the surface. The dark green liquid began to seep into Xiaoqing's body through the gaps in its azure scales. The moment it entered the cauldron, the powerful medicinal energy surged through Xiaoqing, eliciting a pained hiss. Su Yuan opened his mouth to offer words of comfort, but paused when he saw a glimmer of resolve in Xiaoqing's eyes. Clamping its jaws shut, it endured the searing pain in silence, refusing to let out another sound. Gradually, the anguish in its gaze faded, replaced by a calm resilience as it adapted to the intense process. It seems I underestimated this little one, Su Yuan thought to himself as he watched Xiaoqing absorb the medicinal energy. The torment it endured at the Beast Research Institute must have been far worse than I imagined. As the medicinal energy continued to be absorbed, Xiaoqing's once weakened aura began to surge with vitality. Its presence grew increasingly formidable as the chaotic, conflicting energies accumulated in its body over the years were harmonized by the new medicine. The energy coursed through its limbs and body, steadily repairing its battered form. In just 15 minutes, Xiaoqing's aura skyrocketed, breaking through from extraordinary tier level 3 to level 4, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Xia Jiming stared in astonishment. Su Yuan's concoction is nothing short of miraculous. Not only has it healed every wound, but it has also propelled Xiaoqing to new heights. To think that out of over 80 beast resources and millions of possible combinations, he managed to create a formula capable of neutralizing the long-standing medicinal conflicts within a Qinglin serpent's body. Such precision and brilliance. Even I might not be able to match this. As Xiaoqing's strength soared all the way to extraordinary tier level 8, Su Yuan observed the now nearly transparent broth in the cauldron. A faint smile tugged at his lips. It's time. Without delay, he retrieved a pre-prepared mixture of first-stage evolution resources. The moment the broth turned completely clear, he poured the entire container into the cauldron. With a resonant hum, the once clear liquid thickened dramatically, taking on a rich, viscous consistency. The thick medicinal liquid began to boil violently under the intense heat, forming a vortex that surged madly into Xiaoqing's body. Originally sitting with her eyes tightly shut, Xiaoqing suddenly opened them, a fleeting expression of delight flashing across her gaze. The absorption rate of the liquid was astonishing. Less than half a minute after Su Yuan poured it into the cauldron, Xiaoqing had absorbed it completely, leaving behind only a puddle of clear water at the bottom. At that very moment, a blinding white light erupted, completely enveloping Xiaoqing's figure. It was the light of evolution. The azure-scaled snake, which had been on the brink of death not long ago, was now beginning its evolution. Standing behind Su Yuan, Xia Jiming leaned forward abruptly, his neck craning as his eyes widened almost impossibly, fixed unblinkingly on Xiaoqing, now shrouded in the evolution light. His face was etched with shock and disbelief. He had never expected that Su Yuan could not only heal the azure-scaled snake, but also trigger its evolution. His thoughts raced. If this evolution yields favorable results and the azure-scaled snake's quality is elevated to an exceptional level, it would mark a significant breakthrough for the human race. Recalling the beast taming resources Su Yuan had previously requested, most of them were 4th tier, with only a few 5th tier resources used at the initial stage of treating Xiaoqing. The subsequent medicinal concoction was almost entirely made from common 4th tier resources. If merely a dozen or so 4th tier resources were enough to evolve the azure-scaled snake into a beast of exceptional quality, this method could be widely adopted, dramatically enhancing the overall combat strength of the human race. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.